Novel synopsis. Jiang Qiao is a single mother, branded a disgrace by her own family for having a child out of wedlock. The cruel whispers are a constant, icy sting. She watches helplessly as her strong-willed mother is shamed by association. Desperate to silence the critics and give her daughter a stable life, she makes a drastic decision, a blind marriage of convenience. Her groom is a seemingly ordinary, kind-hearted real estate agent named Huo Hanting, who instantly adores her little girl. Their arrangement is perfectly platonic until it isn't. The facade begins to crack when Jiang Qiao spots a Patek Philippe watch gleaming from within his tailored suit. The final clue comes when she stumbles upon her daughter's artwork displayed in the private gallery of a billion-dollar corporate empire. The man she married is no simple agent. He is a titan of industry. Huo Hanting, she demands, her voice trembling. Who are you really? He corners her, his gaze dark and possessive. Lying to you was wrong, I admit. But now that you know, shouldn't we discuss giving Xiao Duo a little brother or sister? Chapter 1. A Daring Proposal. The autumn rain in Jiang City had ceased, leaving behind streets slick and shimmering under a pallid sky, a perfect mirror of Jiang Qiao's own desolate mood. At 3 p.m., she flipped the open sign on her small bistro to closed. The last customer was gone, and the silence that settled in was heavier than any noise. The metallic clatter of the rolling shutter as she pulled it down echoed like a gunshot in the empty space. You have bad luck. You scared off your husband. And your daughter? A bigger embarrassment. Unwed. A single mother with a burden. No man will ever want her. 3 generations of women, doomed to be alone. The venomous taunts from her aunt and cousins replayed in her mind on a cruel loop. She saw her mother's face again, the forced smile, the slight stoop in her once proud shoulders. The image was a hot brand, searing her heart with guilt. It was all because of her. Because of the daughter she had brought into the world under a cloud of scandal. 5 years ago, a chaotic night, trying to help a stranger in distress, she had ended up in a situation that left her pregnant. She never even saw his face clearly. Yet when she saw the ultrasound, a mother's instinct had overruled all logic. She kept the baby. She could endure the whispers aimed at her. But seeing her mother pay the price for her choices was a torture she could no longer bear. Fine. If they wanted a man in her life, she would find one. Mommy, do we have to go? 4-year-old Xiao Duo mumbled, rubbing sleep from her eyes. Her face, like a porcelain doll's, was set in a stubborn pout. I don't want a new daddy. Jiang Qiao smoothed the girl's new pink princess dress, her touch gentle but her resolve ironclad. I will find a daddy who will love you with all his heart. If he doesn't, we walk away. I promise. Xiao Duo crossed her tiny arms. If he wants to marry you, he has to get through me first. If I say no, it's no. Jiang Qiao paused at the door, turning back with a stern look. Remember, even if you hate him, no fighting. Mommy can't afford the medical bills. The girl was a paradoxa, delicate-looking child with the strength of a little ox, the undisputed enforcer of her preschool class. The weekday CAF was hushed, the whir of the espresso machine the only sound. In the corner, by the window, a man sat alone. Even from behind, his posture was ramrod straight, his presence an island of intensity in the sea of languid calm. Excuse me, are you Mr. Hua? The man looked up. For a fleeting second, Jiang Qiao felt the full force of a predator's gaze, sharp, assessing, and dangerously cold. But in a blink, it vanished, replaced by a warmth as gentle as a spring breeze. Yes, I'm Huo Hanting. He was breathtaking. With sharply defined features and deep-set eyes, he looked like he'd stepped out of a luxury brand campaign. The simple white shirt he wore was clearly anything but. A man who looks like this needs a blind date. Daddy, hello. I'm Xiao Duo. The previously defiant child was now a vision of sugary sweetness, her eyes shining like stars. The betrayal was instant and absolute. Suppressing her confusion, Jiang Qiao went straight to the point. Mr. Hua, a man with your advantages, why are you on a blind date? He gave a modest shrug, a faint, practiced smile touching his lips. My circumstances are quite average. I'm not very popular. The matchmaker had said he was a real estate agent, made a decent living on a condo. Those were not average circumstances by her standards. Unless she suddenly remembered the specific, desperate request she had made to the matchmaker. It would be best if he were incapable. Unable to have children. Of course, that explained the aura of untouchable, almost monastic reserve that clung to him. The pieces clicked into place, and a wave of relief washed over her. She moved the conversation forward. The matchmaker must have told you about me. I'm Jiang Qiao, 26. I run a small bistro and raise my daughter alone. I'm 4, and I'm the best in my class. Xiao Duo interjected proudly. A genuine warmth lit Huo Hanting's eyes. I like spirited children. Xiao Duo blushed, turning to her mother with finality. Mommy, I approve. You can marry him. Huo Hanting's gaze met Jiang Qiao's, a subtle challenge in their depths. The decision is your mother's. He liked Xiao Duo. He was safe. He was the perfect solution. A reckless, liberating courage surged through her. She pulled a small booklet from her bag and placed it on the table with a decisive thud. My household registry is right here, she said, her eyes locking with his. Let's go to the city hall. Right now. Do you have a nerve? He leaned forward, his voice a low, captivating murmur. As it happens, I brought mine too. We should hurry. The office closes soon. Chapter 2. The father revealed. I do. Huo Hanting's answer held no hesitation. This entire encounter was a meticulously laid trap of his own design. 5 years ago, on a business trip, a rival had drugged him. His memories of that night were fractured, blurred by chemicals and desire, but they involved a young woman who had stumbled upon him in his distress. Recently, those fragments had begun to reassemble. He had launched an immediate, discreet investigation, which led him to Jiang Qiao and to her 4-year-old daughter. The DNA test results were unequivocal. Jiang Qiao Duo was his biological child. His family, the Huo dynasty, adhered to a strict code of honor. As the designated heir, his conduct was paramount. He had made a mistake, and he would take full responsibility. He was ready to reveal himself, to provide for them, when his sources delivered a new, alarming piece of information. Jiang Qiao was going on a blind date. His daughter was going to call another man father. The very idea was unacceptable. A few calculated moves were all it took. He replaced the original suitor, presenting himself as Huo Hanting, the unassuming real estate agent. The disguise was a test. A Huo marriage was for life. He needed to know if Jiang Qiao was merely a woman in a desperate situation, or if she possessed the character to be his partner and a mother worthy of his heir. My car is just outside, he said, rising and effortlessly scooping up an excited Xiao Duo. The vehicle was a black sedan, understated in design, but with an interior of surprising luxury and comfort. Jiang Qiao, unfamiliar with the obscure European mark, simply noted it didn't look flashy, and her comfort level increased. At the city hall, the process was unervingly efficient. Holding the warm, red marriage certificate, Jiang Qiao felt a wave of surrealism. The photo showed 2 virtual strangers, yet they somehow looked right. These are the keys and fob for the apartment in Luhua Court, Huo Hanting said, his tone casual. It's been empty for a couple of years. I'll have it cleaned, and you can move in whenever you're ready. My work is unpredictable. I travel often. You and Xiao Duo should just focus on settling in. Luhua Court was a well-regarded complex, just a short drive from her bistro. Jiang Qiao took the keys, the cold metal a jolt of reality. She looked at her daughter, now asleep in her arms, and knew she had to set boundaries. Mr. Huo, my bistro's income is modest, but it covers our needs. For household expenses, if it's a burden, we can split them. She came with baggage. She refused to be a financial drain, or worse, a source of future resentment. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. His voice deepened. We are married. That makes Xiao Duo my daughter. I can provide for my family. I will transfer funds on the 1st of every month. That is not your concern. The statement was delivered with a finality that brooked no argument, as if it were a fundamental law of the universe. An unexpected warmth flooded Jiang Qiao's chest. Whatever the future held, his conviction in this moment felt real. All right, she acquiesced softly, her mind already shifting to how she would contribute to this new family. When they reached the bistro, Huo Hanting was out of the car first, carefully gathering the sleeping child into his arms. He was a large man, yet he held the small girl with an innate, surprising tenderness. As Jiang Qiao watched him, a strange emotion stirred in her chest. Just as she was about to bid him goodnight, he turned back, his question seeming almost offhand. Xiao Duo's birthday is in April, isn't it? He asked. The way she uses color, it reminds me of a very important elder in my family. Chapter 3. Playing the long game. The apartment above the bistro was cramped but cozy. Huo Hanting laid Xiao Duo gently in her small bed, tucking the covers around her with a zhangju that surpassed Jiang Qiao's own maternal precision. His eyes scanned the living space, taking in every detail. It was small, but immaculately kept, filled with the evidence of 2 lives intertwined. The walls were adorned with the child's bold, surprisingly sophisticated crayon drawings. On the sofa lay a half-finished coloring book. Huo Hanting picked it up, his gaze intensifying. The color palette was unconventional yet harmonious, full of a raw, instinctive talent. Xiao Duo loves to draw, Jiang Qiao said, a thread of pride in her voice. I'm thinking of signing her up for classes soon. His mind instantly cataloged the names of the top art tutors in the country. His daughter deserved nothing less than the finest mentorship. I know a few excellent instructors. I can make introductions. Jiang Qiao quickly waved a hand. Oh no, that's not necessary. A kind, patient teacher to build her foundation is all she needs. She's so young. A famous master would be too much pressure. Huo Hanting was silent. It was the first time anyone had ever suggested that the best was not necessarily the right choice. He looked at this woman, with her pragmatic dignity, and filed the impression away. He had to play the long game. He couldn't rush this. As dusk began to fall, the time when her bistro would normally be bustling, she offered, out of courtesy, Mr. Huo, would you like to stay for dinner? Any dietary restrictions? That won't be necessary. I have a client meeting. He declined, smoothly pulling out his phone. But let's exchange contacts first. For convenience. A scan, a click. His profile picture was a simple black square. His name, a single, stark letter, H. Before leaving, he stood for a long moment by his daughter's bedside. She slept peacefully, one tiny fist curled near her cheek. In the soft, amber glow of the lamp, the hard lines of his face softened into something profoundly tender. He said his goodbyes and drove away. The black sedan didn't go far, pulling over just around the corner. Huo Hanting got out and stepped seamlessly into the waiting black Rolls-Royce. Sir, the briefing documents for the board meeting are ready, his assistant said, offering a tablet. Huo Hanting ignored it, instead lowering his window to look back at the modest building with its warm, glowing lights. Inside were his daughter, found again, and the woman who was turning out to be a constant surprise. He tapped a long finger on the supple leather armrest. Find me a list of the top 5 children's art tutors in the city, he commanded, his voice now pure, unadulterated authority. And contact Sotheby's. Have them notify me of any significant classical European oil paintings coming to auction. It's time my daughter was exposed to true masterpieces. As Jiang Qiao descended the stairs and hung up the open for business sign, several familiar patrons entered her modest eatery, inquiring about her late opening. With a warm smile, she exchanged pleasantries and had the kitchen prepare a complimentary dish of cold appetizers, prompting the customers to disperse and begin ordering amidst laughter and chatter. Her small restaurant bore the rather unremarkable name of Truly Delicious Home Cooking. Spanning over 40 square meters, it was staffed solely by herself, 2 waiters, and 2 chefs. Nestled in an urban village, her establishment maintained modest pricing, offering excellent value that attracted numerous nearby white-collar workers and laborers from construction sites. During meal times, the tables were invariably filled to capacity, leaving Jiang Qiao to juggle responsibilities as both owner and chef, tirelessly attending to her duties. Despite the hectic pace, her monthly earnings were commendable, yielding a profit of around 20 to 30,000 after expenses, all while affording her the freedom to manage her time as she pleased. Although she had graduated from a prestigious university in Jiangcheng, the arrival of her daughter, Jiang Xiaoduo, shortly after graduation made traditional employment unfeasible for her. With a lifelong passion for cooking, she opted to open this restaurant by borrowing money and becoming her own boss. Today, business was brisk, with a queue forming outside and delivery drivers anxiously awaiting their orders. As the kitchen staff struggled to keep pace, Jiang Qiao assisted by washing vegetables, her eyes stinging from the smoke rising from the stove. Come on, you clumsy one. You've left only the stems of the bok choy. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoping appeared, gathering the discarded leaves with a frown. Is this how you run a business? Throwing away anything slightly less than fresh? Do you think you own a grand hotel? Having grown accustomed to her mother's admonishments since opening the restaurant, Jiang Qiao simply smiled and replied, Mom, what brings you here at this hour? Jiang Xiaoping, who sold fish at a nearby market and never closed up until all was sold, had brought a few large yellow catfish that remained unsold, intending to simmer them for her granddaughter. Jiang Qiao glanced down at the lively fish, their gills still moving, a rarity for such quality to remain unclaimed. Recognizing her mother's excuse, she refrained from calling her out, swiftly preparing the fish for a slow simmer in a clay pot. Hesitating briefly, she led Jiang Xiaoping to a quieter alley behind the restaurant. Mom, there's something I need to tell you. I got married. What are you talking about? The kitchen is busy, Jiang Xiaoping scolded, only to realize a moment later the weight of her daughter's words, her eyes widening in disbelief. What did you say? Married? Jiang Qiao revealed her marriage certificate, anticipating her mother's skepticism. Jiang Qiao examined the certificate closely, her expression softening as realization dawned upon her. Don't pay heed to your aunt's gossip. They're merely envious, seeing us thrive in the city while they make disparaging remarks. Jiang Qiao feigned ignorance, asking, what did the aunt say? Mom, I have known Huo Hanting for several years. He has been pursuing me earnestly. Seeing his sincerity, I agreed to be with him. We have been together for over a year, but I hesitated to tell you earlier due to concerns regarding stability. Jiang Qiao dared not disclose to her mother that her marriage was a hasty one, and instead, she nervously recited her rehearsed lines. He owns a house and a car, with an annual salary exceeding 200,000. Moreover, he adores Xiaoduo, treating her as his own child. He promised me he would raise Xiaoduo as if she were his biological daughter. Jiang Qiao remained silent. Jiang Qiao felt increasingly anxious, her confidence waning with each word. She was acutely aware of her mother's fiery temperament and knew that a scolding would be the least of her worries. To her surprise, after glancing at the wedding certificate, Jiang Qiao remarked, the young man looks quite decent. You're not young anymore. Since you were married, focus on living well together. Jiang Qiao was taken aback. Jiang Qiao sighed. You cannot remain alone forever. Having someone who understands and cares for you is a blessing. With misty eyes, Jiang Qiao was about to snuggle up to her mother when she was abruptly interrupted. However, do not be naive. Do not take everything he says at face value. A man's words can be deceitful. What he promises is merely empty rhetoric. Is your name on the property deed? Has he entrusted you with his salary card? Jiang Qiao had no intentions of relying on Huo Hanting for support. She merely desired a conventional family unit to shield her mother from hurtful remarks. She had never considered asking Huo Hanting for financial assistance, nor had she contemplated the matters of property deeds or salary cards. That house was purchased before their marriage and had little to do with her. Given the exorbitant real estate prices in Jiangxing, even the down payment for a house over 100 square meters could deplete a family savings. How could she casually demand her name be added? Mom, you needn't worry about financial matters. My income is sufficient to support Xiaoduo. Jiang Qiao scolded her for being foolish and gullible, but chose not to pursue the topic further. She was not one to seek advantage, but she feared her daughter might be easily swayed by a man's sweet words and suffer greatly in the future. Find a time to bring him home so I can meet him. One must see the person to feel at ease. Jiang Qiao had yet to agree on the right words with Huo Hanting, and she could not simply bring him home, fearing exposure of their situation. He has been busy with work, but as soon as he has free time, I will take him to meet you. Always making excuses, Jiang Qiao chided, lightly tapping Jiang Qiao on the head. Hurry and attend to the guests. Have you abandoned your business? The day concluded, and as Jiang Qiao returned to the second floor, she took a warm shower, changed into her pajamas, and lay on her bed, still in a daze. She had actually gotten married. Reflecting on her university days when she had fervently declared her intention to remain single and focus solely on her career, she found that, despite her current circumstances, she held no regrets. She turned over, cradling her peacefully sleeping daughter, and drifted into slumber. The following morning, Jiang Qiao awoke early. Roused by her daughter Jiang Xiaoduo pinching her nose. The two locked eyes for 3 seconds, and before Jiang Qiao's hand could descend, Jiang Xiaoduo swiftly sprang from the bed and darted away. However, her little legs carried her only a few steps before Jiang Qiao caught her by the collar. Mama, I promise I won't do it again. Please don't hit me. Jiang Xiaoduo whimpered, curling up and gazing up at her with tear-filled eyes. Jiang Qiao rubbed her eyes, doubting her own early rising, as if still wandering through a dream. When had she ever struck the child? As an adult lacking in physical fitness, she was certainly no match for Jiang Xiaoduo. If it came to a scuffle, the little girl would have long vanished, leaving her to choke on dust in her wake. This fearless little imp was now putting on a sob story? Are you feverish? Has your brain gotten fried? Speak freely, dear. Mama has secured health insurance for you. Jiang Xiaoduo pouted, her head drooping in dismay. Jiang Qiao cast her a puzzled glance and reached out to check her forehead, wondering if she truly had a fever. Just then, her phone emitted a cold voice from Huo Hanting. Jiang Qiao, do not touch my daughter. Jiang Qiao froze. His daughter? Huo Hanting had not slept a wink the previous night. Laboring over work until the early hours, his mind consumed by thoughts of Jiang Qiao and her daughter. Assistant Qin had previously investigated Jiang Qiao's background, revealing that her life was far from easy. Raising a daughter only added to her burdens. He felt a sense of guilt towards her. Had it not been for Jiang Qiao, he would have offered her a substantial sum to secure her future, allowing her to live a life of comfort. After all, although he had never been with another woman, his sole encounter had been with Jiang Qiao. It had hardly warranted sacrificing his entire life. Moreover, there was no guarantee that Jiang Qiao would even consent to marry him. But now they had Jiang Qiao. She was so small, delicate, and soft, and when he held her, a faint scent of milk lingered about her. She was his flesh and blood. He had to marry Jiang Qiao. He set himself a 6-month deadline. If Jiang Qiao behaved well during this time, he would take her home and make her the rightful mistress of the Huo family. At dawn, he intended to seek out the mother and daughter. But remembering that the delectable restaurant closed at 11 each night, he assumed Jiang Qiao would still be asleep at this hour and opted not to disturb them, heading to the office instead. To his surprise, Jiang Qiao seemed to sense his thoughts as she proactively sent him a video request through Jiang Qiao's WeChat account. Watching the rosy little face on the other end of the phone, his heart nearly melted. But then he saw Jiang Qiao with a serious expression, as if ready to reprimand. Panic surged within him, and without a second thought, he blurted out a plea for Jiang Qiao not to harm his daughter. Jiang Qiao observed the anxious expression on Huo Hanting's face through the phone screen, a smile dancing on her lips. Mr. Huo, you may have some misconceptions regarding the relationship between my daughter and me. Rest assured, I am not one to resort to violence against children. She did not dwell excessively on the matter, for Jiang Qiao was indeed, in name, his daughter, perhaps due to his own inability to father a child. Accepting Jiang Qiao came rather easily to him. No wonder the left side of Jiang Qiao's face bore a look of pity, while the right side expressed grievance. She was clearly seeking to assert her position with her biological mother. Huo Hanting quickly regained his composure. Even a man as typically self-possessed as he was found himself momentarily lost in thought. From what he had witnessed yesterday, the mother and daughter shared a harmonious relationship, and Jiang Qiao's lively disposition suggested she was not one to be bullied. It was rather amusing that he had been outwitted by a mere 4-year-old. Fortunately, she was his flesh and blood. Otherwise, the notion of it would surely invite ridicule upon his esteemed reputation as a business magnate. I apologize for my impatience, he conceded, realizing his error. This man was quite capable of acknowledging his faults, not the obstinate type one might expect. Jiang Qiao offered a subtle smile, swiftly changing the subject. Today is the weekend. I have a day off and plan to take Xiaoduo to our new home at Luhua Garden. Daddy, Xiaoduo is eager to see you, she added. Huo Hanting, typically stern, forced a gentle smile to enhance his daughter's affection. Daddy will be home to accompany Xiaoduo after work tonight. However, he had an important business negotiation to attend to and could not leave immediately. Then Daddy must return early, Jiang Xiaoduo chirped, waving her chubby little hand. Goodbye, Daddy. Xiaoduo is off to have breakfast. You must eat too. Don't go hungry. Enjoy your meal, Xiaoduo. Be good at home and wait for Daddy. Huo Hanting instructed before ending the video call. Upon lifting his gaze, he encountered Assistant Qin, who had just entered, wearing an expression akin to having been struck by lightning. Huo Hanting felt no embarrassment. Instead, he spoke nonchalantly. The little girl simply craves attention. She must be indulged. Alas, I have no choice but to accommodate her whims. Assistant Qin, having followed Huo Hanting for nearly a decade, understood his decisive methods all too well and almost believed him. This was no complaint, but rather a subtle display of pride in having a caring little daughter. Reflecting on the endearing girl he had seen in the files, Assistant Qin smiled lightly. Though she is young, she appears to be a miniature version of you. Daughters naturally gravitate toward their fathers. Huo Hanting neither confirmed nor denied this, maintaining his usual demeanor. Recently, work has been exceptionally fruitful. Our quarterly bonuses have doubled. Assistant Qin began to question his own reality. His boss, a distinguished graduate of Harvard with dual degrees in finance and law, maneuvered through the business world with unparalleled acumen. Yet here he was, made cheerful by mere pleasantries? From the photographs, it was clear that the young lady resembled Miss Jiang more closely, with only faint similarities to the president that would require a magnifying glass to discern. Yet, who would ever complain about an abundance of bonuses? Qin, the assistant, promptly resolved that from now on, even if the King of Heaven were to arrive, the young lady would appear as if she were the CEO herself. If anyone dared to claim otherwise, it could only mean their eyesight was compromised, undoubtedly so. Jiang Qiao leisurely went about her morning routine, washing up and changing her attire, while Jiang Qiao grew increasingly anxious, urging her mother to hurry. "Mom, please. We'll be late and the rice noodle shop will close." Nearby, a breakfast establishment was renowned for its authentic rice noodles, selling only 300 bowls daily, which would swiftly be sold out. Jiang Qiao, taken aback, replied, "Aren't you worried I might scold you? You could just ask Dad to take you." Jiang Qiao pouted in frustration. Unfazed, Jiang Qiao took an interest in watering the jasmine on the windowsill. "Mom, I'm so sorry." Jiang Qiao quickly transformed her demeanor, clinging to Jiang Qiao's arm and acting adorably. Amused, Jiang Qiao asked, "Why put on a performance in front of your father?" Jiang Qiao hesitated, and under Jiang Qiao's scrutinizing gaze, she confessed, "I wanted to test if he truly cares about me." This clever little girl had orchestrated this entire charade to ascertain whether Huo Hanting was genuinely concerned for her. Jiang Qiao chuckled softly. "Why not simply inquire if he would save you or me if we fell into water?" Jiang Qiao hastily protested. "No, Mom, it's not like that." Flustered, her face flushed, she continued, "The internet says that bad dads bully the weak first, and I'm the weakest. If he helps me, then he wouldn't bully you." Though her logic was somewhat convoluted due to her tender age, Jiang Qiao grasped her meaning. Essentially, she was suggesting that a man's reliability could be gauged by his attitude towards children. Jiang Qiao had just begun kindergarten, and Jiang Qiao was not the type of mother who inundated her child with numerous activities. Thus, Jiang Qiao often had ample free time, frequently engrossed in short videos on her phone, likely acquiring this notion from one of them. Gently stroking her daughter's head, Jiang Qiao reassured her, "Rest easy, my dear. Mother is strong and can protect both of us. If your father mistreats us, we shall part ways with him. However," she added, "but you must promise not to lie again." Jiang Qiao nodded vigorously. "I won't deceive Dad anymore. When he returns, I'll tell him that Mom never intended to scold me. Good girl, let us go enjoy some rice noodles." Hand in hand, Jiang Qiao and Jiang Qiao made their way to the breakfast shop. Clad in matching outfits, they garnered the attention of many as they walked. After their meal, Jiang Qiao contacted a moving company to assist in relocating their belongings to Luo Garden. She possessed but 2 suitcases of her own, yet Jiang Qiao's belongings filled 10 storage boxes. Otherwise, she wouldn't have needed to hire movers, as the sheer volume and disarray of items rendered them unmanageable. Luo Garden was a new residential complex with few buildings and a low occupancy rate. However, the landscaping was exquisite, adorned with flowers and greenery, and at its center lay a koi pond. Huo Hanting's residence was located in the innermost row, on the 14th floor of Building 7. Jiang Qiao unlocked the door with her key, directing the movers to carry her belongings inside. The house, facing south, was bathed in light and featured a layout of 3 rooms and a living room, proving to be more spacious than she had anticipated. Particularly, the living room and kitchen were larger than those in typical designs. The residence was quite new, likely having been recently aired out and cleaned, devoid of any lingering odors or dust from prolonged vacancy, appearing impeccably pristine. All the furniture and appliances were brand new. Even the chandelier on the ceiling sparkled as if just unwrapped. Jiang Qiao chose the south-facing second bedroom as her and her daughter's room, reserving the largest master bedroom for Huo Hanting, as he was the rightful owner. Moving was a considerable endeavor, and organizing her belongings was an even greater task. Jiang Qiao meticulously unpacked items from her suitcase, spending nearly an hour just sorting and hanging up clothes. Additionally, she had to arrange Jiang Qiao's toys, picture books, and art supplies. By the time she finished, 3 to 4 hours had passed, and it was time for lunch. Fortunately, Jiang Qiao was not a picky eater and had a hearty appetite, eating whatever Jiang Qiao chose. Exhausted, she sank onto the sofa and ordered takeout. As she waited for the delivery, she wandered aimlessly around the house. Next to the master bedroom was a small room with the door closed, which she had not yet entered. Perhaps it could be transformed into an art studio, providing Jiang Qiao with her own space for painting. When Jiang Qiao opened the door, her eyes widened in surprise. The entire room was decorated in a Disney princess theme, with golden stars adorning the ceiling and walls, the bed resembling a pumpkin carriage, and the wardrobe designed as a small castle. It was unmistakably a child's room. But how could there be such a well-decorated children's room when she and Huo Hanting had only obtained their marriage certificate yesterday? Jiang Qiao's heart raced. Huo Hanting had mentioned that the house was renovated 2 years prior when he handed her the access card and keys. Did that imply that this children's room was also designed 2 years ago? Typically, when preparing a children's room without knowing the gender of the child, one would opt for a more neutral decor. Yet this room was a quintessential princess room, clearly intended for a daughter. Did Huo Hanting have a daughter? When registering at the Civil Affairs Bureau yesterday, Jiang Qiao had confirmed that his marital status in the household register was indeed single. Could it be that he had an illegitimate daughter he had not disclosed to her? Was that why he had acted so familiar and affectionate towards Jiang Qiao? The more she pondered, the more uneasy she felt, her brows knitting tightly. She did not oppose the idea of Huo Hanting having a daughter. In fact, she would be quite willing to accept her. However, the condition was that Huo Hanting should have clarified this matter before their marriage. If he kept such a significant secret from her, concealing the existence of this daughter, how was that different from deception in marriage? Jiang Qiao sent Huo Hanting a WeChat message, inquiring about his return, but he remained unresponsive. Jiang Qiao was in a state of unease, and even the arrival of her takeout failed to ignite her appetite. "Mom, aren't you happy?" Jiang Qiao inquired, her worried gaze fixed upon her mother at the dining table. "It's nothing, really. Let us eat," Jiang Qiao replied, aware that her uneasiness stemmed from the lingering shadow of her mother's near deception by a married man. While still in university, she had returned home one summer to find an unfamiliar middle-aged man in their house. Mr. Li, a security guard at a local school, had come to their aid when her mother, Jiang Qiao, had an accident on her tricycle while returning from the countryside with fish. He not only helped her retrieve the scattered fish, but also kindly repaired her vehicle. As time passed, their interactions grew increasingly intimate, and Mr. Li, with his warm-hearted nature, began to nurture tender feelings towards Jiang Qiao. The two entertained thoughts of a blended family, a notion Jiang Qiao wholeheartedly supported, encouraging her mother to seek a second chance at love. However, fate took a cruel turn. While assisting her mother in selecting a wedding dress, they were confronted by Mr. Li's wife, accompanied by their son and daughter-in-law, leading to a tumultuous revelation. Mr. Li was indeed married, having lived in the same community for over a decade. Jiang Qiao had made enemies among the neighbors due to her protective nature, and now she found herself the subject of their ridicule, her head hung low in shame. For a single woman with 2 children, life was already challenging, and now branded with the stigma of being a homewrecker. Both mother and daughter faced the judgmental stares of those around them. Since that incident, Jiang Qiao had refrained from broaching the subject of remarriage. Jiang Qiao was genuinely concerned that if Huo Hanting were to conceal anything from her, it would be her mother who suffered. While she could endure, scorn herself, she could not bear to see her mother in distress. Thus, she had assured her mother, with utmost sincerity, that she would find a worthy partner and live a fulfilling life. Yet, the thought of any unflattering rumors reaching her mother's ears weighed heavily on her mind, leaving her listless throughout the afternoon. Observing her mother's melancholy, Jiang Qiao quietly engaged in doodling, determined not to disturb her. Meanwhile, after a business negotiation concluded, a golden-haired, blue-eyed foreign executive warmly escorted Huo Hanting out of the hotel. Once seated in his Rolls-Royce, Huo Hanting finally opened his phone, having turned it off during the critical discussions. To his surprise, he discovered a WeChat message from Jiang Qiao sent 7 hours prior. "Please consider our relationship carefully." Huo Hanting was not accustomed to disclosing his whereabouts to anyone. As the head of the Huo family, every aspect of his life, his movements, appearance, and personal relationships, was shrouded in secrecy. He had heard tales of men whose wives maintained a tight grip on their lives, obsessively monitoring their every move, a notion he found distasteful. If Jiang Qiao possessed such a controlling nature, he would need to rethink their relationship. "Is something the matter?" Jiang Qiao's message, devoid of warmth, appeared on his screen, causing a slight pang in his heart. She and Huo Hanting had never established any emotional foundation. Their relationship was merely a cohabitation, and she never expected him to exhibit fervor towards her. However, since they were married and not strangers, such emotional distance seemed unnecessary. The thought of having waited several hours for merely 2 words filled her with indignation. She could not believe that he was just now acknowledging her messages, knowing well that communication was paramount in the real estate business. Nevertheless, after years of managing a restaurant, she had encountered all manner of peculiar customers. honing her temper and composure to an exceptional degree. She concealed her displeasure and calmly stated, "It's nothing urgent. I just wanted to ask if you would be home for dinner." She deliberately omitted any mention of the princess room, intending to catch him off guard upon his return, denying him the opportunity to fabricate excuses. Huo Hanting slightly lifted his wrist to glance at his watch. It was already 8 in the evening. He instructed the driver to return to the hotel, where he had just been negotiating, and purchased a small cake. This hotel was renowned throughout Jiang Qiao for its pastries. Prior to visiting Jiang Qiao and her daughter, he had done his homework and was aware that the little girl had a fondness for sweets. The driver dropped him off at the intersection near Luhua Garden, and he effortlessly located the inconspicuous black sedan, driving it back to the residential complex. As Huo Hanting stood at the entrance of the house, he instinctively paused for a few seconds, only to remember that this was not the Huo family villa, where a housekeeper would be waiting to open the door. The key entrusted to him by Assistant Qin had long since been discarded in his office drawer. Reluctantly, he knocked on the door, feeling somewhat out of place. Jiang Qiao, preoccupied with her thoughts, had been waiting on the sofa. Upon hearing the knock, she immediately opened the door. As Huo Hanting stepped inside, she halted him with a gesture, pointing to the new slippers on the mat. "Please change into these," she insisted. With a mild case of obsessive cleanliness, she could not abide the idea of wearing outside shoes indoors. The Huo family villa boasted an intelligent shoe cleaning sensor that automatically cleansed the soles of shoes, and with a housekeeper to manage the household, changing shoes was hardly necessary. After switching into the slippers, Huo Hanting scanned the living room, inquiring, "Where's Xiao Duo?" "She is asleep," Jiang Qiao replied. She had enforced a strict rule that Jiang Xiaoduo must be in bed before 9 every night. Huo Hanting felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to embrace his daughter. Yet, as her stepfather, he recognized that overt displays of affection might be counterproductive. "Have you eaten?" Jiang Qiao asked politely. Though she had no intention of cooking, at most, she would assist him in ordering takeout. "I have," Huo Hanting replied, a fleeting expression crossing his face as he perceived the thoughts weighing on Jiang Qiao. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" he inquired. Jiang Qiao was taken aback, surprised by his keen observational skills. It was no wonder, given that as a real estate agent, he interacted with a diverse array of individuals daily. Jiang Qiao endeavored to maintain a calm tone, laced with a hint of jest. "While tidying up my room today, I stumbled upon a princess-themed room. Could it be that you possess clairvoyance, foreseeing the arrival of a daughter?" Indeed, Huo Hanting had exhibited such foresight. He purchased this residence after discovering the existence of Jiang Qiao and her daughter. Prior to the acquisition, he specifically requested that it be newly renovated and feature a princess room. Upon receiving the images of the property, he was dissatisfied with the somewhat kitschy princess room. Thus, he enlisted an overseas designer to craft a new design overnight, employing the finest materials and dedicating a week to its renovation. Concerned about potential formaldehyde in the newly decorated space, he engaged several testing agencies to ensure that all materials were genuinely natural and harmless before he made his appearance before Jiang Qiao for their blind date. Huo Hanting understood that he needed to provide Jiang Qiao with a plausible explanation. On the first day of cohabitation, the most exquisite lies are those in which 9 statements ring true, with only one falsehood. Huo Hanting elucidated, "This house was recently acquired by me. The previous owner was a programmer whose fiancée was expecting a daughter. He specifically renovated this house as a new home, but before the wedding could occur, their relationship faltered, leading to their separation and leaving the new home unoccupied for 2 years. With my own aspirations of starting a family, I began to explore matchmaking, hence the purchase of this property to spare myself the hassle of renovation." He produced the property deed and purchase records, the transaction having occurred merely 2 weeks prior. The previous owner's information was verifiable, should she wish to investigate. Realizing her misunderstanding, Jiang Qiao promptly apologized. "I am sorry, Mr. Huo. I let my imagination run wild." Huo Hanting typically held a disdain for women who were excessively suspicious, deeming such behavior petty. Yet, Jiang Qiao's forthright acknowledgement of her mistake intrigued him, revealing a hint of cleverness. "It's quite all right. Feel free to inquire about anything in the future." Jiang Qiao felt a twinge of embarrassment for her overreactions. Her ears flushed red. She noticed the elegantly packaged small cake on the table and deftly shifted the topic. "Is this dessert?" "Yes, it's for Xiao Duo," Huo Hanting replied, a hint of regret in his voice, wishing he could witness the joy on her face. I'll place it in the refrigerator for her to enjoy tomorrow. Jiang Qiao stored the cake in the upper compartment of the fridge, knowing Xiao Duo's fondness for sweets would surely bring her delight. Huo Hanting, softened by her sentiment, responded, "If she likes it, I shall bring her something each day." Wait, Jiang Qiao interjected. Children shouldn't indulge too much in sweets. It's not good for their teeth, and they can become picky eaters. Plus, it could lead to weight gain. This would be a devastating blow to the beauty-conscious Xiao Duo. Observing Huo Hanting with his head slightly bowed in silence, Jiang Qiao assumed he was disheartened by her refusal and was about to ease the tension when she heard his deep voice reply, "Understood. I shall acquire some foods more suitable for her." No father can resist the allure of indulging his daughter. If cake won't suffice, then he will offer something else. Jiang Qiao observed his serious demeanor, a slight smile gracing her lips. Initially, moving into a new home and embarking on a new relationship filled her with apprehension. But now, for reasons unknown, that tension had dissipated. Perhaps it was the genuine affection he harbored for Jiang Xiaoduo that eased her heart. With misunderstandings clarified, a weight lifted from her chest, she retreated to her room to watch a film, only venturing to the bathroom for a shower at 10 o'clock in the evening. The bathroom, designed with a separation between wet and dry areas, featured a spacious bathtub. Since childhood, Jiang Qiao had admired the grand bathtubs of affluent families showcased in Hong Kong dramas and foreign television shows. As she matured and began earning her own income, she realized that even ordinary households could afford such luxuries. However, she lacked a place to call her own. After meticulously scrubbing the new tub, she filled it with hot water and sank into its embrace. Immersed in warmth, the experience surpassed her expectations. 15 minutes passed, and the water began to cool. Reluctant to rise, she replenished the tub with more hot water, allowing herself to luxuriate further. As she soaked, drowsiness began to envelop her. Suddenly, a knock at the door jolted her from her reverie. Jiang Qiao hesitated, recalling that, aside from herself and Jiang Xiaoduo, there was also Huo Hanting in the house. Instantly alert, she hurriedly dried off, donned her pajamas, and opened the bathroom door, apologizing. "I'm sorry for taking so long in the bathroom." Huo Hanting's gaze deepened, and he quickly averted his eyes, awkwardly remarking, "Be more cautious with your attire in the future." Jiang Qiao was taken aback and looked down, realizing in her haste she had neglected to fasten a button at the neckline of her pajamas, leaving a small expanse of her fair skin exposed with even the slightest movement. Her face flushed crimson. Though Jiang Qiao had given birth to Jiang Xiaoduo, she had remained single throughout her life. During her middle and high school years, strict regulations kept her focused on her studies, leaving no room for romance. In university, she harbored a vague affection for a senior, but alas, his heart belonged to another. After unexpectedly becoming a single mother, her chances for love faded further. Thus, in her 26 years, apart from that one man 5 years prior, she had had no intimate encounters with anyone else. Now, having unwittingly revealed a glimpse of herself to Huo Hanting, even for a fleeting moment, left her feeling uneasy, embarrassed, and flustered. Yet, she couldn't flee like a timid girl. Striving to maintain her composure, she replied calmly, "Understood, good night." Huo Hanting watched her graceful departure, his eyes narrowing slightly. The steam in the bathroom lingered. Huo Hanting had never shared a bathroom with anyone before, especially one cluttered with an array of feminine toiletries and skincare products atop the sink. Although neatly arranged, it felt overly fragmented to someone like him, a staunch minimalist. And this was merely the first day of cohabitation. Huo Hanting suppressed the discomfort in his heart and conformed to local customs. Is it not the way of ordinary households to live like this? Jiang Qiao returned to her room and promptly ordered a pair of pajamas devoid of buttons, crafted from dense fabric and possessing a conservative style, to avoid any further awkwardness. Although they were already married, she was not yet prepared for cohabitation. Moreover, she harbored doubts about Huo Hanting's capabilities in that regard. To ensure harmonious relations, it was prudent to avoid discussing such matters. Setting her phone aside, Jiang Qiao drifted into a hazy slumber. In the dead of night, she awoke, suddenly beset by thirst. To avoid disturbing the peacefully slumbering Jiang Xiaoduo, she tiptoed out of her room and into the living room to fetch some water. However, upon entering the living area, she was startled by the abrupt cessation of water sounds from the bathroom, and Huo Hanting emerged, a towel wrapped around his waist. Below the towel were his powerfully athletic, long legs, and above, a perfectly sculpted torso devoid of any excess flesh. Water droplets still clung to his hair, cascading down his abdomen. The two locked eyes for a fleeting second, enveloped in silence, until Huo Hanting's handsome brows furrowed slightly, prompting Jiang Qiao to belatedly apologize. I'm sorry. I was thirsty and got up for some water. It was hardly her fault. Before she had gone to bed, Huo Hanting had been in the bathroom. Who would have guessed that at 1 a.m, he had only just finished showering, appearing before her in nothing but a towel? Did you really shower for over 2 hours? Jiang Qiao's curiosity got the better of her. How could a man spend so long bathing? Huo Hanting fell silent for a few seconds before explaining, I have a habit of exercising. I had showered, but just went downstairs for a few laps and broke a sweat, so I washed again. I apologize. I will be more mindful in the future. He had not anticipated Jiang Qiao would venture out at such an hour. Jiang Qiao felt a slight warmth spread across her cheeks, her heart heavy with regret. This man, with both his visage and physique, was truly exceptional. How could he possibly be lacking in that regard? This must surely be the most unspoken anguish for a man. He must often feel troubled within, which might explain his perpetual lack of smiles. Contemplating this, Jiang Qiao felt a surge of compassion for him and, with gentle understanding, remarked, We have just begun living together, and our habits differ. It is only natural that we will encounter some friction. We will simply need to adapt. Huo Hanting's brow twitched. Why did he sense an odd glimmer in her eyes, as if she were beholding some rare artifact with a flaw? Jiang Qiao sipped her warm water in the living room, while Huo Hanting retreated to his room, shutting the door behind him. The sound of the lock clicking into place made her lips twitch. Did she truly appear to be someone so eager? In university, she might have indulged in fanciful daydreams. But now, as a mother, the relentless challenges of society left little room for such romantic thoughts. Best to retire early. Tomorrow promised another day of busyness. The following day, Jiang Qiao had just awakened and instinctively reached out for Jiang Xiaoduo, intending to embrace her. To her dismay, her hand met only emptiness. As she opened her eyes, she discovered the room was devoid of any presence, the warmth beside her long gone. A wave of cold sweat enveloped her as she hurriedly exited the room, only to be greeted by the melodious laughter of Jiang Xiaoduo in the living room. Daddy, higher, even higher. Huo Hanting tossed Jiang Xiaoduo into the air, catching her with ease as she erupted in joyous giggles, her little face radiant with delight. Jiang Qiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. Previously, she and Jiang Xiaoduo had resided on the second floor of a restaurant, just steps away from the street. Concerned about the dangers of her daughter wandering off alone, she had firmly instructed that under no circumstances was Jiang Xiaoduo to leave the room before she awoke. Although they had moved into a new home just the day before, habits forged over 4 years were not easily altered. Yet, she had not anticipated witnessing such a tender interaction between Huo Hanting and Jiang Xiaoduo. She stood quietly in a corner, careful not to intrude upon their moment. While she did not believe that a child's development necessitated the presence of a father, having grown up in a similar environment herself, with a sound moral compass and mental health, seeing her daughter so blissful stirred a complex mix of emotions within her. Would her daughter have experienced such joy sooner had she found a father for her earlier? Yet, she quickly considered that if the man she chose had been unsuitable, he might have brought not happiness but calamity to her child. Mommy, Daddy lifted me high, Jiang Xiaoduo exclaimed upon spotting Jiang Qiao, her eyes sparkling as she reached out for an embrace. Jiang Qiao gathered her daughter into her arms, turning to express her gratitude to Huo Hanting. Mr. Huo, thank you. Xiaoduo rarely experiences such joy. While Jiang Xiaoduo was generally cheerful, Jiang Qiao's limited stamina meant she could not engage in vigorous play, such as tossing her daughter into the air. A pang of guilt struck Huo Hanting. In the Huo family, the boys were raised with a sense of freedom, often subjected to rigorous training by the elders, who would deliberately place them in challenging situations for development. In stark contrast, girls were treated as precious jewels, adored and cherished. Huo Hanting recalled a distant cousin of his grandmother, a girl who had been doted upon and eventually married into a wealthy family, living her life as a pampered heiress. Yet here was Hanting's own daughter, the sole granddaughter of the Huo family, finding such contentment from a simple lift into the air. Gently stroking Jiang Xiaoduo's head and holding her soft little hand, Huo Hanting said tenderly, If you enjoy it, Daddy will play with you every day from now on, all right? Children are incredibly perceptive. Jiang Qiao sensed her father's affection, shyly burying her face in Jiang Qiao's embrace. While Huo Hanting had endeavored to educate himself on child-rearing upon learning of his daughter's existence, he had yet to truly interact with a 4-year-old girl. Seeing his daughter cling to Jiang Qiao and ignore him, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Xiao Duo, do you not like Daddy anymore? I like Daddy. The second in the world likes Daddy, Jiang Qiao said in a muffled voice before shyly lowering her head. Jiang Qiao was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Jiang Qiao could be so bashful. When Jiang Qiao first entered kindergarten, he worried she would struggle to adapt and be bullied by her classmates. Disguised, he secretly observed the kindergarten from outside for several days, only to find that Jiang Qiao was happily leading her classmates out to play like a little leader. Occasionally, when a little boy would bully her friends, she would expertly subdue him with a good thrashing. Her social and physical prowess left Jiang Qiao feeling somewhat inadequate. For a moment, he couldn't discern whether Jiang Qiao's shyness stemmed from Huo Hanting's handsome face or from his new identity as her father. Huo Hanting felt fulfilled. Although his daughter claimed to like him second in the world, the fact that she had grown fond of him in just a few days was the highest form of acknowledgement for him. Indeed, was this the mysterious power of blood ties? Though his heart was brimming with joy, Huo Hanting maintained a composed demeanor, gently patting Jiang Qiao's head and playfully pinching her soft, rosy cheeks. He had long desired to do this, but upon their initial acquaintance, he found it inappropriate. Now, seizing the opportunity, he stealthily indulged himself a few times. Her skin was smooth and soft, akin to a little dumpling. Huo Hanting found it quite addictive, but was aware that if he continued, the little girl would likely become displeased. Regrettably, he withdrew his hand. Xiao Duo, what do you want to eat tonight? Daddy will bring it back for you. Jiang Qiao's eyes sparkled as she eagerly listed a long array of snacks. Rainbow candy, lollipops, sakura candy, jelly, hawthorn, ice cream, yogurt, pistachios, shrimp chips, beef jerky. She seemed ready to continue her list, but Jiang Qiao covered her mouth, chuckling in exasperation. Mr. Huo, if you need to rush to work, please go ahead. This child is just being greedy. However, Huo Hanting did not leave, patiently coaxing Jiang Qiao. Then Xiao Duo must be good at home and wait for Daddy to return. I will be good and obedient. Finally, after Huo Hanting left, Jiang Qiao quietly educated her daughter. Mommy usually doesn't let you eat snacks because too many can be harmful to your health and affect your growth. Additionally, it's not easy for Daddy to earn money. You shouldn't ask him for things casually. Jiang Qiao, bewildered, asked innocently, but Xiangxiang's daddy buys her lots of things and pretty little dresses. Xiangxiang was Jiang Qiao's best friend in kindergarten. Her father was a small business owner who doted on her, often buying her various lovely clothes and toys. Jiang Qiao gently reassured her. Haven't I bought you everything you wanted? Jiang Qiao lowered her head, her voice muffled, but I want Daddy to buy it. Jiang Qiao was not concerned about money. She simply did not want her daughter to perpetually rely on Huo Hanting for material possessions. While Huo Hanting was willing to spend on making the child happy, she could not take his generosity for granted or expect him to give endlessly. She sincerely appreciated Huo Hanting's regard for Jiang Qiao and was pleased to see their bond flourish. However, they were not biologically related. Should Huo Hanting grow weary of the arrangement one day, it would inevitably hurt Xiao Duo. The world of adults can be rather merciless. If possible, Jiang Qiao hoped for Jiang Qiao to grow up carefree. Rather than imparting grand philosophies, she gently guided her daughter. When Xiao Duo receives a gift from Daddy, she should say thank you, right? Jiang Qiao nodded enthusiastically. Xiao Duo will say 1,000 thank yous. Such bravado from the little one. Jiang Qiao took Jiang Qiao outside the community for breakfast, while also indulging in a leisurely stroll, visiting a supermarket and a vegetable market. She purchased a plethora of daily necessities and fresh vegetables, straining as she carried them home. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, a deep blue Kian halted in front of her. Recognizing the license plate, she immediately discerned it was her close friend Zhao Wanqing's vehicle. Zhao Wanqing, her university roommate, hailed from affluence and was a quintessential darling, also serving as Jiang Qiao's godmother. Stylishly dressed, Zhao Wanqing exited the car and came to assist her with the bags, exclaiming, "Why buy so much? Why not order online for delivery?" Jiang Qiao handed her the lightest bag with a smile. "Online groceries are a bit pricier, and since I just moved here, it's a good opportunity to familiarize myself with the surroundings." Understanding her friend's as frugality. Zhao Wanqing did not press further. Turning her attention to Jiang Qiao, don't you want to see your godmother? I do. Jiang Qiao replied eagerly. Oh, Xiaoduo is such a good girl. Becoming more adorable by the day. Zhao Wanqing had always adored her goddaughter, and if her hands were not occupied with a bag of vegetables, she would have been unable to resist pinching her cheeks. Once they arrived at home, Zhao Wanqing surveyed the residence. Not bad. The decor is quite tasteful. What prompted such a sudden move? Previously, I offered you to stay in my vacant house, but you refused due to inconvenience. Why the change of heart? I got married. This is his house. What? Zhao Wanqing could scarcely believe her ears. When did this happen? Why was I not informed? It was just a couple of days ago. Anticipating her reaction, Jiang Qiao presented the marriage certificate. Here, I have the proof. Zhao Wanqing had a torrent of thoughts to express. Torn between concern for her friend's hasty decision and the well-being of her goddaughter. Why didn't you tell me? What if he is a fraud? At least let me vet him. However, upon seeing the photograph of Huo Hanting on the marriage certificate, she fell silent for several seconds before finally giving a thumbs up. Impressive. No wonder you're my best friend. Your taste is impeccable. Jiang Qiao chuckled. Not worried he is a fraud? Even if he were, you'd still benefit. Zhao Wanqing gazed at the photograph repeatedly, her expression mirroring that of Jiang Qiao's shy demeanor. Where is he now? I came in such a hurry today that I forgot to prepare a gift for our meeting. He's at work. Jiang Qiao briefly explained the circumstances surrounding Huo Hanting. Zhao Wanqing sighed. With looks like that, why is he working as a broker? Perhaps I should introduce him to the entertainment world and help him become a star. This was, of course, a jest. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiao, who had been engrossed in her cake, suddenly set it aside and dashed over to embrace Zhao Wanqing's legs, exclaiming, Godmother, don't let Daddy become a star. Daddy is Mommy's. Zhao Wanqing chuckled helplessly, using a wet wipe to clean the cream from the little girl's mouth. You clever little thing. Speaking of which, your husband also bears the surname Huo. Do you think it's possible that he is related to the Huo family? Jiang Qiao, puzzled, replied, he is named Huo, so of course, he is part of the Huo family. Could he possibly belong to another? Zhao Wanqing clicked her tongue in playful disbelief. I meant the wealthy Huo family of Jiangsheng. I've heard they have a prosperous lineage. Who knows? Your husband might have some connection to them. Jiang Qiao was oblivious to the elite of Jiangsheng, having only befriended someone like Zhao Wanqing due to her admission to a prestigious university. Do you think a member of the Huo family, even a distant branch, would marry me? Zhao Wanqing pondered and agreed. The Huo family's deep-rooted legacy made them the sole venerable aristocracy in Jiangsheng. Even their collateral relatives were exceptional individuals. Naturally, Jiang Qiao was extraordinary in her own right. Yet the Huo family would never accept a woman with a child. With a smile, Zhao Wanqing remarked, perhaps I'm overthinking this. I've been reading too many stories about wealthy families lately. Everyone seems like a CEO to me. Jiang Qiao still couldn't fathom why someone of her status would be so fond of such novels. Mommy, a castle, exclaimed Jiang Qiao, having finished her cake. Reluctant to discard the exquisite box, she tugged at Jiang Qiao, eager to construct a castle. Godmother will help you build it, Zhao Wanqing said, picking up the paper box. Surprised. Is this a rainbow cake? Why didn't you tell me you wanted this cake? I have a membership card that gives a 20% discount. Jiang Qiao was taken aback. Is this brand of cake really that expensive? She had thought Huo Hanting had purchased it from any bakery. It's considered a bit of a luxury. I've developed a fondness for this place recently. The cake Xiaoduo had is their bestseller, and a small slice costs over 1,000. What? You didn't buy this? Jiang Qiao was at a loss for words. Over 1,000 was not an extravagant sum in itself, but spending that much on a mere slice of cake seemed excessively opulent. However, Zhao Wanqing seemed to grasp something. Suddenly enlightened, she nudged Jiang Qiao with her elbow and winked. It appears your husband treats you quite well. Jiang Qiao, who had always been somewhat shy, had developed a thicker skin after years of running a restaurant and interacting with various people. Rather than feeling embarrassed, she playfully retorted, I envy you. You should go on a blind date and find someone too. Zhao Wanqing's face fell in dismay. What do you mean? My father is constantly urging me to marry. In a couple of days, there's a soiree in the elite circles of Jiangsheng, and he insists I meet more people. Qiao, please accompany me, otherwise, I'll be dreadfully bored on my own. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Qiao declined, as she had no desire to mingle in such a place. She was not part of that circle. Why force herself in? However, Zhao Wanqing relentlessly pleaded and even bribed Jiang Qiao with snacks, pulling her into the fray of persuasion. After being bombarded with their insistence, Jiang Qiao, feeling overwhelmed, finally relented. Fine, I'll go. Satisfied, Zhao Wanqing playfully entertained Jiang Qiao for a while before departing, her face alight with joy. Jiang Qiao shook her head in resignation and began tidying up her home. Having just moved in, while the furniture was complete, various small items such as mops, tissues, and daily necessities were still lacking. After tidying up, the place still felt empty and desolate. She lulled Jiang Qiao to sleep, and while the child napped, she took a taxi to the flower market, purchasing several pots of flowers and potted plants. She spent a little extra to hire workers to help carry them upstairs. She placed the jasmine in her room, the money tree and cyclamen in the living room, and the remainder on the balcony. With this arrangement, both the living room and balcony blossomed with vitality, filling the house with a delicate floral fragrance. On the top floor of the Huo Corporation, in the president's office, Huo Hanting handed Assistant Qin a checklist. Make sure everything on this list is procured. Not a single item should be overlooked. Understood, President Huo. Assistant Qin was acutely aware of his superior's perfectionism when it came to work and dared not let his guard down. He solemnly opened the list, only to be taken aback. What did he see? Rainbow candies, lollipops, sakura-flavored sweets, jellies. Hawthorne was the president considering a career change to open a candy store? Were these items not a tad too mundane? Perhaps his bewilderment was too evident, for Huo Hanting cast him a cold glance. Startled, Assistant Qin promptly replied, I'll take care of it right away. Standing before the dazzling shelves of a high-end supermarket, witnessing parents guiding their children, he finally comprehended the situation. The president was buying snacks for the young lady. Yet did this task truly have to fall to him? After all, he was the top assistant to the president, usually handling business deals worth billions. Now, he was reduced to shopping for snacks during work hours? What would the other assistants think? But as he pondered, he realized that the young lady was the most cherished person in the president's life. Entrusting him with the formidable task of pleasing her was a tremendous sign of confidence. With this thought, Assistant Qin brimmed with determination, opting to purchase large quantities of each item, fully intent on clearing the shelves. An hour later, Huo Hanting gazed at the mountain of snacks piled on his desk, and for the first time, he regarded his assistant with a hint of disdain. Did I instruct you to buy in bulk? Qin, the special assistant, was brimming with enthusiasm. Mr. Huo, just think about it. This is your first time buying snacks for the young lady. You must ensure she feels your sincerity. You don't have a daughter, do you? Qin was momentarily taken aback. Did he really need to ask? He was at the president's beck and call 24 hours a day, and the company felt like home to him. It was hardly surprising that he remained single, with not even a girlfriend in sight, let alone a daughter. Therefore, you must understand that young girls are fond of novelty. If you buy so many of the same snacks, how could she possibly finish them all? Huo Hanting's gaze grew more disdainful. Although you are already my special assistant, you must not slacken in your learning. Qin lamented, what should I do? The president is disappointed in me. It's quite disheartening. As the clock approached 7 in the evening, Jiang Qiao stared blankly at the mountain of snacks in the living room. Earlier that morning, when Huo Hanting had promised to bring back treats for Jiang Qiao, she had imagined he would select a few items, considering that Jiang Qiao had mentioned so many things she couldn't possibly remember them all. However, Huo Hanting had not only brought back everything, but had also purchased a bag of each. Daddy, you're the best, Jiang Qiao exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she leaped into her father's embrace, wrapping her arms around his leg. Huo Hanting scooped her up, holding her close while playfully squeezing her little cheeks. Delighted that Xiaoduo was happy. But Daddy shouldn't spend money recklessly, Jiang Xiaoduo replied, assuming a surprisingly mature demeanor. Daddy works very hard for money. I can have a little less. Huo Hanting set Jiang Xiaoduo down, crouching to meet her gaze. So, Xiaoduo thinks Daddy works hard for his money and doesn't want to spend it, right? His tone was gentle, imbued with endless patience. Jiang Xiaoduo nodded. I don't want to make Daddy work hard. Huo Hanting was at a loss for words, overwhelmed by an unexpected wave of guilt. He had never anticipated that merely bringing back some snacks would evoke such thoughts in his daughter. A profound sense of regret washed over him. Had Jiang Xiaoduo grown up by his side for the past 4 years, she would never have harbored such material concerns. Yet, he could not blame Jiang Qiao. She had done her utmost to provide the best for their daughter as a single mother. For the first time in his life, the decisive Huo Hanting felt regretful. If only he had not presented himself as a real estate agent, but rather as his true self. Would his daughter not have needed to be so understanding and could have lived as a carefree little princess? Perhaps even Jiang Qiao could have improved her life with the financial support he could have offered, ensuring they would never go hungry in their later years. His brows furrowed as he contemplated revealing his true identity. Daddy works hard to earn money to ensure Xiaoduo has a joyful childhood. So all Xiaoduo needs to do is remember her father's kindness and accept his love with joy. Jiang Qiao felt a pang in her heart. She had previously advised Jiang Xiaoduo not to frequently ask Huo Hanting for things, not wanting him, as a stepfather, to feel burdened and inadvertently hurt the child's feelings. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xiaoduo overheard her conversation with Zhao Wanqing regarding the price of the cake, feeling that Huo Hanting had spent a considerable amount of money. If Xiaoduo were to carry a psychological burden because of this, then her father's intention to bring her joy would be in vain. Huo Hanting cast a deep glance at Jiang Qiao. He was not a stranger to the world. During his time of being sent by the elder to the most arduous places for training, he had witnessed the lives of ordinary people. Many parents tend to impose their sacrifices on their children, incessantly emphasizing how much they have given, urging their children to be sensible and strive for success. While they may not necessarily expect anything in return, such words undoubtedly place a heavy burden on the children. However, Jiang Qiao conveyed to their daughter that parental love can be accepted with ease and joy. Her words, though simple, resonated with the young mind of Jiang Xiaoduo, who could grasp the essence, albeit with a hint of confusion and hope in her eyes. Does that mean Daddy has a lot of money? Jiang Qiao thought. After all her elaboration, the little girl only focused on this point. Yes, Daddy has ample money, so Xiaoduo need not worry about exhausting her father's resources. Huo Hanting replied earnestly, a faint smile glimmering in his eyes. Jiang Qiao sighed in exasperation. She was no longer keen on discussing the topic of wealth. Let us have dinner first. I prepared a few simple dishes, though I'm not sure if they've cooled down. Huo Hanting glanced at his watch. Noting the time, it was nearly 8 o'clock. At this hour, Jiang Xiaoduo would typically be lying in bed, waiting to be lulled to sleep. He looked at the now cold dishes. Have you both been waiting for me? Indeed, Jiang Qiao replied in a casual tone, if you haven't arrived. Xiaoduo, and I would not touch her chopsticks. To alleviate any sense of guilt, she added, but we haven't waited long. We snacked this afternoon and are not very hungry. Jiang Qiao tasted the dishes and discovered that most had turned cold, so she refried them before serving them again. Huo Hanting silently sat down to eat, observing the table laden with food. Jiang Qiao served him a steaming bowl of mushroom soup, saying, I wasn't sure what you would like, so I prepared a few of my signature dishes. They are all delicious, Huo Hanting remarked, his demeanor at the table quite elegant. He savored each dish with care. The mushrooms were fresh, the fish tender. Your culinary skills are exceptional. Jiang Qiao smiled gently, graciously accepting his praise. She enjoyed cooking, and receiving recognition from him was indeed encouraging. However, there is no need to prepare so many dishes in the future. It's too exhausting. Jiang Qiao explained, I usually don't make this many. Today is simply our first meal together, and I wanted to make it special. Huo Hanting responded with a soft acknowledgement, choosing not to speak further. The table fell into a tranquil silence, punctuated only by the sound of Jiang Xiaoduo's stainless steel spoon scraping against her bowl. Jiang Qiao intentionally fostered Jiang Xiaoduo's ability to eat independently, refraining from assisting her with the food. However, Huo Hanting rose to fetch a pair of new chopsticks from the kitchen and softly inquired of Jiang Xiaoduo, which dish would you like to eat? He was indeed taking care to ensure Jiang Xiaoduo had a meal. Allowing her to eat independently was crucial should she grow accustomed to assistance. She might struggle when the kindergarten teachers were preoccupied. Jiang Qiao promptly intervened, fearing that their prior efforts might be in vain. Huo Hanting gently stroked Jiang Xiaoduo's head, affirming, our Xiaoduo is very clever. Even with her father's help at home, she will be able to manage on her own at kindergarten. Not necessarily, Jiang Qiao silently thought. Yet, Jiang Xiaoduo beamed with delight at the praise, nodding eagerly. I can eat by myself. The father and daughter engaged in a delightful exchange, with the usual half-hour meal time remarkably condensed to just 15 minutes. Huo Hanting attentively wiped the grains of rice and oil smudges from the corners of Jiang Xiaoduo's mouth with a wet tissue, complimenting her further. Xiaoduo has quite the appetite. She's not picky at all. Jiang Xiaoduo's eyes squinted with joy, her spirit soaring. With a cheerful tune, She bowed to Jiang Qiao and Huo Hanting. "Mommy, Daddy, I'm going to sleep now." This exaggerated and theatrical bow elicited a chuckle from Jiang Qiao. "I'll take care of the cleanup. You go rest." Huo Hanting interjected as Jiang Qiao reached for the dishes. "Didn't we agree that chores should be divided? You cooked, so I shall handle the washing and cleaning afterward." Jiang Qiao was rarely accustomed to a man who enjoyed domestic duties. Huo Hanting's willingness to wash the dishes was indeed a rare find. "Very well, I shall go and soothe Xiaoduo to sleep." Soothe their daughter to sleep? Huo Hanting's fingers twitched. He wished to join as well. However, he prioritized tidying up the living room and kitchen first. Jiang Qiao returned to the bedroom, holding a picture book to tell Jiang Xiaoduo a story. Typically, after a short tale, Jiang Xiaoduo would drift off to sleep, but today she seemed particularly spirited, half her face peeking out from under the covers as she rolled about on the bed, wrapping herself into a cozy bundle. Jiang Qiao was well aware of her daughter's thoughts. Was she yearning for her father to narrate a story? Jiang Xiaoduo silently nodded, worried that Jiang Qiao might disapprove, and clung to her arm affectionately. "Mommy's storytelling is lovely too. I want both Mommy and Daddy to tell the story together." It was rather late to be seeking balance now. Jiang Qiao set the picture book aside and stepped out. In the kitchen, Huo Hanting was on a phone call, one hand gripping a dishwashing sponge and the other clutching his phone, listening to Assistant Qin report on financial matters. With a hint of impatience, he urged, "Be concise. I'm busy washing dishes." An eerie silence fell on the other end of the line. Assistant Qin found it difficult to reconcile the image of the president with doing the dishes and faltered. Just then, Jiang Qiao approached, prompting Huo Hanting to hastily end the call. Jiang Qiao, oblivious to the detail, was captivated by the overflowing suds in the sink. "What on earth? How much dish soap did you use?" The relentless white foam was spilling over the sink, threatening to engulf the entire kitchen countertop. Huo Hanting, uncharacteristically flustered for a few moments, hesitated before replying, "I used half a bottle. Was that too much?" He had never washed dishes before and only had a vague understanding of the process, knowing that dish soap was required for rinsing. For mere dozen bowls, a few squeezes of detergent would suffice. Perhaps the absurdity of the situation was such that Jiang Qiao felt no anger. Instead, she found it amusing. "Let me handle the dishes," she said. "Xiaoduo is waiting for you in the bedroom, eager to hear your stories." Huo Hanting's gaze flickered momentarily. Had he truly bungled this task and incurred disdain? Yet Jiang Qiao was smiling, exuding no signs of annoyance. Unbeknownst to him, the corners of Huo Hanting's mouth also began to curl upward. Was this the essence of home? Huo Hanting had grown up in an environment devoid of the typical intrigues found in affluent families. The old master of the Huo family had 3 sons, each remarkably accomplished. Huo Hanting's father was the eldest. Though he married early, he waited until later to have children. Huo Hanting was his only son, positioned 3rd among 7 cousins. The Huo family was known for its unity, and, as the sole descendant of the direct lineage, Huo Hanting received the most attention from his elders, which resulted in rigorous expectations and self-imposed constraints. His parents were perpetually occupied, with his mother passionately devoted to academia, spending 10 months a year conducting research overseas. Thus, Huo Hanting grew up alongside his uncle's children, lacking a true sense of a small family. However, now, watching Jiang Qiao bustling about in the kitchen and recalling the anticipation of Jiang Xiaoduo waiting for his stories in the bedroom, his typically stoic heart felt as if submerged in a warm spring, enveloping him in a gentle warmth that softened his demeanor. This sensation was entirely different from the attention he received in the Huo household. It was as if he had donned armor while simultaneously exposing a vulnerability. This was an experience that felt utterly foreign to him. Seeing him standing there, a look of turmoil on his face, Jiang Qiao mistakenly assumed he was lamenting his kitchen blunder and kindly reassured him, "It's all right. It's just a bit of foam. A quick mop will do." Only then did Huo Hanting regain his composure, responding with calm assurance, "Then I shall go tell Xiaoduo a story." He hurried off to the bedroom, leaving Jiang Qiao with the impression of a somewhat hasty retreat. Amused, she washed the dishes clean and put them away in the cabinet, then began mopping the floor. This was a routine she had mastered, and within half an hour, she had completed her tasks. In the bedroom, Huo Hanting somewhat awkwardly narrated a story to Jiang Xiaoduo. While it was termed storytelling, it was essentially him reading aloud the characters from the picture book. Jiang Qiao had previously heard stories from Jiang Qiao that were animated and interactive. This monotonous recitation was incomprehensible to her. Huo Hanting noticed the confusion in her eyes and, not wishing to leave a poor impression on his daughter, endeavored to present the story well. However, the simplicity that his high intelligence grasped as being easily understandable was evidently not on the same wavelength as what Jiang Qiao, at her tender age, could comprehend. As Jiang Qiao entered the bedroom after tidying up, she was met with the imploring gazes of her father and daughter. Jiang Qiao, far from being asleep, was brimming with energy. Upon seeing Jiang Qiao, she leapt from the bed, exclaiming, "Mommy, tell me a story." Recognizing the scene before her, Jiang Qiao could easily surmise what had transpired and promptly tucked Jiang Qiao back under the covers. Today, let us recount the tale of a little tiger. The story narrated how the great tiger, in a bid to save the little tiger and its sister, ultimately sacrificed itself, transforming into a star upon the grassland. With wide, curious eyes, Jiang Qiao asked, "Did grandfather also become a star?" Jiang Qiao's father had passed away over 20 years ago. Nodding, she replied, "Yes, grandfather became a star, watching over us from the heavens." Jiang Qiao appeared contemplative. "Will mommy also turn into a star?" Many years later, when Qiao has grown and become a mother herself, she will indeed transform into a star. No, Qiao doesn't want mommy to become a star. Qiao wants to be with mommy forever. Jiang Qiao clutched Jiang Qiao's clothing, unwilling to let go. A warmth enveloped Jiang Qiao's heart as she gently patted her daughter's back, soothing her. "All right, mommy will always be with Qiao." Only then did Jiang Qiao brighten, suggesting, "Let daddy become a star." Qiao has never seen a person turn into a star. It must be so cool. Huo Hanting found himself momentarily speechless. Was he to be transformed into a star merely for his inability to tell a story? Was this the extent of his fatherly prowess? Unable to contain herself, Jiang Qiao burst into laughter. Jiang Qiao, blissfully unaware of any impropriety in her words, innocently patted the space beside her. "Mommy, daddy, come sleep here. It's so warm under the covers." An overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over Jiang Qiao as she discreetly glanced at Huo Hanting, only to find him looking back at her. The soft glow from the ceiling light enveloped Huo Hanting in a gentle radiance. Dressed simply in a white shirt and black trousers, he exuded an unexplainable air of elegance and distinction just by sitting there. His deep-set eyes and sharp features conveyed a certain coldness, even a fierce demeanor. Yet, Jiang Qiao discerned a hint of softness within his gaze. Their eyes met for a fleeting second before quickly parting. On this early autumn night, the air was dry with a tinge of chill. However, Jiang Qiao felt the atmosphere in the room was warm and thin. Although she was married to Huo Hanting, she had never contemplated their relationship in such terms. To her, they merely cohabited under the same roof. Yet now, with Jiang Qiao's innocent revelation shattering that delicate barrier, she felt flustered, unable to muster any excuse. Fortunately, Huo Hanting broke the silence. "Daddy still has matters to attend to. Qiao should sleep." Jiang Qiao protested. "Qiao wants to sleep with mommy and daddy." Jiang Qiao's face flushed as she forcibly tucked Jiang Qiao back under the covers, silencing her. "You must sleep quickly, for you have kindergarten in the morning." Jiang Qiao pouted, ready to resist, but upon receiving a sharp glance from Jiang Qiao, she retreated under the covers, revealing only her sparkling, round eyes. "Good night, Mama." "Good night, Papa." Jiang Qiao lowered her head, unable to meet Huo Hanting's gaze, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. "Shall we step outside for a chat?" Huo Hanting stood at the bedroom door, his expression indifferent. Jiang Qiao, with a sense of trepidation, followed him to the living room, uncertain of how to broach the subject. As a wife, she felt obligated to fulfill her duties, yet she was unprepared. Huo Hanting's words quickly assuaged her anxiety. "Rest assured, I have no intentions in that regard. You may consider me merely a roommate." Jiang Qiao exhaled in relief, though her mind was soon filled with questions. Although their marriage was not predicated on such matters, if they were to be mere roommates after tying the knot, what was the purpose of their union? "I care deeply for Qiao and will co-parent her. There is little difference between us and any ordinary couple," Huo Hanting stated firmly. At this, Jiang Qiao was utterly convinced. Huo Hanting must indeed be lacking in that aspect. Otherwise, how could a normal man propose such an arrangement? If possible, I would prefer we maintain a concealed marriage. Why? Jiang Qiao pondered, finding it perplexing. They were not celebrities, merely two ordinary individuals. What was there to hide, even in marriage? This is my personal preference, but rest assured, I have no vices or disreputable past. I simply prefer to keep things low-key. Though it sounded strange, Jiang Qiao respected his wishes. As for our marriage, I have only informed my mother and my closest friend. If you dislike being ostentatious, I shall keep it to myself. Huo Hanting was pleased with her response. He had no fondness for women who were overly clever or presumptuous. Did you purchase the flowers at home? Yes, I bought them this afternoon from the flower market. Jiang Qiao was taken aback by his sudden change of subject, unable to gauge his thoughts. Do you not like flowers? I apologize for my oversight. I forgot to transfer money to you as it was not payday. Huo Hanting produced a bank card. From now on, all household expenses will be charged to this card. The password is on the back. Jiang Qiao declined. I am also a part of this household. There is no reason for all expenses to fall solely on you. While she did not intend to adhere strictly to a split system, she was not inclined to be a freeloader. Huo Hanting, however, remained insistent. Save your money for Xiaoduo. Jiang Qiao was touched, sensing that he had been particularly attentive to Jiang Xiaoduo from the very beginning. It was peculiar, upon their first meeting, Huo Hanting seemed to take a strong liking to her daughter. Just a few days into their marriage, he had already spent 2,000 to 3,000 yuan on her. They say that in the world of adults, where money flows, love follows. Jiang Qiao harbored no doubts about Huo Hanting's intentions towards her daughter. Yet after 3 years of navigating the complexities of society, she understood that goodwill rarely existed without reason. As a mother, Jiang Qiao naturally hoped that her husband, Huo Hanting, would wholeheartedly care for her daughter. However, she was also acutely aware that everyone harbors their own selfish motives. Relationships require nurturing, and Jiang Xiaoduo was not Huo Hanting's biological daughter. His kindness towards her might stem not only from his duties as a stepfather, but possibly from other reasons as well. Could it be that, unable to have his own children, he intended to raise Jiang Xiaoduo as if she were his own? A twinge of regret arose in her for Huo Hanting. For it was indeed a sorrowful reality that a man so fond of children would never experience the joy of having his own. To spare Huo Hanting any painful memories, Jiang Qiao chose not to press further, graciously accepting his goodwill. Then our Xiaoduo will surely be the happiest child in kindergarten. What began as a light-hearted jest was met with Huo Hanting's earnest contemplation. Who is currently the happiest child in kindergarten? It seemed he was intent on comparing standings. A curious manifestation of a man's competitive spirit. Jiang Qiao couldn't help but chuckle. Every happy child embodies a different essence. We believe Xiaoduo is the happiest, and that suffices. Huo Hanting shot her a glance that seemed to convey skepticism, as if he thought her response was merely dismissive. He trusted only the cold, hard data, which remained objective and unerring. At dawn the following day, Huo Hanting arrived at the office. Upon encountering Assistant Qin, his first words were, "Please gather information on the children at June Sky Kindergarten and create a model diagram. I want to see who the happiest child is." June Sky Kindergarten was the institution Jiang Xiaoduo attended. Thanks to Huo Hanting, Assistant Qin had thoroughly reviewed the information he had initially gathered about Jiang Xiaoduo, to the point of memorization. Faced with his superior's seemingly ludicrous request, he remained unfazed. Still, he couldn't resist offering a reminder. However, happiness is quite a subjective matter. Some may merely have sufficient means to live, yet enjoy good health and a harmonious family, reveling in their togetherness. Others may possess immense wealth, yet find themselves in shattered families, isolated and alone. Each person's perception of happiness differs. Huo Hanting frowned. Assistant Qin, ever the astute confidant, quickly devised a plan. Why not interview the children to find out what they enjoy, what they envy, and what brings them joy? Huo Hanting merely grunted in acknowledgement, his brow unfurling. Understanding this information would enable him to interact more effectively with Jiang Xiaoduo. Let us expedite this. I want conclusions by the end of tomorrow. Assistant Qin promptly called his subordinates in Huo Hanting's presence, instructing them to establish rapport with the kindergarten teachers, ensuring they wouldn't be mistaken for kidnappers and expelled from the school. Only then did Huo Hanting immerse himself in his work. Today entailed a video conference, where he would negotiate with the president of Europe's largest luxury brand group. He spoke in fluent English, each sentence concise and clear, addressing the crux of the matter directly. The president of the luxury goods conglomerate soon capitulated, acquiescing to Huo Hanting's proposal, and with a hint of jest remarked, "Elliot, you truly resemble a merciless machine." Elliot is Huo Hanting's English name. After terminating the video call, Huo Hanting set forth to inspect one of his subsidiaries. The subsidiary had just finalized an acquisition contract, and he intended to personally oversee the situation and clarify the chaotic accounts. During the morning rush hour, he found himself ensnared in traffic, seated in his black Rolls-Royce. He perused the subsidiary's financial statements. At that moment, a familiar figure caught his peripheral vision. On the roadside, Jiang Qiao was riding an electric scooter carrying Jiang Qiao, waiting for the traffic light to change. She supported herself on one foot, and amidst the throng, a cyclist collided with her, causing her to stumble, nearly toppling both herself and the scooter. Huo Hanting's expression darkened instantly. Was she being supported by him? Had this woman lost her sense of self-preservation? During peak hours, it was one thing for her to ride an electric scooter, but to carry a child as well was reckless. Just as Huo Hanting prepared to exit the vehicle to intercept her, the light turned green, and Jiang Qiao rode away on her little electric steed. Huo Hanting watched the mother and daughter gradually fade into the crowd, his teeth clenched in frustration. "How much was in that card I had you handle?" To protect her personal information, the bank card he had given Jiang Qiao was registered under Assistant China's identity. Previously, she had mentioned that a substantial amount would raise suspicion, hence he had only deposited 100,000. Huo Hanting replied tersely, "Transfer another 100,000 to the card." The car he had used for blind dates had cost merely over 100,000. Thus, 100,000 was ample for a down payment on an ordinary vehicle. Assistant Qin swiftly initiated the transfer. Huo Hanting sent a WeChat message to Jiang Qiao. "Use the money in the car to buy a car, make a down payment. You are not to use the electric scooter to take your daughter to school anymore." Unfortunately, Jiang Qiao was focused on the road during her ride and did not check her phone. Thankfully, the kindergarten was not far from home. She arrived within 15 minutes and handed Jiang Qiao over to the teacher. Afterwards, she rode to her restaurant, as she needed to inspect it after a weekend of rest. Since it was early in the morning and the restaurant had yet to open, Jiang Qiao found herself with little to occupy her time, so she took out her phone to glance at it. Upon seeing Huo Hanting's message, she was taken aback. A house and a car are two significant assets for an ordinary person, and she had not anticipated Huo Hanting's casualness in allowing her to purchase a vehicle. "Don't you already have a car? The last time I saw it, it was quite new." Huo Hanting, caught in traffic near the company, seized the opportunity to reply, "I will buy you a new one. I will handle the loan repayments." Jiang Qiao declined, feeling that their household already possessed a vehicle, and acquiring another would be sheer wastefulness. Huo Hanting was surprised that she rejected his generous offer, so he shifted his approach, expressing that he wished not to see her and Jiang Qiao exposed to the elements, emphasizing that having a car would provide them with shelter and comfort. Jiang Qiao was not indifferent. Rather, she experienced mild motion sickness. If she indulged too much before getting into a vehicle, discomfort would ensue. Moreover, riding her small electric scooter was exceedingly convenient. While cars were ensnared in traffic, her scooter glided effortlessly, leaving the four-wheeled vehicles in its wake. In the realm of negotiations, Huo Hanting, who was usually invincible, faced an unexpected setback this time. This woman, calm and composed, bore a gentle smile that revealed faint dimples, exuding both warmth and tranquility. Yet, she appeared impervious to reason. Jiang Qiao continued to elucidate safety concerns, asserting that the helmets she purchased for Jiang Qiao were imported, boasting high safety standards, and costing over 1,000 yuan. Ultimately, Huo Hanting found himself at a loss for words, reluctantly conceding and advising her to take a taxi in the future, deeming riding the electric scooter too perilous. Jiang Qiao acquiesced, yet in her heart, she pondered that Huo Hanting was exceedingly busy with work. He could not possibly monitor her every move. Thus, she resolved to ride secretly. There is no need to persistently contest such trivial matters, especially as newlyweds still navigating their adjustment period. With Jiang Qiao's assurance, Huo Hanting's expression softened somewhat, and he inquired of Assistant Qin, "Is there an automated household assistant? Perhaps a device for washing dishes or vacuuming?" Assistant Qin smiled, responding, "Are you referring to a dishwasher and a robotic vacuum cleaner?" He suggested procuring one of each, ensuring they were cost-effective yet of high quality, without being overly expensive. Inwardly, Assistant Qin admired Jiang Qiao. In just a few days, their billionaire president had uttered the words cost-effectiveness and insisted on avoiding excessive costs. Huo Hanting shot him a cold glance, prompting Assistant Qin to cease his musings and maintain a stoic demeanor, while simultaneously giving Jiang Qiao a mental thumbs-up. That evening, upon returning home with Jiang Qiao, Jiang Qiao discovered that a dishwasher had been installed in the kitchen and a robotic vacuum cleaner was charging on the living room floor. She scratched her head, knowing without a doubt that Huo Hanting had arranged for the installation. Installing a dishwasher required not only selecting a brand, but also measuring the kitchen space. How had he managed to complete this in just a day? Before her return, she had casually checked the balance on the bank card Huo Hanting had given her at an ATM outside a restaurant, discovering a sum of 200,000 yuan. Had she begun living a life sustained by Huo Hanting? Accompanying her friend to a dinner party was merely a whimsical thought in Jiang Qiao's mind. She had never contemplated relying on a man for her sustenance. Entrusting her fate to a man and seeking his approval with every expenditure was a suffocating experience. Jiang Qiao took a photograph of the newly installed dishwasher and sent it to Huo Hanting via WeChat, commending his efficiency in alleviating the burden of dishwashing. In truth, the three of them used very few dishes during their meals. She could easily wash them in a matter of minutes without needing a dishwasher. However, the intention of Huo Hanting to alleviate her burdens is commendable, prompting her to send a WeChat message. Unfortunately, Huo Hanting was preoccupied and only replied after more than an hour with a mere mm. His words were indeed few. Jiang Qiao tucked away her phone and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a meal, just as she received a call from her dear friend, Zhao Wanqing. Qiao, darling, you haven't forgotten about accompanying me to the banquet tomorrow, have you? Jiang Qiao jested. I sincerely wish you would forget. Do come to my house early tomorrow to pick out a suitable dress, and please do not be late. Zhao Wanqing reiterated her requests, only hanging up after receiving Jiang Qiao's assurance. Jiang Qiao felt a hint of surprise. Her friend had always been averse to such banquets, often finding ways to avoid them. If she absolutely had to attend, she would drag Jiang Qiao along to pass the time. Why was she suddenly so invested this time? Nevertheless, Jiang Qiao was always punctual. The following afternoon, she enrolled Jiang Qiao in the kindergarten's evening care service and called the teacher to inform her that she would be arriving later to pick up her child. With everything arranged, she made her way to Zhao Wanqing's residence. The Zhao family home, located in the old district of Jiangcheng, was an impressive villa, reputedly the former residence of a notable figure from decades past. The family dynamics were quite intricate. Zhao Wanqing's mother had been her father's first wife, yet she had passed away many years ago, leaving the household under the dominion of her stepmother. Their relationship was fraught with animosity, akin to fire and water. Thus, the elder accompanying Zhao Wanqing to the banquet today was not her stepmother, but her aunt, Zhao Xinchuan. Upon seeing Jiang Qiao, Zhao Wanqing was elated and immediately took her hand, leading her to the dressing room to help select a beautiful gown. These two are the latest styles of the season. And this one, although a design from over a decade ago, remains a classic, never out of fashion, and exudes a sense of taste. The three exquisite gowns were all in the style Zhao Wanqing favored. Jiang Qiao pointed to the least conspicuous light apricot-colored dress in the next row, stating, I think this one is lovely. Perhaps we should go with this. Oh dear, that one looks rather aged and does not flatter you at all. You should try a different one, Zhao Wanqing insisted. This dark blue one is also quite nice. It hugs your figure beautifully. Zhao Wanqing held up a satin gown against Jiang Qiao, exclaiming, Look at our Qiao's figure. It hardly resembles that of someone who has given birth. Her waist is so slender. If I were a man, I would want to embrace her. Jiang Qiao playfully swatted her hand away, laughing, do refrain from teasing. Do we not agree on not being late? I think that apricot one suits me perfectly. The apricot dress was also satin, but not form-fitting. Its hem floated gracefully, appearing rather ordinary, striking a balance between simplicity and elegance, neither too plain to be disrespectful nor too eye-catching. As Jiang Qiao remained firm in her choice, Zhao Wanqing said nothing further, urging her to quickly change into a more appropriate evening makeup, as her current look was too understated and resembled a bare face. You know how I feel about makeup. Besides, for today's banquet, I'm merely a filler. A little touch-up to avoid being rude will suffice. Upon entering, Zhao Xinqiang cast a glance at Jiang Qiao, appreciating the young lady's understanding of etiquette. aware that Zhao Wanqing was attending the evening banquet for the purpose of matchmaking. Jiang Qiao had deliberately opted for a modest appearance, ensuring she would not overshadow her cousin. In truth, Zhao Wanqing's beauty was more striking at first glance. One might find her more dazzling. However, Jiang Qiao possessed a charm that grew more enchanting the longer one looked at her. Zhao Xinqiang cleared her throat. "What time is it? And yet you are still not dressed in your formal attire." Zhao Wanqing, fearful of her stern aunt, discreetly stuck out her tongue at Jiang Qiao and pulled her towards the bedroom to change. Curiously, Jiang Qiao inquired, "Is today's banquet truly that significant? Why does your aunt seem so solemn?" "Well, it is because your husband's family is coming," Zhao Wanqing replied, turning her back to Jiang Qiao and gesturing for her assistance with the zipper. She joked lightly, with President Huo in attendance, who would dare to arrive late. It turned out that the illustrious Huo family from Jiangcheng was to grace the event. Jiang Qiao felt a tinge of curiosity about the enigmatic President Huo. "Is that person Huo Hanting?" Zhao Wanqing herself had never laid eyes on the president of the Huo family and was unaware of his name. She only knew that the public referred to him as President Huo, while those in closer circles respectfully referred to him as Third Master Huo. This President Huo was known for his discretion, seldom attending social gatherings, leaving his cousin Hui Yunjin to handle the family's external affairs. Although the Zhao family was affluent, they paled in comparison to the Huo family's social circle. Including Zhao Wanqing, many attendees had never encountered a member of the Huo family. Therefore, the news of President Huo's attendance at the banquet left everyone astonished and on high alert, determined not to make any missteps. It was well known that Hui Yunjin, the fifth Master Huo, detested tardiness, and it was presumed that his cousin President Huo shared a similar disposition. In any case, it would be wise not to offend these two formidable figures. Jiang Qiao, however, remained unfazed. She was certain that she would never have any entanglements with the Huo family. To speak frankly, even if she wished to offend someone, she lacked the stature to do so. Upon entering the banquet hall, Zhao Wanqing was swiftly whisked away by her aunt to meet several promising young gentlemen. In such a setting, Jiang Qiao felt somewhat out of place. Not wanting to cause Zhao Wanqing any discomfort, she made her way to the refreshment table, claiming she needed to satiate her hunger, thus allowing her cousin to focus on her social interactions. Only then did Zhao Wanqing feel at ease to depart. True to the reputation of a five-star hotel banquet, the array of food was abundant, featuring various Chinese and Western delicacies, fresh seafood sashimi, and an assortment of imported fruits and juices. Jiang Qiao, indeed, had not dined prior, and she reveled in the offerings at the refreshment table. However, her moment of delight was short-lived as an unwelcome presence approached. "Jiang Qiao, why are you here alone? Isn't my sister with you?" Bai Feng, dressed in a striking cobalt blue suit, approached, his gaze scrutinizing Jiang Qiao from head to toe. He was the nephew of Zhao Wanqing's stepmother, Bai Exen, who had no children of her own and cherished this nephew as if he were her own, doting on him with great affection. The white maple tree is indeed a striking figure, yet he is notorious in the social circles as a notorious playboy, perpetually surrounded by women, with his daily pursuits revolving around flirtation. Jiang Qiao harbors a strong aversion to his greasy gaze, but out of respect for Zhao Wanqing, she refrains from escalating the tension. Politely, she offers a greeting, urging him to take his leave. Wanqing is meeting a few friends. "You must have acquaintances to attend to as well, so I shall not intrude." However, Bai Feng shows no intention of departing. Instead, he strokes his chin with evident interest and remarks, "Sister Jiang Qiao, you look truly stunning today. I almost failed to recognize you." Jiang Qiao's expression turns frosty. Even if she were somewhat oblivious, she could discern that this young man was attempting to flirt with her. This was clearly not a tale of a playboy smitten with a Cinderella. Rather, he perceived her as Zhao Wanqing's friend, and if he could charm her, it would serve to humiliate Zhao Wanqing. Jiang Qiao outright ignores his advances, clutching her juice as she navigates into the crowd, resolute in her belief that, amidst so many witnesses, he would not dare harbor ulterior motives. Upon seeing Jiang Qiao retreat, Bai Feng, feeling thwarted, sulkily takes his leave. With some leisure time on her hands, Jiang Qiao decides to eavesdrop on the nearby affluent ladies engaged in gossip. It turns out that these wealthy socialites discuss rumors much like ordinary folk, although she has never heard the names they mention. The intricate relationships and scandalous affairs within the elite circles provide her with one shocking revelation after another. From clandestine affairs between fathers-in-law and daughters-in-law, to men cheating and returning with illegitimate children under the pretense of adoption, the tales are both riveting and scandalous. Just as she is engrossed in the gossip, an unexpected exclamation pierces the air. Mr. Huo has arrived. Like a drop of water splashing into a hot frying pan. The previously tranquil banquet hall erupts into a cacophony of excitement. All eyes turn toward the entrance, and the crowd surges forward, eager to present themselves to the two Huo family executives, lest they find themselves at a disadvantage. Jiang Qiao, jostled to the back, nearly stumbles. It is human nature to seek the excitement of the crowd, and Jiang Qiao is no exception. This may very well be the closest she has ever been to the richest individual in the world. Rising on her toes, she strives to catch a glimpse of this legendary figure. A dozen bodyguards surround two tall men clad in black suits. They are too far away for her to discern their features, nor can she identify which one is Mr. Huo and which is his cousin. Suddenly, the man at the forefront tilts his head slightly. Jiang Qiao freezes. This man bears an uncanny resemblance to her husband, Huo Hanting. In an instant, Jiang Qiao's heart races. Though she cannot be certain, her familiarity with Huo Hanting's visage is undeniable. Even in that fleeting moment, she captures a hint of recognition. Rationality tells her that the likelihood is slim, yet once doubt takes root, it swiftly blossoms, consuming her thoughts entirely. She found it increasingly difficult to calm her mind and reflect. An overwhelming desire for a definitive outcome consumed her. The uncertainty gnawed at her heart, leaving her in a state of turmoil. In a moment of desperation, she dialed Huo Hanting's number, curious to see if the esteemed Mr. Huo would answer. However, within those fleeting 2 or 3 minutes, the bodyguards had already escorted Mr. Huo to the lounge on the second floor of the hotel, the imposing mahogany doors firmly shutting out any prying eyes. The surrounding chatter was loud and chaotic, rendering it impossible for her to discern whether his phone had rung. This avenue had proven futile. Qiao, what are you daydreaming about? Zhao Wanqing, having concluded her social obligations, sidled up to her with a concerned expression. How are you holding up? Are you managing alone? Did you catch a glimpse of Mr. Huo just now? Indeed, I did. I was astonished by how handsome he is. Qiao replied, her heart racing. At this revelation, Zhao Wanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lowering her voice to avoid drawing attention, she confessed, I had always believed that Mr. Huo was too unattractive to show his face, which is why he remained out of sight. I never imagined that amidst all these elites, he would stand out so remarkably. Qiao's pulse quickened even further. Handsome? She longed to inquire if he was indeed Huo Hanting, yet the question lodged in her throat, unarticulated. However, one could argue that it was merely a case of being the tallest among the short. The comparison with peers was the sole reason for such an impression. If it were to be a matter of looks, her husband would undoubtedly surpass him. In that moment, Qiao regained her composure. She recalled that Zhao Wanqing had seen Huo Hanting's photographs. If that man truly was Huo Hanting, she would not be so collected. A twinge of self-mockery crept into her thoughts. What was she even contemplating? Why had she suddenly become so suspicious? If Huo Hanting were indeed a significant figure, how could he possibly marry her? Was it for her unwed pregnancy or her humble background of running a small restaurant? How could she connect these two individuals? Surely, she had momentarily misidentified him. Little did she know, Zhao Wanqing, amidst the crowd, had mistakenly recognized Secretary Chen, who was beside Huo Hanting, as him. In a lounge on the second floor, Huo Hanting sat on the sofa with an indifferent expression, flanked by his assistant Qin and Secretary Chen. Opposite him sat Hui Yunjin, attired in a pearl gray suit, his hair meticulously slicked back, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses that lent him an air of refinement and charm. The presidents of several powerful companies, typically commanding respect and authority, dared not breathe freely in Huo Hanting's presence. Upon witnessing his dark demeanor, their faces paled with fear, unaware of how they had offended this formidable figure. Yet, Huo Hanting was not genuinely angered. This was merely his usual expression when silent, and at that moment, his mood could be deemed tranquil. The unfamiliarity of these men left them on edge as they awkwardly attempted to ingratiate themselves, their confidence wavering. Hui Yunjin took a sip of tea, his smile warm and inviting. I understand your intentions. If opportunities arise in the future, we will prioritize considering your companies. His demeanor exuded a spring-like warmth, which finally eased the tension among the presidents, who, whether or not they believed his words to be mere pleasantries, showered him with a plethora of flattery. Confronted with increasingly blatant flattery, Huo Yunjin's expression remained unperturbed as he smiled and uttered a few charming remarks to dismiss them. The moment the mahogany door closed, he cast his eyes downward, a flicker of mocking coldness flashing within them. "You came here merely for tea?" Huo Hanting's long fingers tapped lightly on the table. Today's banquet was at Huo Yunjin's behest. Having just returned from abroad, Huo Hanting had intended to host a welcoming gathering for him. Yet Huo Yunjin insisted on attending this soiree, and thus he reluctantly accompanied him. In the presence of his cousin, Huo Yunjin shed his customary amiable smile, revealing a trace of aloofness. "The best part is yet to come. There is no rush. I am in a hurry. My precious daughter awaits me at home." Huo Hanting produced his phone, intending to open his album and showcase adorable pictures of Jiang Qiao, only to find it had powered down due to a depleted battery. Unable to boast about his charming daughter before his cousin, he felt a tinge of discontent. Huo Yunjin was the only member of the Huo family aware that Huo Hanting had married a common woman for the sake of his daughter. "How is your relationship with that woman?" Huo Hanting had not truly contemplated this question. Given the current circumstances, he could only say that he did not dislike her. And that was the extent of it. However, even with his own cousin, Huo Hanting was not one to share details of his private life. "If you find yourself too idle, you might consider returning to the company to lend a hand." Huo Yunjin chuckled. "Those capable are burdened with more, third brother. The weight of the Huo family rests solely on your shoulders." Due to his exceptional business acumen and shrewdness, Huo Hanting had been designated as the heir to the Huo family at an early age. Nevertheless, his other brothers also pursued their own enterprises. Huo Yunjin himself managed several publicly listed companies, one of which, a gaming firm, was notably prestigious with a market value in the hundreds of billions. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiao and Zhao Wanqing clustered at the refreshment table, conversing. The guests at the banquet, weary of the lavish delicacies, lacked any desire for further sustenance, and the ladies wished to maintain their figures, indulging in only a piece or two of fruit. Thus, the refreshment table remained relatively deserted. Jiang Qiao relished the tranquility, nibbling on snacks while gossiping with Zhao Wanqing. "That lady in the red dress has a companion who seems rather familiar. Could they be a celebrity from the entertainment industry?" Zhao Wanqing glanced over, responding with surprise. "Not a top-tier star, merely a third or fourth-tier celebrity, if I'm not mistaken. You actually recognize them?" Jiang Qiao had never been an avid fan, and her knowledge of male celebrities was limited to the most popular figures online. Perhaps she had seen his advertisements or news snippets. "Cousin, Jiang Qiao, what secrets are you whispering about over here?" Before Jiang Qiao could finish her sentence, a frivolous voice interrupted. Bai Feng swaggered over, a champagne glass in hand. His suit appeared somewhat disheveled, with creases in his trousers, and upon closer inspection, traces of lipstick remained on his neck, easily conjuring images of scandalous scenarios. Zhao Wanqing harbored a deep-seated disdain for her stepmother, Bai Xian, and naturally, she felt no fondness for Bai Feng, the unwelcome relative. Upon his arrival, her brow furrowed in irritation. "What brings you here?" Bai Feng, unperturbed, replied, "Why? I am merely here to expand my social circle. Is not the purpose of your presence at this banquet the same?" Zhao Wanqing did not disguise her contempt. "You should leave promptly. Do not tarnish the Zhao family's reputation." A flicker of shadow crossed Bai Feng's eyes, yet it was swiftly replaced by a nonchalant smile. "Dear cousin, such words wound my heart. After all, we are relatives. If you can attend, why can I not?" Zhao Wanqing could hardly bear his sardonic demeanor, and just as she was about to retort, her aunt, Zhao Xinxiong, made her entrance. "Wanqing, come here. Allow me to introduce you to the second son of the Sifong pharmaceutical family." Reluctantly, Zhao Wanqing suppressed her anger and whispered a threat to Bai Feng. "I hope that when I return, you will not be here, a blight upon my sight." She then offered a polite smile to Jiang Qiao before being led away by Zhao Xinxiong. With her friend gone, Jiang Qiao had no desire to remain in Bai Feng's company. Her impression of him was exceedingly poor. Beyond his notorious reputation for seduction, he exuded an unsettling aura, as though harboring ulterior motives. Holding a glass of champagne, she prepared to employ her usual tactics to blend in with the circle of wealthy matrons, hoping to distance herself from Bai Feng. However, this time, Bai Feng seemed to anticipate her intentions and intercepted her. "Sister Jiang Qiao, You must assist me. You have witnessed my cousin's disdain for me. I truly do not comprehend what offense I have committed that has led her to regard me with such animosity. I am aware that my aunt is merely a stepmother, yet she has devoted herself to my cousin. Why, then, does my cousin repulse us so? Jiang Qiao was not well versed in the Zhao family's internal affairs, yet she understood Zhao Wanqing's character. She was forthright in love and hate, incapable of harboring such animosity without cause. Since Baifeng had already placed blame upon Zhao Wanqing, it was only fitting that she return the favor. Is it possible that there exists a misunderstanding between you? Jiang Qiao feigned surprise. I have known Wanqing for many years. She is invariably gentle and magnanimous, never petty. Her classmates and teachers alike hold her in high regard. Could it be that you have unknowingly offended her? Men can often be careless and indifferent to the feelings of others. It is a common trait. However, for someone as generous as Wanqing, to provoke her must surely indicate a grave misstep on your part. Is it merely a matter of your sardonic remarks? Who cannot engage in such banter? Baifeng's expression stiffened. Initially, he had assumed this woman, who was unmarried and pregnant right after university, to be lacking in intellect. Little did he expect her words to be laced with subtlety, deftly redirecting the blame onto him. His patience began to wane. Sister Jiang Qiao, I am extending you this courtesy out of respect for my sister. That is why I am confiding in you about family matters. Yet, how dare you comment on others' affairs when you cannot even clarify your own? Just consider your presence at this banquet. Were it not for my sister's invitation, would someone of your standing even gain entry through these doors? In just a few words, defenses were breached. Jiang Qiao remained unperturbed, responding with a smile. Indeed, it is solely due to your sister's favor that you are permitted entry through this grand door. Why should I be denied? Baifeng, bearing the title of Zhao family's nephew, had grown accustomed to being revered for many years and had never before faced such humiliation. Were it not for the presence of so many guests, he would have swiftly retaliated. Jiang Qiao, however, wished to avoid conflict. Her own embarrassment was inconsequential, but she feared it might reflect poorly on Zhao Wanqing. After all, today was a day for her to meet suitors, and she must not tarnish her reputation. Mr. Bai, I was merely jesting. With your esteemed status, you can go wherever you please. Baifeng scoffed, recognizing Jiang Qiao's concession. Despite her tough exterior, she was ultimately yielding. Did this woman truly believe she was exceptional, daring to act so boldly before him? At that moment, was Huo Hanting envious? On the second floor of the banquet hall, amidst dim corridor lighting, Huo Hanting stood by the jade railing, observing the scene from above with a hint of surprise. How was Jiang Qiao here? Baifeng leaned closer to Jiang Qiao, his tone laced with innuendo. Sister Jiang Qiao, apologies should be sincere. Surely, you do not think that a few soft words will quell my anger? Jiang Qiao stifled her urge to retaliate. After all, she needed to care for her daughter, which meant avoiding financial repercussions and legal battles. Poverty breeds composure. However, she could not show weakness. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly take advantage. With a nonchalant smile, she replied, If you can calm down, that would be splendid. If not, I am at a loss. Perhaps I should fetch Wanqing to mediate? Baifeng still feared Zhao Wanqing. Unable to gain the upper hand, he glared at Jiang Qiao with malice. Yet, from Huo Hanting's vantage point, all he could see was Jiang Qiao engaging in flirtation with a flamboyantly dressed man, their closeness creating an illusion of intimacy. Huo Hanting's expression darkened. Was this her purpose for attending the soiree? Did she disdain her husband, a mere real estate agent, and seek to entangle herself with a wealthy young heir? It was already past 10 o'clock at night. Perhaps she had left her daughter alone at home to pursue this encounter. Huo Hanting's hand, resting casually on the railing, tightened suddenly, his fingertips whitening with tension. What troubles you, looking so fearsome? Huo Yunjin, emerging from the lounge, was taken aback by his third brother's dark demeanor. Though Huo Hanting appeared somewhat menacing, he was typically a master of concealing his emotions, revealing little of his true thoughts. Yet now, an aura of hostility surrounded him, unmistakable. What had transpired? Huo Yunjin followed his gaze downward. The banquet hall was crowded, and Jiang Qiao was situated in a remote corner, taking him a moment to recognize her. Was that not his sister-in-law? And who was that handsome young man at her side? Huo Hanting gazed coldly at Jiang Qiao, remaining silent. Huo Yunjin instantly understood. Third brother. Are you feeling jealous? Huo Hanting cast a frosty glance in his direction. opting not to engage in banter, but rather contemplating how to secure custody of Jiang Qiao after the divorce. According to legal statutes, should the mother possess the means for upbringing and respect the child's wishes, the court is likely to award custody to her. Jiang Qiao had grown up under Jiang Qiao's care, naturally forming a deeper bond with her than with her stepfather, whom she had only known for a few days. Faced with a choice, she would undoubtedly select Jiang Qiao. Legally speaking, he was not even Jiang Qiao's guardian. While there were means to force custody, such actions would irreparably damage the father-daughter relationship he had painstakingly nurtured. Nonetheless, he could not countenance the idea of his daughter living with Jiang Qiao, a woman driven by vanity and infidelity. The father-daughter bond could be mended over time, but he was determined to claim his daughter. Unaware of the fierce internal struggle his brother was enduring, Huo Hanting chuckled as if watching a play. Although third sister-in-law may not be an unparalleled beauty, she is certainly attractive enough to catch the eye of a young man, indicating her charm. To seemingly validate his statement, Bai Feng stepped forward, drawing closer to Jiang Qiao. Huo Hanting's gaze darkened, and he adjusted the cuff of his suit with an air of nonchalance, stating, "You are correct." Huo Hanting felt a chill run down his spine. He understood all too well that the angrier his brother became, the calmer he appeared. His current demeanor suggested he was concocting a formidable strategy. As he regarded the impervious Jiang Qiao, Bai Feng's eyes darted. "Sister Jiang, you must realize that men and women are fundamentally different. If I were to stir up any scandal, people would merely label me a playboy, which would almost be a compliment. For women like you, however, especially those with families, the backlash online could be devastating." Was he blatantly attempting to coerce her, preparing to disseminate her scandalous rumors for public scorn? Although Jiang Qiao understood the principle of innocence prevailing, she also recognized that a portion of netizens lacked rationality. As a single mother, any unfounded whispers about her would not be scrutinized for truth. They would merely join the chorus of condemnation. However, fabricating false news required a network of influencers and would incur costs. Was Bai Feng's motive merely to exploit her? She doubted she was of such allure that he would pursue her for mere indulgence. There had to be deeper intentions behind his actions. In a flash of insight, Jiang Qiao recalled Zhao Wanjing. While Bai Feng could not directly target Zhao Wanjing, he could tarnish her reputation, making it difficult for her to find a suitable partner. Perhaps this was the true aim of both him and his aunt, Bai Xian. Even if she were to concede now, and something were to transpire between her and Bai Feng, he would undoubtedly exploit the situation to tarnish Zhao Wanjing's reputation. The connivance of this aunt and niece is truly repugnant. Suddenly, without allowing Jiang Qiao a moment to ponder her response, the sound of shattering glass rang out. Zhao Wanjing had unexpectedly smashed a bottle of champagne over Bai Feng's head, the liquid cascading down his coiffed hair, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. The surrounding guests were left dumbfounded, their gazes turning towards the spectacle. "Bai Feng, do not presume to covet what is beyond your reach. My friend, Zhao Wanjing, is not someone you can lay claim to. If you wish to threaten her, you ought to first assess your own worth. Those outside regard you as a privileged scion due to my father's status, but strip away that facade. And what are you? A parasite clinging to the Zhao family. Yet you act as though you are of noble stock?" After completing her social obligations, Zhao Wanjing had intended to stealthily confront Jiang Qiao, but upon overhearing Bai Feng's threats, her fury ignited. Without regard for the occasion, she erupted in reprimand. Bai Feng was taken aback, having never been publicly chastised in such a manner. Dropping any pretense, he roughly wiped the alcohol from his face and retorted, "Zhao Wanjing, I have already shown you an abundance of patience. You wretched harlot. Xiao Feng, my dear, you truly are too impulsive. Why let a few barbs from others provoke your ire?" Bai Xian, Zhao Wanjing's stepmother, approached with a disingenuous smile, observing the commotion. "Wanjing, why have you suddenly taken such action against your cousin? While he may be a bit boisterous, his heart is in the right place. He noticed you mingling and, concerned for your friend's solitude, sought to engage her in conversation. Yet, your friend's unwed pregnancy, coupled with her bold demeanor, led to his misunderstanding." Bai Xian, seasoned in the elite social circles, deftly shifted the blame onto Zhao Wanjing, insinuating that her friend had somehow enticed Bai Feng. Guests murmured amongst themselves, casting disparaging glances towards Jiang Qiao. "Well, my friend's unwed pregnancy. She is self-reliant, never having depended on anyone. She earns her living and supports her daughter with dignity. Upon hearing by Xian slander, Zhao Wanqing's anger surged, and she exclaimed, "Unlike your shameless nephew, who feasts and dresses in the Zhao family's bounty, yet dares to malign my friend. I invited her to this gathering, and she simply nibbled on a few hors d'oeuvres after skipping dinner. It was your nephew who approached her with unwelcome advances. I, Zhao Wanqing, vouch for my friend's integrity. It is your Bai family who are truly disgraceful." Tears nearly brimmed in Jiang Qiao's eyes. She understood that regardless of the righteousness of Zhao Wanqing's outburst, her prospects of marrying into any prominent family in Jiangcheng had been irrevocably diminished. Which prestigious family is devoid of scandal? When seeking a spouse, gentleness and virtue are paramount. Yet in a public display, Zhao Wanqing struck by phone and quarreled with her stepmother. Having been raised in this milieu, she cannot be oblivious to the repercussions, yet she proceeded nonetheless. Enter Huo Hanting. Amidst a throng of esteemed guests, Jiang Qiao remains an unremarkable individual. Her words may go unheard, yet she strives to preserve Zhao Wanqing's reputation. Indeed, I bore a daughter out of wedlock. This was my choice, and I harbor no regrets, standing resolute in my convictions. I am but a minor character. Mrs. Zhao and Mr. Bai target me, clearly valuing my connection with Wanqing, calculating that her sentimental nature would prevent her from witnessing my humiliation in silence. Today, you are prepared, and your collective voices may sway perception. I concede that I lack the eloquence of Mrs. Zhao. Yet I urge you to ponder. If my intention were truly to ensnare a wealthy heir, why would I not leverage my relationship with Wanqing to pursue a genuine affluent suitor, rather than a superficial individual like Mr. Bai? This declaration stirred a wave of astonishment among the guests, all of whom possess considerable wealth, whether self-made or inherited. While not all may be astute, their experiences tell a different narrative. If one were indeed scheming to entice a wealthy heir, why pursue someone like Bai Feng, a mere dependent on the Zhao family? Such a person, appearing glamorous, is essentially a parasite relying on the fortunes of others. Had they been unaware of Bai Feng's background, it might be excusable. But Jiang Qiao and Zhao Wanqing share a close friendship, fully aware of the situation, thus rendering their ignorance implausible. However, as the saying goes, indifference reigns. No matter how sound Jiang Qiao's argument, it bears no weight in their eyes, and they will not advocate on her behalf. Bai Xian was on the verge of fury. She could not fathom that even a woman of Jiang Qiao's insignificance would dare to look down upon her nephew. Consumed by hatred, she recognized that Jiang Qiao, outwardly gentle and quiet, possessed a keen understanding of matters, making her a formidable adversary. Thus, Bai Xian swiftly altered her strategy, adopting a facade of magnanimity and endurance. Wanqing, if Xiao Feng has indeed spoken inappropriately to your friend, as your aunt, I will be the first to address her. However, considering your father's heart condition, I refrain from raising my voice, fearing it may disturb him. This is ultimately a family matter, and I propose we resolve it privately, if you find that agreeable. Should Zhao Wanqing dissent, a label of filial impiety would swiftly be affixed. Being intolerant of injustice, Zhao Wanqing would not acquiesce easily. If she were let Bai Feng off the hook, how could she face Jiang Qiao? Yet, as she stepped forward, Jiang Qiao grasped her arm, halting her advance. Uncle's health has deteriorated, yet Wanqing has remained exceptionally well-behaved and understanding, sparing her uncle any worry. As younger generations, it is our duty to hold ourselves to a higher standard, refraining from any behavior that might disappoint our elders, thus embodying true filial piety. Though my words may seem simplistic, they subtly allude to Bai Feng's involvement in ignoble affairs and his lack of respect for family. Bai Xian's smile faltered, struggling to maintain the dignified and benevolent facade expected of a stepmother. Jiang Qiao sighed inwardly. Although the old woman had been dealt with, her friend's hopes of marrying into a wealthy family appeared increasingly dim. It was not that she believed Zhao Wanqing's success hinged solely on marrying a rich man. But given her entrapment within the Zhao family, if she could not find a match of equal standing, she would likely become a subject of ridicule within their social circle. As an ordinary person, Jiang Qiao felt powerless in this regard. Miss Zhao truly exhibited loyalty. From the back of the crowd, a warm voice emerged. Huo Hanting had appeared unannounced, approaching with measured steps. Everyone instinctively parted to create a path, greeting him with enthusiasm, respect, and a hint of restraint. Young Master Hua, you have arrived. Even if Jiang Qiao were unfamiliar with the Hua family, The demeanor of those present made it abundantly clear that this distinguished gentleman was Huo Hanting, the fifth master of the Huo family. She wondered why such a prominent figure had suddenly graced them with his presence. A glance at Zhao Wanqing revealed her pale complexion and distracted demeanor, as if she had witnessed something extraordinary. What could be amiss? Huo Hanting smiled. Though the warmth did not reach his eyes, his expression artfully concealed. "This must be Mr. Bai," he remarked. While she was unsure how the illustrious fifth master Huo had taken note of her nephew, a mere word from him could elevate her nephew's fortunes immensely. Bai Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she flatteringly replied, "Indeed, he is my nephew, Bai Feng." She then nudged the still-dazed Bai Feng, urging, "You should greet young Master Huo." "Greetings, young Master Huo," Bai Feng stammered, suddenly feeling dwarfed in the presence of such a significant figure, his confidence evaporating. Indeed, as rumors suggested, he appeared to be merely a decorative pillow. Huo Hanting's casual remark left Bai Xian weak in the knees, nearly causing her to collapse. The earlier joy had vanished without a trace, replaced by a sense of dread, as she pondered where Bai Feng may have offended this esteemed gentleman. It was common knowledge that Huo Hanting was mild-mannered and never harbored malice toward others. Yet, this individual of such stature had openly referred to Bai Feng as a decorative pillow. The guests present, fully aware of the implications, instinctively distanced themselves from Bai Feng, fearing the misfortune could befall them should Huo Hanting take offense. Bai Xian forced a smile that was more painful than tears. "Bai Feng, do apologize to young Master Huo." Huo Hanting raised a hand, silencing the display of the aunt and nephew, seemingly unwilling to engage further. "Though I am not acquainted with Miss Zhao, I sincerely admire her loyalty to her friends. This gift is presented to Miss Zhao to alleviate her stress." Behind him, an assistant presented a deep blue velvet gift box, adorned with tiny fragments of exquisite gemstones. Though the contents remained a mystery, one could easily surmise that it held considerable value. Zhao Wanqing's hand trembled slightly, her complexion pale, revealing a smile so unfamiliar that even Jiang Qiao found it surprising. "Thank you, Mr. Huo," she said, her tone polite. Without hesitation, Huo Hanting departed as abruptly as he had appeared, as if his sole purpose was to elicit that single compliment from Zhao Wanqing. Jiang Qiao exhaled in relief. With Huo Wuye's words, the members of their circle would regard Zhao Wanqing with newfound respect, allowing her to navigate this crisis unscathed. On the second floor of the banquet hall, Huo Hanting withdrew his gaze. "You should feel reassured now. Your wife will not be affected by this incident. Her reputation is preserved," he remarked. Huo Hanting ascended the stairs, a cryptic smile gracing his lips as he regarded Huo Hanting. "Are you satisfied?" Huo Hanting had witnessed the entire exchange between Jiang Qiao and Zhao Wanqing, and he felt a flicker of astonishment. At 29, although he had never experienced romantic entanglements or close relationships with women, he had previously employed female secretaries. Despite their impressive academic backgrounds, they invariably engaged in subtle rivalries and schemes to undermine one another, all while feigning camaraderie before him. Such experiences had left him with a rigid perception of female relationships, resulting in his decision to no longer hire women in that capacity. Yet today he had unexpectedly observed a pair of close friends willing to sacrifice for one another. A twinge of remorse washed over him for his earlier doubts regarding Jiang Qiao. However, his position precluded him from intervening directly, prompting him to enlist Huo Hanting to speak on their behalf. The guests, now aware of the Huo family sentiments, would soon grasp who could thrive in their circle and who could not. "At least your visit was not in vain," Huo Hanting remarked, lacking any sense of humility in his entitlement. "Otherwise, accompanying you would have felt like a waste of time." Unwilling to back down, Huo Hanting retorted, "In that case, I shall fetch third sister-in-law to make your evening more worthwhile." Huo Hanting shrugged nonchalantly. "Your most formidable competitor has been reaching out to me, seeking my investment." The implication was unmistakable. Huo Hanting adjusted his glasses, discreetly raising a middle finger in response. His gaze traversed the crowd, landing upon a familiar yet distant figure, his eyes betraying a hint of scorn. Although Jiang Qiao had anticipated that Huo Hanting's commendation of Zhao Wanqing would shift the guests' attitudes, she was nonetheless taken aback by their overwhelming enthusiasm as they surrounded Zhao Wanqing, showering her with warmth and praise, each compliment more inventive than the last. As for Bai Xian and Bai Feng, the aunt and niece had long been relegated to the periphery, unnoticed by anyone. They could only leave in a state of dejection. The harsh realities of life had struck Jiang Qiao profoundly. However, despite Zhao Wanqing's poised demeanor and her ability to socialize effortlessly, Jiang Qiao, as her longtime confidant, could discern that her smile was forced. Her dear friend was clearly troubled. Seizing a moment of privacy, Jiang Qiao pulled Zhao Wanqing into an adjacent vacant room beside the banquet hall. "Wanqing, what is wrong? Ever since that Lord Huo appeared, you've been acting oddly. Did you two know each other previously?" Zhao Wanqing's gaze flickered, evading Jiang Qiao's eyes. "Why do you ask that? It's just that when you saw him, your expression seemed off, as if it wasn't your first encounter. Besides, I'm just an unknown individual. There is no way Lord Huo would notice me or come to my aid. It must be because of you." She couldn't believe that Huo Yunjin was a man of altruism, one to swoop in to save the day. Such heroic rescues only existed in fantastical novels. Not at all. Perhaps he simply had a whim. Didn't you hear him say it himself? "We are not acquainted. True strangers do not require such emphasis." Jiang Qiao sensed a deliberate undertone in Huo Yunjin's words. Yet seeing Zhao Wanqing's reluctance to delve into the subject, she guessed her friend preferred to keep it private. Everyone harbors a few secrets, even the closest of friends. Jiang Qiao chose not to press further, instead offering a considerate suggestion. "You've been socializing all night. You must be quite tired. Why not tell them you're taking me home and leave early?" Zhao Wanqing appeared lost in thought, her reaction delayed. "Oh, okay. I'll take you home." She completely missed the essence of Jiang Qiao's words. Jiang Qiao couldn't help but chuckle at her friend's obliviousness. Choosing not to confront her, after Zhao Wanqing exchanged pleasantries with her aunt, Zhao Xinxiong, the two departed together towards the hotel entrance. "Be careful." Zhao Wanqing, feeling unsettled, stumbled, but Jiang Qiao caught her just in time. Zhao Wanqing had never exhibited such a lack of grace before. She was typically carefree, always cheerful, even in the face of adversity. Jiang Qiao felt a mix of surprise and concern as she helped her into the Zhao family car, instructing the driver, "Please take her home promptly and drive safely." Zhao Wanqing, still preoccupied with the plan to escort her home, replied, "Didn't we agree that I would take you home? We're going in different directions. I can just take a cab. You should get some rest." Jiang Qiao waved her hand as a taxi arrived via the app. Watching the Zhao family car drive away, she climbed into the taxi, saying to the driver, "Please take me to June Sky Kindergarten." Jiang Xiaoduo was still waiting for her, and she could hardly afford to delay any longer. She had previously arranged with the teacher to pick up the child before 9 o'clock, but the commotion caused by phone and her niece had pushed it past 10. When she hurriedly arrived, the entire kindergarten was shrouded in darkness, save for a single classroom that still glowed with light. Jiang Xiaoduo was perched alone on the sofa, dozing off, her head bobbing gently like a chick pecking at grains. "Xiaoduo, I'm so sorry. Mommy is late." Jiang Qiao murmured apologetically as she embraced her daughter and rose to apologize to the teacher. "I sincerely apologize for the delay. I had some matters to attend to and appreciate your patience." Teacher Tian, a kind-hearted middle-aged woman, bore no ill will and smiled warmly, saying, "Jiang Xiaoduo has been very well behaved, waiting quietly for her mother without a fuss." With sleepy eyes, Xiaoduo rubbed them and wrapped her arms around Jiang Qiao's neck. "Mommy, let us go home." Her voice, still thick with slumber, was adorably nasal, melting Jiang Qiao's heart. After bidding farewell to Teacher Tian, she cradled Xiaoduo and exited the kindergarten. Upon stepping outside, Xiaoduo perked up, brimming with energy. "Mommy, I've gathered several little brothers today." Jiang Qiao settled her in the back seat of a taxi and fastened her seatbelt. "What are little brothers?" she inquired, curious about the kindergarten hierarchy as perceived by the children. "They're my followers. They can't beat me," and cried. So I told them not to cry and that they must listen to me. Jiang Qiao thought to herself, indeed, the earlier sweetness was merely an illusion. This little girl was a veritable tyrant in the kindergarten. "You must not engage in fights with your classmates. Fighting is wrong. Do you understand?" Jiang Qiao cautioned. "But it's not wrong if you can win," Xiaoduo insisted with conviction. Such dialogues had transpired many times before. In truth, Xiaoduo never initiated fights. It was only those mischievous boys who provoked her that led to her retaliation. "You could reason with them. If you speak to them nicely, perhaps they would listen," Jiang Qiao suggested. "Only those who cannot win resort to reasoning." The 4-year-old Xiaoduo seemed to have absorbed the notion that strength was paramount. For every statement she made, she could counter with 10. Jiang Qiao did not genuinely wish for her daughter to concede. Rather, the modern children were quite precious, and should an injury occur, the parents might seek compensation from her. In essence, it would be a considerable hassle. Upon returning home, Jiang Qiao endeavored to persuade Xiaoduo to win others over with kindness. Xiaoduo, however, was unwilling, rolling around on the sofa. They don't listen to me. I must make them submit by force, so they can be my little brothers. Xiaoduo has gathered little brothers? Huo Hanting emerged from the bedroom, dressed in casual attire. He appeared to have just showered, his hair still slightly damp, presenting a surprisingly homely appearance. "Daddy!" Xiaoduo exclaimed as if she had seen a savior, leaping into Huo Hanting's arms and chattering away. Her speech was fragmented and jumbled, yet he managed to comprehend her. "Xiaoduo, it is wrong to hit others." Xiaoduo paused, disappointment washing over her as she withdrew from Huo Hanting's embrace, turning her back to him on the sofa. "I'm upset now. I want to talk to anyone." Huo Hanting effortlessly lifted her onto his lap and said with earnestness, "There are numerous ways to teach someone a lesson. Striking them is too overt and easily detectable. Allow me to impart to you other methods." Despite her considerable strength, Jiang Xiaoduo found herself unable to escape Huo Hanting's grasp. She could only cover her ears, shaking her head like a rattle drum, insisting, "I won't listen, I won't listen." Xiaoduo refuses to heed your words, with her father not siding with her. She was resolute in her refusal to engage with him. Noticing her puffed-up cheeks resembling a pufferfish, Huo Hanting could not resist poking her chubby face. "Are you truly unwilling to listen? The techniques I shall teach you will allow you to discipline them without being discovered by your teacher or mother." Jiang Xiaoduo, intrigued yet skeptical, uncovered one ear, asking, "Really? If mother won't find out, then perhaps I can avoid her nagging. Why would your father deceive you?" Rejuvenated by his reassurance, Jiang Xiaoduo embraced Huo Hanting's neck enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Then please, teach me." Spotting Jiang Qiao observing them intently, she huffed and turned her head, saying, "Father, let us converse over there. Mother must not eavesdrop." Huo Hanting indeed carried Jiang Xiaoduo to the balcony. Through the glass door, one could witness their hushed exchange. Huo Hanting crouched down, meeting Jiang Xiaoduo's gaze, and although the content of their conversation remained a mystery, Jiang Xiaoduo's excitement was palpable as she danced with joy. When they emerged, Jiang Xiaoduo was brimming with enthusiasm, her face alight with eagerness. As soon as Jiang Qiao approached, she instinctively stepped back, covering her mouth. "You cannot tell mother." Jiang Qiao, both amused and exasperated, playfully swatted her bottom. "What time is it? Hurry off to bed." "Good night, Daddy." Jiang Xiaoduo winked at Huo Hanting and bounded off to her bedroom. "What do you tell Xiaoduo?" Jiang Qiao inquired with curiosity. "I simply advised her to study diligently, so that her teacher will favor her, standing by her side to help discipline those mischievous children." "Is that so?" Jiang Qiao was skeptical. She knew her daughter well, and the concept of studying was not one that resided in her mind. She contemplated sending her to art classes if her academic performance did not improve, steering her toward a path as an art student. With no further information to extract from Huo Hanting, Jiang Qiao resolved to probe Jiang Xiaoduo instead, believing that children are easily swayed. However, she was taken aback by how guarded Jiang Xiaoduo had become. Upon seeing her enter, Jiang Xiaoduo immediately covered her mouth and burrowed under the covers, refusing even her bedtime story. Jiang Qiao felt a slight headache coming on, and with concern, reminded her, "You must not engage in conflict with boys without first consulting me. Always inform your mother." She had joined the kindergarten parents group and was all too aware of how troublesome those mischievous boys' parents could be. She wished to avoid such encounters. Every time she witnessed those parents criticizing the teachers in the group, she felt immense sympathy for the kindergarten educators. Jiang Xiaoduo remained motionless beneath the blankets, feigning sleep. "All right, I shall say no more. Come out quickly. Do not stifle yourself." Jiang Qiao gently patted the quilt, urging her to surface for air. The daunting task of parenting lay heavily upon her shoulders, as it became clear that Huo Hanting could no longer fulfill the role of stern father. The responsibility of being the antagonist fell upon her. In the dead of night, Zhao Wanqing tossed and turned in bed, plagued by insomnia. The moment she closed her eyes, the image of Hui Yunjin's detached and indifferent gaze haunted her thoughts. To her astonishment, he was indeed Hui Yunjin. 5 years prior, when they first met, He had introduced himself as Yi Zheng, a poor boy from a remote town with minimal recognition. It had been a full 3 years since they last laid eyes on one another. Rain began to fall outside, the droplets pattering softly against the windowsill. Zhao Wanqing rose to close the window, only to find the heavy rain blown against her face by the wind. The autumn rain felt particularly chilly. Memories of the night they parted ways flooded back to her, a night in Los Angeles where similar torrential rains poured down. She recalled sitting in the car, while Yi Zheng chased after her desperately from behind. Through the rearview mirror, she watched him stumble in the rain, his knees bloodied, yet he staggered on, determined to catch up with her. She longed to instruct the driver to stop, but ultimately, she turned her back and headed to the airport without a backward glance. No longer could she refer to him as Yi Zheng. He was now Huo Hanting, the illustrious young master of the Huo family, a figure who commanded respect. In her dimly lit bedroom, only a wall lamp illuminated the scene, casting a dazzling light on the scattered diamonds atop a deep blue velvet box. Zhao Wanqing opened the box to reveal a blue-white diamond nestled within. It weighed several carats, crystal clear like pure water, with a delicate blue hue. This was the finest of all diamond varieties. Such a pristine, sizable natural blue-white diamond was rarely circulated in the market, typically hoarded by the wealthy as heirlooms. When she and Huo Hanting parted ways, she had thrown him a diamond, arrogantly instructing him to sell it for tuition, as if it were a parting gift. Today, he presented her with a blue-white diamond worth 100 times more. Was this mere coincidence? Now that he had achieved great success, surrounded by admirers wherever he went, could he still remember their past together abroad? Zhao Wanqing dared not delve further in her thoughts. She had pursued Huo Hanting initially, yet their separation had unfolded in a most undignified manner. Even if Huo Hanting harbored resentment towards her, it would be entirely justified. Each time she pondered this, her heart ached with guilt, anxiety, and an indescribable pain that tormented her, robbing her of a peaceful night's sleep. Jiang Qiao remained concerned for Zhao Wanqing's well-being, uncertain if a night's rest would improve her spirits. The following noon, she invited her to go shopping. Zhao Wanqing, feeling listless, had no desire to venture out. Yet perhaps shopping could serve as a distraction. Jiang Qiao had plans to leave in the afternoon and exchange pleasantries with the restaurant staff. The employees had been with her throughout her entrepreneurial journey and had often urged her to take care of herself, warning her not to exhaust her health in pursuit of profit. At last, she has begun to carve out her own personal time, much to the delight of everyone around her, who have all assured her that they will graciously attend to guests in her absence. Jiang Qiao spent 2 hours in the kitchen at noon, reeking of smoke and grease, and made a point to return home to change her attire before meeting Zhao Wanqing. The two arranged to rendezvous in the bustling heart of Jiangcheng at Fulong Plaza, one of the city's most upscale shopping centers. Here, esteemed international brands converge. Yet the clientele remained sparse due to its market positioning. Naturally, Jiang Qiao could not afford a single item within, but she chose this locale to accommodate Zhao Wanqing, as it would be inappropriate to suggest a visit to a local market for leisure. Upon their initial meeting, Jiang Qiao noted that Zhao Wanqing had put considerable effort into her makeup today. Although Zhao Wanqing often adorned herself, their close relationship usually meant she would only apply sunscreen, foundation, and lipstick for their outings. However, today, she had gone all out, particularly with her eye makeup, opting for vibrant eyeshadow, presumably to conceal dark circles and enhance her complexion. Yet, Jiang Qiao refrained from questioning her. Her intent was to uplift Zhao Wanqing's spirits, not to provoke discomfort. Feigning ignorance, Jiang Qiao accompanied Zhao Wanqing as they explored luxury boutiques. Initially, Zhao Wanqing seemed distracted, forcing herself to engage in conversation. However, as they indulged in light-hearted banter, savored desserts, and watched a popcorn movie, her mood gradually brightened. Zhao Wanqing's enthusiasm blossomed, leading her to purchase several handbags, insisting that Jiang Qiao select one as well, claiming she would cover the bill. Jiang Qiao aspired to maintain their friendship without taking advantage of her financially, graciously declining her offer. Yet, to avoid dampening Zhao Wanqing's spirits, she ultimately spent over 500 yuan on a lipstick in the skincare section, perhaps the sole luxury item within her budget. As they exchanged playful jests, they ventured into the jewelry section. Zhao Wanqing's family is in the jewelry business, and her expertise allowed her to discern quality effortlessly, often educating Jiang Qiao in the process. Jiang Qiao felt a twinge of anxiety as she gazed at the exquisite pieces priced in the hundreds of thousands, fearful of inadvertently damaging any item, which would render her half a year of effort in vain. Zhao Wanqing soon became enamored with the necklace, trying it on before the mirror. Suddenly, her expression shifted dramatically, and she froze, staring into the glass. "What's wrong?" Jiang Qiao inquired, leaning closer but failing to sense anything amiss. The necklace suited her perfectly. It was a gold-plated piece, relatively affordable compared to other luxury items, making it ideal for a younger demographic. Yet Zhao Wanqing hastily removed the necklace, tugging at Jiang Qiao to leave. "I just remembered I have something else to attend to. Let us go." Jiang Qiao turned in confusion, but upon spotting a nearby counter selling diamond rings, comprehension dawned. There stood Huo Hanting, accompanied by a striking woman in a vibrant red dress. Her graceful figure and cascading waves of hair exuding an alluring charm, an uncommon beauty in the Hong Kong style. The two individuals stood close together, selecting a diamond ring. Huo Hanting even personally adorned the woman's finger with the sparkling jewel, causing her to gasp in delight and playfully tap his chest. Zhao Wanqing cast her eyes downward. "Qiao Qiao, let us depart." Jiang Qiao grasped Zhao Wanqing's hand, which felt cold and trembled slightly. This was her unspoken quirk. When overwhelmed by emotions, her fingers would shiver. Jiang Qiao tightened her grip, positioning herself before Zhao Wanqing to obscure her view, as if that could shield them from the world around them. "All right, let us go." The two walked side by side out of the shopping mall, oblivious to the icy, profound gaze of Huo Hanting that lingered after their departure. Once outside, Zhao Wanqing immediately felt drained, requiring Jiang Qiao's support to continue forward. They entered a café, where Zhao Wanqing sipped her steaming coffee, allowing the cacophony of voices to bring her some semblance of calm. "I deceived you. I was acquainted with Huo Hanting prior," Zhao Wanqing confessed, her smile laced with bitterness. "He was my ex-boyfriend." Jiang Qiao had surmised as much and was not surprised by this revelation. "Did you part amicably?" she inquired, particularly interested in who initiated the breakup. Zhao Wanqing absently traced the rim of her coffee cup, lost in thought as she gazed at her reflection in the floor-to-ceiling window. "I was the one who ended it. It was quite a tumultuous affair. He knelt down, begging me not to break up, even chasing after my departing car, but I ignored him." Jiang Qiao was taken aback, unable to fathom that the esteemed Huo Hanting, who could dictate the course of others' lives with a mere word, would plead on the ground for her friend not to part ways with him. "Why did you choose to end things?" she pressed, confident that Zhao Wanqing was not one to take romantic matters lightly. There must have been a compelling reason behind her decision. "There are many reasons," Zhao Wanqing replied, attempting to sound nonchalant, though the weight of her tone betrayed her. "One was that during our relationship, he used a false name and identity. I found him lacking in ambition, believing that a future with him was unattainable." "Impossible," Jiang Qiao exclaimed without hesitation. "You are not the type to disdain the less fortunate." Zhao Wanqing chuckled bitterly. "You cannot be certain. When I am pragmatic, I can be quite heartless. Do not speak of yourself in such a manner." Jiang Qiao had known her since their first day of university, and over the course of 9 years, she had come to understand the essence of her character. It was this deep understanding that had sustained their enduring friendship. "There's another reason," Zhao Wanqing continued, lowering her gaze as she tightened and loosened her grip on the coffee cup. "He did not truly love me. He was enamored only with my appearance. I resemble his deceased first love from high school." Jiang Qiao felt her heart lurch at this revelation. No wonder, 3 years ago, when she picked her up at the airport, her demeanor appeared rather disheveled, as if she had endured countless tribulations, exuding an air of melancholy and weariness. At that moment, I was genuinely concerned. However, after a few days, witnessing her return to her optimistic and cheerful self, I felt relieved, attributing her initial state to the fatigue of a long-haul flight. Little did I know, in the realm of relationships, being regarded as a mere substitute is far more agonizing than being betrayed or deceived. For even in betrayal, at least that individual had loved you at some point. But to be treated as a stand-in means that from the very day of acquaintance, every aspect of that relationship was a fabrication. It is akin to being a proxy for someone who is no longer alive. Jiang Qiao felt a surge of anger at the thought. Had she been present back then, she might have been unable to refrain from delivering a slap to Huo Hanting. How dare one demean another's emotions? Zhao Wanqing smiled faintly, Isn't it laughable? The moment I uncovered the truth, I thought it was a jest. After all, life is not a novel. Where do we find such tales of tragic love? I cannot believe it, so I inquired with his classmates, rummaged through his drawers. Eventually, I stumbled upon their photographs. Meticulously locked away in a box, he treated like a treasure, a box I was forbidden to touch. I also discovered his diary. Throughout the year and more we were together, he oscillated between warmth and distance, sometimes appearing to love me, yet at other times seemingly indifferent. I could not decipher his sentiments, attributing it to my own inadequacies in caring for him. Upon seeing the photographs and the diary, everything became clear. I, Zhao Wanqing, am utterly insignificant. I am not even a mere afterthought, merely a jester. He was not inherently aloof, nor was it my shortcomings. It was simply that I was unworthy. When we broke up, he knelt and pleaded, professing his love, claiming he would do anything for me. Did he truly believe that I, Zhao Wanqing, was so naive that a few flattering words would soften my heart? My only regret is having realized the truth too late, having been led around in circles by him. Zhao Wanqing turned her head away, blinking furiously to prevent her tears from falling. Of course, the primary reason for the breakup was my own practicality. As a privileged young lady, what right did I have to engage with a pauper? The secret between father and daughter. Zhao Wanqing held her pride dearly. The last thing she desired was the pity of others. Although Jiang Qiao felt both anger and empathy, they tacitly refrained from mentioning the notion of being a substitute again. It was indeed right to have severed ties with such a person. He was clearly a wealthy heir, yet chose to feign poverty. Deception is the least forgivable sin in romance. Our Wanqing is young and beautiful, highly educated and capable. What man is beyond her reach? This is the honest truth. Young women like Zhao Wanqing, hailing from affluent families, are highly sought after in the matchmaking market, even disregarding family background. There are plenty of distinguished men eager to pursue her. Spare me the flattery. After a brief conversation, Zhao Wanqing felt her spirits lift. Yesterday, her aunt introduced her to several affluent second-generation individuals, but she found herself lacking interest. She resolved to focus solely on her career, believing that while men may disappoint, a career would not. Jiang Qiao wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. As kindergarten was about to dismiss, Zhao Wanqing urged Jiang Qiao to pick up her goddaughter. She packed some desserts from the café for Jiang Qiao, her goddaughter, who was more punctual than Jiang Qiao, often reminding others of the time. With a smile, Jiang Qiao made her way to Junde Kindergarten. Upon entering the classroom, she spotted Jiang Qiao conversing with a little boy who bore a slight scar on his face, likely from fingernail scratch. Startled, Jiang Qiao quickly took Jiang Qiao to a corner of the classroom. "Didn't you promise your mother not to hit others?" she inquired. Jiang Qiao rolled her eyes, asserting, "I didn't hit him. It was classmate Tang Xian who did." Jiang Qiao often saw messages from Tang Xian's mother in the kindergarten's WeChat group and knew she was quite a formidable homemaker. She wondered how the mother of the other boy would react. However, as long as her daughter was not the culprit, she felt relieved. Apologizing for the misunderstanding, Jiang Qiao waved dismissively, "Silly mommy, I'm not upset at all." After leaving the kindergarten, Jiang Qiao stopped by the market to purchase fresh meat and vegetables, returning home to prepare a simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup. Unlike other mothers who meticulously crafted nutritious meals and arranged them in playful designs, Jiang Qiao cooked what was convenient, and Jiang Qiao happily ate whatever was served. Consequently, her cooking was efficient, completing 3 dishes in less than an hour. At this stage, children were not required to do homework, so Jiang Qiao lay contentedly on the sofa, coloring in a picture book. The thick tome, filled with pages, had already seen more than half of its illustrations colored in by her little hands, a testament to her perseverance, surpassing that of many adults. Before Jiang Qiao was born, Jiang Qiao had purchased a coloring book titled XX Garden, intending to color half a page daily. But she had faltered after just a few leaves and ultimately gifted the book to a neighbor's child. As evening approached, the sound of keys jingling at the door announced the arrival of her husband, Huo Hanting. Jiang Qiao immediately sprang up from the sofa, her bare feet racing towards the entrance, propelling herself into Huo Hanting's embrace like a little cannonball. "Daddy is home," she exclaimed. Huo Hanting lifted Jiang Qiao, noticing her thick socks. "Why aren't you wearing shoes?" he asked, settling her on the sofa and bending down to put on her shoes. Jiang Qiao wiggled her feet joyfully and leaned in to whisper to Huo Hanting, "Daddy." "Let me tell you," Huo Hanting exchanged a glance with Jiang Qiao before discreetly changing the subject. "The feathers Xiaoduo-colored look splendid. How about we take her to see real parrots this weekend?" Before Jiang Xiaoduo could voice her thoughts, Huo Hanting gently placed his finger on her lips, mimicking a zipper motion. Immediately, she covered her mouth and looked at Jiang Qiao with a wary expression. Jiang Qiao was perceptive enough to notice the subtle exchanges between the father and daughter, suggesting they harbored a secret they wished to keep from her ears. As long as it wasn't a matter of principle, she felt no compulsion to intervene. She decided to feign ignorance. Huo Hanting, cradling Jiang Xiaoduo, settled at the dining table. Jiang Xiaoduo, eager to share whispered secrets, hastily shoveled food into her mouth with a stainless steel spoon. One should chew their food slowly and thoughtfully to avoid choking. Huo Hanting gently corrected her. It was at this moment that Jiang Qiao observed Huo Hanting's dining mannerisms, which diverged from a norm. He sat upright, his movements impeccably silent as he served himself. This was undoubtedly a reflection of his excellent upbringing. In contrast, Jiang Qiao and Jiang Xiaoduo approached their meal with casual abandon, prioritizing comfort over decorum. This disparity made Jiang Qiao feel somewhat self-conscious, prompting her to straighten her posture and handle her chopsticks with greater care, striving to avoid clattering them against the plates. "Feel free to eat according to your own habits," Huo Hanting, ever observant, reassured her. "I was merely concerned that Xiaoduo might choke if she ate too quickly." Jiang Qiao's tension eased at his words. She found Huo Hanting to be quite commendable, attentive and considerate of others. Her experiences over the years in the restaurant business had exposed her to many men who were rather brusque and often oblivious to the thoughts of their female companions. Little did she know, this was a habit cultivated by Huo Hanting through years of navigating the business world. Despite his high standing, he didn't need to heed others' expressions. Yet, instinctively gauging the emotions of others during negotiations to exploit their vulnerabilities had become second nature. After the meal, Huo Hanting proposed a stroll with Jiang Xiaoduo. Jiang Qiao understood that the father and daughter wished to have some private time together. Not wanting to intrude, she waved them off. Relishing her newfound leisure, she placed the dishes in the dishwasher and collapsed onto the sofa to indulge in her phone. Upon opening WeChat, she was startled to find 999 messages in the kindergarten group chat. Such a flurry of activity typically only occurred when the teacher assigned tasks. Fearing she might miss an important announcement, Jiang Qiao quickly scrolled through the messages, only to discover a heated argument between Tang Xian's mother and He Zichen's mother. He Zichen was the little boy who had been scratched on the face by Tang Xian that afternoon at kindergarten. Initially, the two mothers maintained a civil tone, but as Tang Xian's mother continued to deflect blame and make excuses, He Zichen's mother grew increasingly aggressive, leading to a full-blown quarrel in the group chat. Despite the teacher's attempts at mediation, Jiang Qiao felt a profound disappointment towards both boys and their parents. For reasons unbeknownst to her, these two children had taken a particular liking to tormenting Jiang Xiaoduo, whether by spitting or lifting her skirt. Jiang Qiao had approached their parents on several occasions, yet to no avail. Both mothers are homemakers, treating their sons as if they were the very essence of their existence, utterly devoid of reason. They readily exclaim, "Why does my son provoke your daughter when he does not trouble others? Perhaps it is your daughter who has erred first. How can you, an adult, stoop to squabble with children?" Jiang Qiao, feeling weak and concerned for her daughter, refrains from any extreme actions. She contemplates transferring Jiang Xiaoduo to another school, yet her daughter, having formed many cherished friendships, is reluctant to leave. One day, when they came to cause trouble again, Jiang Xiaoduo, in a fit of rage, retaliated fiercely, and the situation improved slightly. After observing for a while, Jiang Qiao discovered that her daughter would instantly counterattack when provoked, so she chose to turn a blind eye. Witnessing these two mothers quarrel so fiercely, she thought to herself that indeed, evil begets evil. She wondered what the situation would be when they returned to school the following day. Huo Hanting carried Jiang Xiaoduo to the grassy area of their community, and she could hardly contain her excitement as she boasted, "Daddy, the techniques you taught me were truly effective. They really fought." Her eyes sparkled with joy, reflecting an entire galaxy. Huo Hanting affectionately ruffled her hair, asking, "Are you this happy?" "They keep bullying me," Jiang Xiaoduo pouted. "I hit them, but they still don't listen. They're just naughty little kids." "They have been bullying you?" Huo Hanting's expression darkened. Just yesterday, he had thought his daughter was merely indulging in playful fighting and had taught her a few strategies to navigate conflicts, concerned only that she would not be harmed. After all, they were merely 4 or 5 years old. What trouble could they truly cause? Little did he know that his daughter had been enduring constant bullying. Seething with anger, yet not wishing to frighten Jiang Qiao, he maintained a gentle demeanor. Tell Daddy, how do they bully you? They say I'm a wild child without a father, and they spit on my homework. They even dirted the new shoes Mommy bought for me and try to lift my skirt. With each word Jiang Qiao spoke, Huo Hanting's eyes brimmed with a palpable fury. His precious daughter was living such a life in kindergarten. Sensing her father's displeasure, Jiang Qiao, in her innocent voice, reassured him, but I hit them quite a bit. Now, they dare not provoke me anymore. Huo Hanting realized he had frightened her. He tempered his icy demeanor and gently asked, Then, why didn't you tell Mommy? Mommy has always helped me, but she works very hard and shouldn't be made sad. She got scolded when she went to speak with Zichen's mother and secretly cried on the way back. This was indeed a misunderstanding. Jiang Qiao had simply been angered at the moment, causing her eyes to redden, which made it seem as if she were about to cry. However, Jiang Qiao mistakenly believed her mother had been bullied by Zichen's mother, attributing her distress to him, and later, upon returning to kindergarten, she had given him a beating. Jiang Qiao recounted Zichen's pitiful state after being hit, feeling a twinge of pride. However, all that Huo Hanting felt was guilt and heartache. Had he not been under the influence of medication, and had he recalled the events of 5 years ago sooner, perhaps he could have located the mother and daughter in time, sparing his daughter from such a plight. He embraced Jiang Qiao, his voice choked with emotion, murmuring, I'm sorry, Daddy has come too late. Discrepancies in education. Jiang Qiao was bewildered by her father's words, yet she could sense his affection for her, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. It's not too late. Qiao will always be with Daddy. Huo Hanting took his daughter home. That very evening, he called Assistant Qin, instructing him to handle matters regarding Zichen and Tang Xian's families. Through the phone screen, Assistant Qin could perceive Huo Hanting's murderous intent. He shivered at the thought. Not daring to waste a moment, he spent the night without sleep, ensuring the affairs were resolved. The following afternoon, when Jiang Qiao went to pick up Jiang Qiao, she was perplexed not to see Tang Xian or Zichen. She had deliberately arrived at the kindergarten half an hour early, eager to witness the anticipated clash between the mothers. Who doesn't relish a bit of excitement? To her dismay, neither of the troublesome children appeared, leaving her expectations unfulfilled. At that moment, Teacher Tian passed by with her lesson plan, and Jiang Qiao discreetly inquired about the situation. Teacher Tian, equally puzzled, replied, I received a call early this morning stating that both Tang Xian and Zichen are transferring schools. I found it strange that the decision came so suddenly, without prior notice. Tang Xian's mother mentioned that their family is leaving Jiangchang for good. Jiang Qiao was taken aback. Aren't they all natives of Jiangchang? Although she was initially unaware, Tang Xian's mother often boasted in their group chat about being a local, looking down upon those from elsewhere. Now, she was leaving in such haste. Just yesterday, during a heated argument in the group, she had arranged to meet Zichen's mother at the kindergarten today. Teacher Tian shook her head. Zichen's mother also stated they are departing Jiangchang. I recall they had just bought a house in the school district last year. Her tone seemed off, and I intended to ask further. But she claimed her husband had changed jobs and they needed to move to a small city in the northwest. When I called again for clarification, didn't answer, blocked my number, and exited the group chat. I can no longer reach them. This was indeed peculiar. While Jiang Qiao held no fondness for them and would have preferred they take their unruly children far away from Jiang Qiao, the current situation hinted at something more sinister. Their departure felt less like a mere relocation and more akin to an escape. Out of humanitarian concern, Jiang Qiao suggested, given the circumstances, it seems rather alarming. Have you reported this to the principal or the authorities? Why hasn't it been reported? Teacher Tian sighed. I went to the police station at noon, but they assured me that both families were simply undergoing normal job relocations and advised me not to be overly suspicious. Perhaps I am overthinking it. It is likely a mere coincidence. Jiang Qiao chose to remain silent. Since it was a job transfer, it no longer mattered. With the departure of both families, she no longer had to constantly worry about Jiang Qiao being bullied at kindergarten or inadvertently harming her classmates. Jiang Qiao was also quite pleased. finally free from the sight of those two troublesome classmates. On the way home, she insisted that Jiang Qiao buy her ice cream, concerned about her digestive health. Jiang Qiao refused. Pouting, Jiang Xiaoduo returned home and complained to Huo Hanting upon his arrival. "Mommy wouldn't buy me ice cream." Huo Hanting, having recently refreshed his parenting knowledge, understood that children should not indulge in excessive ice cream and suggested, "Would you like a cake instead, Xiaoduo? Daddy will buy you a cake." Jiang Xiaoduo, in her stubbornness, rolled on the sofa, protesting, "No, I want ice cream." Huo Hanting hesitated. Jiang Qiao, sensing his impending concession, interjected, "Ice cream is too cold. It can irritate your stomach, and you might end up with a tummy ache. I want ice cream." In dealing with a child throwing a tantrum, the most effective approach is often to ignore them. Jiang Qiao chose not to engage, sitting at the dining table to have her meal without calling her. Huo Hanting softly coaxed her, but Jiang Xiaoduo only intensified her efforts, covering her face and beginning to whimper. Perhaps a small ice cream wouldn't hurt. Unable to bear his daughter's tears, Huo Hanting was inclined to grant her every wish. Yet, Jiang Qiao stood firm. A child should be cherished, but not spoiled. She had already indulged in ice cream yesterday, and she had promised not to have any today, thus she must honor that commitment. Huo Hanting fell silent. After a while, seizing an opportunity when Jiang Qiao was distracted, he whispered a few words to Jiang Xiaoduo. Instantly, her spirits lifted, and she ceased crying, gazing at Huo Hanting with wide eyes. "Really?" Huo Hanting wiped her face with a wet tissue. "Daddy will buy it for you tomorrow." Jiang Qiao overheard and felt a headache coming on. "You cannot indulge the child like this. She must take responsibility for her own words." She didn't need to ask what Huo Hanting had promised to buy Jiang Xiaoduo. It was certainly something she had long desired. "All her classmates have smartwatches. I want to get her one so that she can contact us if needed." Jiang Qiao sighed. "I had promised her that if she behaved and attended class every day for a month, I would buy it for her. However, she refuses to get up in the mornings, pretending to be sick, which is why I rescinded the reward. I understand your affection for her. To us, she is utterly adorable, but the outside world will not view her the same way. If we do not educate her properly, she will face difficulties in the future. Thank you for reminding me that children must be educated from a young age. This is Jiang Qiao's principle." However, Huo Hanting did not share such profound insight. He, along with several cousins, was raised in a rather unrestrained manner during his childhood, and he could be described as somewhat mischievous, having committed numerous misdeeds. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his subsequent development. Perhaps this disparity stems from the differing thought processes between genders. Furthermore, due to Huo Hanting's absence over the past 4 years, he harbored a sense of guilt towards Jiang Xiaoduo, leading him to willingly fulfill her every request. Although he could not fully comprehend Jiang Qiao's fixation on trivial matters, he nonetheless respected her approach to educating Jiang Xiaoduo over these years. He could only disregard the eager glimmer in Jiang Xiaoduo's eyes and remarked, "Let's purchase it after a while." Ultimately, he could not bear to resist her plea and coaxed her gently, "Focus on your studies, and in 10 days, I shall buy you the finest smartwatch, all right?" Jiang Xiaoduo, unaware of what constituted the best, innocently inquired, "Will my classmates envy me?" "Indeed," Huo Hanting assured her. "Your classmates will surely admire how beautiful your smartwatch is." Jiang Xiaoduo tilted her head, envisioning the scenario, feeling somewhat elated. She promised to be obedient and study diligently. Jiang Qiao shook her head in resignation. This little girl, so cunning, resembled someone, though she herself had not been like this in her youth. A fleeting thought crossed Jiang Qiao's mind, reminding her of that unfamiliar man from 5 years ago. She quickly dismissed the notion, resolving not to indulge in such unwarranted musings. The past was behind her, and there was no need to invite more troubles upon herself. Upon hearing the word obedient, Huo Hanting furrowed his brow slightly. That evening, after soothing Jiang Xiaoduo to sleep, Jiang Qiao knocked on the door of the master bedroom. Huo Hanting was engrossed in responding to work emails on his computer, his mind swirling with various data and legal statutes, and he momentarily failed to notice the noise outside, casually uttering, "Come in. Are you reading English emails?" Jiang Qiao did not intend to pry into his computer. However, his laptop was in full view, and, as she entered, she could not feign ignorance. Huo Hanting, a seasoned player in the business world, displayed no signs of fluster or concealment, instead allowing Jiang Qiao to see the screen openly. "Oh, The company is preparing to expand its overseas rental business, and I am studying, he stated confidently, knowing Jiang Qiao would not scrutinize the email's contents. The page was filled with specialized terminology that would be incomprehensible to anyone outside the finance industry. Jiang Qiao certainly did not intend to examine the emails closely, as that would appear rather impolite. She placed a cup of warm milk on the table, saying, "I merely came to bring you a cup of warm milk. Also, I apologize for my somewhat intense tone regarding Xiaoduo's education this evening." Huo Hanting glanced at his watch, noting that he had 15 minutes to spare. "I do not wish to raise a daughter who is merely obedient. My daughter, Huo Hanting's daughter, should be vibrant and unrestrained, possessing the courage to pursue whatever she desires. She need not adhere to societal rules or concern herself with others' opinions. She must simply be herself." He had encountered many gentle, virtuous, and graceful young women, all well-educated. Any man fortunate enough to marry one of them would be blessed for life. As a man, particularly the president of the illustrious Huo family empire, he possesses a profound understanding of the psyche of certain men. The allure of gentle, obedient girls lies in their malleability. They cling to men and are swayed by their whims. Yet, entrusting one's destiny to another is inherently a foolish choice. His daughter may flourish as a delicate flower in a greenhouse or rise as a formidable woman in the business arena. However, she must never be taught that femininity is synonymous with gentleness and submissiveness to be likable. Jiang Qiao was deeply moved. In truth, Huo Hanting's words resonated with her, for it was the first time someone had articulated that he did not desire a docile girl. Rather, he sought an independent daughter with her own character. She need not seek anyone's approval. Her only obligation is to herself. Jiang Qiao recalled her own childhood, when she had been conditioned to be obedient and understanding to earn the favor of adults. The tenets of self-reliance and strength were lessons she comprehended only in adulthood. She had always aspired to nurture Jiang Qiao into a strong and confident girl, yet at times, she failed to realize that she was inadvertently constraining her daughter with notions of obedience and compliance. Jiang Qiao felt as though she had been struck by a revelation, awakening her to a new understanding. "Thank you for enlightening me. I shall forever remember your words." Huo Hanting, glancing at his watch, interrupted, "Apologies, but I have work to attend to." "Oh, I shall retire now," Jiang Qiao replied, her cheeks flushing as she exited the room. Initially, she intended merely to offer an apology, but reflecting on it, entering her nominal husband's chamber at such a late hour inevitably sparked a flurry of thoughts. The following morning, Jiang Qiao expressed a desire for fried chicken from a street vendor. Typically, Jiang Qiao would disallow such greasy fare in the mornings. However, today she refrained from intervening, merely cautioning her daughter that consuming such rich food on an empty stomach could lead to an upset stomach. If she still wished to indulge, she would have to bear the consequences. Jiang Qiao, unable to resist the temptation, was astonished by her mother's sudden leniency. "Mom, are you planning to abandon me?" Jiang Qiao's face was adorned with a large question mark. "It's how it goes in the television shows," her daughter explained. Jiang Qiao gently ruffled her hair, advising, "Limit your television watching. If your intelligence continues to decline, we may have to consider special schooling." Jiang Qiao felt a hint of implied criticism, but struggled to comprehend the underlying meaning. As she watched her daughter enter the classroom, Jiang Qiao turned only to receive an unexpected phone call from an unfamiliar number. "Jiang, come quickly. Your mother is in trouble." Jiang Qiao's heart raced. "What happened?" A loud-voiced middle-aged woman on the other end exclaimed, "Your mother has had an accident and hit someone's car. They are demanding compensation." Before the woman could elaborate, Jiang Qiao's irate voice echoed through the phone, abruptly cutting off the call. Jiang Qiao hailed a taxi and rushed to the Sifang community, where Jiang Qiao resided. This community served as a resettlement area for relocated residents, primarily those who had previously owned homes in rural areas and were affected by demolition. The neighborhood was a chaotic mix of people, and the environment was quite disorderly. Before attending university, Jiang Qiao had lived here. The community lacked an elevator, and after climbing 6 flights of stairs, she finally arrived at the door, breathless. Upon hearing the commotion, Jiang Qiao and a plump middle-aged woman seated on the old sofa in the living room turned their attention toward her. "Why are you here instead of at the restaurant?" Jiang Qiao pushed her toward the door. "I have nothing to discuss. You should leave quickly." You must inform your daughter. If the restaurant finds her, it will only create more trouble for her, the middle-aged woman said in a coarse voice, unabashedly speaking her mind. I am Aunt Lou. I just called you. Your mother was in an accident a week ago, colliding with a motorcycle while crossing the street. Now the owner is demanding 130,000 yuan for repairs. Jiang Qiao's heart sank. That amount was no trivial sum. He must be trying to extort me. A battered motorcycle shouldn't cost anywhere near that much. Why not just rob a bank? Jiang Qiao rolled up her sleeves, infuriated. Jiang Qiao held her forehead in exasperation. Mother, please clarify the situation for me. That morning, I rode my tricycle to the market, anxious not to lose my stall. In my haste, I collided with a motorcycle at a turn. He knocked over my fish, and before I could even ask for compensation, he demanded 10,000 yuan for repairs. Then why is he now asking for 130,000? He thinks he can bully me, a single mother. Young people today lack morals, threatening to sue me if I don't pay. Jiang Qiao's eyes flickered. Wasn't the accident caused by you running a red light? Jiang Qiao, knowing her mother's stubborn nature, asked helplessly, did the owner suggest that if you paid 10,000, the matter could be settled privately? You didn't agree and ended up scolding him, didn't you? Jiang Qiao hesitated. What motorcycle could possibly cost that much? Your uncle's motorcycle only cost 5,000 or 6,000. Jiang Qiao sighed wearily. The obstinate Jiang Qiao had escalated a matter that could have been resolved for 10,000 to a staggering 130,000. At this point, complaining was futile. The owner's initial willingness to settle for 10,000 indicated he wasn't merely intent on extorting money. Jiang Qiao obtained the owner's phone number and called him, politely negotiating how the repair costs would be covered. Initially, the owner was irate due to Jiang Qiao's outburst and was reluctant to answer the call. However, upon hearing Jiang Qiao's sincere tone and noting her youth, his demeanor softened somewhat. The motorcycle in question was a Harley, with parts that have been expensively imported and assembled. He is willing to send the damage assessment report and repair list from the 4S shop to Jiang Qiao, stating that if she remains unconvinced, they can discuss the matter face-to-face at the Traffic Management Bureau. Jiang Qiao, listening nearby, feels a surge of frustration, nearly snatching the phone to speak for herself. As soon as the call ends, she exclaims in exasperation, how can you let him lead you by the nose? Whatever amount he demands, you simply comply. Mother, do not think that a motorcycle costs little. Some luxury models can rival the price of a car. His Harley motorcycle typically retails around 700,000. Once, such motorcycles were the subject of ridicule for those who lacked knowledge, and Jiang Qiao had seen this online, never expecting it to affect her family one day. Is it true? Can a motorcycle be so expensive? Seeing that Jiang Qiao still does not believe her, Jiang Qiao directly searches for the Harley motorcycle's price online and presents it to her. Even if his motorcycle is a high-end model, I only lightly bumped it. There is no need for such exorbitant costs. Jiang Qiao internally accepts the truth, yet remains obstinate. I suspect he is colluding with that repair shop to profit. It's merely a shell repair. How could it possibly cost over 100,000? Is it adorned with gold? I will cover this expense. Mother, consider it a financial loss to avert disaster, and please do not complicate matters further. Jiang Qiao fears her mother might confront the motorcycle owner, escalating the situation. Those who can afford a 700,000 motorcycle are either passionate about their vehicles or simply wealthy enough not to be concerned about such sums. Regardless of which type, they should avoid confrontation as they are already at fault. It would be best to resolve the matter with money. That is 130,000, not 13. Jiang Qiao exclaims with heightened emotion. Have you lost your mind from running a restaurant, so casually offering such a large sum? If you think making money is easy, hand it over to me to manage. Don't forget who you are after making a little profit. Jiang Qiao boldly asks, then what do you propose? Of course, we should delay compensation. He is so wealthy, having spent 700,000 on a motorcycle. Does he really need our money? Jiang Qiao asserts confidently, displaying an attitude of indifference to consequences. Jiang Qiao rubs her forehead in distress. Mother, this money cannot simply be dismissed if the other party decides to sue us. We will not only owe repair costs, but potentially other compensations as well, which could exceed 130,000. I do not care. I refuse to pay any money. If he wants my life, so be it. I fear no one. Jiang Qiao has never won an argument against her mother, as she is not particularly eloquent. The atmosphere lapses into a stalemate. Aunt Lou steps in to mediate. Little Jiang, I understand your mother has feelings. You both worked tirelessly for every penny. And now having to part with over 100,000 for someone else is understandably difficult. Jiang Qiao also feels the weight of the situation. After all, this represents nearly 4 months of her income. As Jiang Qiao matures day by day, her expenses inevitably increase, demanding meticulous planning for every penny she possesses. The sudden financial burden of 130,000 is nothing short of a calamity. Despite her earnest entreaties, Jiang Xiaoping remains obstinate and refuses to consider compensation, even threatening Jiang Qiao with dire consequences should she dare to settle the matter privately. With no other recourse, Jiang Qiao departs in despair. That evening, while accompanying Jiang Xiaoduo in her artistic endeavors, Jiang Qiao finds herself frequently distracted, a fact not lost on her daughter. "Mom, you're daydreaming again," Jiang Xiaoduo remarks, waving her small hand in front of her mother. Not wanting to dampen her child's spirits, Jiang Qiao feigns nonchalance, stating, "It's nothing, dear. Mommy is just a bit tired." For the sake of facilitating communication, she has added the car owner on WeChat and notices a recent post showcasing a company event, prominently featuring the logo of the Global Universe Group. This prestigious corporation ranks among the Fortune 500, with its headquarters in Jiangxing. One can only speculate about the affluence and extensive social network of those employed there. It appears she has indeed encountered formidable opposition. "Mom, you've sighed 3 times already." "Did I?" Jiang Qiao is momentarily oblivious to her own demeanor. Jiang Xiaoduo nods emphatically. "Mom, are you being bullied?" "What bullying?" At that moment, Huo Hanting returns, emanating an air of coldness. It is a matter of decorum not to disclose familial troubles to one's in-laws, particularly so soon after a marriage to Huo Hanting. Yet, Jiang Qiao feels that he is not the type to mock her. After a moment's hesitation, she divulges the details of her predicament, although she tactfully omits the more tumultuous aspects of Jiang Xiaoping's behavior. Even as her biological daughter, Jiang Xiaoduo perceives her mother's actions as somewhat unreasonable, wishing to spare her from embarrassment before her son-in-law. "I plan to arrange a meeting with the car owner at the Traffic Management Bureau in a couple of days to transfer the funds directly and have a traffic officer witness the transaction. The sooner this matter is resolved, the better." Jiang Qiao considers herself a law-abiding citizen and cannot bear the thought of carrying ongoing disputes. Such concerns would only preoccupy her mind and divert her focus. "I noticed his social media profile. He still works for the Global Universe Group, and judging by his age, he may even hold a managerial position, which should minimize the likelihood of protracted negotiations. It would be ideal to settle this matter in one go." Upon hearing the name Global Universe, Huo Hanting raises an eyebrow, yet Jiang Qiao remains oblivious to his reaction. "Show me the photo," he requests. "What?" Jiang Qiao blinks in surprise, realizing he is referring to the social media post. She quickly unlocks her phone and retrieves the image. He appears to be in his 30s, nearing 40, and does not strike me as unreasonable. The Huo family is the largest shareholder of Global Universe, with Huo Hanting as its behind-the-scenes proprietor, though he does not interfere with the daily operations of the company. Every month, the chief executive officer of Huanzhou convenes meetings with the executives to discuss various internal matters of the company. Thus, Huo Hanting is quite familiar with the senior management of Huanzhou. However, he regrettably does not recognize this particular vehicle owner. He sent the photo to himself using Jiang Qiao's phone and promptly deleted the chat history. "You may converse with him first, since he is an employee of Huanzhou. Perhaps he is not overly concerned about this sum of money. Whether he is troubled by this amount is his affair. We must bear the consequences of our misdeeds." Jiang Qiao felt a pang of both regret and frustration at the thought of expending such a considerable sum. Huo Hanting cast a penetrating glance at her, expecting at least a few words of complaint. Yet, from the moment she disclosed this matter to him, she remained remarkably composed, contemplating how to address it correctly, devoid of any lamentation. Clearly, for her, 130,000 is equivalent to several months of her earnings. Huo Hanting swiftly forwarded the photo to Assistant Qin, instructing him to investigate the individual. Assistant Qin, perplexed, wondered if so many people had offended the CEO recently. The individual in question, Jiang Qiao, is a senior director in the marketing department of Huanzhou, married with a son and daughter. Within minutes, Assistant Qin accessed his details via the company intranet and reported them meticulously to Huo Hanting. "Extend a greeting to him. I shall cover the repair costs for his motorcycle. The perpetrator only requires a few thousand for damages." Huo Hanting promptly replied, adding a note. Maintain discretion. Do not disclose this to the perpetrator. Assistant Qin personally called Jiang Qiao, who, in his excitement, struggled to articulate his words. Regardless of what Assistant Qin proposed, he readily acquiesced, unable to resist. Assistant Qin discreetly sought to uncover the identity of the perpetrator, curious about who warranted such respect that the CEO himself would intervene. Jiang Qiao? That name seemed familiar. She is the mother of the CEO's wife, which would make her the CEO's mother-in-law. Assistant Qin felt as if he had stumbled upon a significant revelation and couldn't help but commend Jiang Qiao once more. Miss Jiang, I have spoken with the insurance company. They are willing to cover the repair expenses, along with an additional small sum of approximately 2,000 yuan, which you may reimburse me. The following day, Jiang Qiao awoke to a message from the vehicle owner, utterly astonished. How could it be that merely one night had elapsed, and the vehicle owner's stance had shifted? Hadn't he previously stated that the insurance would not compensate? The owner explained, initially, the insurance company was unwilling to pay. But I requested assistance from the company's legal department to issue a lawyer's letter, and they consented. Indeed, the legal team of a Fortune 500 company is an extraordinary force. Jiang Qiao sighed in relief, promptly transferring 2,000 yuan via WeChat, accompanied by expressions of gratitude. To her surprise, the vehicle owner was even more courteous, apologizing for the earlier confusion and requesting that she not take it to heart. Jiang Qiao, scratch her head. Are employees of Fortune 500 companies all this polite nowadays? After all, he is the one who suffered the loss. Or perhaps something transpired that she was unaware of. Maybe the vehicle owner's demeanor is simply exceptionally refined. Jiang Qiao did not dwell on it for long and went to find Huo Hanting to share the delightful news. However, he had already left for work. The matter of compensation has been resolved smoothly, so there is no need for you to worry. Huo Hanting received Jiang Qiao's message in his office. He casually set his phone aside, only to see her send a second message. I seem to have good luck. I will take Xiao Duo to the temple this weekend to offer incense. Huo Hanting pressed his lips together, a slight itch at the roots of his teeth. She certainly had a vivid imagination, even considering taking their daughter to the temple. No riding the electric scooter. Upon reading this message, Jiang Qiao, while sipping her milk, nearly choked. What was with him? Always fixating on her little electric scooter. Nevertheless, she had indeed not used it to take Jiang Xiaoduo to school recently. Although she did not perceive any safety issues with the scooter, a taxi could shield them from the wind and rain. Especially with winter approaching and the weather growing increasingly cold. She could not bear to let her child suffer in the chill. She just needed to be cautious herself, avoiding greasy food in the morning to prevent motion sickness. After dropping Jiang Xiaoduo off at kindergarten, Jiang Qiao headed to the Sifan community, intending to discuss the compensation matter in person with Jiang Qiao. As she entered the community, she encountered Aunt Lu from the previous day, who greeted her with a smile, saying, "Little Jiang, don't hold a grudge against your mother. She is just scared of being poor. Don't let her tough demeanor yesterday fool you. She hardly slept at all and was at the market by 4 this morning, saying she wanted to earn more money for you." Jiang Qiao nodded, "I know. She had just finished selling fish and was returning home. You two should sit down and have a good talk. And don't let it devolve into another chaotic scene like yesterday." After Aunt Lu's advice, she took her grandson to school. Jiang Qiao had always understood her mother's struggles. Her father had passed away while her mother was still pregnant with her. At that time, their family was destitute, and her brother was only 5 years old. Jiang Qiao did not even have the luxury of a proper postpartum recovery. After just a few days of rest, she went out to find work to support them. As an uneducated rural woman, following her husband into labor, it was far from easy for her to find employment in unfamiliar surroundings. To survive, she tried various jobs, enduring the disdain and ridicule of others, and faced hardships beyond what most could imagine. Thus, she developed a fiery temperament, unwilling to suffer any losses, appearing unreasonable and difficult to deal with. In truth, Jiang Qiao understood that in their lower-class circle, people preyed on the weak and feared the strong. If Jiang Qiao did not adopt a tough stance, others would take advantage of her. However, regarding the compensation matter, Jiang Qiao had indeed been in the wrong, and Jiang Qiao was prepared to have a serious conversation with her to avoid greater losses in the future. Upon entering, she found Jiang Qiao reclining on the sofa, a hot towel resting on her forehead. "Are you unwell?" Jiang Qiao exclaimed in surprise. "It's nothing, just resting for a bit," Jiang Qiao replied, looking rather haggard. Her complexion sallow, with dark circles under her eyes. Though she appeared fearless, it was evident that she had been worried throughout the night. Jiang Qiao could not find the words to express her reproach and gently remarked, "The matter has been resolved." The car owner accepted the insurance and only requested 2,000 yuan. "Do not deceive me," Jiang Qiao replied, her face reflecting skepticism. Could he truly be that accommodating? "Tell me the truth. Did you secretly seek him out for compensation?" Jiang Qiao retrieved the WeChat chat history. "See for yourself. I assure you, I have not deceived you." Jiang Qiao, having completed elementary school, recognized a few simple characters. She squinted at the phone screen for a while. "Well, at least he has a semblance of conscience," she muttered, her expression visibly relaxing. "Mother, please do not run red lights in the future. This time we encountered a kind-hearted person who did not hold it against us. What if next time we meet someone unreasonable? We would be the ones to suffer." "I can manage without your admonitions," Jiang Qiao shot back, glaring at her. "Return to your restaurant and refrain from wandering about." Clearly, she was perturbed by her daughter's interference. However, Jiang Qiao understood that her mother was merely putting on a brave front. In reality, she had absorbed the information. "Did you not mention bringing your son-in-law to meet me? When shall we meet?" Jiang Qiao queried abruptly. "He is quite busy at the moment. I have yet to find the right time to discuss it with him." In truth, she felt embarrassed to request his assistance in fabricating a story. Jiang Qiao scrutinized her suspiciously. "You aren't concealing anything from me, are you?" "Of course not." Jiang Qiao laughed lightly, attempting to steer the conversation elsewhere. "You seem a bit unwell. Perhaps you should rest for a moment?" "Do not divert the topic. Bring your son-in-law to meet me tomorrow," Jiang Qiao insisted, proving to be no easy interlocutor. Jiang Qiao felt a pang of guilt. Later that evening, as Jiang Qiao observed Huo Hanting hesitating to speak for the third time, he finally inquired, "Is there something on your mind?" To persuade Jiang Qiao, Jiang Qiao had concocted a tale that she and Huo Hanting had known each other for many years, with him persisting in his pursuit of her, leading to their reluctant agreement to date for over a year. Now, revealing this in front of Huo Hanting left her feeling quite awkward. Avoidance would not serve her. Summoning her courage, Jiang Qiao steeled herself and recounted the entire situation. "I did not intend to present it this way. My mother is rather traditional. If I were to tell her that we married upon our first meeting, she would undoubtedly disapprove." After speaking, she stole a glance at Huo Hanting's expression. His reaction remained calm, devoid of mockery or annoyance, which relieved her greatly. "Does your mother wish to meet tomorrow evening?" "Yes," Jiang Qiao nodded. "If tomorrow is inconvenient for you, it is not an issue. I can arrange another time. Rest assured, my mother is not one to meddle in her children's affairs. You need only meet her this once. If she desires another encounter in the future, I will find a way to decline." Jiang Qiao was not one to relish interactions with elders and would not impose such obligations on Huo Hanting. Why complicate matters when they were not, in the true sense, husband and wife? "I will come by to pick you up after work tomorrow," Huo Hanting stated, showing no inclination to decline. Since they are married, he shall fulfill his obligations. "I will await your return at home." A weight lifted from Jiang Qiao's heart as she realized that Huo Hanting was indeed quite agreeable. Maintaining his composure before Jiang Qiao, Huo Hanting returned to his bedroom and called Hui Yunjin. What items should one prepare when visiting elders? Hui Yunjin, recently returned from an overseas business trip and currently adjusting to the time difference, was roused from his slumber by the ringing phone. Irritated, he felt a surge of anger, but managed to restrain himself upon seeing it was Huo Hanting calling. Yet he was taken aback by Huo Hanting's inquiry. What elders? The only few elders from the Huo family that required a personal visit from Huo Hanting were familiar to him. Did he really need to call to ask? Jiang Qiao's mother. Hui Yunjin's temples throbbed, and he couldn't help but curse. "Third, do you have a problem? Asking me what to bring for the mother-in-law? Do I look like someone who has a mother-in-law? Aren't you responsible for family social engagements? You understand this better than I do." Hui Yunjin was both amused and infuriated by Huo Hanting's assumption. "Who do I usually socialize with? Do any of them have assets below 100 billion? Your mother-in-law is an elderly lady in her 50s or 60s. How am I supposed to know her preferences? Then do some research." Hui Yunjin. Why should I? Why should Huo Hanting's mother-in-law require him to do the research? A person deprived of sleep tends to be irritable. For the first time in his life, Hui Yunjin hung up on Huo Hanting. Huo Hanting stared at the darkened phone screen, his expression darkening. Among the brothers, the only one with experience interacting with a mother-in-law was likely the eldest. However, given the nature of the eldest's work, Huo Hanting gritted his teeth and used the internal network to begin researching what one should prepare for a first meeting with a mother-in-law. For safety's sake, he also activated incognito mode, ensuring that no one could see his search history. The following afternoon, Jiang Qiao picked up Jiang Xiao from kindergarten, dressing her in a new dress and styling her hair into small braids, following a tutorial she had seen online. Jiang Xiao was indifferent to her own appearance, focusing instead on the looks of others. "Mom, the red dress is beautiful," or the red one. "Mom, let your hair down to make your face look smaller." "Mom, why aren't you wearing makeup? You should put on lipstick, a very red lipstick." "Mom, why aren't you wearing high heels?" "Mom, your nails aren't painted yet." Jiang Qiao had never received so many demands in her life. Jiang Xiao chattered incessantly in her ear for 2 hours. "Jiang Xiao, I hope you can recognize one thing. Your mother is naturally beautiful and doesn't need much adornment to shine, all right?" Jiang Xiao's little face scrunched up. "Mom, if you can't do makeup, just say so. Honesty is important." Jiang Qiao thought, "This is not my little darling. This is my little tormentor." Huo Hanting concluded a business negotiation and hurried home at the fastest pace. Today, his father looked exceptionally handsome. Typically, Huo Hanting would change into casual attire upon returning home to distance himself from his identity as the president of the Huo family. However, due to the impending visit to his mother-in-law, he had not yet changed out of his bespoke suit. Complimenting his father on his looks was out of the question. It was the first time someone had directly called him handsome. Had it been anyone else, they would have been cast aside 10 kilometers away. Yet, since it was his precious daughter who uttered those words, he could only patiently correct her. Father is truly stunning, a paragon of a high-quality man. Huo Hanting, clearly unaccustomed to such internet vernacular, cast a puzzled glance at Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao quickly distanced herself from Jiang Xiao, drawing a line between them. "This is not my doing. She learned this nonsense online." Huo Hanting said nothing and swiftly ordered a complete collection of idioms online. Jiang Qiao fanned the flames, softly urging Jiang Xiao, "Don't you have anything to say about your father's attire? You shouldn't bear the brunt of this little girl's musings alone. Why should father, being naturally handsome, need to dress up?" Jiang Xiao's innocent eyes sparkled with confusion. Jiang Qiao gritted her teeth. "Where's the trash bin? Could she dispose of this double-standard, drafty cotton-padded jacket?" Off they went. Huo Hanting drove the mother-daughter duo to Sifan Community. En route, Jiang Qiao spotted a large supermarket and asked him to stop. "I need to buy some fruit. After all, it's not proper to arrive empty-handed when introducing the new son-in-law." She had already prepared fruits and nutritional supplements. Huo Hanting had diligently researched yesterday and had assistant Sheen procure everything before he left work. All of it was neatly packed in the trunk. "Thank you for your trouble." Jiang Qiao understood that meeting elders was not a pleasant affair and felt bad for asking him to buy gifts. The formality and politeness in her tone made Huo Hanting frown slightly. "It's just a small matter." Jiang Qiao was momentarily taken aback, sensing that Huo Hanting's demeanor seemed to have cooled a degree since earlier. Yet his expression showed no signs of anything amiss. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. The car halted at the entrance of Sifan Community. Huo Hanting opened the trunk, revealing it brimming with various gift boxes. "This is excessive." Although Jiang Qiao did not recognize the foreign brands, the exquisite packaging indicated a significant expenditure. She instinctively reached for the heaviest fruit basket. Huo Hanting did not grant her that opportunity. "Let me handle it all." Without further ado, he seized everything in his hands. "You should share some with me. The items are rather heavy." Jiang Qiao attempted to lift the fruit basket but could hardly move it, estimating it weighed at least 10 pounds. "It's not heavy at all." Huo Hanting appeared surprisingly unfazed. Jiang Qiao, who lacked physical strength, genuinely envied him. "You are remarkably strong." Jiang Xiao also boasted, waving her arms defiantly. Huo Hanting's brows furrowed slightly. It was uncertain whether Jiang Qiao had noticed this intriguing coincidence. The members of the Huo family are endowed with robust constitutions, a trait inherited through generations. Jiang Qiao felt no extraordinary sensations. Jiang Xiao's strength was merely slightly greater than that of her peers, not enough to leave her astounded. The family of 3 entered the Sifan Community. At this hour, most residents had returned from work, with many middle-aged and elderly individuals congregating in the central square to perform ballroom dancing, while young couples strolled beneath the buildings, hand in hand with their children. Upon noticing Jiang Qiao's family, curious glances were cast their way. Is that not the daughter of Jiang Qiao? Has she brought her son-in-law back? How could she find such a handsome husband while carrying a burden? Surely, he must be a hired companion. It is too early to make assumptions. Whether he is indeed her husband remains uncertain, and perhaps in a few days, she will have someone new. Laughter and derision drifted through the air to her ears, causing a momentary embarrassment for Jiang Qiao. In reality, she had often heard such remarks during her visits to her mother. The neighbors here reveled in gossip about others. Given their unique family situation, they had long awaited the opportunity to mock them. She had grown numb to it, realizing that her anger was unwarranted. However, perhaps due to Huo Hanting's presence, these comments became particularly grating, prompting her to instinctively wish to shield him from hearing them. As they approached, the onlookers not only failed to restrain themselves, but grew bolder, their voices escalating in volume, as if intentionally meant for them to overhear. The youth of today seems so eager to raise others' children. Is it truly so gratifying to nurture someone else's offspring? Such good fortune does not simply descend from the heavens. Who knows what kind of gigolo they might be? I refuse to believe that any respectable individual would find her appealing. Having attended university, she has failed to acquire knowledge, and instead, her belly has expanded. Jiang Qiao rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront them. "Don't go over there," Huo Hanting interjected, positioning himself to obstruct her path. "They are not worth your time." She understood the reasoning, yet she could not suppress her indignation. She had never provoked these individuals, yet for the past 4 to 5 years, each encounter had been met with the same relentless taunts, growing increasingly outrageous. She had truly reached her limit. If she did not show them her true colors, they would continue to perceive her as a pushover. "Leave this to me. I will handle it." Huo Hanting remained calm, soothing her rather than displaying any anger. "I will ensure a satisfactory outcome for you." His voice, akin to a deep-toned violin, exuded an inherent tranquility and stability that gradually quelled Jiang Qiao's agitation. "I apologize for dragging you into this. Let's head upstairs." Huo Hanting appeared disinclined to pursue the topic further. Jiang Qiao nodded, recognizing that her earlier reaction stemmed from a moment of impulse. Her intention for returning today was to bring joy to her mother, not to engage in quarrels with these gossipy neighbors. There was no need for their words to tarnish her mood. Unbeknownst to Jiang Qiao, Huo Hanting discreetly sent a photograph to Assistant Qin. It was a group of people gossiping, recently captured by him on his phone. Jiang Qiao ascended several flights of stairs with Huo Hanting until they reached the entrance of their home, where she used a spare key to unlock the door. Jiang Qiao had been waiting at home for quite some time. Her hair was neatly styled, and she donned a new outfit, exuding an air of vitality. Initially poised, prepared to assert her authority as a mother-in-law, her demeanor transformed the moment she laid eyes on Huo Hanting, her eyes sparkling and an uncontrollable smile blossoming on her face. "Oh dear Xiao Hua, you brought so much with you. And you, Qiao, why didn't you help him carry anything?" The swiftness of her change in expression was remarkable. Jiang Qiao had never realized that her mother was such a superficial admirer. Now, she understood from whom Jiang Qiao had inherited her natural infatuation. "I have long wished to visit you, but my work has kept me occupied. I hope you won't take offense," Huo Hanting said with a smile, embodying politeness. Jiang Qiao's smile grew even brighter. "You young people are always busy with work. How could we, the elderly, be a burden?" She enthusiastically urged him to sit down. "Xiao Hua, you must be hungry. Come, let us eat. What are you standing there for? Hurry and bring the dishes from the kitchen." Her attitude towards Jiang Qiao was markedly different. The contrast was striking. Resigned, Jiang Qiao went to the kitchen to serve the food. Upon returning to the living room, she found Jiang Qiao already engaged in conversation with Huo Hanting. "Do you find your work tiring? Where did you attend university? Where is your hometown?" Huo Hanting patiently answered each question. Though the information he provided was fabricated, the details were abundant and the logic impeccable. The more Jiang Qiao observed Huo Hanting, the more she found him pleasing. Such a polite young man was indeed rare. "Grandma, look at Xiao." Jiang Qiao had never been so neglected by her grandmother before. She climbed onto Jiang Qiao's lap, seeking affection. "Our Xiao misses her grandma." "Xiao, do you usually listen to your father?" This was Jiang Qiao's greatest concern, fearing her granddaughter's relationship with her son-in-law might not be harmonious. "Xiao is very understanding. I like her very much," Huo Hanting replied sincerely. And Jiang Qiao could detect the authenticity in his tone, allowing her worries to dissipate. "Xiao also adores her father. Jiang Qiao opened her arms towards Huo Hanting and leapt into his embrace. You all eat first. I need to make a phone call. Jiang Xiaoping's phone vibrated, and upon glancing at it, her expression shifted slightly. She took the phone and retreated to her room, deliberately closing the door behind her. Jiang Qiao followed her into the room. Is it news from my elder brother? Your brother says he can't return from out of town and won't be coming today. He asked me to convey his apologies, Jiang Xiaoping said with a strained smile. Whether he was out of town or not, he would not be coming anyway. Jiang Qiao had long ceased to harbor any hope for her brother, Jiang Yuanhang. He had not returned home for 3 years. Qiao Qiao. Jiang Xiaoping's gaze was laden with regret, her lips quivering, unsure of what to say. Let us go eat first, Jiang Qiao suggested, not wanting to place Jiang Xiaoping in a difficult position. The mother and daughter returned to the living room, where Jiang Qiao gazed eagerly at the table laden with dishes, while Huo Hanting spoke softly to her, subtly reminding her to wait until the elders arrived before picking up her chopsticks. Today marked the occasion of meeting the son-in-law, and it was expected that Jiang Yuanhang, as the elder brother, would be present. However, he was conspicuously absent. Jiang Xiaoping felt a pang of guilt towards her son-in-law, her demeanor growing somewhat uncomfortable. Huo Hanting, feigning ignorance, continued to engage Jiang Xiaoping in amiable conversation. Once the family had finished their meal, Jiang Xiaoping seized the opportunity while Jiang Qiao entertained her daughter, pulling Huo Hanting aside to present him with a red envelope. Qiao Qiao has endured much since childhood, and now that she has finally settled down with a good son-in-law, I can rest easy. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. There's no need for such formality, Huo Hanting replied, adept at navigating interactions with elders, gently declining the offering. You stubborn child, just accept it. This is my blessing to you as a mother. Jiang Xiaoping, seasoned from 2 decades of handling fish at the market, had a firm grip, and she insistently pressed the envelope into Huo Hanting's hands. As a member of the Huo family, he had never experienced such insistence from anyone. Yet, Jiang Xiaoping's gesture did not repel him. Rather, it evoked a sense of warmth. For reasons unknown, he accepted the red envelope. Recognizing the late hour, and with Jiang Qiao due to attend school the following day, Jiang Qiao resolved to return home early. Jiang Xiaoping locked the door and personally saw them out of the community. Huo Hanting walked ahead, cradling the drowsy Jiang Qiao in his arms, while Jiang Xiaoping and Jiang Qiao lagged behind, engaged in quiet conversation. Your son-in-law is quite admirable. Cherish this fortune. Do not always assume he is the one pursuing you, and adopt an aloof demeanor. Take the initiative. Everyone appreciates being cared for, Jiang Xiaoping advised. Jiang Qiao nodded, prepared to nurture her marriage. Even if it was merely a facade, she intended for it to be a harmonious one. Jiang Xiaoping watched as the 3 of them got into the car, only turning back once the vehicle had traveled a considerable distance. Inside the car, Huo Hanting handed the red envelope to Jiang Qiao. This is from your mother. The envelope was noticeably plump, suggesting it contained a substantial sum. Upon opening it, Jiang Qiao counted and discovered a surprising amount of 9,999 yuan, symbolizing a wish for lasting prosperity. Since it is my mother's gift to you, you should accept it, Jiang Qiao said, astonished by Jiang Xiaoping's generosity. However, it was natural for a mother-in-law to be generous, hoping that her son-in-law would treat her daughter well. Why the sigh? Huo Hanting inquired. Jiang Qiao was taken aback, realizing she had unconsciously sighed again. It's just a trivial matter, nothing of significance, she replied, having been momentarily reminded of Jiang Yuanhang. Is it related to your brother? Huo Hanting asked, and Jiang Qiao was startled. How did you know? During our first meeting, you mentioned having an older brother who is already married. His absence today seemed to have affected your mother's mood, he noted. Your mood is also quite somber, naturally intertwined with him. What keen observational skills this person possesses. Your transaction volume must be quite substantial, I presume? Transaction volume? It refers to the ratio of clients you show properties to who ultimately decide to purchase, given your profound understanding of their sentiments. Jiang Qiao confidently asserted, it feels as though you can see right through people. There seem to be no secrets in your presence. Huo Hanting merely accustomed himself to strategizing and maintaining control over all affairs. He remarked with a nonchalant demeanor, perhaps this is merely an instinct of a real estate agent? Jiang Qiao chuckled at this. Perhaps the pleasant atmosphere prompted her to share her familial woes. My brother is 6 years my senior. He married 6 years ago, during my junior year in college. His wife, a classmate from university, comes from a well-off business family. She has never been fond of my mother and me, thus forbidding my brother from maintaining contact with us. In earlier years, he would secretly reach out, but in recent times, he only sends New Year greetings, seldom making an appearance otherwise. My mother, aware of our family's financial struggles, has refrained from contacting him, though I know she deeply cares for him. Jiang Qiao had once been greatly saddened by this. During her childhood, her mother was often preoccupied with work, and it was her brother who prepared meals, assisted with schoolwork, and took her out to play. Yet, after his marriage, everything changed. While his wife certainly played a role in this estrangement, the ultimate choice rested with him. Perhaps the circumstances at home made him feel inadequate in front of his in-laws, leading him to sever ties completely. Huo Hanting was not one to offer consolation. He remained silent, listening intently. As the years passed, Jiang Qiao's sorrow had gradually faded. She sighed, reflecting on the past with a tinge of sentimentality. Speaking of which, I have yet to meet your parents or learn about your family situation. Initially, she had only heard from the introducer that Huo Hanting was the sole heir, with both parents present, enjoying social security and pensions. When Jiang Qiao inquired about his family, he had provided a brief overview, but she had not grasped it fully. For reasons unknown, Huo Hanting suddenly felt an urge to cease deceiving Jiang Qiao. My parents are rarely home. When they return, I will take you to meet them. This was a candid truth. Ever since he assumed control of the whole group, his father had eagerly relinquished all roles, pursuing a life abroad with his wife. The couple indulged in a lavish lifestyle around the globe, even blocking Huo Hanting to prevent any disturbances, as if he were no longer their son. However, Jiang Qiao misconstrued this situation. For ordinary couples, it is customary to meet both sets of parents, no matter how busy one is. Can they truly not spare even half a day? She assumed Huo Hanting was reluctant for her to meet his parents, and a twinge of disappointment settled in her heart. Yet, she concealed it well, not allowing it to surface. The evening streets were bustling with traffic as Huo Hanting drove ahead, fixated on the road conditions, oblivious to Jiang Qiao's emotional shifts. Upon returning to the residential complex, he parked his car on the main road at the entrance. Jiang Qiao, perplexed, inquired, "Why not stop in the garage? Parking here increases the risk of being scratched by passing vehicles." Huo Hanting paused briefly and replied nonchalantly, "It's more convenient for driving tomorrow." In truth, he had never set foot in the garage and had no idea where the parking spaces were located. Typically, his chauffeur would drive him home. He merely returned the car, symbolically to park it outside. Jiang Qiao had already succumbed to slumber. Huo Hanting gently lifted her from the back seat. His steps were steady, and with each stride, his tailored trousers clung to his calves, revealing his graceful yet muscular physique. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Qiao found herself gazing at Huo Hanting's silhouette for over a minute. "What's wrong?" he softly inquired, noticing her delay in following. "Oh, my legs are a bit numb from sitting too long," she offered as a casual excuse. It seemed that as long as she was with Huo Hanting, the concerns regarding Jiang Qiao were effortlessly managed. He would handle everything with meticulous care. She had not held the child once that evening. If this continued, her already limited arm strength would inevitably diminish. Having the night off from caring for Jiang Qiao allowed Jiang Qiao an extra half hour. After a refreshing shower, she languidly sprawled on the bed, scrolling through short videos. Perhaps due to an overexposure to domestic anecdotes, the algorithm recommended content revolving around mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts, as well as disputes with sisters-in-law and brothers-in-law. As she scrolled further, she stumbled upon a video where a daughter-in-law accused her husband's family of domestic violence. With a careless swipe, she followed the account. The next afternoon, after finishing dinner, she collapsed onto the sofa, engaging with her phone, only to discover that the video she had followed the previous day had gone viral on the platform. The daughter-in-law had posted 2 new videos, publicly denouncing her father-in-law for embezzling company assets and revealing that her husband, in his 30s, still shared a bed with his mother. These revelations ignited a fresh wave of attention. As these videos gained traction, tech-savvy netizens began to unearth information about the video creator's husband and in-laws, successfully identifying them as a family residing in the Sifan community, complete with their photographs and identification cards. Jiang Qiao instantly recognized the woman in the photograph. She was the very same mother-in-law who had gossiped about her during her visit home the night before. What a coincidence! As an amused bystander, Jiang Qiao cheerfully commented on the online post regarding this mother-in-law's notorious exploits in the community, which included, but were not limited to, stealing neighbors' takeout and then playing the victim, inciting her grandson to snatch toys from little girls, locking up communal sports equipment, and eavesdropping at her neighbors' doors. Her comment garnered over 100 likes. Initially, she believed it to be mere online condemnation, unaware of its potential repercussions in reality. A couple of days later, netizens released a new video, asserting that the father-in-law had indeed embezzled company assets and had since been taken away by the police. Presently, the video's creator and her husband are embroiled in a divorce, with daily visits from online users harassing and verbally abusing her mother-in-law. The latter has become so fearful that she no longer dares to venture outside, retreating into her home, which now bears the unfortunate mark of excrement at its entrance. Jiang Qiao couldn't help but chuckle at the unfolding drama, as if this were not enough. The older ladies who had mocked the mother-in-law alongside Jiang Qiao have also been gradually exposed online, leading to a cascade of scandalous revelations. The community of Sifong has now been dubbed a den of miscreants. Although Jiang Qiao had moved out of Sifong many years ago, she could not ascertain the veracity of the exposed incidents. Nevertheless, each point made in the video struck a chord with netizens, fueling a growing uproar. Now, these older ladies not only bear tarnished reputations, but have also entangled their families in the fallout. Relatives with formal employment have either been dismissed or suspended, and even their children's education has suffered. Parents have inundated the school with petitions, unwilling to allow their children to share classrooms with the offspring of such scoundrels. They have become utterly ostracized in their social circles, with neighbors banding together to petition for their expulsion from the community to protect property values. Moreover, some netizens have set up cameras to livestream the lives of these families around the clock, threatening to kick down their doors if sufficient monetary contributions are made. This is indeed the harshest of punishments. Jiang Qiao held her phone, engrossed in the live broadcasts, finally relishing the satisfaction of seeing miscreants receive their just deserts. How dare they speak ill of others when they cannot even manage their own affairs? Lost in her elation, she was startled by the voice of Huo Hanting. Looking up, she found him standing before the sofa, his expression inscrutable. Had he returned from work so soon? Was it already evening? She had begun watching videos around 1 in the afternoon, intending to take a nap before picking up Jiang Qiao. Speaking of which, where was Jiang Qiao? Her mother was foolishly grinning at her phone. Jiang Qiao peeked out from behind Huo Hanting, delivering a sharp quip. Internet addict. Jiang Qiao felt a twinge of guilt. The past few days, she had been swept up in the online chaos, akin to a curious onlooker in a melon patch. Today, witnessing the live broadcast of those families squabbling indoors had captivated her attention, causing her to lose track of time. I'm sorry, Xiaoduo. I didn't pick you up from kindergarten today. That was my oversight. Surely, Xiaoduo wouldn't blame her? In her mother's heart, the phone ranked lower than her daughter, and that was enough for Xiaoduo to feel content. Where did you learn to be so sarcastic? Jiang Qiao glanced at Huo Hanting, sheepishly scratching her head. Thank you for picking up Xiaoduo from kindergarten today. Huo Hanting said nothing. The exposure of the gossiping old ladies had been orchestrated by him through assistant Qin, striking at the heart of the matter indeed. Compared to inflicting economic loss upon them, it is evidently more devastating to tarnish their reputations and lead them to social oblivion. He had not anticipated that Jiang Qiao would harbor such a penchant for gossip. In recent days, she had been inseparable from her phone, often forgetful, even leaving their daughter at kindergarten. However, this did not concern him greatly, nor did he cast any blame upon her. He simply found himself pondering whether Jiang Qiao had been similarly engrossed before the birth of their daughter. From their initial courtship to their marriage, she had always seemed to embody diligence, meticulousness, and tranquility, dutifully embracing the role of a mother. Yet, what kind of person was she prior to motherhood? Jiang Qiao rose to prepare a meal. Huo Hanting knelt down to ask Jiang Qiao, would you like to eat from outside? Yes. Huo Hanting searched online for the contact number of their frequently visited restaurant and requested delivery. Is there really still a service for phone orders? Jiang Qiao exclaimed, as if encountering a novelty. I thought that method had long been phased out. Everyone now orders takeout online. The way she said it made it seem as if Huo Hanting were an antiquity. In truth, it was merely the standard procedure followed by their personal assistant, and he was merely mimicking that process, having never ordered takeout himself. I'm only 3 years your senior, Huo Hanting emphasized, gritting his teeth. Jiang Qiao, oblivious to men's sensitivity regarding age, graciously nodded. Indeed, Mr. Ho is in the prime of his life, flourishing and vibrant. This only exacerbated his irritation. His phone buzzed. Jiang Qiao glanced at it and saw it was Zhao Wanqing. Jojo, darling, I am planning to move out and wish to purchase a house. Isn't your husband in real estate? Perhaps he could assist me in finding a place? We ought not to let others profit from the commission. Jiang Qiao shot a glance at Huo Hanting, uncertain. I will ask him first. My budget is around 10 million, and my father will be paying in full. I prefer a spacious, brand-new flat in the city center. Please convey this to him. After hanging up, Jiang Qiao relayed Zhao Wanqing's intentions to Huo Hanting, who stiffened slightly. Real estate was merely a guise for him. He was not a genuine agent. Jiang Qiao assumed he was concerned about the complications of showing properties to acquaintances and hastily reassured him. Wanqing is quite straightforward. If she likes a property, she will not hesitate. I only have listings that cater to the middle and lower market. I fear they may not meet Miss Zhao's expectations. Reflecting on this, Jiang Qiao reconsidered and called Zhao Wanqing again, saying, Darling, I want to keep you in the dark. I've already found a property I like. Just waiting for the agent to take me for a site visit. After a prolonged hesitation, Zhao Wanqing finally revealed the truth. Isn't that just giving away the agent's fee? Yet Zhao Wanqing had her justifications. Regardless of whom it goes to, it's a profit. Why not let your husband benefit? Jiang Qiao found herself swayed by her reasoning. My best friend, Wanqing, wishes to assist me in earning this sum of money. Understanding her intentions, I gladly accepted her offer. She does not wish to take advantage of our friendship. However, if one stubbornly clings to pride and refuses the help of a good friend, it will only lead to a chilling of sentiments and a widening of the rift between them. Human relationships are inherently about reciprocity. With Huo Hanting's intelligence, if he desired to decline, he could conjure countless reasons. Yet, he is fond of the final words spoken by Jiang Qiao, which resonate as if they are united. Huo Hanting, a perfectionist in his professional endeavors, is committed to fulfilling his role as Zhao Wanqing's intermediary with utmost diligence. Beneath this lies a more clandestine motive. He wishes to avoid being underestimated by Jiang Qiao's friend regarding his professional capabilities. Nonetheless, he consciously sets aside this trivial concern. As Assistant Qin concluded a day of work and prepared to leave, he routinely inquired if the CEO had any further instructions, only to find him perusing real estate listings. Is President Huo considering purchasing a property? To an ordinary individual, this house would be deemed luxurious, yet for someone of President Huo's stature, it is rather modest. He instinctively presumed that the CEO was procuring it for his wife. After all, one must feign modesty in front of one's spouse. Shall I look into the details and conduct an on-site visit? This inquiry fell outside of his usual duties, but as a specially appointed assistant with a substantial salary, it is ingrained in him to provide comprehensive service to his employer, especially when it involves pleasing the CEO's wife. Are you competing with me? Assistant Qin was taken aback. What does the CEO mean by this? The term competition suddenly felt foreign to him. I shall inspect this property, Huo Hanting declared resolutely. Assistant Qin wore an expression of rare bewilderment, a mixture of confusion and incredulity, as if to ponder. What are you saying? And what have I just heard? Huo Hanting devoted half a day to accompany Zhao Wanqing in viewing the house. She had been enamored with the photographs of the property, and upon seeing it in person, her satisfaction only deepened. Without hesitation, she decided to acquire it. The owner of the house was a middle-aged man who had never resided in it, having purchased it solely as an investment. Noticing Zhao Wanqing's interest, he deliberately quoted a high price. Given her inexperience, after a round of haggling, she prepared to concede when the owner remained unyielding. The market value of the property stood at 11 million. Suddenly, Huo Hanting interjected, casually highlighting several significant shortcomings of the house. In light of these issues, I propose a selling price of 930,000. The owner had originally quoted 13 million. This counteroffer from Huo Hanting immediately slashed several million off the price. The owner, incensed, questioned whether this intermediary understood the market, as the buyer was nearly ready to agree. And here he was, creating unnecessary complications. Do you not realize that their commission is calculated as a percentage of the property's selling price? As for my residence, the location is excellent, and the furnishings are all imported from Italy, costing me over 2 million. I will not sell for less than 12 million. Huo Hanting gazed at him with an expression of incredulity, as if he were a fool. My client is paying in full. As I understand it, you are in urgent need of funds, are you not? The homeowner was taken aback and hastily denied it. I am not lacking in money. I intend to immigrate and wish to liquidate my properties in the country. Huo Hanting nonchalantly revealed his company's name, along with the details of his business losses amounting to tens of millions and the impending legal troubles that would soon render him a defaulter. How do you know? The homeowner's face flushed a deep crimson, his expression shifting from surprise to fear as he regarded Huo Hanting. How could a mere agent be privy to such confidential matters? The homeowner lost his boldness and acquiesced to Huo Hanting's offer. Zhao Wanqing then realized she had been taken advantage of. Fortunately, Huo Hanting had come to her aid. She regarded him with newfound respect and animatedly recounted the incident to Jiang Qiao. Your husband is truly impressive. I approached him merely for a formality. Yet he managed to pressure the homeowner with just a few words, saving me millions. I wanted to offer him a higher commission, but he refused, only taking the standard 2%. Is Huo Hanting truly that remarkable? Jiang Qiao felt that she still did not know him well enough. The commission amounted to 186,000. Huo Hanting took none of it, depositing the entire sum into a card to be given to Jiang Qiao. She refused, believing it to be the fruit of his labor, unrelated to her. Furthermore, did not agents have to remit a portion of their earnings to their company? Huo Hanting remained unfazed, stating that this was a private transaction, unbeknownst to the company. This made Jiang Qiao even more reluctant to accept, fearing that the company might one day demand accountability and he would have to return the funds. Having operated a small restaurant in a city village, she had encountered various professionals and had a fair understanding of the real estate agent's role, knowing their income comprised a meager base salary supplemented by commissions. The base salary was often low, around 3,000 to 4,000, with commissions varying widely, sometimes selling several properties in a month, other times selling none at all. Overall, the income was quite unstable. Moreover, clients like Zhao Wanqing were exceedingly rare. Not every transaction yielded such substantial commissions. She contemplated this deeply, while Huo Hanting said little in response. He then turned to Jiang Xiaoduo, who was on the carpet, engrossed in a puzzle. Xiaoduo, would you like some pocket money to buy fried chicken? Xiaoduo, do not accept it. Jiang Qiao attempted to intervene, but upon hearing the words fried chicken, Xiaoduo swiftly tucked the card into her pocket. She had no concept of the card's value, only understanding that it represented a multitude of fried chickens. What child could possibly resist fried chicken? Huo Hanting gently encouraged, Xiaoduo, keep the card safe. You'll be able to enjoy fried chicken every day from now on. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoduo instantly perked up and eagerly scampered to her bedroom to retrieve a pink tin box. This box, previously used for storing candies, was adorned with a tiny lock. She securely placed the card inside the tin box, hugging it tightly while pressing her face against it, declaring, Mama, you can't use it. Jiang Qiao, bemused, teased her, are you starting to save for your dowry at such a young age? Unbeknownst to him, the mere mention of dowry struck a nerve with Huo Hanting, whose expression darkened as he squatted before Jiang Xiaoduo, solemnly negotiating. How about you promise not to date until you turn 30? Jiang Xiaoduo, unaware of how old 30 truly was, eagerly agreed. Okay, but 30 is still too early. Let's consider 35 instead. All right. You must not befriend any boy that your father disapproves of. Okay. Jiang Xiaoduo's mouth twitched. Did Huo Hanting truly need to feel such a sense of urgency when their daughter was merely 4 years old? While it was true that many people married later nowadays, was it excessive to suggest that she should only start dating at 35? Surely, one would at least have 1 or 2 romantic encounters before marriage, which would take several years. Did this mean Jiang Xiaoduo would be 40 before tying the knot? Though conceivable, the thought alone made Jiang Qiao shudder. Once she came of age, if she met someone she fancied, it would be perfectly acceptable to explore that relationship. Just as she finished her thought, Huo Hanting's disapproving gaze swept over her, sending a chill down her spine. Xiaoduo is still young. We mustn't instill such misguided notions in her. She is destined to forge a career and become a strong woman. Jiang Qiao retorted, is it really up to him whether she becomes a strong woman? What if she simply desires a peaceful and stable life? Huo Hanting did not genuinely wish for Jiang Xiaoduo to work tirelessly. He merely sought to prevent her from being lured away by some unknown rascal, finding any excuse to justify his stance. The thought of his daughter being led astray frustrated him immensely. Xiaoduo should not date. She must remain with her father and mother. The wise little Jiang Qiao blinked earnestly, asserting, "It's settled then. No reneging on the promise." Huo Hanting, intrigued, sealed the agreement with a pinky swear and even found a piece of paper to write down the terms forbidding dating in black and white, prompting Jiang Qiao to press her thumbprint alongside. What childish antics! How did this relate to the formidable Huo Hanting that Zhao Wanqing spoke of, who could strike with deadly precision? As for Zhao Wanqing, after receiving her property deed, she had a thorough cleaning done by a cleaning service and moved in shortly after. Jiang Qiao, celebrating her friend's new abode, brought 2 boxes of seafood from the market to warm the house. Upon opening the fresh bags, Zhao Wanqing was met with an array of expensive seafood, including Australian lobsters, sea urchins, and Matsuba crabs. She chided Jiang Qiao. "What kind of relationship do we have that you would go to such lengths? With that money, wouldn't it be better to save it for Xiao Duo's fruit?" Jiang Qiao smiled with her lips pressed together. "Isn't that your favorite?" She never concealed her financial situation from Zhao Wanqing, who, in turn, never hesitated to speak her mind. "Don't buy it again next time. If I crave it, I'll just persuade my father." Zhao Wanqing, a girl untouched by menial tasks, loved seafood but lacked the skills to prepare it. As Jiang Qiao carried the seafood into the kitchen, she gazed in envy at the spacious area, an expanse of 30 to 40 square meters, boasting several preparation stations and a full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows that revealed the shimmering river outside. "Isn't this the kitchen of my dreams? If you were to part ways with Huo Hanting and come live with me, this kitchen would be all yours." The two exchanged playful banter as Jiang Qiao placed the Australian lobster and crab into the steamer and oven respectively. "By the way, what prompted your hasty departure from home? You never mentioned plans to move." Over the past few years, Zhao Wanqing had been embroiled in a power struggle with her stepmother, Bai Xian, both vying for the affection of Zhao Dalong, the head of their family. Zhao Wanqing scoffed, "I have to thank my stepmother's ill-fated nephew. After making a fool of himself at the last banquet, he could no longer maintain his status in our circle and was left to associate with his unsavory friends. Those companions of his are all from impoverished backgrounds, having dropped out of school at a young age, leading aimless lives as petty delinquents. They see him as an easy target, indulging him in drugs and gambling." Drugs and gambling? Each is a bottomless pit, and he indulges in both. What a black hole. Surely this, by phone, has been asking your stepmother for money? "Initially, my stepmother secretly used her own savings to support him, but the money vanished without a trace. She didn't wish to assist him further, yet Bai Feng knelt before her, weeping profusely and vowing to mend his ways, which softened her heart. She managed to secure a few million from the company's finances, but my father caught wind of it. Bai Xian had been the financial officer at Zhao's company before marrying Zhao Dalong, and held considerable influence within the finance department. Even though my father indulged Bai Xian over the years as a businessman, he could not tolerate such reckless behavior. He promptly dismissed the finance director who had facilitated her actions and declared that no one was to offer her any leniency. Any transgression would result in immediate termination. Bai Xian must have felt utterly humiliated. Zhao Wanqing mocked. Indeed, she has always placed great importance on her reputation. To be publicly shamed by my father was a blow to her pride. She initially intended to throw a tantrum and return to her family, but upon arriving, she discovered that her family had already been emptied by Bai Feng. Instead, she found herself financially supporting her brother and sister-in-law. Thus, she returned within a few days, incessantly lamenting that my father no longer loved her. The atmosphere at home became unbearable, prompting me to inform my father and move out. I must say, middle-aged men are quite realistic. My father had been inclined to pamper Bai Xian, showering her with money when she was young, beautiful, and obedient, as she provided him with emotional value. Now, she is using a substantial sum of money to support her family while also misappropriating funds from her company, which is an entirely different matter. Fortunately, Zhao Dalong has only one daughter, Zhao Wanqing, and with Bai Xian having no children, the situation remains uncomplicated. Zhao Wanqing is aware of this and chuckles to herself. My father has been driven to madness in his desire for a son, but unfortunately, my stepmother is unable to bear one. Otherwise, I would not have existed at all. By the way, Qiao, if you happen to know any eligible young men around my age, do introduce them to me, would you? Ah, Jiang Qiao exclaimed in surprise. I do know some, but they are all ordinary office workers. They are merely patrons of a restaurant, and their background are not on par with Zhao Wanqing's. She inhabits a different world altogether. Zhao Wanqing is quite open-minded, responding, "It matters not, as long as they come from a respectable family, possess good character, and hold a legitimate occupation." Jiang Qiao felt puzzled. Hadn't Zhao's aunt previously introduced her to young scions from affluent circles? Although Zhao Wanqing had displayed a rather unladylike demeanor by smashing a wine bottle over by phone at a banquet, later, Huo Hanting had spoken on her behalf. So one would think that, out of respect for him, the matter would be overlooked. She had witnessed those affluent ladies fawning over Zhao Wanqing. Yet for some reason, her recent matchmaking endeavors had all fallen through. Zhao Wanqing clenched her jaw in determination, asserting, "I refuse to believe that if I avoid my usual circle, it will still end in failure." Jiang Qiao, perplexed, pondered why her friend, who possesses such admirable qualities, was facing repeated failures in her pursuits. Could someone be sabotaging her efforts? A thought crossed her mind, leading her to consider one individual. Could it be him? If anyone harbored the intent and capability to obstruct Zhao Wanqing's matchmaking, it would undoubtedly be Huo Hanting. Yet, as Zhao Wanqing had mentioned before, they had been separated for 3 years. Surely he would not be so petty? It was Huo Hanting who had wronged the relationship, not Zhao Wanqing. Although Jiang Qiao speculated this, she refrained from sharing her thoughts with Zhao Wanqing. She saw no reason to burden her friend with conjectures that lacked concrete evidence. Despite Zhao Wanqing's repeated assurances that as long as the male counterpart possessed good character, financial status was of no concern, Jiang Qiao still hesitated to introduce her to the familiar young patrons of a restaurant. While they were all decent individuals, their financial situations were rather modest, lacking in property and possessing only average educational backgrounds. A significant disparity in their circumstances could lead to countless troubles post-marriage, even if they managed to unite against the odds. Jiang Qiao recalled the matchmaker she had previously contacted, who had introduced Huo Hanting to her within just a day and proved to be reliable. Thus, she decided to reach out again, asking her to assist in finding a suitable match for her friend. Naturally, she remained cautious, not disclosing the full reality of her friend's situation. She merely mentioned that Zhao Wanqing was an only child, her family ran a small business, and her educational and professional credentials were quite respectable. The matchmaker, indeed, demonstrated remarkable efficiency, identifying several suitable candidates for Zhao Wanqing in just a few days. All the residents of Jiangxing possess an average of 1 or 2 properties, with professions including educators, civil servants, and lawyers. At first glance, their circumstances appear quite favorable. Jiang Qiao assisted Zhao Wanqing in deliberating, and both opted for positions as university lecturers, which are respectable and relatively leisurely, allowing for ample time to tend to family matters. Jiang Qiao communicated with the introducer, scheduling their meeting for Saturday afternoon. On that day, she had made plans with Jiang Xiaoduo to visit the temple for incense burning, thus opting out of the gathering. Being a day of rest, the temple, located in the city center, was bustling with visitors. Jiang Xiaoduo felt despondent. She wished to accompany her father, but he was preoccupied with other commitments. "You used to enjoy coming with Mom, didn't you?" she protested. "That's different." Jiang Xiaoduo shook her head. "Dad is so handsome. Everyone would envy me if they saw him." With a deep sigh, she displayed a forlorn expression. "No one wants to look at Mom." Jiang Qiao was taken aback, pondering the implications of the little girl's words. Was she discontented with her own appearance, believing it insufficiently captivating? How superficial you are. One must not judge others by their looks. Inner beauty is paramount. Jiang Xiaoduo's discontent only deepened. "Mom, your inner beauty pales in comparison to your outer beauty. What should I do? It's so infuriating." Jiang Qiao mentally repeated, "She's my own flesh and blood," several times to suppress the urge to cast her out. The first stop for incense burning was, naturally, the bodhisattva of wealth, Zukongzeng, teeming with people. In contrast, the temple dedicated to love and progeny was relatively tranquil. Seizing a moment, Jiang Xiaoduo sent a voice message to Huo Hanting. "Xiaoduo misses Daddy so much." Since Huo Hanting had recently honored his promise by gifting her a phone watch, she had been sending him 4 to 5 messages daily. Huo Hanting was not accustomed to using his personal phone. Work-related calls were typically routed through his assistant. However, since he began receiving messages from Jiang Xiaoduo, he had kept his phone in hand around the clock, and occasionally his tone unexpectedly softened, leaving Assistant Qin with goosebumps. Fortunately, The president's softer demeanor remained unseen by others. Otherwise, it might not have mattered much. When Huo Hanting received the message, he was attending a family dinner at the Huo residence. Today, Grandma Huo had summoned the family to gather for a meal at the old family estate. Both of Huo Hanting's uncles were present, while a few younger relatives were abroad, and the eldest was occupied with work at a specialized institution. Only the third uncle, Huo Hanting, the fourth, Huo Mingxiu, and the fifth, Huo Yunjin, were in attendance. After the meal, the family congregated for tea and casual conversation, creating a warm atmosphere. Suddenly, Grandma Huo commanded the servants of the villa, quickly, put up the fertility posters. These posters, evocative of the art style from the 1980s and 90s, featured a bright red background adorned with two chubby children, a boy and a girl. They clashed dramatically with the villa's European architectural style, rendering them utterly incongruous and even somewhat absurd. However, the aesthetically discerning Grandma Huo appeared oblivious, sipping her tea with a gentle smile as she gazed at Huo Hanting. Third, what do you think of this auspicious illustration? It was utterly mundane. Yet, could Huo Hanting voice his true thoughts? He dare not. Quite festive, he replied instead. Grandma Huo continued to smile. So, when shall I have the pleasure of holding my little great-granddaughter? The plastic trio of the Huo family caught sight of Huo Hanting as they munched on grapes, and in unison, they set down their fruit and distanced themselves from him. When the city gates are aflame, the fish in the moat must not suffer. Huo Hanting's official response was swiftly rebuffed by Grandma Huo. So, if you do not aim to become the world's richest man, does that mean you have no plans to marry? Grandma, that's not my intention. I simply believe that my career takes precedence at this stage, he clarified. Grandma Huo sighed sorrowfully. The eldest couple is living apart, with no plans for children. The second is a staunch advocate of remaining single. As for the third, well, best left unsaid. Huo Hanting shot several threatening glances at Huo Mingxiu and Huo Yunjin, urging them to speak up and share the burden of his predicament. But both feigned ignorance, one looking up at the sky and the other down at the ground. Huo Hanting opened WeChat and sent a generous red envelope of 10,000 yuan in their group chat. In an instant, Huo Mingxiu's demeanor shifted. Grandma, one should not speak so harshly. Just look at the success of third brother's career. His efforts have certainly borne fruit. Indeed, in just 2 to 3 years, he will be the world's richest man. By then, wouldn't it be just a matter of time before you hold your great-granddaughter? Huo Hanting pondered whether these two were there to mediate or to stir the pot. Moreover, third brother is still young at 29, with 6 years left before the prime age for fatherhood. There's no rush. 6 years will pass in the blink of an eye. Just wait a moment, Grandma, he added. Grandma Huo shot Huo Hanting a disapproving glance. At 29, a man of advanced years, what prime age for fatherhood? Who would even consider having children with him? Truly, as a grandmother, her words were piercingly honest. Huo Mingxiu and Huo Yunjin struggled to suppress their laughter, finding great amusement in the exchange. Huo Hanting, unfazed, replied, Grandma speaks the truth. I am indeed beyond redemption. My two fine younger brothers are in their prime. If they do not marry while the iron is hot, they too will face disdain in a couple of years when they reach my age. Upon hearing this, Grandma Huo found his reasoning compelling and turned her piercing gaze towards the fourth and fifth brothers. You too, when you plan to marry? What a clever diversion. Huo Hanting was indeed cunning. Huo Yunjin lowered his head, feigning compliance. Grandma, I too wish to marry. However, there is a hierarchy of ages. As third brother and fourth brother have yet to wed, it would be improper for me to go ahead of them. The pressure now shifted towards Huo Mingxiu, who gazed forlornly out the window. Grandma, why don't you introduce a few more suitable young ladies to me? In the past, several individuals deemed the Huo family excessively affluent, which created a significant amount of pressure that deterred them from pursuing a romantic relationship with me. Grandmother, you must strive diligently to find a few who do not disdain me, and persuade them. Merely convincing me is insufficient. Huo grandmother fidgeted anxiously, exclaiming, How could that be? I have only introduced daughters of old friends, who, while perhaps not as wealthy as us, belong to respectable families. Why should there be such immense pressure? Third brother, is it possible that your relentless pursuit of success is the issue? Perhaps you should consider easing up and marrying sooner. Our family cannot become any wealthier. As even I feel the strain, after much deliberation, the conversation inevitably circled back to Huo Hanting. The relentless pressure to marry seemed, inescapable. If looks could kill, Huo Hanting would have executed his two plastic cousins on the spot. Unable to sway his grandchildren towards marriage, Huo grandmother grew increasingly discontented with them and, after less than half an hour, expelled them from the villa. Huo Yunjin covertly inquired, "When will you bring a daughter back?" You can see how the old lady is concerned. Huo Hanting retorted with a cold smile, "How many?" Huo Yunjin feigned ignorance. "What do you mean by how many? We are brothers. Discussing numbers seems rather distant." In the next moment, he opened WeChat, awaiting an envelope of hush money. He received a penny from Huo Hanting. "Is this sufficient for you to last a lifetime?" Huo Hanting then departed in a Rolls-Royce, leaving in a flourish. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiao was displeased. Typically, when she messaged her father, he replied promptly. Yet today, despite sending a message expressing her longing for him, there was no response. Jiang Qiao, bemused, explained, "Your father is busy with matters. He will respond once he sees your message." Jiang Qiao huffed, complaining about the crowd at the temple, the sun's harshness, and the childish patterns on her shoes. In short, nothing seemed to please her. The little girl's heart was remarkably fragile. Jiang Qiao managed to placate her with an ice cream. Having ventured to the bustling city center, Jiang Qiao was in no rush to return and took Jiang Qiao to explore. After spending an extended period in the remote village, the contrast of the vibrant city center was invigorating, akin to a rural dweller entering the metropolis. Though they could not afford much, mingling with the crowd offered its own amusement. However, Jiang Qiao's stamina waned. Within half an hour on the pavement, her back and legs ached, rendering her immobile. Jiang Qiao, exasperated, remarked, "Mother, one must not be lazy." "Indeed, today I shall not be industrious," Jiang Qiao quipped, becoming glued to a bench by the roadside, unable to rise. Such is the simple joy of adulthood. When one can sit, they shall not stand. Jiang Qiao attempted to pull her mother up, but after a couple of futile attempts, she expressed her discontent. "Why does mother eat so much? You eat more than I do." "No, you do." In the heart of Jiangqing's most bustling center, the mother and daughter engaged in a 3-minute debate over who consumed more, drawing peculiar glances from passers-by, as if they were witnessing extraterrestrial beings. Jiang Qiao possessed a thick skin and was indifferent. Jiang Qiao, devoid of such a facade, also remained unconcerned. As a samyed passed by, led by its owner, its snow-white, plump form melted hearts. Upon receiving permission from its owner, Jiang Qiao embraced the dog, her hands exploring its soft fur. "How could it be so adorable?" she exclaimed. If she were able to manage a larger dog, she would certainly consider adopting one. Jiang Qiao, however, would not stoop to such childishness as her mother. She stood solemnly to the side, feigning disinterest in the samyed. Yet, her gaze never strayed from the fluffy creature, her forehead inscribed with 2 words, "Want a pet?" "Daddy!" Jiang Qiao exclaimed, her eyes darting around in excitement. "Where is he?" she inquired, looking up. Hadn't Huo Hanting mentioned he was busy? What was he doing in the city center? Just across the street. Jiang Qiao eagerly attempted to dash over, but the absence of a crosswalk and the speeding vehicles made it appear perilous. Jiang Qiao quickly grasped her daughter's arm. Daddy, Xiaoduo is here." Jiang Xiaoduo waved her arms, trying to capture Huo Hanting's attention. Jiang Qiao followed her line of sight and beheld a black Rolls-Royce parked across the street. The tinted windows obscured any view of the occupant within. A throng of young people around, brandishing their phones, captured candid shots of the luxurious vehicle, while some audacious individuals posed at the front for photographs. Moments later, the Rolls-Royce resumed motion and drove away. "Daddy has left," Jiang Qiao lamented, disappointment etched across her face. "He didn't even acknowledge me." "Your father was in that black car?" Jiang Qiao inquired. Jiang Qiao nodded vigorously. "I saw him. He was by the window." "You must have mistaken him. It likely wasn't your father." The distance from one side of the street to the other spanned several meters, making misidentification quite plausible. Jiang Qiao did not believe Huo Hanting could afford a Rolls-Royce. Surely, it was improbable that someone would be using such a car as a taxi, and fortuitously picked him up. "That was indeed Daddy," Jiang Qiao insisted, her expression resolute. Jiang Qiao affectionately patted her head, smiling without uttering a word. There was no need to dispute such trivial matters with the child. Moreover, she was unaware of the significance of a Rolls-Royce. Nonetheless, it was indeed Huo Hanting's vehicle. He had only just parked because his driver informed him of an adorable strawberry tart at a nearby shop, which was favored by young girls. He had decided to bring one back for Jiang Qiao to taste. However, it was unfortunate that at the moment Jiang Qiao glanced over, he had just entered the car and closed the window. Jiang Qiao accompanied Jiang Xiaoduo on the subway for several stops before returning home. Upon exiting the station and crossing the road near their neighborhood, Jiang Qiao spotted another black Rolls-Royce. She paused momentarily. While encountering such luxury cars in the city center was commonplace, seeing one in a modest residential area was quite striking. Yet, she could not ascertain whether it was the same vehicle as the one from the city center. After all, she hadn't noted the license plate number. She merely caught a fleeting glimpse of the vehicle, failing even to remember the specific model. All she recognized was the distinct emblem of Rolls-Royce, a small golden figure with wings. Dad's car. Jiang Xiaoduo's eyes sparkled as she stumbled excitedly towards it. Dad! Jiang Qiao attempted to intercept her, but Jiang Xiaoduo was as slippery as an eel, darting effortlessly to the front of the Rolls-Royce and enthusiastically knocking on the window. Jiang Qiao watched in trepidation. Dear, you're not just tapping on the window. You're rapping on your mother's wallet. If something unfortunate were to happen, she would probably have worked her entire life in vain. Xiaoduo, stop that. Jiang Qiao had never moved so swiftly. Within 3 seconds, she had captured Jiang Xiaoduo and pulled her away from the car. Perhaps their commotion had disturbed the occupants inside. The window slowly descended, revealing the face of a middle-aged man, the driver of Huo Hanting. Is there something you need? I apologize for the intrusion, Jiang Qiao replied politely, hastily covering Jiang Xiaoduo's mouth to prevent her from causing a ruckus. Jiang Xiaoduo, however, was unconvinced that her father was absent. She craned her neck to look inside. Upon seeing that the back seat was empty, she withdrew her gaze in disappointment. Where did Dad go? Huo Hanting had already exited the vehicle at the intersection and returned home. Upon noticing the house was empty, he realized that Jiang Qiao and their daughter had gone to the temple to pray and had not yet returned. This marked his first daytime return home. As the president of the Huo Corporation, he was perpetually engaged with no weekends to speak of. Having been married to Jiang Qiao for over a month, he had always arrived home in the evenings. Unlike the warm scenes he had previously encountered upon entering, today the house was devoid of any welcoming presence. He suddenly felt a pang of unfamiliarity. Before he could ponder this further, his phone rang, indicating an urgent overseas business contract that required his attention. He retreated to the bedroom, opened his laptop, and meticulously scrutinized the French email sent by the other party, determined not to overlook any loopholes or traps. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiao and Jiang Xiaoduo had returned. I'm so tired. Upon entering, Jiang Qiao changed into a pair of slippers and collapsed onto the sofa, not wishing to move. Jiang Xiaoduo mimicked her, but instead, she sprawled across Jiang Qiao. At 4 years old, Jiang Xiaoduo was quite heavy, like a mountain pressing down. Jiang Qiao struggled to turn over, pushing Jiang Xiaoduo aside. Why you eat so much? She echoed her daughter's earlier words. You eat more. No, you do. Just as the two were poised to become a broken record, Zhao Wanqing called. Before Jiang Qiao could inquire about the results of her blind date, Zhao Wanqing unleashed a torrent of grievances. You won't believe how eccentric the university professor I met today was. He claimed to be 175 meters tall, and out of respect, I deliberately chose not to wear high heels. But when I arrived, I discovered he was actually a head shorter than me. Zhao Wanqing stands at a height of 1.68 meters. How much shorter could he be if he is a head shorter than her? I did not mind his stature, yet his very first inquiry upon meeting me was why I had chosen to wear heeled shoes. He wondered if I intended to overshadow him. My heels were but 2 or 3 centimeters high. Surely, I could not appear barefoot. Perhaps the absurdity of the situation struck her, as Jiang Qiao couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. And then what transpired? Truth be told, I contemplated leaving immediately, but since I was already there, I decided it would be more courteous to exchange a few words before departing. To my astonishment, he then inquired whether the property under my name still had an outstanding mortgage. If I were in debt, he claimed he could not accept me. I asked him why, and he replied that he did not wish to pursue a woman who was merely after his wealth. Can you believe his audacity? Not only was my property purchased outright, but even if it had been mortgaged with only a down payment, how would that concern him? What impact could it possibly have on him? Initially, Jiang Qiao could not fathom this mentality. She recalled a college classmate, an independent woman who had saved diligently to buy a modest apartment of over 60 square meters. During her own forays into the realm of matchmaking, several men had dismissed her due to her mortgage, refusing to engage further. Ironically, Those very men had only made down payments themselves and were also burdened by monthly mortgage repayments. Over time, however, Jiang Qiao came to understand that men often perceived such circumstances as a potential hindrance to their future married life. After all, a portion of the woman's income would inevitably be allocated to repaying the mortgage, detracting from their shared household finances. It seemed universally accepted that a woman possessing a property without full payment prior to marriage was at a disadvantage in the dating arena. I questioned, what was wrong with me managing my own mortgage? To my astonishment, he accused me of being calculating, insinuating that I was already scheming to transfer my assets before marriage. Was his property not also premarital assets? Was a heinous act to possess premarital property? Jiang Qiao, too, felt anger rising within her. This miserly man did not deserve attention. He likely envisioned a future where, post-marriage, he would use his salary to repay the loan on his property while my income would be devoted to our shared living expenses. Ultimately, his property would have no connection to me, and I would be left to bear the costs of renovations. Damn it, Zhao Wanqing was infuriated, having previously encountered only wealthy heirs and never witnessing such behavior. What, then, will be the purpose of marrying him? To admire his unattractive appearance while harboring grand illusions? Indeed, with someone like him, what could one possibly hope for beyond his financial means? Jiang Qiao, filled with righteous indignation, regretted having allowed her acquaintance to introduce such a character to her friend. It was an unnecessary source of frustration. Meanwhile, Huo Hanting, having just finished reviewing a contract, was about to emerge from the study when he overheard Jiang Qiao's remarks. To marry him, not for his money, but for his character? Huo Hanting paused. After ending a phone call, Jiang Qiao remained incensed. The more she contemplated, the more vexed she became, questioning why she had not exercised better judgment in selecting such an eccentric individual for Zhao Wanqing. Huo Hanting entered the living room to fetch a glass of water, casually inquiring, "What were you discussing just now? Are you at home?" Jiang Qiao initially believed that he was not at home, having just spoken in a loud voice to express her frustrations. Her expression was one of embarrassment, fearing that Huo Hanting might have overheard their earlier conversation. It was not so much the fear of him hearing her insults, but rather a concern for her friend. Feeling that her best friend's choice to date such a petty man diminished her own dignity, she vaguely remarked, "A friend of mine went on a blind date, and the gentleman in question is rather ordinary." I mentioned that marrying someone like him would only be for financial gain. Of course, such comments were made in the heat of the moment. This university professor, aside from having a stable income and 2 properties, possessed little else that was commendable, which prompted her to make such disparaging remarks. Ordinary was merely a euphemism. She could not divulge the entirety of his peculiarities to Huo Hanting, as that would only place Zhao Wanqing in an awkward position. Was marrying an ordinary person merely a pursuit of wealth? Huo Hanting, under the impression that he had only heard part of the conversation from the bedroom, came out to clarify, wishing to avoid any misunderstandings. To his surprise, Jiang Qiao candidly affirmed her sentiments. Huo Hanting pressed his thin lips together, his dark eyes revealing an inscrutable depth. "Daddy, why aren't you paying attention to Xiao Duo?" Jiang Xiao Duo, freshly changed from her clothes, dashed out of the bedroom and clasped Huo Hanting's leg. "You haven't replied to Xiao Duo's messages." Her little mouth pouted adorably. Huo Hanting glanced at his phone and indeed found an unread message from Jiang Xiao Duo. "Daddy was too busy today and didn't see it." He retrieved a strawberry tart from the refrigerator. "Does Xiao Duo like strawberries?" "I do." As soon as Jiang Xiao Duo saw the strawberries, all her earlier displeasure vanished, and she devoured the treat, her mouth smeared with cream. Jiang Qiao languidly reclined on the sofa, stifling a yawn. Having skipped her afternoon nap and spent several hours out, fatigue had set in. Huo Hanting regarded her for a moment. In the days since their marriage, he had thought her to be free from materialistic tendencies. Yet, it appeared he had misjudged her. She had concealed her true nature remarkably well. Had he not inadvertently overheard her today, she might have continued to do so. It was the first time in his life he had misread someone, perhaps because she was the mother of his daughter. He had subconsciously placed her on a pedestal from the very beginning. Jiang Qiao remained oblivious to Huo Hanting's thoughts. She merely felt exhausted. After washing up, she retired to bed. Upon waking, she found it was already midnight. Jiang Xiaoduo lay beside her, fast asleep, unable to return to slumber. Jiang Qiao rose to step onto the balcony for some fresh air and to order a late-night snack. Just as she exited her room, She encountered Huo Hanting emerging from the bathroom, freshly showered. No longer did he wander about wrapped in just a towel. Instead, he was clad in a snug sleep outfit that concealed even his collarbone. "Do you have a moment?" Huo Hanting inquired. "Yes," Jiang Qiao replied, puzzled by the timing of his question, wondering what he needed at such an hour. Huo Hanting returned to the bedroom, changing into casual attire, and placed a contract before her. "Please take a look at this property agreement. If everything is satisfactory, kindly sign it." This document had been drafted by his lawyer, aimed at safeguarding the assets of the Huo family from any potential claims by Jiang Qiao. After all, they were now husband and wife, and in the event of a divorce, she would possess the right to claim a share of his wealth, which could significantly impact the stock prices of the entire Huo group. Prior to marriage, he had never considered the necessity of a prenuptial agreement. But upon realizing that Jiang Qiao was a gold digger, he felt compelled to take precautions. The terms of the agreement were meticulously detailed, outlining each right and obligation clearly. Although Jiang Qiao was taken aback by the sudden appearance of such a contract, the stipulation seemed fair enough to her. Essentially, she would not be entitled to any of Huo Hanting's assets. This posed no concern for her, as she had never contemplated such matters. After confirming that there were no issues, she affixed her signature. Huo Hanting was astonished by her promptness. He had anticipated a more protracted discussion. The lawyer had left room for negotiation on certain clauses. However, Jiang Qiao believed there was nothing to negotiate. In these times, earning a living is no small feat, and it was entirely justifiable for Huo Hanting to wish to protect his wealth. That was his prerogative. They were both rational adults, capable of maintaining their composure despite such matters. She even jested, "I hope that with my signing of this agreement, your family isn't planning any demolition? My expectations are modest. If we could end up with a riverside property, we might as well move there." Huo Hanting gazed at Jiang Qiao intently. Her demeanor was strikingly composed, devoid of any hint of disquiet, as though the agreement bore no weight upon her. Yet, she was the one who had initially asserted that marriage was a transaction for financial gain. Was she now performing for him? A wave of irritation washed over Huo Hanting, extinguishing his desire to probe her emotions further as he curtly replied, "My family will not be undergoing any demolition." With that, he turned and retreated into the bedroom without a backward glance. Jiang Qiao found the situation perplexing. She had merely made a harmless jest. Was it truly warranted for him to react with such displeasure? The following morning, Jiang Qiao accompanied Jiang Xiaoduo to kindergarten. Reflecting on the distress Zhao Wanjing had experienced during her blind date the day before, she resolved to visit her, hoping to lift her spirits. She sent a WeChat message to Zhao Wanjing in advance, but received no reply. Given her erratic schedule, it was highly likely that she was still asleep at this hour. Jiang Qiao purchased breakfast and carried it to her home, inputting the password into the electronic lock to surprise her. However, upon entering, she discovered that Zhao Wanjing was not at home. It was still before 9 o'clock, and typically at this time, she would either be asleep or recovering from an all-nighter. It was improbable that she would be out. Was there an urgent matter at hand? Jiang Qiao set down the breakfast and sent another message, yet still received no response. Concerned for her well-being, yet apprehensive about interrupting her, Jiang Qiao hesitated. Just then, the sound of someone entering the password lock reached her ears, and Zhao Wanqing stumbled in. Their gazes met, and they both froze in shock. Zhao Wanqing was clad in a trench coat, beneath which a once-fitted qipao lay in tatters, the hem perilously high. Her eyes were swollen, her complexion haggard, unmistakably indicating she had been weeping. The ambiguous red marks on her neck further fueled Jiang Qiao's unsettling suspicions, prompting her to tremble as she asked, "Wanqing, what has happened to you?" Zhao Wanqing's face was ashen as she collapsed into Jiang Qiao's embrace, leaning against her as if drained of strength, remaining silent for what felt like an eternity. Yet, Jiang Qiao could feel the dampness on her shoulder, accompanied by Zhao Wanqing's faint sobs. Jiang Qiao's heart ached. At such a moment, any words of consolation seemed utterly futile. All she could do was hold Zhao Wanqing tightly, offering a sliver of warmth. In a daze, memories of a night 5 years prior flooded her mind. Fresh from university, she had embarked on a journey with several close friends to a city near Jiangcheng. They had separated for sightseeing, agreeing to meet later at a seafood restaurant. As she exited the museum around 7 in the evening, she noticed a man in a black suit leaning against a wall, clutching his abdomen, blood seeping through his fingers. Shocked, she called the police and rushed to assist him. Before she could discern his face, a strange odor enveloped her, and then everything went black. When she regained consciousness, she found herself bare, nestled in the man's arms. The hour was indiscernible, but the darkness enveloped them, and she could feel the dew on the grass beneath them. Having never experienced such a situation, she panicked and fled after hastily dressing. Soon after, she discovered she was pregnant with Jiang Qiao. Uncertain of the details surrounding Zhao Wanqing's ordeal, Jiang Qiao could surmise its nature. Recalling her own tumultuous emotions from 5 years ago, shame and helplessness, she felt an overwhelming reluctance to share her own experience, even with her best friend. She had merely claimed that her child was an accidental pregnancy. In the present moment, she refrained from probing Zhao Wanqing with questions, choosing instead to remain silently supportive. After a spell of weeping, Zhao Wanqing's emotions began to stabilize, and she reached for a tissue to dry her tears. Qiao, I'm so sorry, she began, but her words trailed off as fresh tears cascaded down her cheeks. Jiang Qiao felt a pang in her heart as she grasped Zhao Wanqing's hand, earnestly assuring her, "Today, I have not set foot in your home, nor have I seen anything. Do you understand?" This matter would remain locked within her heart for eternity, never to be divulged to another soul. Zhao Wanqing choked with emotion as she lamented, "I should not have gone out. If only I'd stayed home last night. It is not your fault, Wanqing. Consider it a mere scratch from a dog, and let it go," Jiang Qiao reassured her, pouring a cup of warm tea and switching on a comedy film. She understood that Wanqing was not in the mood to watch, but the sound might provide a slight distraction. Cradling the teacup, Zhao Wanqing hung her head, her body still trembling slightly. Although it pained her, Jiang Qiao felt compelled to remind her, "Have you taken your medication?" In her own time of panic, she had neglected her pills and consequently conceived Jiang Qiao. While she did not regret giving birth to her daughter, it was still wise to remind her friend. Zhao Wanqing nodded in acknowledgement. For the entire day that followed, Jiang Qiao remained by Zhao Wanqing's side. She assisted her to the bedroom to rest, and only once she was certain Wanqing had fallen asleep did she retreat to the kitchen to prepare some soup. At such times, a warm broth might alleviate one's spirits. By the afternoon, Zhao Wanqing had yet to awaken. Jiang Qiao picked up Jiang Qiao from kindergarten and brought her directly to Wanqing's home. She was uneasy about leaving her alone, particularly dreading the moment she might awaken to find the house empty and desolate. Before entering, Jiang Qiao solemnly instructed her daughter, "Auntie is feeling unwell today. Please do not be noisy and allow her to rest, understood?" Though Jiang Qiao usually exhibited a carefree demeanor, she possessed a sensitive heart. Upon sensing her mother's distress while being picked up, she had remained unusually quiet, refraining from asking for ice cream throughout their journey. Now, as they arrived at Auntie's house, she nodded in understanding, eager to be considerate. Little Xiaoduo would be well-behaved and not disturb Auntie's slumber. Jiang Qiao gently patted her head as she led her inside. Zhao Wanqing had just risen, sitting on the sofa in a daze, her arms wrapped around her knees, her eyes devoid of any sparkle. Jiang Qiao felt a pang in her heart and intentionally made a sound. Startled, Zhao Wanqing looked up and said, "I thought you had gone home. Xiaoduo missed you, so I brought her to stay the night." "I hope you don't mind," Jiang Qiao replied nonchalantly, as if the events of the morning had never transpired. Unlike before, Xiaoduo did not rush into Zhao Wanqing's arms. Rather, she approached slowly, like a little kitten, quietly snuggling beside her. "Xiaoduo is here to keep Annie company." Zhao Wanqing, embracing the soft warmth of Jiang Xiaoduo and inhaling the faint scent of milk on her, managed a faint smile. Jiang Qiao secretly sighed in relief. She retreated to the kitchen to prepare several of Zhao Wanqing's favorite dishes, and the three of them shared a relaxed dinner together. Throughout the meal, Jiang Qiao kept a watchful eye on Wanqing. Although her expression remained weary and her appetite poor, there was a flicker of a smile in her eyes, a stark contrast to the lifelessness of that morning. Once a vibrant and radiant person, she now resembled a withered rose, devoid of vitality. As 8 o'clock approached, it was time for Xiaoduo to sleep. After dinner, 3 individuals gathered in the living room to watch a foreign science fiction film, with Zhao Wanqing playfully coaxing Jiang Xiaoduo. "Aunt, does Xiaoduo want to finish watching?" Jiang Xiaoduo clung to Zhao Wanqing's arm, seeking affection. "I cannot decide that. You must ask your mother," Zhao Wanqing replied. Glancing at Jiang Qiao, "Does Her Majesty grant permission?" "Approved," Jiang Qiao responded. Jiang Qiao cheered. "Anne is truly wonderful. It was I who granted approval. Why does it fall upon your aunt?" Jiang Qiao feigned displeasure. "Am I truly so undervalued as your biological mother?" "Mother, you have never been of great worth either." Jiang Qiao felt a familiar irritation. Her dear son never spoke a kind word. Zhao Wanqing chuckled. "If you wish to strike, do ensure you do not soil my living room." Meanwhile, Huo Hanting returned home to the Luhua courtyard. The house was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. Upon switching on the lights and standing in the living room, he felt a momentary disorientation. Typically, at this hour, as he stepped through the door, the dining table would be laden with steaming dishes. Jiang Qiao would be beside Jiang Xiaoduo, either drawing or assembling puzzles on the sofa, their playful banter filling the air, creating a warm and joyful atmosphere. Yet now, the house was empty, and Jiang Xiao's little backpack was absent from the sofa. The door to the guest room stood ajar, and it was dark within. He knew without looking that no one was there. "Where are you?" For the first time, he proactively sent Jiang Qiao a WeChat message, inquiring about her whereabouts. Jiang Qiao quickly replied, stating she would be staying at Zhao Wanqing's home for a couple of days with their daughter. Huo Hanting frowned slightly. What did this imply? Had she fled with their daughter right after signing the property agreement? Yet, 2 days away was hardly a matter of great concern. Huo Hanting opened his laptop and began processing work emails in the living room, also participating in a video conference with senior executives from the overseas branch. A slight discomfort stirred in his stomach. He pressed his forehead, realizing it was already past 11 at night, and he had yet to dine. The house was eerily silent. Even the sound of water flowing through the bathroom pipes could be distinctly heard. It was overly quiet. Having lived alone for years in a sprawling villa, the silence at night, when the servants had retired, allowed even the faintest sound of a pin dropping to be heard. During those times, he never found this state unpleasant. Instead, he reveled in it. Yet now, he found himself unaccustomed to the stillness. Huo Hanting did not allow this emotion to linger for long. He was a man who kept his feelings concealed, unaffected by any emotional turmoil. Though he felt a sense of discomfort, he suppressed it, burying himself in work. Thus, on the following evening, Assistant Sheen observed that the president, who had consistently left the office punctually without delay for over a month, was still at work past 10 o'clock. Assistant Sheen pondered whether there was any particularly important task requiring the president's attention that evening, but found none. Regardless of the circumstances, the boss remains at work, and as his chief assistant, it is inevitable that I too cannot leave. Consequently, the secondary and tertiary secretaries, along with the miscellaneous staff and personal assistants, are likewise bound to stay. Thus, the entire office of the president is illuminated, persisting until 3:30 in the morning. Yet, there are no signs of Huo Hanting concluding his work. Everyone exchanges puzzled glances, uncertain of the president's unusual behavior today, though he has always been a workaholic. Frequently burning the midnight oil, it has typically been during crucial business negotiations or significant decision-making moments, what one might refer to as productive overtime. However, the past few days have been tranquil, predominantly involving internal company matters that do not necessitate the presence of such a revered figure as the president. Could it be that the company's performance is faltering, prompting the president to exert himself further? Yet, that seems implausible as the business is thriving, recently being ranked among the top 10 globally. If the president continues at this pace, he may very well ascend to the status of the world's richest individual. A peculiar atmosphere envelopes the president's office, with fatigue etched across every face. Assistant Sheen, embodying the sentiment of "if I do not descend into hell, who will?" boldly ventured into the president's office, presenting Ho with a cup of coffee and subtly hinting that it was nearly 4 o'clock. It appeared that Huo Hanting only then became aware of the time and finally prepared to leave. A collective sigh of relief was heard from everyone. However, their joy was evidently premature. As dawn broke, the president was once again burning the midnight oil. This time, Assistant Sheen, having gained some experience, proactively arranged for the personal assistant to order dinner for the president and ensured that each assistant in the office received a cup of Americano, bitter yet invigorating. On this occasion, Huo Hanting did not depart. Instead, he took to the small room in his office for a nap. Assistant Sheen finally discerned a peculiar nuance. For the past month, the president had been leaving punctually each day to return home to see his daughter. Yet now, he was spending the night at the office. This indicated that he could not see his daughter upon returning home, suggesting two possibilities. Either he had fallen out with her and she was unwilling to see him, or there was discord with the child's guardian, his wife, who had taken their daughter and left home. Clearly, a 4-year-old girl would not possess such a temper. If truly upset, a sweet little cake would suffice to placate her. Thus, it must be the displeasure of the wife that has stirred the situation. Assistant Qin's mind raced with various scenarios until an internal phone call summoned him back to the office. "I have something to inquire about," Huo Hanting stated, appearing somewhat sleep-deprived. Faint shadows under his eyes. "Please go ahead, Mr. Huo." Huo Hanting pressed his lips together, hesitating to speak, while Assistant Qin maintained a serious facade. Internally, he was in turmoil. His boss, known in the financial realm as the Great White Shark, was now grappling with something unutterable. The Great White Shark, swift, precise, and lethal. Once it sets its sights on a target, it does not relent until the end. This is the typical demeanor of Huo Hanting in the world of commerce. I have a friend who, after a quarrel with his wife, finds her and their child at a friend's house, refusing to return home. Just moments ago, Huo Hanting, having just awakened, received a WeChat message from Jiang Qiao, stating that she would be staying at Zhao Wanqing's residence for a few more days. He had initially thought he would only endure a couple of days before seeing his daughter, but he found himself fixated on the message for a full 30 seconds, wishing he could bore a hole through the phone screen with his gaze. What is this woman up to, leaving home with their daughter and not returning? After some contemplation, he resolved to consult his trusted assistant, Qin, for advice, as he was not adept at handling such matters, and Qin might possess the requisite experience. Qin remained peculiarly silent for several seconds. "What do you mean I have a friend?" "That friend is none other than you, President Huo, isn't it?" Qin earnestly suggested. "I recommend your friend take the initiative to bring his wife home. Generally speaking, when a woman is upset, she still hopes her husband will coax her back." "Impossible." Huo Hanting promptly dismissed the notion without a second thought. When has he ever coaxed anyone? The idea of fetching her from Zhao Wanqing's home was utterly out of the question. Qin did not respond, but a voice within him whispered, "President, a proud man might end up without a wife." Oblivious to Huo Hanting's struggles, Jiang Qiao initially intended to stay at Zhao Wanqing's for just 2 days with her daughter, Jiang Xiao. However, Zhao Wanqing had become somewhat addicted to entertaining the child and insisted she stay longer. Since Zhao Wanqing had managed to shake off the unpleasantness of the past and was regaining her spirits, Jiang Qiao naturally did not wish to dampen her enthusiasm and agreed to extend her stay. Additionally, the kitchen at Zhao Wanqing's home was exceptionally well-equipped, spacious, and picturesque. For someone like Jiang Qiao, who relished cooking, the experience of chopping vegetables while gazing at the river view became a delightful indulgence. She was almost lost in this enjoyment. Jiang Xiao was equally pleased. Her affectionate and delightful godmother would cuddle her to sleep, play games, and provide her with plenty of delicious treats. The notion of her father had slipped from her mind entirely. Zhao Wanqing drove Jiang Qiao and her daughter to their respective destinations, a kindergarten and a restaurant, before returning home alone. Once parked in the garage, she hesitated to exit the car, summoning the courage to power on her phone, which had been switched off for 3 days. The black screen gradually illuminated. After 3 days of absence, she found herself inundated with numerous WeChat and text messages, yet none were from Huo Yunjin. She had expected some form of explanation following the incident, but there was nothing, no apology, no clarification, not even a feeble excuse. She was, quite plainly, disregarded. 3 evenings prior, she had received a call from a bar owner, informing her that Huo Yunjin had gotten drunk and was repeatedly mumbling her name, asking if she could come and retrieve him. Initially, she had no intention of going, considering they had parted ways 3 years ago. However, on the other end of the phone, Huo Yunjing's indistinct voice conveyed his headache. In that fleeting moment, her heart softened. She ventured to the bar, retrieved Huo Yunjing, and after extracting his home address from his inebriated state, drove him home. Upon arriving, as she turned to leave, Huo Yunjing stumbled toward her, embracing her from behind, whispering her name repeatedly in her ear. Her eyes grew warm, perhaps influenced by the champagne she had consumed earlier. She felt as if she too were intoxicated, blurred between dreams and reality. In a dizzy haze, their lips met, their heated breaths intertwined, as if the 3 years of separation had never existed, until Huo Yunjing uttered the nickname of another woman, Little Peach, engaged in such intimacy, yet calling out for another. She was jolted awake from this absurd dream and pushed him away. He fell onto the sofa, his eyes aflame with longing, disregarding her resistance as he pressed her beneath him. He was like an indefatigable traveler, eagerly exploring uncharted territories, drawing her into a wholly unfamiliar world. As dawn broke, Zhao Wanqing fled, only to encounter Jiang Qiao at home. In that moment, she felt utterly lost and helpless, unsure how to confront the situation. Thankfully, Jiang Qiao was there. Otherwise, she would have been at a complete loss over the coming days. After such an incident, she adopted an ostrich mentality, unwilling to face Huo again, and turned off her phone. Yet deep within her heart, a flicker of secret hope remained, wishing he might at least come to apologize. Given Huo Zhang's capabilities, he did not require a phone to reach her. His silence indicated a lack of desire to connect. Zhao Wanqing let out a self-deprecating laugh. What was she truly expecting? She had seen Huo Zhang for who he was 3 years ago, hadn't she? He had never possessed a heart. Or perhaps, his heart had always belonged to another woman, never to her, Zhao Wanqing. 3 years had passed. Had she become too comfortable, healing her scars only to forget the pain, and willingly walked into a trap? Truly foolish. Should I go pick someone up? Jiang Qiao asked as she collected Jiang Qiao duo. Upon returning to the riverside flat, she found Zhao Wanqing in an apron, preparing a meal. These past few days, we've been enjoying your cooking. You should try my culinary skills. Zhao Wanqing smiled cheerfully, while her phone played a tutorial on making pineapple fried rice. Jiang Qiao silently observed Zhao Wanqing's slightly reddened eyes, despite her efforts to conceal her feelings. Pretending everything was normal, Jiang Qiao knew she had cried again. Jiang Qiao felt guilt-ridden for having gone to the restaurant today. This morning, the chef had called, mentioning he had developed several new dishes and invited her back to taste them. Zhao Wanqing, noticing her friend's preoccupation, playfully ushered her out the door and personally escorted her to the restaurant, urging her to immerse herself in her tasks. After sampling the dishes, a group of workers from a nearby construction site arrived for a gathering, causing the kitchen to become overwhelmed. She promptly lent a hand by washing and chopping vegetables. And soon after, an additional cluster of patrons arrived, leaving her busily occupied throughout the day. However, Zhao Wanqing maintained a facade of tranquility, wishing to conceal from her friend the tears she had shed. Jiang Qiao feigned ignorance, teasing her. From the video, I see you're making fried rice. Without it, I would think you were concocting alchemical potions. A pot of pineapple rice had turned completely black. Had Jiang Qiao returned a moment later, the pot might have been scorched through. Zhao Wanqing felt a twinge of regret. I followed the steps in the video precisely. Why did it not work? Some individuals simply lack the culinary gift. Perhaps Zhao Wanqing was one of those unfortunate souls, for throughout their years of acquaintance, she had never successfully navigated the kitchen without mishap. Go on, go play, don't waste such fine pineapples. Jiang Qiao feigned disdain, nudging her aside. You sit in the living room. I will handle the cooking. It will be ready in mere minutes. Zhao Wanqing felt guilty. It's always you who cooks while I wait to eat. This doesn't seem right. What's wrong with that? I enjoy cooking, and seeing you relish my meals brings me joy, Jiang Qiao replied. She was perhaps one of the few who truly relished the act of cooking, never viewing it as a burden, but rather as a source of delight. Xiaoduo, take your godmother to watch television. Don't linger here and be in the way. The strong-willed girl, Jiang Xiaoduo, rolled up her sleeves and dragged the reluctant Zhao Wanqing away. You really are strong, Zhao Wanqing remarked, grasping Jiang Xiaoduo's slender arm. Your mother can barely ascend 2 flights of stairs without gasping. How do you possess such vigor? Jiang Qiao retorted, let us not point fingers, you, who stay up all night and rise only in the morning, have no right to call me lazy. Zhao Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, she pondered the possibility that Jiang Xiaoduo's robust constitution might have been inherited from her biological father. Realizing her words had perhaps crossed a line, she quickly shifted the topic to inquiries about Jiang Xiaoduo's kindergarten experiences. Yet, Jiang Xiaoduo appeared despondent, tugging at her clothing and quietly asking, does Xiaoduo resemble mommy? Or she like daddy? Zhao Wanqing found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to safeguard the fragile heart of the young girl. Jiang Qiao emerged from the kitchen, speaking calmly, your father's grave is overgrown. It's time to stop dwelling on him. Zhao Wanqing shot her a disapproving glance, thinking how harsh it was to speak so in front of a child. Surprisingly, Rather than feeling disheartened, Jiang Qiao's eyes brightened. Then he cannot return to take mommy away. I like my new daddy much better. Zhao Wanqing realized that indeed, a mother who defies convention raises a remarkably bold daughter. Jiang Qiao effortlessly prepared a refreshing appetizer. A delectable curry chicken, accompanied by pineapple rice, ensuring that the three of them feasted heartily before reclining on the sofa to enjoy a variety show. With the weekend upon them and school not in session, Jiang Qiao generously allowed Jiang Xiaoduo an extra 2 hours of playtime. Overjoyed, Jiang Xiaoduo eagerly engaged her mother and godmother in a game of Ludo, filling the living room with laughter and merriment. In stark contrast, the atmosphere at Huo Hanting's side was markedly desolate. After 2 consecutive days of grueling overtime that left the entire staff of the CEO's office with dark circles under their eyes, he finally managed to leave work just before midnight. The living room and bedroom remained unchanged from when he had departed a day prior. On the balcony, the potted plants Jiang Qiao had previously purchased appeared droopy, having gone without water for several days. Standing alone in the silent living room, Huo Hanting heard the sounds of children playing downstairs, accompanied by the scolding voices of adults chasing after them. He could even faintly catch the aroma of spicy stir-fried meat wafting from a neighbor's kitchen. He was reluctantly compelled to acknowledge that, over the past month, he had grown accustomed to Jiang Qiao's presence, even beyond his connection with Jiang Xiaoduo. Jiang Qiao had infused his life with a sense of warmth and vitality found in the ordinary moments of life. Yet now, with her absence, the vibrant essence unique to her had vanished alongside her. Should he go and bring Jiang Qiao back? This thought lingered only for a second before Huo Hanting dismissed it. In his mind, Jiang Qiao was sulking over the property agreement, deliberately choosing not to return home. As the esteemed CEO of the Huo family, how could he possibly yield to a materialistic woman? Before their marriage, he had lived alone for many years, thriving in his independence. He did not inform Jiang Qiao of his return and moved back to their pre-marriage villa without hesitation. After all, it was merely a cold war. He, Huo Hanting, was not one to shy away from such challenges. The previous staff had not been dismissed, and the villa was meticulously maintained, spotless and orderly. Upon entering, he instinctively sought out his slippers, only to remember there was no shoe rack at the door, realizing that this was indeed his villa. The entrance floor was equipped with an automated cleaning device that scrubbed the shoes clean, rendering the need for slippers unnecessary. "Bring me a pair of slippers," he instructed. The startled servant complied, presenting him with a pair of white slippers made from lamb's wool, soft and comfortable, capable of automatic drying and temperature regulation. They were entirely unlike the 20 yuan slippers Jiang Qiao had purchased at the supermarket, offering a level of comfort that was astronomical in comparison. However, he frowned and instructed the servant, "Bring me a pair with a hard sole." The servant quickly fetched a pair of sturdy slippers. Meanwhile, the chefs prepared an exquisite array of sumptuous meals in accordance with the nutritionist guidelines. Huo Hanting gazed at the elegantly plated, light, and healthy dishes adorning the dining table. Yet found himself devoid of appetite. Today, they would be having Sichuan cuisine. Jiang Qiao's humble eatery caters to the common folk, particularly the laborers residing near the urban villages. Thus, the flavors are predominantly bold and conducive to appetites. She herself has a penchant for spicy food, aside from the dishes meant for Jiang Xiaoduo. She liberally incorporates copious amounts of chili peppers into her cooking. At first, Huo Hanting found it rather unaccustomed. But being unparticular about his diet and understanding that one who does not cook should refrain from voicing opinions, he adhered to this decorum. Consequently, he consumed whatever Jiang Qiao prepared without making any specific requests. Over the course of the past month, he has become accustomed to each dish being adorned with vibrant red peppers. The chefs were taken aback. The president's diet has always been guided by a list from high-end nutritionists, ensuring that every dish remains wholesome and healthful. The vegetables and meats must originate from the Huo family's own farms, entirely natural, devoid of any pesticides or chemical fertilizers. The seafood, similarly, must be sourced from Northern Europe, ensuring absolute purity. Thus, the president's palate has always leaned towards the delicate. Now, the sudden shift to Sichuan cuisine left the chefs exchanging bewildered glances. Nevertheless, being seasoned culinary professionals, they prepared a few home-style dishes as per the president's request. Huo Hanting finally mustered the will to pick up his chopsticks, though he barely took a few bites. After addressing a multitude of work-related matters, he retreated to the gym, where he ran on the treadmill for over 40 minutes. Huo Yunjin arrived bearing wine. I heard you were back, so I came to see you. Huo Hanting didn't even spare him a glance. What genuine concern could he possibly have for him? Was it that he had been scorned by his wife and children, driven from his home? Huo Yunjin did not disguise his schadenfreude. Huo Hanting stepped off the treadmill, wiping the sweat with a towel, and remarked nonchalantly, "At least I have a wife and children, unlike some who have been abandoned by women and remained solitary for 3 years." Huo Yunjin's eyes dimmed momentarily before he feigned indifference with a smile. "I cherish my solitude and freedom. Your marriage brings you misfortune." Huo Hanting had no desire to engage in a war of words with him. He uncorked a bottle and poured himself a glass of champagne. Huo Yunjin also filled his glass, then suddenly chuckled softly. "What do you think women are thinking? Why are they so heartless and ungrateful?" Huo Hanting paused. How could he possibly know? Were he aware, would he be living in solitude in a villa now? Huo Yunjin poured another glass of champagne, holding it without drinking, gently swirling the stemmed glass while gazing down, lost in thought. "Do you think I should seek a marriage alliance with a woman of equal standing?" Huo Hanting remained noncommittal. As the current head of the Huo family, he had never contemplated the notion of familial alliances. The Huo family did not uphold such traditions. Watching his cousin in such desolation, he had no intentions of offering consolation, merely observing him as he continued to drink glass after glass, truly lacking in ambition. Though he felt a slight curiosity about which woman had tormented Huo Yunjin to such an extent, he was not as gossipy as the fourth brother, Huo Mingxiu, nor did he possess the leisure to delve into the matter. However, the identity of that enigmatic woman was truly remarkable. Huo Yunjin, who typically had a robust tolerance for alcohol, found himself drunk once again. Huo Hanting, in disdain, summoned the servants to carry him upstairs. It was already midnight. Yet Huo Hanting found little inclination to sleep, as his slumber was notoriously sparse. He entered his study to continue addressing work matters. At his level, the workload was neither excessively burdensome nor trivial. Many business affairs were handled by the executives and general managers beneath him, requiring his direct involvement only for significant decisions concerning the Huo Group. In recent days, he had taken on a considerable amount of work, filling his schedule to the brim, which left the uninformed executives in a state of anxiety, reflecting on whether they had faltered in their duties, prompting the president's personal inquiry. Huo Hanting glanced at his phone, a habitual gesture over the past couple of days. Neither Jiang Qiao nor Jiang Xiaoduo had sent him any messages. The room was equipped with a complete air exchange system, ensuring a constant flow of fresh air. Yet he inexplicably felt a sense of restlessness, pushing open the window to stand by it, as the evening breeze brushed lightly against him, carrying a hint of coolness. Another night slipped away. On the weekend, Jiang Qiao, relieved from the duty of taking her child to school, savored a rare opportunity to sleep in and lay in bed, engrossed in her phone. After a prolonged silence in a university class group chat, someone suddenly proposed organizing a reunion for the classmates remaining in Jiangqing. Jiang Qiao held little interest in such gatherings. 5 years post-graduation, some had thrived, basking in success, while others had fallen into despair. Everyone was grappling with the realities of life, leaving little room for the once pure camaraderie of student days. Jiang Qiao decided against attending and inquired with Zhao Wanqing, who was even less inclined to go. Previously, she had attended such an event out of boredom, only to find herself treated as a fool. Paying for dinner had been one thing, but later at the KTV, the male classmates, as if they had never tasted fine wine, insisted on ordering expensive bottles, and when the bill arrived, they sprawled drunkenly, pretending to be inebriated, leaving her to settle the tab, costing her over 100,000. This amount was trivial for Zhao Wanqing, but the crux of the issue lay in the fact that she had hardly known these male classmates during university, barely able to recall their names upon meeting. How could they shamelessly order bottles costing over 10,000 each? A chill ran down Jiang Qiao's spine as she muted the class group. Even if someone tagged her, she feigned ignorance. Shortly thereafter, Dong Shengnan, the class monitor from their university days, messaged her privately on WeChat, inquiring whether she would attend the reunion. Hailing from northeast China, she had returned home after graduation, and now, on a brief business trip to Jiangcheng, she only had 2 days to spare, unable to arrange a private meeting, and thus hoped to see Jiang Qiao at the gathering. If it were anyone else, it would be inconsequential. But Dong Shengnan had been quite close to Jiang Qiao during their university years. Previously, Jiang Qiao's scholarship was unjustly claimed by a girl who had a close relationship with their counselor. It was Dong Shengnan who bravely intervened, seeking the intervention of the dean to help Jiang Qiao reclaim her rightful award. After 5 long years apart, Dong Shengnan made the journey from northeast China, which was no small feat. Jiang Qiao, eager to reunite, agreed to attend the upcoming class reunion. The gathering was set to take place at the luxurious Shanghua Grand Hotel, a 5-star establishment offering a lavish buffet priced at over 400 yuan per person, with unlimited dining. 8 individuals were slated to attend, comprising 3 female classmates and 5 males. Jiang Qiao arrived early, having cycled over from Zhao Wanqing's spacious apartment, which was conveniently nearby. In the lobby, for classmates had already gathered, including Dong Shengnan. Jiang Qiao, it has been ages. Upon their reunion, the two exchanged warm greetings. The remaining 4 classmates arrived in due course, initially maintaining a polite distance, engaging in courteous salutations. As conversations progressed, the atmosphere shifted towards a display of accomplishments, with the female classmates boasting about their fortunate marriages and the male classmates flaunting their successful careers, rapid promotions, and new homes and cars. Amidst this, Jiang Qiao found herself at a loss for words, silently sipping her juice, feigning interest in their discussions. Soon, the focus shifted to her. I heard you had a daughter after graduation. Why didn't you bring her along today? This question came from Jiang Qiao, the very individual who had usurped Jiang Qiao's scholarship during their university days. She had married a fund manager and had previously showcased their marital bliss and her husband's impressive monthly salary on social media. Jiang Qiao replied with a calm demeanor. I feared that bringing a child would not allow me to make the most of the buffet. Her quip elicited laughter from the group. However, Jiang Qiao persisted, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Having a child must complicate your chances of remarrying, right? We haven't seen you at reunions these past few years. Have you been busy raising your child? The undertone of mockery in Jiang Qiao's words was palpable, and anyone present could discern it, including Jiang Qiao. Thank you for your concern. I'm already married, she stated. Jiang Qiao's eyes widened in disbelief. You're married? Why didn't you send us an invitation? We had no inkling of this. It seems you no longer regard us as classmates. Jiang Qiao felt a wave of impatience wash over her. She had come to reconnect with Dong Shengnan, not to endure Jiang Qiao's scornful remarks. Pretending not to hear, she turned her attention back to Dong Shengnan, discussing her work. Jiang Qiao's expression darkened. Throughout university, she had always felt overshadowed by Jiang Qiao, who excelled in various areas. Driven by competitiveness, she had cultivated a relationship with the counselor to replace Jiang Qiao's scholarship, only to have it reinstated to Jiang Qiao. After graduation, upon learning about Jiang Qiao's unplanned pregnancy, she was elated, anticipating her downfall and relishing in the irony. Indeed, Jiang Qiao had struggled to find a good job, fading from their collective memory. For 4 long years, she had harbored resentment, which finally began to dissipate as she awaited Jiang Qiao's appearance, eager to mock her from a position of triumph. However, following several class reunions that Jiang Qiao had neglected to attend, her meticulously laid plans seemed to have fallen to naught. This time, seizing the opportunity, she was determined not to let it slip away. She signaled to her close friend Jean Bebe, who now worked under Jiang Qiao's husband, and was obliged to flatter Jiang Qiao. Elevating her voice deliberately to ensure all present could hear, she inquired, Jiang Qiao, have you truly gotten married? Surely, you are not attempting to deceive us for the sake of appearances? The atmosphere among classmates did not warrant such vanity, did it? Jiang Qiao, refusing to indulge her, retorted, believe what you wish. Am I expected to carry my marriage certificate and slap in your face? Her previous restraint stemmed from a desire to preserve the gathering's ambience. Yet, now that she was being belittled, she felt no inclination to remain silent. After all, they were merely former classmates, not her employers. Why should she cater to them? How can you speak like that? Jean Bebe demanded angrily. We are merely expressing concern for you. Why must you respond so harshly? Jiang Qiao shot back. You should focus on your own affairs. Your abusive husband does not seem to care about shame, so what dignity do I have left to lose? Although Jiang Qiao did not usually engage with the social circle, she recalled a midnight post by Jean Bebe lamenting about being beaten by her husband. That post had been swiftly deleted, but such gossip remained unforgettable. Jean Bebe's expression darkened. and she stood in fury, exclaiming, "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing much. As old classmates, I am merely showing concern for you." Jiang Qiao replied with a sarcastic tone. Everyone can be sardonic, can't they? Just as it seemed a quarrel would erupt. Dong Xingnan and several male classmates intervened to mediate. Jean Bebe huffed in irritation and sat back down. Jiang Qiao, disinterested in the others, focused solely on savoring the seafood. The gathering was a split bill affair, and she had spent over 400 yuan, so she intended to make the most of it. Refusing to let these people spoil her appetite, accidentally splattering mustard on her clothes, Jiang Qiao decided to head to the restroom to clean up. As she rose, she spotted Huo Hanting passing by. Wearing a yellow hard hat and clad in a blue work uniform, his pants were splattered with cement. Clearly having just come from a construction site, their eyes met in mutual surprise. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Qiao was more curious about how he ended up in construction attire at such a gathering. However, now was not the time for inquiries. Huo Hanting's expression remained icy, his words as sparse as ever. "I was passing by." Jiang Qiao mistakenly assumed he was displeased that she had not informed him of her attendance at the reunion. So she clarified, "I came to attend a class gathering." Huo Hanting's demeanor grew even colder. The woman has time to attend a class reunion, but not to return home? Jiang Qiao, who is this? The classmates at the table gazed at Huo Hanting in astonishment, and Dong Shengnan curiously inquired. Jiang Qiao calmly introduced, "He is my husband." Silence enveloped the table for a few seconds, followed by a ripple of laughter. "Jiang Qiao, I thought you had found some illustrious husband that you were hiding from us. But it turns out he's just a laborer, too embarrassed to show himself." Jiang Xiufei covered her mouth in laughter. "You graduated from a prestigious university. Although being an unwed mother isn't particularly honorable, must you stoop so low?" "Indeed," Jean Bebe chimed in, "if you're struggling financially, just let us know. We might not be able to contribute much, but gathering 10 or 20,000 would be effortless." They all regarded Huo Hanting as a construction worker. Jiang Qiao felt no inclination to clarify. To them, the distinction between a real estate agent and a construction worker was negligible. As long as one wasn't a white-collar office worker, they were deemed inferior. Huo Hanting listened to their biting remarks, offering them not even a glance. These individuals did not even possess the qualification to offend him. With just a casual word, he could dictate their fates. Who would allow mere ants to affect their mood? He intended to distance himself from this group of women and leave. However, Jiang Qiao stood tall, positioning herself in front of him. "My husband has a respectable profession, is young, handsome, and possesses a good temper. What is there to be ashamed of?" Jiang Qiao retorted without hesitation. "Should he be like you all, seeking a balding, short, and greasy man, treating him like a treasure, afraid he might be taken away?" Jiang Xiufei's husband was slightly balding, while Jean Bebe's husband sported a protruding belly. Jiang Xiufei was nearly driven to madness. She had finally found a husband who could earn money and could not tolerate Jiang Qiao's insults towards him. "Jiang Qiao, why are you so defiant? Among us, you are the one doing the worst. What does your husband have besides his looks? What kind of woman must marry a laborer?" She continued, "You better keep an eye on him. Laborers often lack quality. Don't let him hurt you or your daughter." Slap. Jiang Qiao struck Jiang Xiufei across the face. She could no longer tolerate such slander against Huo Hanting and their daughter. "You dare hit me?" Jiang Xiufei covered her reddened cheek, seething as she lunged back to retaliate. Jiang Qiao, lacking in physical prowess, had never excelled in fights, and she instinctively dodged. However, Jiang Xiufei and Jean Bebe, both with menacing expressions, charged at her, and there was no escaping. Yet, the anticipated pain did not come. Huo Hanting intervened. With one hand, he seized each of their arms and, as if discarding refuse, hurled them several meters away, coldly squeezing out a single word through clenched teeth. "Scram." This was Huo Hanting's first time laying hands on a woman, and it was against two he regarded with complete disdain. Jiang Xiufei possessed a certain charm, having been pampered by men since her teenage years. She had never experienced such indignity before, and in her fury, she trembled as she reached for her phone to call the police. However, before she could dial, Jiang Qiao interrupted her. "I recall that your husband works in the financial sector, which is under a salary cap, isn't it? I saved the income proof you posted on your social media. What do you think would happen if I exposed it online or sent it to his colleagues and superiors?" Jiang Xiufei, momentarily taken aback, was not intimidated at all. "My husband's income is legitimate. If you wish to expose it, go ahead. Yes, you. This matter will not end here." I will call the police right now and see your husband imprisoned. Huo Hanting, having just brushed against their arms and finding them unclean, wiped his hands with a napkin from the table. Upon hearing Jiang Qiao's words, he couldn't help but chuckle. You may certainly try. His fair complexion contrasted sharply with his piercing gaze. Even his mocking laughter was strikingly beautiful, akin to sunlight reflecting off snow. Jiang Qiao, even in her rage, found herself momentarily entranced. Yet Jiang Qiao had no time to admire his beauty, fearing he might inadvertently fall into a trap. She quickly positioned herself in front of him to confront Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao, are you out of your mind? Surely Jean Bebe is not as foolish as you. Why not ask her what the consequences would be if I exposed it? Jean Bebe's expression darkened considerably. As a subordinate of Jiang Qiao's husband, she understood the ramifications all too well. The company maintained strict confidentiality regarding salaries. If leaked, it could lead to ostracism within the industry. Only someone as dim-witted as Jiang Qiao would flaunt her husband's earnings on social media out of vanity. She remained silent, her face clouded with displeasure. Years of camaraderie allowed Jiang Qiao to perceive the truth in Jiang Qiao's words through Jean Bebe's reaction. Yet she found it intolerable to swallow her pride. Retorting with a cold smirk, feel free to expose it. I can always get a divorce. Regardless, neither you nor your husband will escape unscathed today. I will head to the hospital for an injury examination, and you both will surely face detention. Jiang Qiao was protective of him, while Huo Hanting dismissed Jiang Qiao's threats as trivial, akin to a child's play. Were it not for his position, he would have thrown this woman out of the hotel on the spot. Who gave her the audacity to lay hands on his wife? However, Jiang Qiao was deeply concerned about the prospect of detention. In her moment of anger, she had acted rashly, realizing that Jiang Qiao would not relent easily. Hence, she had cleverly decided to leverage her husband's career as a threat. To her astonishment, Jiang Qiao seemed willing to risk everything, creating trouble for both herself and Huo Hanting. If Jiang Qiao pursued an injury examination and manipulated the situation to claim even minor injuries, they could indeed face financial penalties and detention. While she was not afraid of monetary compensation, able to cover a few tens of thousands, being detained and left with a criminal record was another matter entirely. She, as a restaurant owner, could manage, but for Huo Hanting, who worked for someone else, having a record would make it exceedingly difficult to secure future employment. This matter originated from her, and regardless of the circumstances, Huo Hanting must be extricated. Resolute in her decision, Jiang Qiao provocatively taunted Jiang Qiao. Is this all you can do? Back in school, your GPA was inferior to mine, and your social endeavors paled in comparison to my achievements. If you wish to secure a scholarship, you must follow closely behind the counselor, groveling for half a year. Now that we have entered society, after being bested by me, you resort to dragging my husband into this. Jiang Qiao, do you possess any capability at all? Unable to contend with me, you can only target my husband. TSK, I truly hold you in disdain. Jiang Qiao seethed with rage. Jiang Qiao's words undoubtedly struck a nerve. During their school days, she had always been indignant, questioning why Jiang Qiao excelled in both academics and social standing. Despite her relentless efforts to cultivate relationships with everyone, Jiang Qiao seemed to require no such exertion, remaining aloof while garnering the favor of their classmates. Years had passed, and even in her current state of misfortune, Jiang Qiao maintained her nonchalant demeanor. By what merit did she carry on with such confidence? As Jiang Qiao's anger intensified, she sneered, Jiang Qiao, you said it yourself. Since you enjoy meddling so much, your husband pushing me just gives me the opportunity to hold you accountable. With that, she clutched her thigh, feigning pain, gasping dramatically. What to do? It seems I fractured my leg. What Jiang Qiao desired was to draw all the fire toward herself, continuing her mockery. Stop the theatrics. If you truly wish to feign injury and blame me, then beg for it, and I might just reward you with a few slaps. Huo Hanting cast a glance at Jiang Qiao. His gaze was profound, his dark eyes sparkling with a hint of starlight. With his intelligence, he easily discerned Jiang Qiao's intentions. She was deliberately inciting Jiang Qiao, drawing the conflict towards herself so that he could remain uninvolved. Jiang Qiao was not an impulsive individual. On the contrary, she possessed a keen sense of timing and circumstance. In the face of adversity, she would not allow a momentary indignation to entangle her in greater troubles. just as she had refrained from escalating the situation when by phone had provoked her at the banquet, and when Jiang Qiao had collided with another's motorcycle and readily agreed to compensate without dragging matters unnecessarily. Yet now, for his sake, she had diverged from her usual conduct and willingly courted trouble. She was protecting him. Huo Hanting took out his phone and sent a message to Assistant Qin. Under Jiang Qiao's relentless provocation, Jiang Qiao completely lost her composure. Rising from the ground, she seized a fork from the table and lunged at Jiang Qiao. Should she be wounded, it would certainly result in her being sent to detention. The thought flashed through Jiang Qiao's mind as she sidestepped, ensuring the fork would pierce her arm but leave no other area harmed. However, a pair of hands caught her with such force that she was thrust into Huo Hanting's embrace. What had this man consumed to grow so strong? His chest felt solid as iron, akin to colliding with a steel plate. Jiang Qiao did not harm anyone, but still felt compelled to take action. Her phone rang incessantly, yet she paid it no heed, her eyes glistening with fury as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Qiao. The classmates present were rendered speechless by the unfolding drama. Jiang Bei, possessing a modicum of rationality, recognized that the situation could not continue down this path. If matters escalated, everyone would suffer the consequences. She hurriedly intervened, urging Fei, it is not worth jeopardizing yourself over such a woman. Please answer your call. Dong Shengnan, equally astonished, cautioned Jiang Qiao, let us simply discuss matters openly. There is no need for violence. The other students chimed in, attempting to diffuse the tension. It was only then that Jiang Qiao regained her composure, acknowledging that her earlier anger had clouded her judgment. The phone had been ringing for several minutes, interrupting itself in an incessant cycle. Growing impatient, she pulled out her phone and, upon seeing her father's name on the caller ID, answered. On the other end, her father's voice erupted in frantic admonitions. Hearing just a few words drain the color from Jiang Qiao's face, she abandoned the thought of confronting Jiang Qiao and hurriedly exited the hotel. Jiang Bei cast a resentful glance at Jiang Qiao before following suit. This incident abruptly transformed the atmosphere of the gathering into one of discomfort, and no one felt inclined to flaunt their achievements any longer. Dong Shengnan pulled Jiang Qiao aside and whispered, Jiang Qiao was in the wrong. Your rebuke was warranted. Stealing a glance at Huo Hanting, she lowered her voice further. But you are, after all, an exemplary student from a prestigious university, an undeniable academic prodigy. Even with a child in tow, finding an ordinary partner should be a simple task. Why then did you choose such a man? A few meters away, Huo Hanting's eyes flickered with interest. His keen hearing captured every word, and he suddenly yearned to know how Jiang Qiao would respond. Jiang Qiao felt a tinge of disappointment in her heart. Her memories lingered on her university days when Dong Shengnan had stood up for her. However, years had passed, and people inevitably change. Regardless of whether Huo Hanting were a laborer, what difference would it make? Working diligently on a construction site, not stealing, lying, or deceiving. Earning a living through hard work. What disgrace is there in that? Coming from a single-parent household and running a modest restaurant, her income might slightly surpass that of an average office worker. Yet ultimately, she was merely an ordinary individual. What was wrong with an ordinary person marrying another of similar standing? If Zhao Wanqing were to choose a partner of lesser status, would she hastily dismiss her decision as a fleeting folly? Instead, she would inquire what exceptional qualities had captivated her friend. Dong Xingnan's remarks, though seemingly considerate, were delivered from an elevated perspective, looking down upon them. Moreover, uttering such words in Huo Hanting's presence served no purpose other than to sow discord between them. Jiang Qiao was indifferent to others' opinions. The notion of face held no value for her. However, she did not wish for Huo Hanting to be misjudged by others. After all, as a newlywed husband, he had performed admirably. The reality is harsh. She is not a princess and has never expected anyone to be a prince. My husband is merely an ordinary man, and I perceive no faults in him. In my view, the significance of two individuals being together and living a good life far outweighs all else. Jiang Qiao refrained from arguing about Huo Hanting's merits and had no desire to dissect the details for an outsider. Life is meant to be lived for oneself, not for the gaze of others. Dong Shengnan, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, that is not my intent. I merely believe you could have a better choice. Did I not mention before that my boss recently divorced and has an 11-year-old son? He earns a monthly income of 20 to 30,000. Yet the young women in our office vie for his attention, but he dismisses them, claiming he wants to find a highly educated partner for the sake of his child. I ponder how he is certainly superior to your husband. You and your husband have only recently married and lack a solid emotional foundation. Perhaps you should consider divorce and reconsider my boss, for he is quite taken with you. A few months prior, Dong Shannon had indeed broached this subject, but Jiang Qiao had no intentions of marrying at that time and had declined. Moreover, she had no desire to become a stepmother. Raising her own daughter was one matter, but caring for someone else's grown son was quite another. It became evident that Dong Xingnan's so-called sense of justice was merely a pretext to introduce her to her boss as a favor. The bond of friendship they shared during their college years had entirely dissipated in Jiang Qiao's heart. You assisted me during university, for which I am grateful. I have also done my utmost to support you, tutoring your brother for half a year and helping him gain admission to a prestigious high school. However, due to your recent remarks, our friendship concludes here. I'm not a tool for you to leverage in your ascent. Jiang Qiao approached Huo Hanting's side. As for whether my husband is good or not, I am well aware. I do not require anyone else's definition. She took Huo Hanting's hand and left the hotel without a backward glance. This was Huo Hanting's first experience holding hand with a girl. Jiang Qiao's hand was warm and dry, not particularly delicate, yet the warmth from her fingertips traveled through his palm to his heart. He appeared nonchalant and composed, yet within, his heart raced like a drum. He attempted to tighten his grip, but Jiang Qiao loosened her hold, apologizing. I am sorry, Mr. Hua. Back in the hotel, I inadvertently caused you trouble. I held your hand to demonstrate that our relationship is strong. I hope you do not mind. That slight warmth dissipated. Huo Hanting's expression darkened gradually. How could she pretend to hold his hand merely for show, without genuine intent? Huo Hanting replied coolly, it is fine. Jiang Qiao sensed his displeasure, but was uncertain of its source. Could it be that the disdain from several female classmates had wounded his pride? Men, to some extent, are inherently concerned with their dignity. Among my female classmates, there are those who are rather materialistic, fixated solely on wealth. You need not take their words to heart. In my eyes, you are quite admirable. It would have been better if she had refrained from saying that. Her words increasingly resembled a patronizing compliment. Huo Hanting's expression darkened further. There's still work at the company. I must take my leave. Wait a moment. Huo Hanting paused. His fingers, which hung at his sides, twitched slightly, uncertain of what she was about to say. Did you go to the construction site today to find a part-time job? Jiang Qiao was concerned that his job as an intermediary was challenging, prompting him to seek additional income at the construction site. Huo Hanting's brow twitched. Was this woman solely focused on that? I took a client to view a new property. During our break, the client went to a hotel for a meal, so I waited there. This explanation was plausible, as new properties in Jiang City were highly sought after. Many had merely laid foundations and were already reserved. Jiang Qiao did not ponder further. Then I shall not disturb your work. You may proceed. Oh, by the way, I am still staying at Wanching's place tonight. Huo Hanting gritted his teeth. To feign indifference, he remained silent and departed. Clad in his work attire, he made his way to the company, ascended in the exclusive elevator, and entered the presidential office on the top floor. The secretaries along the way were taken aback, nearly dropping their coffee cups. Only Assistant Sheen, who was privy to the situation, thoughtfully presented him with a new bespoke suit. Huo Hanting freshened up in the office's small bathroom, donning a clean suit. His visit to the construction site was a discreet inspection. The new property belonged to a subsidiary of the Huo family. An accident had occurred the previous day, with a worker accidentally falling from a height and sustaining severe injuries. In such instances, the headquarters should dispatch safety inspectors to assess the site and ensure that safety measures were adequate. Compensation should be provided, and reassurance given to prevent further incidents. Typically, it was unnecessary for Huo Hanting, as the president, to attend personally. However, he found himself with little to occupy his time. Moreover, due to his vexation over Jiang Qiao's absence from home, he sought a diversion. Thus, he had Assistant Sheen procure a set of work attire, intending to observe the safety policies as a worker. Should the measures prove inadequate, he would dismiss the responsible parties and halt operations. Fortunately, the accident was indeed due to the workers' negligence, and the site's safety protocols were being properly enforced. After meticulously inspecting every corner of the site, he finally took his leave. However, upon exiting, he was splattered with cement from a concrete mixer, staining his trousers. Huo Hanting, who possessed a slight obsession with cleanliness, was reluctant to return to the company in such a state. Consequently, he sought the nearest five-star hotel to book a room for a shower and a change of clothes. To his surprise, he encountered Jiang Qiao there. Thinking of her not returning home today made Huo Hanting feel a twinge of frustration. He summoned his assistant. Qin, last time you mentioned a friend of mine whose wife took the child to visit friends. You said you would go and comfort her. Here we are again. The saga of President Huo's friends. Qin was hesitant to expose the truth, thinking, with your perpetually stern demeanor, how could anyone dare to divulge personal matters? Huo Hanting paused, seemingly resolute. How should he comfort her? What does Jiang Qiao enjoy? Qin was genuinely taken aback. Had he misheard? The president was actually contemplating how to soothe someone. Previously, when he suggested soothing a spouse to quell anger, it was merely a universal remedy applicable to any quarrelsome couple. But how to comfort someone, especially when he himself was a confirmed bachelor, was beyond him. As an aspiring assistant of the highest caliber, his personal time was wholly devoted to his employer, leaving no room for romantic pursuits. Yet now that the boss had inquired, he could not feign ignorance. Qin racked his brain for examples he had encountered online, drawing upon his lifetime's worth of romantic intelligence. They say to win a girl's heart, one must cater to her interests. But what does President Huo's friend's wife enjoy? Huo Hanting genuinely had no idea. Before their arranged meeting, he had commissioned a thorough investigation into Jiang Qiao's life, discovering it to be rather monotonous. Her days revolved solely around restaurants and the kindergarten, devoid of any entertainment. Even after they wed and began cohabitating, Jiang Qiao displayed no particular passion for anything. Perhaps her greatest pastime was lounging on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, a plush, luxurious sofa, a smartphone with seamless internet connectivity. Huo Hanting, despite his lack of romantic experience, understood that such practical gifts would hardly delight a woman. However, perhaps he could inquire discreetly. Previously, when he assisted Zhao Wanqing in buying a house, they had exchanged WeChat contact for the sake of convenience. Huo Hanting opened her WeChat chat, contemplated, and then closed it again. They were too unfamiliar. If he were to ask her, Zhao Wanqing would undoubtedly relay the information to Jiang Qiao, thus ruining the element of surprise. He sent a voice message to Jiang Xiaoduo. What are you up to, my dear? First, he needed to ascertain whether his daughter was alone, as Jiang Xiaoduo was still learning to read and typically communicated via voice messages. If Jiang Qiao overheard, it would be awkward. Jiang Xiaoduo was in the living room playing with the new Lego set her godmother had bought. Zhao Wanqing had stepped out for a bit, while Jiang Qiao, inspired on a whim, was in the kitchen baking a cake. Upon receiving her father's message, Jiang Xiaoduo beamed with delight. After her father reminded her to keep her voice down so as not to alert her mother, she thought they were playing a secret agent game and whispered conspiratorially, Daddy, I know what Mommy likes best. She loves Xiaoduo the most. These words were once used by Jiang Qiao to placate Jiang Xiaoduo, who believed them wholeheartedly and took pride in them. Aside from Xiaoduo, what else does mother enjoy? Sleeping in. Is there anything more specific, like flowers or perfume? Stealing Xiaoduo's lollipops. Huo Hanting fell silent. Surely, this was his biological daughter. How could she lack his intelligence? However, he was the one responsible for bringing his wife home, so he could not easily concede. He patiently encouraged Jiang Xiaoduo to inquire directly with Jiang Qiao about her true preferences, repeatedly instructing her to be subtle and avoid raising any suspicions. Jiang Xiaoduo was oblivious to the concept of subtlety. She dashed straight to the kitchen and asked, Mother, what do you like? Jiang Qiao, preoccupied with whipping cream, replied without looking up, money. Money was undoubtedly her unwavering love, steadfast until death. Jiang Xiaoduo promptly relayed this to Huo Hanting. Upon recalling Jiang Qiao's materialistic persona, he was not particularly surprised. He certainly had no shortage of money. Yet, he could not simply show up at her doorstep wielding a bank card, could he? He opened a map, using the coordinates of the True Delicious Home cooking restaurant, to check the nearby construction sites. An idea suddenly struck him. While Jiang Qiao was busy icing a cake, she received a call from a restaurant staff member, informing her that the manager of a nearby construction site wished to place an order for 300 boxed meals to be provided every noon and evening. 300 boxed meals. What a massive construction site. Could it be a scam? Agree to it first. Keep him steady. I'll be there shortly, she instructed. With such a significant opportunity knocking at her door, Jiang Qiao lost her focus on the cake, removed her apron, and hailed a ride via her mobile app to the restaurant. Upon arriving at the restaurant with remarkable speed, she met manager Jiang, the project manager of the construction site. He appeared to be in his early 30s, dressed in a slightly ill-fitting dark suit. "Our site needs to expedite the schedule in the coming months, and the boss has instructed the workers to dine on site. However, the workers are dissatisfied with the large pot meals prepared by the cooks. A few of my steelworkers and cement workers have mentioned that your food is clean, hygienic, and affordable. I came to see for myself, and if it meets our needs, I will place an order with you." Manager Jiang appeared astute and competent. Upon meeting Jiang Qiao, he wasted no time with pleasantries, directly stating his purpose and handing her his business card. The construction site belonged to the Shifu Garden Development. Jiang Qiao had heard of this company. It was quite reputable in the real estate sector and had a good standing, with no known issues of unpaid wages. Moreover, this new construction site was located near the restaurant, and she passed it daily on her way home, frequently observing many workers toiling diligently. She lowered her guard and enthusiastically introduced the restaurant's signature dishes, explaining that group orders would receive a 20% discount. Manager Jiang was pleased with her presentation and scheduled a tasting for that evening. Jiang Qiao conferred with the two chefs in the kitchen and settled on 2 meat dishes and a semi-meat box meal, additionally offering a complimentary serving of appetizing pickles. The laborers engaged in physically demanding work have a high demand for carbohydrates and protein. Thus, the box meal is predominantly meat with minimal vegetables. The prices for meals at construction sites are typically quite low, averaging between 10 to 15 yuan. Jiang Qiao quoted 18 yuan, fully expecting manager Jiang to negotiate down the price. To her surprise, after sampling the dishes, manager Jiang agreed without hesitation and even brought along the finance officer to pay a 30% deposit on the spot. The swiftness of the agreement felt almost surreal. Perhaps the company, Shifu Garden, is affluent and wishes to enhance the workers' dining conditions, not minding the extra expense? Regardless, encountering such an accommodating client is an exceptional stroke of luck that should be cherished. Jiang Qiao dared not slacken her efforts. She asked Zhao Wanqing to help look after Jiang Xiaoduo, as she intended to stay at the restaurant that night and visit the market at dawn with the chefs to select the freshest ingredients. Upon learning this news from Jiang Xiaoduo, Huo Hanting fell into silence once more, after going to great lengths to personally call the owner of Shifu Garden. He had subtly handed the lucrative opportunity to Jiang Qiao. Yet, Jiang Qiao had left Zhao Wanqing's home only to move into the restaurant again. At around 3 in the morning the next day, Jiang Qiao rose and set off. The market at this hour was brightly lit and bustling with early risers, predominantly those in the restaurant trade like herself, eager to select fresh produce. Arriving late would mean settling for the leftovers. Typically, this task of procuring ingredients was the responsibility of Chef Shui, but Jiang Qiao, taking on such a significant team order for the first time, wished to witness the selection personally. Most produce at construction sites tends to be heavily seasoned, and even if it isn't the freshest, the flavors can easily mask that. However, Jiang Qiao is a tenacious individual. From the very first day of running her restaurant, she has insisted on using only the freshest ingredients. Each item may not be of the highest quality, but she guarantees their freshness, avoiding any inferior products. Together with Chef Shui, she loaded hundreds of pounds of fresh beef and pork into the vehicle and transported them to the restaurant's kitchen. They then began the busy preparations, washing and chopping vegetables, aiming to deliver the boxed meals to the construction site by 11:30. In truth, each box meal yields only a few yuan in profit, but the volume is substantial and stable, allowing for a pure profit of 50 to 60,000 yuan monthly after deducting costs. Unfortunately, the project duration is merely 3 months. However, this sum represents a significant amount for her. Having calculated the figures, Jiang Qiao's determination soared, and she resolved to reside at the restaurant for the next 3 months to diligently complete this order. Upon hearing this news, Huo Hanting could no longer remain seated. That evening, he concluded his work early and drove to Jiang Qiao's restaurant. Huo Hanting was captivated. Jiang Qiao was busy attending to customers when she saw him and was taken aback. "What brings you here? Why can't he come?" Huo Hanting inquired with evident displeasure, his voice heavy. "Shall I remind you how many days it has been since you last returned home?" Jiang Qiao momentarily faltered, belatedly realizing that she was indeed married. As a newlywed, it seemed rather inappropriate that she had been away from home for nearly a week. The moment Huo Hanting uttered those words, he regretted them. He had come to fetch her, not to admonish her. Just as he contemplated softening his tone to provide an explanation, Jiang Qiao, feeling embarrassed, offered an apology. I'm sorry, I've been quite busy with everything colliding at once. I will return home tonight. Tomorrow is Monday, and I need to take Jiang Qiao to school. Huo Hanting was not particularly fond of Jiang Qiao's apology, as it felt distant. They were a legitimate couple. Why must their conversation be so cold? Is this the boss? Several familiar patrons entered the establishment, spotting Jiang Qiao standing with a stranger, and began to tease them. Why didn't you bring him over sooner for us to meet? Are you afraid we would see how handsome the boss is and take advantage of him? The female patrons jested. The clientele of the restaurant primarily consisted of workers, and their banter was devoid of malice, though it was quite unreserved. Jiang Qiao had grown accustomed to their humor and graciously acknowledged, "This is my husband. What? Are you all jealous?" Huo Hanting typically disdained such jokes. Yet, upon hearing Jiang Qiao clearly refer to him as husband with her bright voice, his ears perked up. Perhaps it wasn't so unpleasant after all. The boss's wife has exquisite taste. The boss is so handsome, he could easily become a star. One patron remarked, and our boss's wife is not lacking either, with her elegant figure and grace. Together, they truly resemble a match made in heaven. Indeed, those who can speak well should speak more. Perhaps it was the excitement of a weekend evening. But the patrons grew increasingly curious about when they might welcome a second child. Uninformed guests assumed Jiang Qiao was the offspring of Jiang Qiao and Huo Hanting, and they voiced their opinions, insisting that any second child must carry his surname. The jokes became more audacious. Jiang Qiao worried that Huo Hanting might take offense and stole a glance at him. His expression was inscrutable, yet he appeared to harbor no displeasure. Jiang Qiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. Have you eaten yet? Once the guests settled down, Jiang Qiao seized the opportunity to inquire of Huo Hanting. Although he was not hungry, he replied softly, "I am hungry." His typically stern visage seemed to reveal a hint of vulnerability as Jiang Qiao perceived it. "Then I shall prepare a few dishes. Let us have a light meal." After a long day, she too was famished, and with a vacant stove available in the kitchen, she gathered some leftover ingredients to whip up a stir-fried pork dish and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. She served the meal on a tray and carried it upstairs. The second floor was rather limited in space. The living area was small, not accommodating a proper dining table, so the couple dined at the coffee table before the television. Jiang Qiao initially harbored concerns that Huo Hanting might struggle to adapt. However, he effortlessly took a seat. "Your culinary skills are truly remarkable," he genuinely praised. After indulging in several days of Sichuan cuisine prepared by the chef at their villa, Huo Hanting found himself increasingly fond of the dishes Jiang Qiao crafted. "Take your time. I will fetch some soup from the kitchen," Jiang Qiao said, feeling that today's meal was somewhat dry. Descending to the kitchen, she requested a serving of crucian carp and tofu soup. The kitchen chef, aiming to please the boss, had generously prepared an ample pot. Jiang Qiao found it somewhat laborious to carry it back. "I'll handle it," Huo Hanting offered, noticing Jiang Qiao at the doorway and approaching to assist with the soup. However, he failed to notice that the freshly made crucian carp and tofu soup was scalding hot, and Jiang Qiao had carried it with a cloth barrier. In a moment of carelessness, Huo Hanting lost his grip, spilling the soup and burning his hand in the process. "Oh no, how could you be so careless?" Jiang Qiao exclaimed, alarmed at the sight of his reddened hand. She hurriedly pulled him to the sink to cool his hand under running water. "How could you be so reckless? You've burned yourself, haven't you?" Although her words were reproachful, her concern for him was palpable. While holding his hand under the cool stream, she gently blew on it, attempting to alleviate his discomfort. They stood close together. "Is it still painful?" Jiang Qiao inquired with worry. "If it's serious, we should apply burn ointment." Huo Hanting cast his gaze downward. "It doesn't hurt." The cool water flowed over the back of his hand, rendering him almost devoid of sensation. Downstairs, the sounds of guests laughing and chatting echoed through the air, while his own heartbeat thundered in his ears, an unfamiliar and disconcerting rhythm that he had never experienced in his 29 years of life. He felt a loss, unsure of what to say or do, like a marionette without thought, allowing Jiang Qiao to guide him to the sofa. "It seems to be not too serious. Just be more careful next time," Jiang Qiao advised him. Huo Hanting nodded stiffly. The aroma of the crucian carp and tofu soup wafted through the living room. A considerable portion now wasted, which felt rather regrettable. Jiang Qiao, feeling a pang of loss, began to clean up the mess and opened a window for ventilation. The evening breeze gradually calmed the restless beating of Huo Hanting's heart, restoring it to a more normal rhythm. He approached to offer assistance. "Let me help with the cleanup." "That wouldn't be wise," she replied, having witnessed the chaos of the last time he washed dishes, when soap bubbles overwhelmed the kitchen, and now this soup incident. Jiang Qiao had come to realize that he was utterly inept at household chores. "Just don't break my broom," she warned playfully. "I'm sorry," Huo Hanting replied, uncharacteristically feeling a sense of defeat. He had caused her trouble. "It's not a big deal," Jiang Qiao reassured him, having only jested and not truly finding fault. Before their marriage, Jiang Qiao had held a strong aversion to men who were incapable of performing household tasks, viewing such men as embodying a patriarchal mindset that relegated domestic duties solely to their wives while they themselves remained aloof. Although Huo Hanting was not adept at household chores, he was distinctly different. He had always been attentive to her contributions and had purchased a vacuum robot and a dishwasher to alleviate her burdens. In truth, household tasks are not daunting. What is truly frightening is having a partner who remains oblivious and takes everything for granted. Of course, this also relates to Jiang Qiao's laid-back disposition. Unlike the typical housewife who strives for perfection in domestic duties, she believed that as long as things were passable, there was no need to exhaust herself unnecessarily. Regardless of the type of clothing, she tossed everything into the washing machine. Hand washing was simply out of the question. Once the clothes were dry, she would hang them in the wardrobe without folding or sorting. Cooking was only about taste. Intricate processes and visually appealing presentations were not even worth contemplating. Nonetheless, cooking was both her passion and her profession, and when inspiration struck, she would prepare meals with great care, albeit only occasionally, as she refused to burden herself with excess tasks. As for Huo Hanting, aside from returning home for dinner each evening, it seemed he had never caused her any trouble. It had been over a month of cohabitation, and she realized she had never encountered any of Huo Hanting's dirty laundry. At that moment, Jiang Qiao recognized something was amiss. Did he not need to change his clothes? Huo Hanting was puzzled by Jiang Qiao's sudden shift to the topic of laundry. In reality, he had his driver deliver his daily changes of clothes from the villa to the office, where he would change in a small room. Moreover, many of his suits were worn only once or twice before being discarded without a wash. Typically, he would toss them into the washing machine late at night and retrieve them before work, hanging them on the balcony of his room. Though he had never used a washing machine, his keen observation skills allowed him to remember Jiang Qiao's single use of it, and he had crafted a suitable excuse. "I'll wash them together next time. After all, they all go into the machine, and one or two more items make no difference." Huo Hanting paused. Most of his suits could not come into contact with water and require dry cleaning. However, as long as Jiang Qiao was happy, it mattered little if a few sets were ruined. But what about his personal undergarments? Would those also need to be? Huo Hanting's gaze flickered. Jiang Qiao had not even considered this aspect. She simply thought that since they were married, it was only natural to lend a hand to one another, without drawing rigid distinctions or keeping meticulous accounts. Building a family was all about mutual support. "Qiao Qiao, I'm here." A cheerful voice rang from outside the door. Zhao Wanqing had returned with Jiang Xiaoduo. Upon entering and seeing Huo Hanting, Zhao Wanqing's eyes sparkled with mischief as she nudged Jiang Qiao. "I'm not interrupting anything, am I?" Unaware of the nuances of their relationship, she still believed them to be a genuine couple. Jiang Qiao shot her a half-hearted glare. Huo Hanting greeted Zhao Wanqing with an air of calmness. While she stifled a giggle and waved, "I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave." Before Jiang Qiao could urge her to stay, she had already vanished to the staircase. The living room was left with just the three of them. Huo Hanting gazed at Jiang Xiaoduo for several seconds, and upon noticing her reluctance to address him as father, a sense of paternal disappointment welled up within him. It had only been a few days since their last encounter, and yet his daughter seemed to have grown distant. "Xiaoduo, why do you not call me daddy?" Jiang Xiaoduo had fallen asleep on the way back, still dazed and lethargic, oblivious to Huo Hanting's presence. Upon hearing his voice, she slowly lifted her head, staring blankly for a few moments. Huo Hanting's heart sank. It was over. Not only was his daughter not affectionate towards him, but she appeared not to recognize him as well. "Daddy," Jiang Xiaoduo, still in a state of drowsiness, merely disoriented from her slumber, soon recognized Huo Hanting and immediately leaped into his embrace. At that moment, Huo Hanting's heart finally felt at ease as he spun around with Jiang Xiaoduo in his arms. She cheered with excitement, only to succumb to sleep once more within a mere 2 minutes. The hour was indeed late, approaching 11 at night, well past Jiang Qiao's bedtime. Let's head home. Jiang Qiao, exhausted from a long day, yearned only for a warm bath and a restful night's sleep. Huo Hanting carried Jiang Qiao downstairs. His car was parked right outside the restaurant, and he opened the rear door, placing Jiang Qiao inside. Just as Jiang Qiao intended to follow suit, the rear door closed. You sit in the front. Huo Hanting's gaze flickered. It would be inconvenient for you to sit back there with Xiaoduo lying down. Jiang Xiaoduo, just over a meter tall, occupied 2 seats in the back. Although Jiang Qiao was slender enough to squeeze in, she recalled having seen online discussions suggesting that sitting in the back would imply viewing the driver merely as a chauffeur, which seemed rather impolite. While she did not hold such views strongly, she acquiesced to Huo Hanting's request and took her place in the front passenger seat. Have you been to Zhao Wanqing's house for a specific reason these past few days? Huo Hanting drove with remarkable steadiness, and the two had remained silent since getting into the car. In this warm and tranquil atmosphere, Jiang Qiao was nearly lulled to sleep. When she finally heard his voice, she took a moment to respond. She encountered some difficulties, and I went to keep her company. Her words were deliberately vague, not wishing to evoke any implications in Huo Hanting's mind. It was not a matter of mistrust. Rather, this was something she could not disclose to anyone, as she sought to protect Zhao Wanqing from further gossip. What kind of difficulties? Do you need my assistance? It's already resolved. Otherwise, how could I be home? Jiang Qiao endeavored to speak lightly, as if it were merely a trifling matter. Huo Hanting discerned that Jiang Qiao was concealing something, and she did not seem inclined to delve into the topic. Was her recent absence truly unrelated to the signing of the property agreement? When he had signed that agreement, he had been particularly concerned about her being perceived as a materialistic woman. However, after the events of these past few days, his concerns seemed to have lessened. If she truly valued wealth so dearly, then he would simply provide her with it. The act of discreetly transferring money must remain inconspicuous, ensuring that she perceives no hint of its occurrence. Regarding the catering arrangements for the West Garden construction site, although he had initiated the conversation, he had previously advised the owner of West Garden to adhere strictly to industry standards, avoiding extravagant budgets. The owner comprehended his intent and refrained from imparting any suggestions to his subordinates, merely instructing them to assess the offerings of the esteemed restaurant, truly delicious. After sampling the dishes, Manager Zhang deemed the boxed meals not only delectable but also clean and reasonably priced, which led to the final decision. If there were any preferential treatment, it merely consisted of expedited payment compared to ordinary orders, nothing more. Huo Hanting understood that Jiang Qiao, despite appearing nonchalant and indifferent to many matters, possessed an inherently strong-willed nature. He could not overtly present money, lest it later be revealed, causing Jiang Qiao to feel as though she were taking advantage of someone, thus damaging her self-esteem, an outcome that would be counterproductive. He aimed to allow her to pursue her endeavors with peace of mind. As the luxury car traversed an intersection, it jolted over a plush toy that someone had carelessly discarded in the middle of the road, perhaps due to a heavy dinner. Jiang Qiao was already experiencing mild motion sickness and, with a sudden jolt, felt the urge to vomit. I feel nauseous. Please pull over. Without waiting for the car to come to a complete halt, she hastily opened the door and rushed to the roadside, clutching her chest in an attempt to suppress her nausea. After several dry heaves, nothing emerged, and tears of discomfort streamed down her face. Are you feeling unwell? Huo Hanting observed her distress, his brow furrowed in concern. Jiang Qiao waved her hand dismissively, unwilling to engage in conversation, as speaking only intensified her queasiness. Huo Hanting silently accompanied her, awkwardly patting her back in reassurance. After a few minutes, she felt somewhat better, yet a peculiar taste lingered in her mouth. Discouraging her from speaking, noticing her discomfort, Huo Hanting quickly jogged across the street to a convenience store, purchasing a bottle of mineral water and several fruit juice beverages, thoughtfully unscrewing the cap of the water bottle. After rinsing her mouth with the mineral water, Jiang Qiao noticed the vibrant assortment of juice bottles in Huo Hanting's hands and inquired, "Why did you buy so many drinks? I wasn't certain of your preferred flavors." "So I acquired a variety," he replied, though the words that escaped his lips were, "I happened to see a few of my favorite drinks and thought I would try them." In truth, he never indulged in beverages, not even freshly squeezed juice. Then may I have a bottle of orange juice? The acidity might alleviate my nausea. Jiang Qiao sipped nearly half a bottle of orange juice, the refreshing tartness easing her discomfort considerably. Let us get back in the car. If we linger any longer, it will be midnight. Although Jiang Qiao was reluctant to resume her journey, lingering was not a viable option either. Let us rest a bit longer, Huo Hanting suggested, having never witnessed someone suffer from motion sickness and lacking understanding of its nature. Yet, seeing her pallor, he felt a twinge of concern. The two stood beneath a tree for a few more moments, and with newfound resolve, Jiang Qiao opened the car door. However, as she approached, the scent of leather from inside the car triggered her nausea once more. Indeed, she typically does not suffer greatly from motion sickness. Perhaps it was the few pieces of fatty meat she consumed for dinner that upset her stomach, compounded by the fact that Huo Hanting's vehicle is new, resulting in such a pronounced reaction. I seem to be feeling a bit nauseous as well. Why don't you drive Xiao Duo back while I walk home? We're already quite close to Luhua Garden, just a couple of kilometers away. If she walks briskly, she will reach home in half an hour. Huo Hanting remained silent and got into the car. Jiang Qiao let out a sigh of relief and walked home with a light step. We walked together for only a short distance when Huo Hanting's voice came from behind. He was cradling the sleeping Jiang Xiaoduo in his arms. It turned out Huo Hanting had merely entered the vehicle to park it beside the white line on the roadside. Jiang Qiao gazed at the child in his embrace. Incredulous. ISNT, it's still 2 or 3 kilometers. Are you really going to carry her the entire way? Despite her petite frame, Jiang Xiaoduo weighed nearly 40 pounds. Holding her for a few minutes was manageable, but for such a lengthy stretch, she worried that Huo Hanting might tire. Not at all, Huo Hanting replied succinctly. If I can't carry her any longer, I will simply set her down and let her walk. Jiang Qiao realized she was overthinking it. She and Huo Hanting shared a mutual understanding. It was acceptable for the child to endure some hardship, but not for themselves. As the clock approached midnight, the streets were devoid of pedestrians, with only the occasional car speeding by. The two walked side by side, neither initiating conversation, creating a serene and tranquil atmosphere. Have you always suffered from motion sickness? Huo Hanting suddenly inquired as they crossed a bridge. Jiang Qiao nodded. I have experienced it since childhood, but only occasionally and in a mild form. Today, as severity is rather rare. Is it because my car makes you uncomfortable? Not necessarily. When we first met, I rode in your car and did not feel nauseous then. Jiang Qiao struggled to pinpoint an exact reason for her motion sickness, aside from her dinner. There was the subtle scent of leather in Huo Hanting's car. However, such a fragrance is imperceptible to those who do not suffer from motion sickness. Perhaps having the window open would help, Jiang Qiao concluded. Would you feel ill in a convertible? This was a question Jiang Qiao could not answer, as she had never ridden in one. I don't feel nauseous in a tricycle with a convertible roof, which is why I have always enjoyed riding them, she jested. Huo Hanting appeared to ponder this. Are you tired? Would you like me to carry the child? They had been walking for over 10 minutes, and Jiang Qiao feared he might find it burdensome to hold the child for too long. No need, Huo Hanting replied, his gaze fixed on Jiang Xiao's fair, rosy face. She resembles you quite a bit. Everyone says that, Jiang Qiao admitted proudly. Most of the children of those around her looked like carbon copies of their fathers, with no resemblance to their mothers. Her daughter, however, bore her features in every aspect. Did you look like this when you were a child? Jiang Qiao pondered seriously for a moment, realizing she could not recall what she had looked like in her youth. My mother once mentioned that I resembled her in my childhood, yet I lack photographs from that time for comparison. As Huo Hanting cast another glance at Jiang Xiaoduo, it was as though he glimpsed the young Jiang Qiao through her long eyelashes, a tender visage, and cherry-red lips. His demeanor softened considerably. You were quite adorable in your youth. He stated affirmatively, not as a question. However, Jiang Qiao detected no unusual undertone. She smiled shyly and replied, on the contrary, I was even more mischievous than Xiaoduo. A real handful. I vividly recall an incident from elementary school when a male classmate troubled me, and I almost struck him with a chair. Had the teacher not intervened, I might have seriously harmed him. What trouble did he cause you? I've forgotten the details, just that we nearly came to blows. In truth, she had not forgotten. That boy had cruelly taunted her, claiming she had a father who fathered her, but did not raise her, a mere bastard. Such insults had been hurled at her countless times since she could remember, and she had learned to overlook them. However, that day being her birthday, his incessant repetition of those words drove her to the brink of violence. Reflecting now, the humiliation and indignation had long dissipated like smoke. She no longer cared. The absence of a father seemed less significant in the grand scheme of things. Huo Hanting noted the fleeting bitterness that crossed her face and could surmise the cause. The cruelty of children is innocent yet chaotic, arising from a lack of a proper worldview, driven by innate malice. His gaze turned dark and frigid. He shut his eyes, striving to keep his negative emotions from alarmingly her. Do you still recall his name? Huo Hanting's tone was calm and gentle, and Jiang Qiao perceived it merely as a casual conversation, without overthinking it. Of course, I remember. That was my first fight with a boy, and it drew the attention of the whole class. I almost had to write a self-reflection paper. His name was Yang Yi. He came from a good family and has probably settled down by now. After so many years, any resentment she held towards him had faded, and speaking of him elicited no emotional upheaval. Yang Yi, Huo Hanting committed the name to memory. What about you? Any amusing anecdotes from your school days? Jiang Qiao's knowledge of him stemmed solely from the information provided by mutual acquaintances, a bachelor's degree and the only child in his family. She harbored a measure of curiosity regarding Huo Hanting's past, yet he never spoke of it. His experiences in primary and secondary school were not markedly different from those of ordinary children. His grandfather concealed his identity to toughen him up, casting him into a public school environment where he had to fend for himself. If your mischief can be termed as such, mine would be labeled as lawlessness. According to Huo Yunjin, Huo Hanting had revealed his mischievous nature from a young age, exhibiting cunning, treachery, and deep-seated scheming. The malevolence of the average person is merely a simplistic form of wickedness. However, for Huo Hanting, his brand of malevolence involves selling others while they naively regard him as a benevolent figure, oblivious to the depths of his depravity. Yet, Huo Hanting dismisses this perspective, referring to it as the survival of the fittest in the natural order. In those days, I had little desire to attend class, so I incited my classmates to strike. Once the troublemakers were summoned to the office by the teacher to write self-reflections, I could indulge in slumber within the classroom. I would photocopy the assignments of the class representative and sell them to those who had not completed their work for 10 yuan apiece. I even smuggled a gaming console to school, entrusting it to the class teacher's son for safekeeping. When caught, he bore the brunt of the consequences alone. I never imagined Huo Hanting could possess such traits. His current serious demeanor seems utterly incongruous with that past. Jiang Qiao could not resist her curiosity. Did you ever have a crush on a female classmate during your school years? Huo Hanting paused momentarily. It was inconceivable for Huo Hanting to have a history of secret infatuations, as he viewed his peers as too immature during his student days. Despite receiving countless love letters and confessions, he could hardly recall the faces of the girls, even with his remarkable memory. Yet, Jiang Qiao's unexpected inquiry stirred a ripple of intrigue within him, prompting him to counter with a question of his own. Did you ever have a crush on a male classmate? Had Jiang Qiao perceived the subtle hint of danger in his gaze, she might have answered in the negative. However, the atmosphere was too tranquil, and she inadvertently confessed. I didn't tea during middle school, but I had a vague fondness for a senior in college. Huo Hanting smiled gently, inquiring, where's that senior now? The coaxing tone of his voice disarmed Jiang Qiao, leading her to respond without hesitation, he is probably abroad. He was interested in another senior, and after graduation, they both went overseas for further studies. They're likely married by now. Have you not been in touch with him since? She continued. I had his contact information at the time, but they were the perfect couple. I didn't want to intrude, so I never reached out. Jiang Qiao jested without a hint of concern. Who knows? He might be bald by now. That research topic of his was exceedingly difficult. Still thinking of meeting again? Huo Hanting's eyes narrowed slightly. Jiang Qiao regarded this past affection as trivial. Her so-called liking was merely an appreciation of excellence, never rising to the level of love. Hence, she could treat it lightly, speaking of it with a carefree demeanor. However, to Huo Hanting, the situation was perceived quite differently. He interpreted Jiang Qiao as harboring unresolved feelings for the senior she admired, still pondering his marital status and fretting over the difficulty of his research, fearing it might lead to premature baldness. This time, he did not even wish to inquire about the name. His overall disposition was one of profound displeasure. Yet, his displeasure was not etched upon his visage, and Jiang Qiao remained oblivious. Playfully, she pressed on, it's your turn. Did you never have a goddess during your school days? None, he replied. Really? I find that hard to believe, Jiang Qiao exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. I've heard that 80% of boys harbor a crush on someone during their school years. Back then, you must have been buried in your studies, right? Not quite. You just mentioned that you were dozing off in class daily, coaxing your classmates to skip lessons. Don't deceive me. I've been honest with you. You mustn't conceal anything. After a brief silence, Huo Hanting responded, if I were to say I did, what would you think? Nothing much. I'm quite curious to hear how a man perceives unrequited love and first love. Perhaps it was the innate delicacy and sensitivity of most girls. But Jiang Qiao had heard that when girls spoke of their crushes, every fluttering detail was vividly articulated. The fleeting romances, often ending without resolution, evoked both regret and compassion. Yet, she had never witnessed a man's perspective on such matters. Seizing the rare opportunity to discuss the topic, she gazed intently at Huo Hanting, yearning for him to elucidate her confusion and broaden her horizons. Huo Hanting clenched his jaw, pondering her awareness of her role as a wife. If he truly had someone he once cherished, shouldn't her reaction be one of jealousy or discontent, expecting him to soothe her? Why was she treating him like a close friend under the same roof? Turning his head away, he was reluctant to meet Jiang Qiao's inquisitive gaze, which only fueled his irritation. No, never, he stated, the undertone of his voice revealing a hint of frustration. Could it be that he still hadn't moved on from his first love? Jiang Qiao, sensing his turmoil, gently reassured him, in truth. School romances are merely a fleeting summer. Yet life offers us countless summers. Huo Hanting furrowed his brow and interrupted her before she could finish. What do you mean? His expression darkened, his naturally fierce demeanor now appearing even more intimidating in the late hours. Startled, Jiang Qiao took a step back, her words stumbling. I meant no offense. I was just trying to console you. I'm sorry for broaching this topic. This wretched instinct for self-preservation gnawed at her. Jiang Qiao chided herself for prying. Having known him for just over a month, they weren't that close. Why delve in his past? Now, she had hit a nerve. Huo Hanting cast her a shadowy glance, uttering not a word, and strode away without a backward glance. Cradling Jiang Qiao, he moved with surprising agility, leaving Jiang Qiao to trot behind in an effort to keep pace. How did he possess such stamina? Upon returning home, Huo Hanting gently laid Jiang Qiao on the bed before retreating to his room, shutting the door behind him without another word. Jiang Qiao felt a twinge of unease. This was the first time she had witnessed him angry, and she was at a loss as to what had triggered it. Jiang Qiao, a person who finds it difficult to keep matters at bay, lay in bed unable to sleep after a long day of work at the restaurant. Despite her exhaustion, her mind was occupied with thoughts of every word exchanged with Huo Hanting, pondering which of them might have displeased him. If it were someone else, she could brush it off as inconsequential, but Huo Hanting was a person she shared her roof with, making it impossible for her to disregard the matter. At this hour, her friend Zhao Wanqing, a night owl, was likely still awake. She sent a message, and indeed, Zhao was engaged in her favorite drama. Upon hearing that Jiang had something to discuss, she promptly initiated a voice call. Jiang recounted the entire situation, expressing her confusion. When I mentioned the goddess of our student days, his expression shifted. Do you think he harbors some unspoken concern? Zhao, having experienced only one relationship herself, was not much more seasoned in matters of the heart. Although her theoretical knowledge was extensive, practical application proved more complex. She wondered if Huo Hanting's bitterness about his first love stemmed from an ungraceful separation, perhaps due to financial inadequacies or being replaced by someone else. This was indeed a possibility. Furthermore, Jiang had long harbored doubts about Huo Hanting's capabilities, speculating that perhaps this had been perceived by the girl, leading to their breakup and becoming a lingering source of pain for him, which might explain his anger when the topic arose. However, she refrained from sharing this with Zhao, recognizing it as Huo Hanting's private matter, one intimately tied to his dignity as a man. As Zhao contemplated various possibilities, she was reminded of Hui Yunjin's entanglement with his white moonlight, and her heart sank. From a realistic standpoint, how would you assess your husband? She inquired. Among ordinary individuals, he qualifies as an exceptional man, holding a bachelor's degree, possessing handsome features, earning over 200,000 annually, and owning property and a vehicle. Jiang emphasized, his emotional stability and patience with children are paramount. In all the days they had known each other, he had only expressed anger once. So why is he still single at 29? A man of such caliber shouldn't be overlooked in a matchmaking scene. He should have been swiftly claimed. Jiang did not intend to belittle herself, but truth be told, Huo Hanting's qualities would make it relatively easy for him to find a childless bride. Zhao reached a conclusion. Thus, his single status indicates not a lack of options, but a lack of desire. Why might that be? He likely has someone in his heart. Zhao, perhaps reflecting her own experiences, sarcastically remarked, "These men, each hiding their white moonlight, still indulge in dating and marriage without hesitation." Jiang did not perceive Huo Hanting as a cad. It was evident that she knew little about him. His past, family, and friends remained a mystery to her, as he had never voluntarily shared such details. "Jojo, my dear, you must sharpen your discernment and not be deceived by the superficial facades of men." Jiang Qiao is, in truth, rather indifferent to whether Huo Hanting has a white moonlight in his heart. From the moment they wed, she resolved that their union was merely a partnership for life. As long as he remains faithful, it matters little whether he harbors an unattainable affection. She never aspired to occupy his heart. Tomorrow, she shall find a moment to converse with him and clarify everything. With her concerns laid to rest, Jiang Qiao released the burdens on her heart and swiftly drifted into slumber. In the adjacent room, Huo Hanting was still awake. He was perplexed by the sudden surge of ire he felt towards Jiang Qiao, a woman who usually elicited no strong emotions in him. She appeared startled, yet the memory of her gentle demeanor when speaking of her admired senior, juxtaposed with her indifference towards whom he might favor, left him feeling constricted with unease. At dawn, Huo Hanting made his way to the office. After attending to his professional duties, he switched to anonymous mode and posed a question on an online forum. Why does one feel displeased upon hearing one's wife mention a past affection? Perhaps it was the Monday morning distraction that drew many netizens to respond. Within mere minutes, he received a barrage of comments. Most questioned whether he was fishing for attention. Posing such an obvious query, only a handful of users earnestly addressed his concern, arriving at a remarkably unanimous conclusion. Jealousy. Jealousy? How could that be? Such an emotion arises only when one is in love, yet he did not love Jiang Qiao. At most, he experienced an inexplicable quickening of his heart the previous evening at the restaurant's second floor. Surely, these netizens were simply idle, fabricating rumors early in the day. When Assistant Qin delivered documents for Huo Hanting's signature, he noticed his boss seemed somewhat troubled. He kindly inquired, "President Huo, has your friend reconciled with his wife?" "My friend does not love his wife," Huo Hanting replied. "Did he ever raise the question of love?" "I doubt he mentioned that term," Assistant Qin remarked. "Were you so anxious about President Huo? Your demeanor is leading me to suspect you are merely putting on a brave front." Jiang Qiao labored at the restaurant throughout the morning and finally ascended to the second floor at noon, seeking a moment to rest. Upon unlocking her phone, she noticed a WeChat message from Zhao Wanqing. Quickly checked the class group. The message was time-stamped for just after 10 in the morning, followed by another. "You must look. There's juicy gossip." Presuming her lack of response warranted further action, Zhao even called her via WeChat voice. However, to facilitate her work, Jiang had left her phone in the kitchen cabinet, and the sounds of cooking drowned out the ringtone. Curious, Jiang Qiao opened the university class WeChat group and was astonished to see the typically quiet chat room inundated with messages. She scrolled through dozens of pages before locating the post that ignited the flurry of conversation, sent by Jiang Shuifei at 10 in the morning. "Jiang Shuifei, why must you, lacking a husband of your own, seek to bed in others?" Jean Beibei accompanied this with several intimate photographs of herself and Jiang Shuifei's husband. Given their unappealing appearances, particularly the husband's considerable girth, they resembled two blobs of flesh huddled together. Quite an eyesore. This revelation detonated like a deep-sea torpedo, stirring dozens of dormant classmates within the group to erupt with inquiries regarding the unfolding drama. Jiang Shuifei, likely in a fit of rage, showed no concern for the familial disgrace and further divulged the chat records between Jean Beibei and her husband. The language employed was so audacious and explicit that it would surely be flagged if posted online. Jiang Qiao swiftly discerned the crux of the matter from the numerous exchanges. Jiang Shuifei's husband had been unfaithful to her for some time, and he had even used his personal savings to cover the down payment for a small apartment for the other woman. Jiang Shuifei often boasted in the group about her husband's unwavering devotion, claiming gifts of handbags and heartfelt declarations of love. Out of respect, her peers had indulged her, showering her with compliments in return. Now, With the revelation of her husband's infidelity, especially with her close friend, many classmates watched with amusement, eager for the impending confrontation. Half an hour ago, the other party involved, Jean Bebe, finally made her presence known within the group. She shed her previous submissiveness before Jiang Qiao and adopted an audacious demeanor, first berating Jiang Qiao for her dramatics, claiming that her husband had long wished to part ways. But it was Jean Bebe who had dissuaded him, thus preserving Jiang Qiao's status as a wealthy matron. She then mocked Jiang Qiao, stating that with her parents nearing imprisonment, she should hardly be concerned with her man. This was yet another explosive revelation. Jiang Qiao's father, a high school teacher, and her mother, an accountant, hailed from a modest background, yet Jiang Qiao had always prided herself on her scholarly lineage, having been pampered throughout her upbringing. According to Jean Bebe, just 2 days prior to class reunion, Jiang Qiao received a call from her father, informing her of his dismissal from the school over teaching issues, compounded by allegations from parents to the Education Bureau regarding bribery. Meanwhile, her mother was under investigation for falsifying accounts, now entangled with her employer. Should these allegations hold any validity, Jiang Qiao's parents could face over 3 years of incarceration. It was no wonder that after receiving the call, she hastily departed the hotel and had not sought out confrontation in recent days. She had been anxious that Jiang Qiao might present a medical report to extort her. It seemed she now lacked the energy to pursue such matters. Currently, Jiang Qiao and Jean Bebe continue to argue within the group, their long-standing friendship now irrevocably damaged, as they dredge up trivial grievances from the past. Among these was the incident during university when Jiang Qiao, through the intervention of a counselor, had usurped a scholarship intended for Jiang Qiao. This matter had initially been kept under wraps, known only to Jiang Qiao and Dong Shengnan, both of whom had refrained from publicizing it. Now, classmates have been made aware, with some even sending screenshots to Jiang Qiao, though it remains unclear whether this was out of goodwill or mere curiosity. Although Jiang Qiao had slapped Jiang Qiao just 2 days prior, she had no intention of becoming embroiled in this fierce battle. Why wade through murky waters? As soon as Jiang Qiao closed her eyes, barely a few minutes into her afternoon nap, she was roused by a voice message from Zhao Wanqing. Qiao, darling, you must check the group. Jiang Qiao had consumed gossip all afternoon and was nearly choking on it. Given Zhao Wanqing's exuberant tone, was there more gossip to savor? She reopened the WeChat group and saw a classmate from the finance circle had posted an industry email announcement, stating that Jean Bebe and Jiang Qiao's husbands had been dismissed from their positions at the fund company due to personal conduct issues. Moreover, the fund company urged caution in the employment of these two individuals, which, rather than a mere suggestion, amounted to a ban. With this announcement, the duo would find it nearly impossible to continue in the finance world, burdened as they were with such a tarnished reputation, making it exceedingly difficult to secure suitable employment in the future. Reflecting on how Jean Bebe and Jiang Qiao had once ridiculed Huo Hanting at a gathering, calling him a peasant worker, it seemed likely they might soon find themselves unable to even perform menial jobs. They had become like rats in the street, reviled by all. Zhao Wanqing, aware of their altercation at the hotel, relished the swift arrival of karmic retribution. Hey, Qiao, don't you think you've been on quite a lucky streak lately? Those who have wronged you seem to meet with dire fates. Indeed, it appeared to be the case. The parents of the 2 boys who had bullied Jiang Xiaoduo in kindergarten had hastily vacated Jiangqing. The gossiping Andes from her neighborhood had been publicly shamed online, leading to their disgrace. Now, it was Jiang Qiao and Jean Bebe's turn. Was it mere coincidence? Jiang Qiao fell into contemplation. In the 26 years preceding Jiang Qiao's life, the concept of fortune had eluded her. As a child from a single-parent household, she, like many ordinary individuals, followed the conventional path of studying, attending university, and working. Her life was devoid of surprises or unexpected turns, passing monotonously from day to day and year to year. Perhaps the boldest act she had ever committed was her impetuous decision to marry hastily after a blind date. Indeed, it seemed that her fortunes had recently taken a turn for the better. Not only had those who sought to harm her encountered misfortunes, but her restaurant had also received a flurry of orders, clients who paid promptly and made few demands, akin to a pie falling from the sky. All these changes began with her marriage. Zhao Wanqing shared this sentiment, joking, "Could your husband be a lucky charm? Did marrying him grant you an added boost of fortune?" She had often heard elders remark that if a daughter-in-law brings prosperity to her husband, it was equally true in reverse. Jiang Qiao had never been superstitious. Yet, whether all these occurrences were mere coincidences, entirely unrelated to her marriage, remained uncertain to her. Sitting on the sofa, she pondered for a considerable time, still unable to connect these disparate events. Suddenly, she recalled her elementary school classmate Yang Yi, whom she had mentioned to Huo Hanting the previous night. He had once bullied her, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Jiang Qiao searched for the phone number of their former homeroom teacher in the class record and inquired about Yang Yi's current circumstances. The teacher, Ms. Yang, remembered Jiang Qiao, a bright student she had taught, and was quite delighted to receive her call. She informed Jiang Qiao that Yang Yi's grandparents resided in their lane and mentioned that he had returned for tomb sweeping during the Qingming festival. It was said that he was doing well in business in a neighboring city, having become quite a successful entrepreneur. Ms. Yang, being related to Yang Yi, was well acquainted with his family's situation. If Jiang Qiao wished to obtain his contact information, she would ask his grandparents since she was about to go out. Jiang Qiao explained that she wanted to gather with a few elementary school friends, but did not know how to reach Yang Yi. Ms. Yang, being a warm-hearted individual, called back within the hour to provide Jiang Qiao with a string of phone numbers. She relayed that Yang Yi's grandfather had reached out to him, stating that he was currently occupied with business matters and would gather with them when time allowed. In adult parlance, when time allows often translates to never. However, from Ms. Yang's tone, it seemed that Yang Yi was doing well and had not encountered any issues. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Qiao chuckled and shook her head. What was wrong with her? Why did she feel that Yang Yi might be in misfortune? Huo Hanting was hardly a harbinger of death, wreaking havoc wherever he went. Unbeknownst to her, Assistant Qin had already uncovered Yang Yi's personal information early that morning and was now monitoring him. Yet, the president had instructed him not to rush into action and to wait a few days. With familiar acquaintances experiencing one misfortune after another, even Jiang Qiao, who was typically oblivious, would sense something amiss. This matter could not be hastened. Naturally, it could not be delayed either. Once one found themselves on President Huo's list of doom, escape was not easily attained. That evening, upon returning home, Huo Hanting was greeted by the sight of 7 or 8 dishes adorning the dining table. Jiang Qiao promptly leaped from the sofa, wrapping her arms around his thigh and gazing up at him with delight. Daddy's back. Jiang Qiao, donning an apron and carrying a bowl of soup from the kitchen, smiled warmly as she exclaimed, "You're back. Come, let us eat." Huo Hanting paused. For the past few days, he had returned to an empty dining room and a desolate home. Now, witnessing such a warm scene filled him with a profound sense of appreciation, a desire to hold onto this moment. Why such an abundance of dishes? Though he was not adept at household chores, he possessed basic knowledge. Preparing such a grand feast must have taken 2 or 3 hours of effort. He was not a picky eater and did not wish to trouble Jiang Qiao so much. "I spoke thoughtlessly yesterday and upset you. I wanted to apologize." Jiang Qiao had prepared this meal as an act of atonement. Huo Hanting fell silent for a moment, and when he finally spoke, his voice was heavy with emotion. "Jiang Qiao, do you know why I was upset?" Jiang Qiao had sought a nanny, as the mention of the inexpressible white moonlight weighed heavily on her heart. She understood that delving into such matters would only invite misfortune. If the individual was reluctant to speak of it, it would be folly for her to persist. She feigned ignorance, shaking her head, "I know not." Huo Hanting gazed into her eyes, articulating each word with deliberate force. "I have never harbored a secret crush on anyone, nor do I have unresolved feelings for anyone." His emphasis suggested a desire to imprint this declaration into her consciousness. Jiang Qiao was perplexed by his insistence. Perhaps it bore significance for him. She did not question the veracity of his statement. Huo Hanting's gaze was profound, shrouded in a veil of obscurity, rendering clarity elusive. Under his unwavering stare, Jiang Qiao felt a twinge of discomfort, lowering her gaze and shifting her utensils. "I understand. Let us eat," she finally suggested, prompting him to take a seat. Jiang Qiao served a few spoonfuls of egg custard to Jiang Qiao. "What happened to your hand?" Huo Hanting inquired, his eyes fixating on the red mark on the back of her hand. "Oh, it's merely from cooking. I was splashed with oil." It was a common occurrence for those who frequently cooked to be scalded by hot oil. It was nothing serious. Yet, noticing Huo Hanting's displeasure, she added, "Though it looks red, it doesn't hurt. I've already rinsed it under cold water." Huo Hanting remained silent. After finishing their meal, Jiang Qiao placed the dishes in the dishwasher, and Huo Hanting emerged from the guest room. Has Xiaoduo fallen asleep? She dozed off before the story was finished. Huo Hanting regarded Jiang Qiao. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Jiang Qiao assumed it was of great importance and adopted a serious demeanor. My grandmother had a nanny who was quite adept at household chores and cooking. She is currently unemployed and restless at home, so she has asked me to help her find work. Our family could use a nanny, so why not hire her? There are only 3 of us in the household. We hardly need a nanny, Jiang Qiao replied. In Jiangcheng, a live-in nanny commanded a salary of at least 7 or 8,000 yuan a month, a sum she was reluctant to spend. However, Huo Hanting's inquiry suggested that he had thoroughly considered all aspects. She wants to be solely responsible for our family. I've inquired, and if we hire her to cook and clean for 3 hours each day, it would only cost 2,000 yuan a month. 2,000 yuan was indeed reasonable and quite cost-effective. Yet, Jiang Qiao had never employed a nanny and felt a twinge of hesitation. She is not in it solely for the money. She simply seeks to occupy her time. You need not feel burdened by this, he added. She adores children and can assist in picking up Xiaoduo when she has the time. It was undeniable that the daily routine of picking up Jiang Xiaoduo at 8 in the morning and 4:30 in the afternoon constrained her freedom, making it difficult to leave for other pursuits. Especially now, as the restaurant grew increasingly busy, she found herself unable to step away. Jiang Qiao felt tempted. Once it is convenient for her, please bring her to meet me. Huo Hanting's candidate was an aunt named Bai, who was in her early 50s. At the tender age of 18 or 19, she escaped from a home marred by domestic violence, finding herself adrift on the streets until she encountered the grandmother of Huo Hanting, who took her in as a housekeeper. Her diligent and devoted nature soon led her to the side of Huo's mother, who was recovering from childbirth, to care for the newborn Huo Hanting. Throughout her life, she bore no children of her own, instead nurturing Huo Hanting as if he were her own. Upon hearing the news that the young master had not only married but also welcomed a 4-year-old daughter, her heart surged with excitement, yearning to fly over immediately to care for the young mistress and the little miss. When Huo Hanting insisted on secrecy, she reassured him fervently, "Rest assured, young master, I shall not divulge a word, nor will the young mistress ever find out." Huo Hanting had already procured a residence in a nearby community, providing her with a comfortable space to visit at her convenience. The following day, Jiang Qiao met with Aunt Bai, who presented herself in simple attire, her hair neatly arranged, exuding an aura of cleanliness and order. Jiang Qiao inquired about her previous employment, and Aunt Bai, adhering to Huo Hanting's instructions, skillfully concealed the Huo family's background, weaving a narrative that was part truth, part fiction. She also prepared 2 dishes tailored to Jiang Qiao's taste: shredded pork and garlic sauce and sauerkraut fish, both culinary tests of skill. As a restaurant owner, Jiang Qiao could discern the depth of Aunt Bai's culinary expertise. Her knife skills surpassed even her own. Satisfied with Aunt Bai, Jiang Qiao finalized the arrangement for her services. Aunt Bai, upon noticing a photograph of Jiang Xiaoduo adorning the wall, stole several glances and could not suppress her tears. What a truly delightful little miss, she mused. Strictly speaking, Aunt Bai, who worked only 3 hours a day, could be classified as an hourly worker. Jiang Qiao requested her presence every afternoon to fetch Jiang Xiaoduo from school and prepare dinner. However, Aunt Bai expressed her fondness for children and her inability to sleep in the mornings, offering to assist with the school drop-off as well. Jiang Qiao felt somewhat embarrassed and proposed an increase in pay, but Aunt Bai insisted on declining, stating she simply wanted to keep herself occupied. Indifferent to the amount of her remuneration, the young master had already settled her payment, and even without it, she was content to work. In the afternoon, Aunt Bai arrived at the kindergarten to collect Jiang Xiaoduo. As she beheld the delicate little girl, her eyes brimmed with tears of joy, leaving her momentarily speechless as she repeatedly exclaimed, "Good, good, good." Jiang Qiao had previously informed Jiang Xiaoduo about the kind-eyed grandmother who would be picking her up. Though it was their first encounter, the little girl sensed the warmth of Aunt Bai's affection and called out cheerfully, "Grandma Bai." Aunt Bai's face lit up with joy, nearly adorning Jiang Xiaoduo with the golden bracelet gifted by the Huo matriarch, but recalling the young master's caution against revealing her true identity, she refrained, instead leading Jiang Xiaoduo home like an ordinary caregiver. Once Jiang Qiao confirmed her daughter's safe arrival, She felt a weight lift from her heart and joined the kitchen staff to prepare the dinner boxes destined for the construction site. The construction site is less than 2 kilometers away from the restaurant, and typically, Master Shuai rides his electric tricycle to deliver meals. However, today, due to unforeseen circumstances, the task has fallen to Jiang Qiao. She usually rides an electric bicycle and has never operated this type of tricycle before, which is laden with takeout boxes. Cautiously navigating the road, she refrains from accelerating, fearful of encountering any mishaps. Fortunately, as it is still before the peak hours of the workday, the roads are relatively clear, allowing her to successfully deliver the meals to the logistics personnel at the site. As she departs, she notices a crowd gathered at the entrance. Curious, she stops to observe and discovers an elderly woman has fallen. Dressed in a simple qipao and dark red cloth shoes, her white hair is well maintained, making it difficult to ascertain her exact age, but the wrinkles on her neck suggest she is likely over 60. The onlookers, some snapping photos, and others murmuring amongst themselves, hesitate to assist, fearing potential repercussions. The elderly woman attempts to rise, but finds herself on a gravelly surface, unable to stand, and with her hands scraped and bleeding. Feeling a pang of compassion, Jiang Qiao hands her phone to the security guard at the entrance, asking him to record video, and steps forward to help the woman up. The elderly lady appears dazed, and Jiang Qiao gently seats her on a bench outside the security office. "Miss Jiang, you should leave. Don't let her entangle you in trouble," advises the security guard, familiar with Jiang Qiao from his frequent visits to the restaurant. "Look at her. She's confused, and when her family arrives, they will surely seek to blame you." However, Jiang Qiao, having recorded the act of assistance as evidence, remains untroubled by the possibility of being accused. With a smile, she retrieves a bottle of mineral water from her bag, unscrews the cap, and inquires whether the elderly lady would like a drink. The woman shakes her head and sits quietly for a few more moments. As the crowd disperses, realizing there is no longer any spectacle to behold, the elderly lady finally regains her composure and expresses her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, dear. Just a small act of kindness." "No need for thanks," Jiang Qiao replies, noticing the woman's clarity returning. "Grandma, may I have your family's phone number so I can call them come pick you up?" The elderly woman's expression darkens, and she clenches her teeth in silence. Jiang Qiao repeats her question, but the woman turns her head away, ignoring her. When she asks again, the elderly lady covers her ears, unwilling to listen. Children and elderly alike can be obstinate, Jiang Qiao muses, pondering whether the woman has quarreled with her family and run away. It poses a dilemma. She cannot allow the woman to remain at the construction site entrance, where the constant movement of trucks and heavy machinery poses a danger to someone with limited mobility. Furthermore, she cannot burden the security guard with watching over her indefinitely, as he has his own responsibilities. "Perhaps I should take her back to the restaurant and then contact the authorities," she resolves. "Grandma, would you like to come sit in my restaurant for a while?" The elderly woman looks up at her and slowly nods in agreement. Jiang Qiao carefully assisted the elderly lady onto his tricycle, which was a novelty for her. Why is this vehicle a tricycle? Is it even functional? Jiang Qiao found it perplexing that someone of her age had never encountered a tricycle before. He patiently explained, "It's akin to an electric bicycle, merely equipped with an additional wheel." "What is an electric bicycle?" the lady inquired. Jiang Qiao scratched his head. "It's a bicycle outfitted with a battery, so you don't have to pedal." "Then show me how to ride one," she urged, her curiosity piqued. Jiang Qiao, now with the elderly lady on board, was even more cautious, prioritizing safety above all else. "Speed up," the lady insisted, growing impatient. "This tricycle is slower than a pedestrian. Hurry, catch up with that motorcycle ahead and overtake it." It was surprising to see the elderly lady exhibiting such a spirited demeanor. Meanwhile, chaos reigned at the Ho family estate. The servants scurried about in search of grandmother Ho, having even combed through the garden's lawn, desperate enough to dig deep into the earth. How could she have vanished so suddenly? Far away at the Ho group building, Huo Hanting received a frantic call from the estate. The usually composed butler was nearly in tears over the phone. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared without her phone, ID, or wallet. "And we have no idea where she has gone." The staff had drained the waters of the lotus pond and koi pool, thoroughly searched the bushes, yet found nothing. "We genuinely cannot fathom where she could have gone. Do not inform the old man yet," Huo Hanting instructed. They dispatched personnel to monitor the airport, highway entrances, ferry terminals, and train stations, leaving no route out of Jiangqiao unguarded. After hanging up, Huo Hanting calmly opened a 3D map of Jiangqiao on his computer, tracing potential paths that grandmother Huo might have taken from the estate. Are you suspecting that she intends to leave Jiangqiao? Assistant Qin inquired curiously. Looking at the city layout, Huo Hanting replied coolly, the recent arrangements were merely to reassure the old man. The elderly lady will not wander far. She remains within Jiangqiao. Confused, Assistant Qin listened as Huo Hanting continued. Send a few people to Ping and primary school. Assistant Qin promptly went to make arrangements. At the entrance of the delicious restaurant, Grandmother Huo reclined in a wicker chair, chatting amiably with Jiang Qiao. ISNT, there a Ping and primary school nearby? Why can't we find it? Having operated the restaurant for several years, Jiang Qiao had never heard of such a school. Inquiries with incoming patrons yielded no results. A passing middle-aged woman interjected. Are you speaking of Ping and primary school on Zhongxing Road? That school was demolished over 20 years ago, and the land has been left to grow wild with weeds. It seems they are finally constructing something there again. How could Ping and primary school on Zhongxing Road have been torn down? Grandma Huo's face was etched with melancholy and disappointment. The primary school could not attract enough students and would inevitably be dismantled. A middle-aged woman expressed her regret. I attended that primary school. I heard it was once an elite institution during the Republic of China, where children of nobility were educated. Jiang Qiao glanced at Grandma Huo, pondering whether, given her age, she had ever been a student there. Grandma Huo sighed. I was a student there over 60 years ago. Hence, she sought to return based on her memories, but only found the construction site of Shifu Garden. Did you return for a specific reason? Jiang Qiao inquired. Grandma Huo shook her head, her eyes half closed, unwilling to elaborate. Jiang Qiao did not press further. Instead, she fetched a blanket from the shop to drape over the elderly lady. The wind at the door was strong, and it would not be good for the elderly woman to be exposed to it. While she tended to the cash register, she stepped out every few minutes to check on Grandma Huo, worried she might wander off. The customers joked, "Boss lady, why did you bring your grandma to the shop? If you're too busy, just hire someone." When she first returned with Grandma Huo, a customer had asked if she was her grandmother, to which Jiang Qiao initially explained earnestly, only to realize the inquiry was casual, rendering her explanation unnecessary. Grateful for the patron support, she expressed her and her grandmother's thanks. Your grandmother exudes elegance. She must have been a great beauty in her youth, right? Jiang Qiao jested. If my grandmother weren't a great beauty, how could she have given birth to such a lovely granddaughter like me? She added with a playful tone. Grandma Huo, initially listless, seemed to regain her spirit upon hearing the laughter resonating from the shop. When Jiang Qiao stepped out once more, Grandma Huo grasped her hand. Xiao Jiang. I have several grandsons. Would you like to meet them? In a matchmaking tone, Jiang Qiao was reluctant. However, Grandma Huo obstinately refused to divulge her family's contact information, perhaps hoping to extract details about her grandsons to arrange for someone to come pick her up. Jiang Qiao played along. Grandma, how many grandsons do you have? And what do they do? I have 7 grandsons. Upon mentioning this, Grandma Huo became incensed. None of them are worth a dime. Seeing them troubles me. Yet, recalling her purpose for promoting, she shifted her tone. Though they lack ambition, their careers are stable, and their incomes are not an issue. They're decent-looking too. Would you care to consider them? Jiang Qiao, pondering the contradiction in her words, maintained a polite demeanor. Grandma, do you have their contact details? The contact information isn't urgent. Take your time to choose first. Grandma Huo retrieved several photographs from her small handbag. Take a look. Pick whichever one appeals to you. Jiang Qiao cooperatively picked up a photo to admire. The first photograph depicted a man in white athletic attire who bore a hint of familiarity. Upon seeing the second photograph, she realized why he seemed familiar. The man in the second photo was Huo Yunjin, whom she had encountered at a banquet. In the first photograph, the individual bears a resemblance to him, perhaps by 3 or 4 points. Could this elderly woman be the grandmother of Huo Yunjin? Jiang Qiao turned to the third photograph and was instantly struck dumb. Is that not Huo Hanting? He openly acknowledged they were brothers. What could this possibly mean? Huo Hanting and Huo Yunjin are siblings? Huo Yunjin is the 5th son of the wealthy Huo family in Jiangqiao. So what about Huo Hanting? Jiang Qiao's mind was in a tumult, nearly paralyzing her ability to think. Which one do you prefer? Grandmother Huo inquired with a warm smile, earnestly introducing them. The third son may appear fierce, but he truly is quite menacing, harboring a devious mind. The fourth son is glib and somewhat frivolous, yet possesses a good temper, showing tenderness towards the fairer sex. The fifth is no saint either, merely adept at feigning kindness to deceive outsiders. If you must choose, opt for the fourth. Although my favorite is the third, he is a workaholic destined to marry his work instead. I cannot allow you to wed him while he remains a recluse. Jiang Qiao found it difficult to breathe. Each of the prominent figures in the Huo family was worth billions, leaving no room for her, an ordinary person, to be choosy. Moreover, why would such a distinguished individual as Huo Hanting wish to marry her? Trembling, she extracted Huo Hanting's photograph and asked, "Grandmother, is this truly your beloved grandson?" "Indeed. Without a doubt, he is my grandson. Are you perhaps smitten with him?" Grandmother Huo retorted without mercy, with that face of his. "He can only deceive young girls like you. Do not be fooled by appearances. He is nothing but a cold stone, incapable of warmth." Jiang Qiao was rendered speechless. Grandmother Huo appeared far from senile. In an uncanny turn of events, she stood up, her displeasure directed at someone behind Jiang Qiao. "You rascal! What brings you here?" Jiang Qiao, still clutching Huo Hanting's photograph, turned around to find the living embodiment of Huo Hanting standing before her. Huo Hanting had anticipated that Grandmother Huo would come to Ping'an Primary School, yet those sent to search reported that the school had long been demolished, and the current site was now a construction site for Shifu Garden. They had not located Grandmother Huo at the site, understanding the perilous nature of such places. Filled with heavy machinery, he could not risk an elderly person wandering in and encountering an accident. Thus, he set aside his work to search personally. Eventually, he discovered Grandmother Huo at the entrance of Jinmei Restaurant, holding Jiang Qiao's hand and conversing. Huo Hanting had already seen the 3 photographs, but remained composed. "I have come to take my wife home," he declared, gently resting his hand upon Jiang Qiao's shoulder. Still in shock, Jiang Qiao did not react to his gesture. Grandmother Huo was even more astonished. "What did you say? Your wife? What did you get married? How come I was not informed? Had she possessed a cane? She would have already struck him with it. Just over a month ago, we obtained our marriage certificate. You mischievous boy, you got married without even informing the family." Grandmother Huo was quite incensed, rushing forward to twist Huo Hanting's ear. However, at a towering height of 188 centimeters, Huo Hanting was beyond her reach, prompting her to seize his arm instead. Years of rigorous training had endowed Huo Hanting with muscular arms, rendering her attempts to twist them ineffective. After a scathing reprimand, her gaze shifted to Jiang Qiao. "Little Jiang, you're already married to my 3rd grandson, yet you still expect me to introduce you to someone else?" As these words left her lips, Huo Hanting turned his attention to Jiang Qiao, arching an eyebrow. Jiang Qiao hastily clarified, "I merely wish to know your grandson's contact information so that he can come to pick me up, thus following your suggestion." This explanation was satisfactory to Grandmother Huo. She regarded Jiang Qiao with increasing fondness. "Little Jiang, you truly have discerning taste. My 3rd grandson is the most outstanding among all my grandsons, and you have chosen the very best." Had she not just referred to him as a worthless stone? Jiang Qiao managed a strained smile and inquired of Huo Hanting, "Are you and Huo Yunjin brothers?" Huo Hanting replied with nonchalance, "Indeed." At this moment, Jiang Qiao felt an overwhelming sense of breathlessness. Grandmother Huo and Jiang Qiao was meeting. Jiang Qiao was eager to confront Huo Hanting, demanding to know what sort of game he was playing. Yet before she could act, Huo Hanting chuckled softly. "We both bear the surname Huo and reside in Jiangcheng. Perhaps we were one family a few centuries ago. Statistically speaking, it is quite plausible that he is my brother, though he could also be my grandfather." Jiang Qiao retorted, "Could we refrain from such heavy breathing during our conversation?" She nearly believed that Huo Hanting hailed from the affluent Huo family of Jiangcheng. Yet, what was the story behind the photographs? Huo Hanting feigned ignorance. "Grandmother, what is the story behind these photographs?" The pair had already exchanged knowing glances, and being astute, Grandmother Huo recognized his intent to conceal the truth. She played along. "I saw in a newspaper that he was more handsome than you, so I cut it out and made a comparison. I intended to tease little Jiang. But who would have thought she is indeed my granddaughter-in-law?" Was that truly the case? Jiang Qiao exhaled a long sigh of relief. She had suspected that the Huo family, being exceedingly busy, would not engage in such trivial games. Furthermore, she had not only seen pigs run, but had also never encountered a wealthy matriarch without an entourage of bodyguards and a driver. How could one expect her to fall alone at the construction site without anyone daring to assist her? Unbeknownst to her, grandmother Hua had sneaked out, deliberately discarding her location-enabled phone beforehand. "Grandmother, it is getting late. Perhaps you should accompany us home," Jiang Qiao suggested, feeling uncomfortable about sending grandmother Hua off alone at such an hour. "I shall escort grandmother home," Huo Hanting offered. However, grandmother Hua immediately positioned herself beside Jiang Qiao. Linking arms with her, "I wish to return home with my granddaughter-in-law. The house is too cramped. I shall sleep on the sofa." The two generations were steadfast, each unwilling to concede. Jiang Qiao stepped in to mediate. "There's an unoccupied room in the house. Why not let Grandma stay there?" She hesitated to mention that it was a children's room. Grandma Hua scoffed, refusing to acknowledge Huo Hanting with even a glance. Out of sight, out of mind. Huo Hanting had no choice but to drive, bringing Grandma Hua to their doorstep. Aunt Bai had just lulled Jiang Xiaoduo to sleep and was tending to the chicken soup in the kitchen. Upon hearing the commotion, she recognized the return of the young master and mistress and hurried to open the door. As the door swung open, she was met with Grandma Hua's gaze. Both parties paused, momentarily taken aback. The elder nearly called out "old lady," but Huo Hanting interrupted her. "Grandma, this is our housekeeper, Aunt Bai, whom you met at Grandma's." In his earlier introduction, he had mentioned that Aunt Bai had worked at Grandma's, implying that she wouldn't be overly familiar with Grandma Hua. "Ah, it's the family's Aunt Bai. Long time no see." Grandma Hua shot Huo Hanting a glare. "You rascal, you bring Aunt Bai here without a word." Aunt Bai feigned unfamiliarity with Grandma Hua, presenting her with a pair of slippers to change into. As Grandma Hua entered the living room and settled onto the sofa, she curiously surveyed the space. The three-bedroom layout seemed rather cramped for her. Yet, the house was impeccably tidy, adorned with blooming flowers in the living room and balcony, and whimsical wall decals, exuding warmth and simplicity. It was evident that this was not the handiwork of her grandson. Father, Jiang Xiaoduo, having woken up unbeknownst to anyone, rubbed her sleepy eyes and emerged. Huo Hanting cradled the child, ruffling her hair. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Upon spotting Grandma Hua on the sofa, Jiang Xiaoduo blinked her large eyes. Grandma Hua was momentarily speechless. "Huo Hanting, when did you have a daughter?" she exclaimed, her voice laced with fury, as though she wished to tear Huo Hanting apart. Even Jiang Xiaoduo, usually so bold, flinched in fear. In an instant, Grandma Hua's demeanor softened as she gently reassured Jiang Xiaoduo. "Do not be afraid, dear. I am not referring to you." She crouched before Jiang Xiaoduo, hesitant to touch her face, fearful of causing her pain. With tears welling in her eyes, she examined the child closely. "She resembles him so much. Just like the third one when he was young." Let Jiang Xiaoduo take the Hua surname. Jiang Qiao cast a skeptical glance at Huo Hanting. The child was not biologically his. How could she bear such a striking resemblance to his childhood self? Moreover, everyone had remarked that the child favored her. Jiang Qiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Grandma Hua likely misunderstood, believing the child was hers and Huo Hanting's, hence her comment. She yearned to clarify, but found it difficult to speak amid the elder's surprise. Aware of the awkwardness, she sought Huo Hanting's support with her gaze. Long before they had returned home, Huo Hanting had anticipated this very scenario. Certain words should not be uttered in the presence of children. Huo Hanting assisted Grandma Hua into the room, merely stating that he had found a rapport with Jiang Qiao during their blind date and concealed his identity to test her, ultimately marrying her. He refrained from revealing the true lineage of Jiang Xiaoduo. After a lifetime of longing for a daughter and granddaughter, if Grandma Hua were to discover that Jiang Xiaoduo was her biological great-granddaughter, even the most adept performance would inevitably betray her. The revelation that Jiang Xiaoduo was not of blood relation left Grandma Hua disheartened, her early relation dissipating in an instant. However, being a broad-minded individual, it took her only a few moments to reconcile her thoughts, whether by blood or not. As long as she was Huo Hanting's daughter, she would be regarded as her beloved great-granddaughter. Previously, having awaited a daughter in vain, Grandma Hua adopted a distant niece, whose familial ties had stretched over 5 generations. The lack of blood relation did not diminish her affection for the girl. What is the child's name? How old is she? Is she in school yet? Grandma Hua inquired. Each question laced with careful curiosity. Huo Hanting answered each one in turn. After a moment of contemplation, Grandma Hua proposed. "What do you think about discussing with Xiao Jiang the possibility of having Xiao Duo adopt the surname Hua?" Her suggestion was not born from archaic beliefs that children must bear their father's surname, but rather from the understanding that if Jiang Qiao bore the Huo name, she would naturally be entitled to the family's resources and would receive substantial monthly support from the Huo Family Foundation. Furthermore, should she one day take over Huo Hanting's company and become his heir, having the Huo surname would shield her from much scrutiny. Otherwise, it was likely that certain members of the family would resent the idea of a non-blood relative inheriting such a vast estate. After all, there were several of Grandpa Huo's brothers who, despite their current misfortunes, still held positions within the family and eyed this branch with envy. Having emerged from a prominent family herself, and later marrying into the even larger Huo clan, Grandma Huo was well acquainted with the intricacies of their dynamics. Huo Hanting had indeed contemplated Grandma Huo's considerations. The reason he had never broached the subject of a name change in front of Jiang Qiao was that, for the past 4 years, he had been absent from Jiang Qiao's upbringing. As a father, he felt he had no right to request a change of surname after being absent for 4, if not 5, years. He was prepared for the potential benefits of a name change and was not daunted by the ensuing complications. It merely required pacifying a few antiquated family members and their less than amiable descendants. Although challenging, he was confident in his ability to navigate these difficulties with time and effort. How formidable Huo Hanting was, Grandma Huo, having weathered many storms, understood perfectly well. Since he possessed such confidence, she chose not to press the matter further. After all, the Huo surname was not particularly melodious. Jiang sounded far more refined for a girl. Don't you think this sweep of issues is a bit excessive? Jiang Qiao sat on the sofa, gazing at the tightly shut door of the master bedroom, her heart filled with trepidation. They must be discussing Xiao Duo's origins inside. Jiang Qiao did not perceive any shame in being pregnant before marriage. It was her choice. Yet, from the perspective of societal norms, no elder would favor such a granddaughter-in-law. This is the harsh reality of society, and as an adult, Jiang Qiao had to come to terms with this fact. Oh dear, be careful, my little heart. Playing with a pencil on the sofa like that could hurt your eyes. Grandma Huo and Huo Hanting emerged from the room, the elder hurriedly embracing Jiang Qiao and chiding Huo Hanting. It's all your fault, Dad, for not buying Xiao a desk. Tomorrow, Great-Grandma will order a beautiful desk for her, and she can sit and write there, okay? Jiang Qiao, a true social butterfly, unafraid and exuberantly exclaimed, Thank you, Great-Grandma. Oh, my little darling, you are so well behaved. The more Grandma Huo looked at Jiang Qiao, the more pleased she became. Today, Great-Grandma came in such a rush that she forgot to bring a gift for Xiao. How about she takes her shopping tomorrow? Great-Grandma, I have school tomorrow. I can't skip class. Skipping class is not what good children do. Xiao is really diligent. Then Great-Grandma will wait for her to finish school. Jiang Qiao watched the interaction between the two, momentarily stunned, casting a questioning glance at Huo Hanting. Did he not inform the elder that Jiang Qiao was not his biological child? Huo Hanting offered Jiang Qiao a reassuring look. She buried her doubts deep within and went to the kitchen to prepare a fresh fruit platter to entertain Grandma Huo. After all, it was the first visit from her in-laws, and the necessary etiquette must be observed. Just as she was about to brew some tea, Grandma Huo detained her. In our family, we do not expect the daughter-in-law to toil. You should sit and rest. When at home alone, you may be one way, but here, you should feel at ease. As she spoke, she cast a reproachful glance at Huo Hanting standing beside her. It is the 21st century, and yet some still cannot manage household chores, burdening their wives. Huo Hanting replied, Grandma, do you really do housework? Grandma, everyone has their own expertise. Although he may not excel at domestic chores, he works diligently to support the family. A person's energy is inherently limited. No grandmother would genuinely disdain her grandson. And as a granddaughter-in-law, Jiang Qiao certainly could not join the elder's complaints. Don't spoil him too much. Men also need training. You should make him work more. The more he does, the more naturally it will come to him. A head on his shoulders is not merely for show. Why should he be adept at work, yet inept at home? The Huo family's grandsons have not escaped Grandma Huo's critiques over the years. Huo Hanting had grown accustomed to it, remaining silent and allowing Grandma Huo to express herself freely. Jiang Qiao, unfamiliar with their familial dynamics, could only find ways to mediate. Grandma, I am indeed training him. Just the other day, he helped me mop the floor and wash the dishes. She shot Huo Hanting a look, urging him to say something charming to ease the tension. Huo Hanting found Jiang Qiao's demeanor quite amusing, a gentle smile gracing his eyes. How could he convey to Jiang Qiao that Huo Grandma's disdain for him was not a reflection of his character, but rather due to an incongruity in gender? Great-grandmother, do you think the flowers that Xiaoduo painted are beautiful? Jiang Xiaoduo looked up with her rosy little face, eagerly awaiting Huo Grandma's response. Earlier, Huo Grandma had not seen clearly. Upon noticing Jiang Xiaoduo with a pencil, she assumed the child was writing. Now, upon closer inspection, she discovered that the child was indeed painting. The artwork depicted peonies, though the technique was still quite juvenile, the delicacy of the flowers, the interplay of light and shadow, and the three-dimensionality all manifested vividly on the paper. Huo Grandma, captivated, momentarily forgot about Huo Hanting, examining the painting with delight and showering Jiang Xiaoduo with affectionate kisses. Oh my, how talented our Xiaoduo is. At such a young age, you've captured the essence of these flowers beautifully. Jiang Xiaoduo, flattered, felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks, shyly smiling with her lips pressed together. What inspired you to paint this flower, dear? Huo Grandma inquired. I saw it on my phone, Jiang Xiaoduo replied, revealing her mother's device where she had previously viewed a short video featuring a magnificent peony exhibit. Thus, it was evident that she had painted from life rather than merely copying an existing image. Huo Grandma's expression shifted, and she said earnestly, Little Jiang, please bring out all of Xiaoduo's previous paintings for me to see. From the whimsical doodles Jiang Xiaoduo had created at the tender age of 2 to her current few strokes of realistic art, Jiang Qiao had meticulously preserved them in a box as cherished mementos of her child's growth. Huo Grandma donned her reading glasses, flipping through each piece with great care, and by the end, it was as if she had unearthed a rare treasure. Xiaoduo is a promising talent. At her age, to possess such skill, she is destined to become a master. Little Jiang, if you do not mind, may I take her under my wing to teach her painting? Naturally. Jiang Qiao had no objections. She had previously contemplated enrolling Jiang Xiaoduo in an art class, but thought it best to let her enjoy her childhood for a couple of years before diving into formal learning. After all, they were an ordinary family, and art was merely a hobby for their child. They had never envisioned significant achievements. Art was often a pursuit for the affluent. We would be most grateful for your willingness to teach Xiaoduo, yet we must consult her wishes as well. As her mother, I cannot impose my desires upon her. Huo Grandma gazed tenderly at Jiang Xiaoduo. Would you like to have great-grandmother as your teacher? Jiang Xiaoduo nodded eagerly. I would love to. Learning to paint is arduous. Once you begin, you must not cease and practice daily. Are you willing, dear? I am. Good child. Huo Grandma gently stroked Jiang Xiaoduo's head, filled with immense satisfaction. After waiting a lifetime for an heir to her artistic legacy, she had finally found one. Jiang Qiao remained unaware of Huo Grandma's esteemed status in the realm of art, akin to the North Star, as she had never taken an interest in the artistic community. Moreover, Grandmother Huo's actions are characterized by discretion. She has seldom made public appearances and has produced very few new works in recent years. Those within the art community are aware of her illustrious reputation, knowing that a single painting can fetch millions, while her renowned masterpieces have been auctioned for tens of millions. Yet few have had the privilege of seeing her in person. Many have contemplated inviting her to offer guidance, but Grandmother Huo has remained unyielding. Now, however, she has taken Jiang Xiaoduo as her sole student in her lifetime. Huo Hanting understands the significance of this, but he cannot bear to see his precious daughter, merely 4 years of age, endure the hardships of learning to paint. He believes it would be prudent to wait until she is 6 or 7. Grandmother, Xiaoduo is still young. It is not too late to play for a few more years. Grandmother Huo shot him a stern look. A father who truly loves his child must plan for their future. How can you indulge her without considering her needs? But there is no need for her to begin learning to paint so early. Even if my daughter chooses not to pursue anything, I can support her for a lifetime, as long as she is happy. Jiang Qiao, having endured a decade of rigorous study, understands all too well how challenging it is for a child from an ordinary family to succeed. Since Grandmother Huo believes that Jiang Xiaoduo possesses talent, she is determined to fully support her child and not squander her potential. She aligns herself with Grandmother Huo's perspective, allowing Xiaoduo to learn for now. And if her interest wanes, she will respect her decision. Daddy, Xiaoduo will study diligently, Jiang Xiaoduo assured, clinging to Huo Hanting's leg with utmost seriousness. Huo Hanting found himself at a loss for words. With both his wife and child siding with grandmother Huo, he felt isolated in his stance. Grandmother Huo understood that one cannot achieve great things overnight. Although Jiang Qiao's talent astounded her, she recognized that there was no rush in the pursuit of painting. She grasped the principle of learning through enjoyment. Thus, she refrained from discussing painting further and urged them to rest. You two have worked hard all day. It is time for you to take a break. Xiaoduo, would you like to sleep with your great-grandmother? Having just become a student, Jiang Qiao eagerly nodded in agreement. I will sleep with great-grandmother. Jiang Qiao felt a wave of anxiety. Grandmother Huo's implication was clear. She expected her to share a room with Huo Hanting that night. Naturally, she was reluctant. However, considering they had only been married for less than 2 months, she feared what grandmother Huo might think if she discovered that they had been sleeping apart. In truth, grandmother Huo had already discerned that the newlywed couple was not sharing a room. Her keen observation had noted the absence of any feminine personal items in her grandson's room, making her fully aware of the situation. Yet, in her efforts to bring them closer together, she feigned ignorance, cheerfully ushering Jiang Qiao to the children's room. If not, you could just spend the night in my room. Heaven knows the immense courage Jiang Qiao mustered to utter those words. By the end, her voice had dwindled to a mere whisper. Huo Hanting nodded earnestly. All right. Fortunately, he refrained from further comment, else Jiang Qiao would have felt even more awkward. She deliberately chose a snug nightgown and, after bathing, scrutinized her reflection in the bathroom mirror multiple times, even rechecking the buttons on her top to ensure there would be no untoward exposure. Huo Hanting had gone to take a shower. Jiang Qiao lay in bed, cocooned in the covers, her anxiety reaching unprecedented heights. Typically, sleep was her greatest indulgence after a long day's work. Sinking into the warmth of her bed while playing on her phone was a rare freedom. Yet now, the mere thought of sharing a room with Huo Hanting for an entire night made her feel decidedly uneasy. With a soft click, Huo Hanting turned the doorknob and entered the room. He was clad in a black satin nightgown, the smooth fabric clinging to his muscular chest. Despite being fully covered, not even a hint of collarbone visible, he exuded a palpable sense of pressure that Jiang Qiao could not ignore. Truly, he was one who appeared slender in attire, yet robust without it. His hair was slightly damp, still carrying traces of steam. He settled onto the sofa, casually drying his hair with a towel, while his other hand held his phone, reviewing work emails. Noticing Jiang Qiao's gaze, he lifted his head slightly. What is the matter? Nothing, Jiang Qiao replied, her face flushing as she buried her head beneath the covers. After a moment's silence with no further sound, she cautiously peeked out from her cocoon only to find Huo Hanting reclining on the sofa. A sigh of relief escaped her. His action had alleviated her tension considerably. Both remained awake, the shared space steeped in an awkward silence. Seeking to break the ice, Jiang Qiao ventured, Your grandmother seems quite knowledgeable about painting. Did she study in the past? Not merely knowledgeable, Huo Hanting replied subtly. She was once a disciple of a distinguished master and possesses considerable skill in painting. If Xiaoduo were to truly learn from her, she could gain much insight. However, that would mean her kindergarten experience would not be quite so effortless. Grandmother's words ring true. A parent's love for their child is indeed profound and far-reaching. Jiang Qiao sighed slightly. Xiaoduo isn't particularly fond of studying. Perhaps excelling in painting could provide her with a viable path. Regarding kindergartens in other cities, Jiang Qiao was at a loss. In Jiangcheng, the myriad of kindergartens were fiercely competitive. Many of Jiang Xiao's peers were already conversant in fluent English. Conversations often revolved around piano proficiency levels, Go rankings, or recent accolades in equestrian events. Travels were either to Scandinavia or Antarctica, and to not have ventured to the ends of the earth felt almost shameful. Jiang Qiao had once felt anxious about her child lagging behind, fearing she would lose at the starting line. However, after witnessing Jiang Xiaoduo repeatedly escape from interest classes, she resigned herself to the situation. The matter of one's own child is such that coercion proves futile. Nurturing her to grow healthily and joyfully holds far greater significance. As a mother, she should seize her youth to earn a bit more, ensuring that she does not become a burden to her child and, with a stroke of fortune, may even provide a safety net for her. Huo Hanting does not regard a lack of academic inclination as a grave concern. With the wealth of the Huo family, Jiang Qiao could spend lifetimes without exhausting their resources. She is free to indulge in her whims as she pleases. Moreover, he himself was not an avid learner in his youth. His rebelliousness far surpassed that of Jiang Qiao, yet it did not hinder his acceptance into Harvard. Jiang Qiao pondered her daughter's origins and hesitantly inquired, "Have you spoken to your grandmother?" She is aware that Xiaoduo is not her biological granddaughter, yet she adores her. So rest assured, a warmth enveloped Jiang Qiao's heart. The stillness of the night soon lulled her into drowsiness. She stifled a yawn, preparing for slumber. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Huo Hanting had procured a thin blanket from somewhere, draping it over his legs, seemingly intent on spending the night on the sofa. The size of the sofa in the bedroom was quite small, and the tall Huo Hanting lay upon it, unable to stretch his legs straight, forced to curl up sideways. It was evident that such a sleeping arrangement would be quite uncomfortable. After a moment of internal conflict, Jiang Qiao feigned calmness and suggested, "The sofa is too cramped. You should come to the bed." Huo Hanting remained silent. A flush crept across Jiang Qiao's cheeks. She had not anticipated her first invitation to share a bed would be met with such a quiet rejection. In the next instant, she heard the sound of fabric rustling. The bed behind her sank slightly as Huo Hanting lay down. Jiang Qiao curled herself beneath the covers, her body tense, hesitant to move. One could hardly blame her for her apprehension, as she lacked experience after so many years. Then a thought struck her. The man beside her seemed to be somewhat lacking in certain aspects. Why then was she so anxious? Suddenly, a sense of clarity washed over her, and she stretched luxuriously, feeling the strain of maintaining a single position for too long. Huo Hanting sensed her relaxation. His gaze darkened. Was this woman oblivious, or was she simply indifferent to the fact that such a living presence lay beside her? Did she perceive him as transparent? Jiang Qiao adjusted the covers, wrapping herself more snugly, and then closed her eyes, ready to drift into sleep. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. Why were the covers so loose? Turning her head, she discovered that Huo Hanting had not covered himself with the blanket. He remained neatly draped with a thin covering, lying at the edge of the bed. He was practically pressed against the side, and a slight shift could send him tumbling to the floor. It was autumn, although the days retained warmth. The nights had grown chilly with the wind. His thin blanket offered little warmth, and Jiang Qiao felt a pang of guilt. In her attempt to assure Huo Hanting's grandmother, she had inadvertently placed him in a most uncomfortable position. The household possessed an excess of blankets, ones that she had brought along during her relocation, now stored in the cabinet adjacent to the living room. However, venturing out to retrieve a blanket would inevitably create some noise, and given that elderly individuals often have light sleep, she feared it might disturb their slumber. At such a moment, explanation would become increasingly difficult. After much contemplation, Jiang Qiao resolved, "We shall share a blanket." Huo Hanting cast a glance at Jiang Qiao, his expression inscrutable. As a man of normal disposition, he found it perplexing that Jiang Qiao exhibited such a lack of reservation towards him, leaving him to wonder what thoughts lingered in her mind. Huo Hanting remained motionless in his repose. Without further ado, Jiang Qiao draped the blanket over him and nestled closer to his side. It was not merely a desire for proximity. The blanket measured a mere 1.5 meters, and without closeness, she would surely succumb to the chill. She was unwilling to endure discomfort. Lying in the same blanket with a man felt entirely different from sharing with Jiang Qiao. They lay at a distance that was neither too far nor too close, allowing Jiang Qiao to catch a whiff of the faint, pleasant aroma of his body wash. The scent was subtle, reminiscent of greenery, and upon closer inspection, it became almost imperceptible. She could not ascertain the brand he used. It contrasted sharply with her own body wash, which, at a modest price, had an overpowering scent of artificial fragrance. As Jiang Qiao's mind wandered, she drifted into slumber. In contrast, Huo Hanting found himself unable to sleep. The blanket enveloped him in warmth, akin to a small furnace, intensifying his discomfort. Jiang Qiao's sleeping posture was less than graceful. Her long hair cascaded over the pillow, a strand brushing against Huo Hanting's face, causing a tickling sensation. She likely used a rose-scented shampoo, as the fragrance lingered in her hair. At 29, Huo Hanting found himself sharing a bed for the first time with a woman he had known intimately 5 years prior. The effects of medication over the years had dulled his memory of that night, leaving only fragmented recollections. Yet on this particular evening, Those forgotten details resurfaced in his mind with startling clarity. The night had been deep and starless, with 21-year-old Jiang Qiao lying on the grass, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if shrouded in a veil of mist or the ethereal fog of the sea. Her slender arms weakly pushed against his chest, her brow furrowed, white teeth biting her lower lip in a display of distress that elicited soft whimpers from her lips. In that moment, he was not particularly gentle. He merely held her tightly, insatiable as seeking more, leaving bruises upon her delicate arms. Huo Hanting shut his eyes, his body growing increasingly warm. He turned over, attempting to quell the rising heat within him. However, after years of restraint, his body had developed its own inclinations. This state of affairs was untenable. Huo Hanting opened a small gap in the blanket, allowing the cool air to seep in and dispel the turmoil within his heart. He strained to focus on the cold, unyielding numbers of his work, managing to divert his attention, albeit momentarily. At that moment, Jiang Qiao turned over and nestled into his embrace, one of her legs draping over his waist. Huo Hanting felt his body stiffen as he struggled to gently push her away. However, within 30 seconds, Jiang Qiao returned to his arms. Her soft lips grazed his neck, her warm breath intertwining with his. A sudden fire ignited within Huo Hanting's chest. He was no saint. He was merely a normal adult man. He exerted every ounce of self-control to once again push Jiang Qiao away. Despite repeatedly telling himself that he did not love her, his body betrayed him. He could only comfort himself with the notion that, being a healthy man, he could hardly be expected to endure such circumstances, regardless of his feelings. Jiang Qiao seemed to be lost in a dream, mumbling incoherently before once again wrapping herself around him, using her hands and feet, her head nuzzling against his chest. Huo Hanting had never realized how adept she was at clinging. He struggled to maintain his composure, his eyes slightly reddening, and turned over to partially cover her with his body, gazing down at her. In her slumber, Jiang Qiao appeared to be dreaming sweetly, a faint smile gracing her lips, revealing 2 shallow dimples. Although she was a mother, her sleeping face retained the innocence of a child. Huo Hanting's body was as stiff as stone, his gaze heavy as he regarded her defenseless, sleeping visage, gritting his teeth. Jiang Qiao, if you dare to move again. The dreaming Jiang Qiao seemed to sense the coolness above her and instinctively burrowed deeper into the blanket, remaining still. Huo Hanting waited a moment longer, and when she did not return to his embrace, she instead rolled to the inner side of the bed, pulling the blanket with her. Whether or not to cover himself with a blanket was of little concern to Huo Hanting. He was not afraid of the cold. In his youth, his grandfather had once thrown him into the frigid Siberian winter to toughen him up, where he had walked for 4 hours in sub-zero temperatures, wearing only a regular down jacket without any ill effects. The autumn chill of Jiangsheng was nothing compared to that, and he was accustomed to enduring it due to his regular fitness regimen. Yet, inexplicably, when Jiang Qiao covered him with a blanket, he did not refuse. If one were to seek a reason, it might simply be the inability to decline her kindness. He found himself, for reasons he could not fully comprehend, pulling half of the blanket from around Jiang Qiao, covering himself with it. Perhaps it was the onset of age nearing 30 that had suddenly made him more susceptible to the cold. The blanket was warm, and Jiang Qiao no longer clung to him, instead peacefully sleeping on her side, her breathing so soft it was nearly imperceptible. Yet, Huo Hanting still could not find sleep. He closed his eyes, attempting to empty his mind, yet slumber eluded him. It was truly perplexing. The following morning, Jiang Qiao awoke to find the room utterly empty. The space beside her had grown cold. Only a slight indentation on the bed served as a reminder that Huo Hanting had lain there beside her the previous night. Jiang Qiao sat in a daze for a moment, glancing at her phone to realize it was already past 9 o'clock. She hurriedly sprang from the bed. The living room was devoid of anyone, and the door to the children's room stood ajar, revealing that neither Grandma Huo nor Jiang Xiaoduo was present. Had Grandma Huo taken Jiang Xiaoduo to school? After washing up, just as she finished dressing, Grandma Huo and Aunt Bai returned, the latter carrying a large bag of vegetables. "Miss Jiang, you're awake. I've already taken Xiaoduo to kindergarten." Aunt Bai nearly slipped and referred to her as Miss, but quickly corrected herself. Jiang Qiao felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had agreed with Aunt Bai to only require her services for 3 hours a day, yet Aunt Bai had arrived early, leaving her uncertain if it would interfere with her work elsewhere. Aunt Bai promptly explained that she only worked for this family, not for monetary gain, but to occupy her time. With nothing to do in the mornings, she found it convenient to take Jiang Qiao to school. Jiang Qiao insisted on compensating Aunt Bai more fairly, arguing that a full-time nanny's salary of 2,000 yuan a month was simply unjust. While she prided herself on frugality, she did not wish to shortchange others. Let us not discuss money anymore. When you reach our age, you'll understand. With poor teeth, eating becomes unappealing. With little sleep, one must find activities to stave off dementia. Aunt Bai enjoys being with children, so let her take care of the school runs. As long as life feels meaningful, one can remain spirited, Aunt Bai replied. Having cared for Huo Hanting for decades, she had never been ill-treated by him. He paid her generously each month, along with festive bonuses. Grandma Huo could easily infer that the 2,000 yuan was merely a ruse concocted by her grandson to deceive Jiang Qiao, and while she internally scorned him, she felt compelled to smooth things over and persuade Jiang Qiao. I just met Aunt Bai downstairs. She mentioned she has no children of her own and enjoys being around you young people. She lives nearby, so it's convenient for her to assist you. Think of her as a family elder, allowing her to engage a bit. Aunt Bai nodded fervently, adding, "Indeed, Miss Jiang, if you bring up money again, I'll be displeased. I work not for the sake of money, but for the joy it brings." As the two exchanged pleasantries, Jiang Qiao found herself unable to counter their insistence and ultimately relented, agreeing not to mention increasing her pay while also urging Aunt Bai not to overwork herself and to take time to rest. Aunt Bai acquiesced. Breakfast was ready and kept warm on the stove. As Jiang Qiao sipped the warm fish porridge, she felt slightly awkward, having overslept on her first visit to her in-laws. Yet, Grandma Huo seemed oblivious to her tardiness, speaking to her gently and even offering advice on childcare, which helped Jiang Qiao relax considerably. In stark contrast to the light-hearted atmosphere at home, the executive office of the Huo Corporation was enveloped in a palpable tension. Huo Hanting, donning sunglasses, radiated an aura that discouraged any approach. Qin's assistant was perplexed. There had not been any missteps at work recently. The group had just secured a contract worth hundreds of billions of dollars overseas, and the stock price had surged, elevating the president's fortune to unprecedented heights. Yet, why did he appear so irate? By midday, when Huo Hanting removed his sunglasses, Qin's assistant was taken aback. He noticed dark circles encircling the president's eyes, which were particularly pronounced against his fair complexion. It was no wonder he wore sunglasses. Observing Qin's gaze, Huo Hanting frowned. "Are you idle?" His voice was as frigid as shards of ice, and the brevity of his words nearly led Qin to believe he stood upon the Antarctic glaciers. He shrank back and apologized. "I'm sorry, President. I expect to see the project proposal before the end of the day." Huo Hanting's expression darkened as he slammed a stack of documents onto the table. Qin gazed at the mountain of papers, on the verge of tears. Who had managed to provoke the president's ire? After a while of casual conversation, Jiang Qiao seized an opportunity to inquire Grandma. "Is there something specific you wish to find at the former Ping and primary school?" Having secretly ventured to the old site of the school, it couldn't merely be a leisurely stroll. As one ages, memories of the past often resurface. I recalled my own elementary school days and felt a sudden urge to revisit, only to discover that the school no longer exists. I shall accompany you on a stroll through the nearby streets. Perhaps we might unearth some cherished memories. For the past few days, Jiang Qiao had been frequenting the construction site at Zifuyuan and was well acquainted with the area. With the lunch delivery for the site now on track, she could spare a day to accompany her grandmother. Initially hesitant, fearing that she might impede Jiang Qiao's responsibilities, Huo's grandmother finally agreed to join her after repeated assurances that today was a day of rest. Over half a century had passed, and the Xinjiang district, once home to Ping and primary school, had long lost its former glory of the Republic era, now appearing somewhat dilapidated as an old urban district. Surrounding it were urban villages populated by many migrant workers from afar, alongside numerous local elderly residents. Compared to the positioning of Jiangsheng as an international metropolis, this area seemed out of place. Huo's grandmother ambled through the bustling streets, fascinated by her surroundings, entering every shop she passed. The storefronts predominantly featured snack bars and clothing shops, with the occasional cafe or bubble tea shop. Concerned for her grandmother's health, Jiang Qiao deliberately steered her away from the snack bars, guiding her toward the clothing stores instead. Huo's grandmother selected several vibrantly colored dresses, opting to have them packaged without even trying them on. Although it was an urban village, prices were not low. Dresses that sold online for merely over 100 were priced at 5 to 600 in the physical store. Jiang Qiao engaged in a bit of haggling with her employer, not wishing to keep Grandma Huo waiting anxiously, and ultimately purchased the item at an inflated price, spending over 2,000 yuan. After walking for a while, Jiang Qiao felt a sharp pain in her feet and was fatigued, yearning for a moment of respite. Grandma Huo, noticing her discomfort, teased, "Little Jiang, such poor stamina won't do. Perhaps you should have Huo Hanting take you for some exercise." Jiang Qiao was taken aback, realizing that she could not match even the elderly woman's endurance. While busy at the restaurant, she hardly noticed, but now, after just a few steps outside, she found herself utterly spent. "Come, sit under the shade of this phoenix tree," Grandma Huo urged, guiding her to a bench by the roadside, where they could gaze up at the towering trees. Since Jiang Qiao began managing the restaurant, these phoenix trees had stood sentinel. The local elders claimed that they had been there for half a century. Sipping her freshly purchased milk tea, Jiang Qiao quietly observed the passers-by. Turning her head, she noticed Grandma Hui staring wistfully at the phoenix tree across the street, her expression tinged with melancholy. Did the elderly lady harbor some hidden worries? "Grandma, is there anywhere else you wish to go?" Jiang Qiao inquired. Grandma Hui, coming back to herself, smiled softly. "No, it's quite pleasant to stroll around here." Her smile, however, lacked spontaneity. Jiang Qiao became increasingly convinced that Grandma Hui was preoccupied and discreetly messaged Huo Hanting. Concerning the dignity of their elders, Huo Hanting pondered briefly before replying. When Grandma was in elementary school, she had a very good male friend. Understanding dawned on Jiang Qiao. It seemed Grandma Hui had unresolved feelings from her youth, lingering even into her later years, prompting her desire to reconnect. "I don't find it bothersome," Jiang Qiao thought to herself. Surely, there would be no harm in two elderly individuals meeting, assuming that gentleman was still alive. Huo Hanting quickly responded, "I'm not sure if that old man is still with us, but my grandfather is very much alive." Jiang Qiao mused. Is Huo Hanting feeling a tinge of jealousy? She felt it unwise to take the initiative in orchestrating a meeting between the two seniors, fearful that it might stir unnecessary misunderstandings and affect her grandparents' relationship. After accompanying Grandma Huo for a while longer, who jokingly remarked on her lack of stamina, yet was indulgent in their activities, they opted for a simple lunch before heading home for a rest. Once Grandma was settled in for her afternoon nap, Jiang Qiao sought to inquire about the name of that old classmate from Huo Hanting, hoping to research him online. Huo Hanting did not respond. Jiang Qiao assumed he might be annoyed by her persistent messages during work hours and felt it was inappropriate. Just as she sent a brief apology, Huo Hanting provided her with all the relevant information about that classmate. "No need to apologize. I don't mind at all." Jiang Qiao stared at that line for several moments, feeling her heart skip a beat for reasons she could not quite fathom. Upon opening the details, she was taken aback. Grandma Huo's elementary school classmate was remarkably accomplished. The esteemed gentleman, surnamed Run, graduated from the most prestigious university in the country before pursuing further studies abroad. After several years of dedicated service at a renowned investment firm overseas, he returned home to establish a foundation, becoming one of the few luminaries in the investment sphere, only recently retiring. It is understandable, for in that era, those who had the privilege to attend school were far from ordinary. Jiang Qiao abandoned her attempts to act as a bridge. It was uncertain whether Mr. Ren even remembered their connection from elementary school, and the mere act of reaching out to him posed a significant challenge. Even if his contact information was available, why would he deign to respond to a complete stranger? Jiang Qiao chose to disregard this entirely, spending the afternoon watching television with Grandma Huo as she awaited her awakening. Grandma Huo regarded Jiang Qiao with evident satisfaction, finding the term Xiao Jiang rather unfamiliar and opting instead to call her Qiao Qiao. "Qiao Qiao, how did you and Huo Hanting come to take this step towards marriage?" The formality of using his full name felt even more distant than using a nickname. Jiang Qiao could hardly admit that they had wed upon their first meeting. Instead, she vaguely suggested that he was gentle, responsible, family-oriented, and kind to Xiao Duo, making him suitable for marriage. "Gentle," Grandma Huo echoed with a knowing smile, convinced that her grandson was quite the actor. How could Jiang Qiao perceive him as gentle given his aloof demeanor? In truth, what she wished to convey was that Huo Hanting's emotions were quite stable, though he appeared unapproachable. He was not so difficult to interact with once one got to know him. Yet, in the presence of Grandma Hua, she naturally opted to speak in flattering terms. Great-grandma, Aunt Bai returned with Jiang Qiao, who promptly dashed into Grandma Hua's embrace. Oh, my little darling. Grandma Hua beamed, cradling Jiang Qiao. How was kindergarten today? Were you happy? How could Jiang Qiao not be happy? The children who had bullied her had all transferred to different schools. She animatedly recounted her experiences in kindergarten, her words flowing despite occasional mispronunciations. Grandma Hua listened intently, which only encouraged Jiang Qiao to speak even more, resulting in an hour-long monologue. Jiang Qiao sighed. This little girl could be quite the chatterbox, capable of elaborating on the most trivial matters for an extended period. Before long, Huo Hanting returned, and the joyous sounds of laughter filled the living room, harmonizing with the background music of the television. Grandma Hua exchanged a few words with Jiang Qiao, who smiled brightly in response. Huo Hanting paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping past Jiang Qiao. She appeared radiant, her cheeks flushed with color, suggesting she had enjoyed a restful night's sleep, unlike him, who bore dark circles under his eyes and could only resort to sunglasses. Huo Hanting felt a familiar itch in his heart, longing to seize the culprit behind his unrest and hold her tightly to alleviate his frustration. You're back, Jiang Qiao exclaimed upon seeing him, her face lighting up with a brilliant smile. I've been waiting for you. Come and have dinner. Her eyes sparkled brighter than the lights, illuminating the living room. After enduring a day filled with pent-up frustration, it suddenly dissipated. As night approached, Grandma Hua took Jiang Qiao to rest following dinner. It was evident that tonight, once again, Jiang Qiao and Huo Hanting would share the same room. However, having experienced a peaceful coexistence the previous night, Jiang Qiao felt significantly less anxious. Familiarity breeds comfort, after all. After her shower, she effortlessly climbed into bed, taking the inner side while leaving the outer half for Huo Hanting. When Huo Hanting entered the room after perusing financial reports in the living room, dressed in his sleepwear, he found Jiang Qiao curled up under the covers, engrossed in her phone. Was the phone truly that captivating? She seemed oblivious to his presence. He silently sat down at the edge of the bed, only to notice an additional blanket draped across the bed. As he settled in, his tall figure cast a shadow over the bedside lamp, momentarily darkening the glow of her screen. It was then that Jiang Qiao became aware of him. Get to bed early, she greeted lightly before turning back to her phone. Huo Hanting's gaze lingered on the extra blanket, his brow furrowing in confusion. He stole another glance at Jiang Qiao. If looks could freeze, she would be encased in ice. Is this blanket yours? Jiang Qiao turned her head to glance at it and replied with a smile. I just took it out tonight. It's brand new, freshly washed a few days ago, so feel free to use it. Was that what he wished to inquire about? He simply wanted to understand why, despite not having done anything the previous day, they were now sharing blankets. He had restrained himself all night, nearly bursting with restraint, only for her to initiate the blanket sharing. Unbeknownst to Jiang Qiao, Huo Hanting was lost in thought. Their entrance into the room had been late the night before, and she had refrained from taking an extra blanket to avoid disturbing Grandma Hua. However, tonight, arriving earlier, she had retrieved a blanket from the storage cabinet to alleviate the awkwardness of sharing a bed. After all, Huo Hanting had expressly stated there were no intentions of that nature. She had kept that in mind. Huo Hanting closed his eyes and exhaled a resigned sigh. Moments later, while drinking water, he accidentally spilled some on the newly retrieved blanket, soaking a considerable portion. Clearly, it could no longer be used. Thankfully, he had avoided drenching the sheets. Otherwise, they would have been forced to sleep on the floor. Jiang Qiao was not one to complain. She brushed off the minor incident with a smile and jested. I'll go find a blanket. Huo Hanting stood up, prepared to retrieve the blanket from the previous night. I tossed that blanket into the washing machine this morning. It's still not dry. Jiang Qiao stopped him. No need for that trouble. If you're cold, we could just share a blanket. We did so last night without issue. All right. Huo Hanting acquiesced with a low voice, reluctantly pulling back the covers to lie down beside her. Unbeknownst to Jiang Qiao, a faint smile graced his lips. In the living room, he noticed a blanket draped over the balcony. Indeed, he eventually found himself nestled in a warm cocoon. Today's bedding was even cozier than yesterday's, enveloping him in a continuous stream of warmth. Although he generally despised excessive heat, at that moment he felt no aversion, only a desire to draw closer to the source of warmth, just a bit closer. Around 1 in the morning, Huo Hanting's breathing became even and steady, suggesting he had fallen asleep. Jiang Qiao cautiously stretched, set her phone aside, and drifted into slumber. In the darkness, Huo Hanting opened his eyes, a glimmer of intent flashing within them. He was waiting for someone to willingly embrace him. Unfortunately, Jiang Qiao did not possess a restless sleeping demeanor every night. Tonight, she lay particularly still, facing inward, not even stirring. The following morning, Huo Hanting's irritation had intensified. Jiang Qiao awoke, her head still heavy with slumber, hesitating to open her eyes. Yawning, she fumbled for her phone, only to find nothing but a patch of bare skin. Her fingers brushed against smooth, firm pectoral muscles, yielding an unexpectedly delightful sensation. Instinctively, she touched them again, noticing they seemed to tense at her touch. She could vaguely discern their contours, sharply defined, radiating strength. Unable to resist, she gave a gentle squeeze, only to be jolted awake by the realization. Who was in her bed? Jiang Qiao's eyes flew open, and in a panic, she glanced toward the edge of the bed, discovering Huo Hanting gazing back at her with equal intensity. His eyes were deep and contemplative as he slowly sat up, adjusting his disheveled, half-open pajamas. Bathed in the soft morning light, he casually fastened his buttons, each movement seemingly drawn out in elegance, grace, and aloofness. Jiang Qiao hesitated for a few seconds, raking her fingers through her tousled hair. "Why aren't you at work today?" she inquired. Perhaps it was her imagination, but Huo Hanting appeared momentarily stiffened. "I'm off today." "Oh, then do take care to rest well," Jiang Qiao replied dryly. It was no wonder she was so startled. Having lived with Huo Hanting for over a month, she had never seen him in the morning. In her mind, he was a workaholic, punctually at his job by 6 every morning, year-round. Who could have anticipated that upon waking, she would find him beside her in bed? "Are you disappointed that I'm resting?" Huo Hanting's eyes narrowed slightly. "Of course not," Jiang Qiao retorted, not lacking in self-preservation instincts. "It's just rare to see you not at work. I'm happy for you." "Yet, your face tells a different story," Huo Hanting observed, scrutinizing her insincere smile for a few seconds before stepping out of the room. As the door closed behind him, Jiang Qiao exhaled in relief. She was not so overly dramatic as to think that merely touching his muscles would lead to anything. They were both adults, after all, aware of boundaries. The principal issue lay in Huo Hanting himself. His formidable presence instilled in her a sense of reverence, an awe that rendered him a figure to be admired from afar, rather than trifled with. It seems that any physical contact would be perceived as a violation of his personal space. Yet, he is like myself, merely an ordinary individual. Could it be that his menacing visage adds an element of intimidation? There seems to be no other explanation. With Grandma Huo present, Jiang Qiao felt reluctant to linger in bed. After a brief moment of contemplation, she finally rose from her slumber. Grandma Huo had already left the room, presumably to take another stroll. While consuming the breakfast that Aunt Bai had left on the table, Jiang Qiao pondered how to allocate her day. Should she accompany Grandma Huo for another outing, or visit the restaurant to assess its operational status? The absence of a need to escort Jiang Xiaoduo to school was indeed a relief, leaving her with a significant chunk of time in the morning to plan as she pleased. Just then, Grandma Huo returned, and Jiang Qiao decided to step outside for a bit. Huo Hanting emerged from his room clad in a suit. "Where are you off to?" Jiang Qiao inquired, noticing his formal attire. "Are you attending a wedding?" Typically, Huo Hanting donned casual attire at home to conceal his identity. "Who was it that mentioned wanting to facilitate a meeting between my grandmother and another elderly gentleman?" Jiang Qiao had considered this notion, but had long abandoned it upon learning of Mr. Ren's identity. "I have made arrangements to meet at your restaurant at noon," he stated. Jiang Qiao could hardly believe her ears. "You have made a reservation? Is it with the elderly gentleman mentioned in the materials you provided yesterday?" Huo Hanting cast her a puzzled glance. "Do you truly believe I would mistakenly arrange a meeting with the wrong person?" Her skepticism did not stem from doubts about his intelligence, but rather from the belief that, given Mr. Ren's status, securing such a meeting would not be an easy feat. Moreover, why meet at a restaurant? After decades apart, wouldn't it be more fitting to gather in an upscale café or a charming bistro, rather than in a modest Chinese eatery located in an urban village, which had only a handful of tables? It would be nearly impossible to find a quiet corner to reminisce, and they would likely have to share a table with strangers. Seemingly reading her thoughts, Huo Hanting clarified, "I have reserved the entire venue." The term reserved momentarily stunned Jiang Qiao. She had encountered this word numerous times in dramas and novels, typically uttered by domineering CEOs, and it radiated an air of grandeur and affluence. Yet, hearing it from Huo Hanting in reference to her diminutive restaurant that barely generated 2,000 yuan in daily revenue felt rather incongruous. With a smile, Jiang Qiao replied, "Then I shall see you at noon." At this point, as long as she remained unembarrassed, the discomfort would belong to others. To surprise Grandma Hua, Jiang Qiao insisted that Huo Hanting keep the meeting under wraps, simply stating that they were going to the restaurant for lunch. Huo Hanting's expression darkened. "Are you suggesting I deceive my grandmother into thinking this is a surprise meeting with another elderly gentleman?" Upon reflection, that did indeed sound rather peculiar, as though she were encouraging him to betray his grandmother's trust. Jiang Qiao rephrased her explanation. "It's quite simple, really. This meeting is of little significance, and there is no need to inform Grandma Hua in advance. It is merely an ordinary lunch with a somewhat unfamiliar male acquaintance." Huo Hanting remained silent, yet his gaze seemed to convey a message. Whom do you take for a fool? Nevertheless, he did not refuse. By noon, Jiang Qiao and Huo Hanting escorted Grandma Hua to the Zhenmei Wei restaurant. As Huo Hanting had asserted, he had indeed reserved the entire venue. The usually bustling restaurant was now eerily empty, save for an elderly gentleman seated in a corner. The gentleman was clad in a deep gray suit, adorned with spectacles. His hair a distinguished silver, and he appeared both slender and spry. It was evident that in his youth, he must have been quite a dashing figure. Grandma Hua had an eye for talent, recognizing potential even in elementary school. "What delightful fare have you brought me to savor?" Grandma Hua cheerfully exclaimed upon entering the restaurant, her gaze falling upon Mr. Run, who she scrutinized with a hint of surprise. Mr. Run looked up, their eyes locking, and Grandma Hua's smile froze upon her face. "How is it you? Back in elementary school, you were the one who tugged at my hair every day, and now I have finally found you," she declared with indignation, rushing towards Mr. Run and yanking a few strands of his hair, achieving a sense of retribution. Jiang Qiao stood in a state of disbelief, glancing over to find Huo Hanting equally astonished. This was not how it was supposed to unfold, was it? Shouldn't they share a silent, tearful reunion instead? Both elders, now in their twilight years, had not seen each other for decades and surely had a multitude of stories to recount. Jiang Qiao, unwilling to linger as an unwelcome presence, discreetly tugged at Huo Hanting's sleeve, signaling him to step outside with her. The two settled at the entrance of the restaurant. Passers-by, bustling along the street, could not help but steal glances at the pair. Dressed formally, yet seated at the entrance of a humble eatery, the scene was incongruous with the surroundings. After enduring yet another round of curious stares, Jiang Qiao could no longer contain her curiosity. "Why did you choose my restaurant as the meeting place?" she inquired. "It is in close proximity to the former site of Ping and Elementary. Surely, there are cafes even nearer? Your restaurant serves delectable dishes. Who truly meets an old classmate solely for the purpose of dining?" Huo Hanting responded. Jiang Qiao had another question lingering in her mind. "You mentioned reserving the venue. Who did you inform?" "As the owner, I was unaware of this arrangement. This morning, I mentioned it to you," he replied nonchalantly. After all, he had made an appearance in the restaurant under the pretense of being her husband, and the staff would certainly not refuse his request to reserve the entire place. Jiang Qiao cast a furtive glance inside. The two elders were engaged in spirited conversation, with a gentle smile gracing Grandma Hua's face. Every nuance in her expressions and gestures betrayed no hint of romantic undertones. There was not a trace of their past affections evident in their demeanor. "How did you manage to invite Mr. N?" she queried. "I simply made a phone call, and he agreed," he replied, leaving unspoken the fact that he had indeed made the call as the illustrious President Hua. In his private capacity, Huo Hanting invested in numerous projects that were initially deemed unpromising, yet the subsequent development of these ventures attested to his keen insight. As a fellow magnate in the investment sphere, Mr. Ren, of course, was eager to meet this younger individual who had been somewhat mythologized, unaware of the underlying circumstances. Jiang Qiao expressed her surprise. It seems that this prominent figure is quite approachable, contrary to the portrayals in novels. How do novels depict such figures? In those tales, a mogul's personal phone number is seldom disclosed to the public. Calls from unfamiliar numbers are invariably answered by secretaries, and only when deemed necessary are they forwarded to the mogul himself. Huo Hanting fell silent for a moment. it is not entirely untrue. This is indeed his modus operandi. You appear to have considerable insight. Before Huo Hanting could formulate an appropriate response, Jiang Qiao chuckled. So you also indulge in reading domineering CEO novels. No wonder you speak so fluently about private screenings. Would you like me to recommend a few titles? I have some excellent ones in my collection. Huo Hanting raised an eyebrow. So your nightly phone escapades consist of reading novels? Certainly not, Jiang Qiao replied with an air of nonchalance. How could one limit oneself to novels alone? I also browse short videos and check trending topics on social media. Her online entertainment life is rather rich, after all. Her self-assured demeanor elicited a faint smile from Huo Hanting. He realized that Jiang Qiao was a rather contradictory individual. She possessed the clarity and wisdom of an adult, yet also the innocence and optimism of a young girl. These seemingly incongruent traits coalesced within her, rendering her inscrutable to him. In truth, for Jiang Qiao, life was not as convoluted. Her journey had indeed been fraught with challenges, not to be compared with those who were born with advantages. However, this did not imply that she ought to harbor a deep-seated bitterness, constantly recalling the wrongs inflicted upon her, plotting revenge, or wallowing in self-pity, creating psychological scars. She simply led an ordinary life of studying, working, and raising her child. The setbacks of her earlier years were merely commonplace experiences in her narrative. Currently, she desired nothing more than to live joyfully and freely. If others did not provoke her, she would not instigate conflict. She was content to lead her life behind closed doors. She felt gratified with her present circumstances, possessing a stable income and a healthy daughter. Questioning the need for excessive worry, the two engaged in a light-hearted exchange, seemingly devoid of significant substance. Yet Huo Hanting displayed no signs of impatience. He, who typically spoke sparingly in strictly limited meetings to a mere 15 minutes, allowing no one to waste his time, found himself enchanted by Jiang Qiao's unique charm. Time spent in her company felt fleeting, leaving him wishing it would linger longer. As the two elder gentlemen concluded their conversation, they emerged one after the other. Mr. Run, spotting Huo Hanting, approached him with palpable excitement, extending his hand. Mr. Huo, when I received your call, I was somewhat skeptical. I never imagined it would truly be you. It is an immense honor to meet you. Huo Hanting gracefully shook hands with Mr. Run, maintaining a composed demeanor. Sir, I appreciate your effort in coming here today. I shall personally visit your residence tomorrow and engage in pleasant conversation with you. The implication was clear. This was not an appropriate venue for discussion. Mr. Run, well-versed in such social niceties, responded without further elaboration, warmly inviting Huo Hanting to meet again the following day. Jiang Qiao, slightly taken aback, pondered whether Mr. Ren's cordiality was somewhat excessive for a younger acquaintance. Noticing Jiang Qiao, Mr. Ren inquired, "And who might this be?" Grandmother Huo proudly introduced, "This is my granddaughter-in-law, the proprietor of this very restaurant." Jiang Qiao greeted Mr. Run with poise. "Good day, sir." Mr. Run, surprised to learn of Huo Hanting's marriage, exclaimed with a smile, "The youth of today should not be underestimated. Maintaining such a vast family enterprise while humbly engaging in legitimate business is commendable." After expressing his sentiments, Mr. Run, with the support of his bodyguards, entered his vehicle. Jiang Qiao was left with a multitude of questions. What did he mean by maintaining such a large family business? She turned to Huo Hanting with suspicion. "Is there something about your identity that I am unaware of?" Grandmother Huo's heart raced as she glanced at Huo Hanting. Unfazed, Huo Hanting replied earnestly, "Indeed there is. When I called Mr. Run, I was concerned he might not answer. So I informed him that I am a member of the Huo family. No wonder Mr. Run was so accommodating and respectful upon their meeting. How could you deceive him?" Jiang Qiao questioned. "Especially someone of his stature. He could easily crush you with a mere flick of his finger. Am I not a member of the Huo family?" Huo Hanting replied nonchalantly, "My ID does bear the surname Huo, without a doubt. It's simply a different Huo." That seemed plausible enough. Jiang Qiao, still uneasy, cautioned, "If you meet Mr. Ren tomorrow, be sure to clarify things and express your apology sincerely. Perhaps out of respect for Grandma. He may choose not to hold it against you." Huo Hanting nodded, understood. Grandmother Huo scrutinized Huo Hanting several times. In 29 years, she had never seen him display such humility before anyone. What a performer. Ironically, her granddaughter-in-law seemed to genuinely believe he was an ordinary person, worrying. Grandmother Huo rolled her eyes. Jiang Qiao decided to let the matter rest, mindful of preserving Huo Hanting's dignity in front of his grandmother. Since there were no customers at the restaurant today and the kitchen staff were idle, she suggested, let's have lunch before heading home. After sitting idly for 2 hours, she was famished. Absolutely. I just drank a bellyful of tea and haven't had the chance to eat yet, Grandmother Huo enthusiastically agreed. Linking arms with Jiang Qiao as they returned to the restaurant, the chef promptly prepared the meal, and within 20 minutes, 3 dishes and a soup were ready. To cater to the elderly's palate, only a richly flavored stir-fried pork dish was prepared, while the other dishes were of a milder taste. Let us add 2 more dishes, double pepper cushion carp and stir-fried rooster. Jiang Qiao was momentarily taken aback. These were indeed her favorite dishes. Just as she was about to suggest that 3 people need not have so many dishes, Huo Hanting languidly interjected, I want to eat. It must be a coincidence. The double pepper cushion carp and stir-fried rooster were dishes she often cooked for dinner, so it was likely that Huo Hanting had grown accustomed to them as well. Huo Grandma cast a glance at Huo Hanting. Do not assume that her age rendered her oblivious. These 2 dishes were hardly to his liking. This young man had always been picky and refused to eat fish, citing its fishy taste. Huo Hanting maintained a calm demeanor, casually serving Jiang Qiao a bowl of soup. And only after a while did he remember to serve Huo Grandma one as well. Huo Grandma, uninterested in her grandson who had seemingly forgotten his grandmother now that he had a wife, decided a little teasing was still in order. Huo Hanting, I remember your taste was quite mild before, wasn't it? Taste can change. I've developed a fondness for spicy food. Is that so? Huo Grandma scooped a generous spoonful of the double pepper rooster into Huo Hanting's bowl. Eat more, it goes well with rice. Huo Hanting finished it without a change in expression. You can actually handle such spice, Jiang Qiao exclaimed, surprised. The double pepper used in a restaurant was sourced from Guay City, exceptionally spicy and typically utilized for seasoning, rarely consumed directly. Beneath the table, Huo Hanting's fingers clenched his suit trousers, revealing the strain. It's truly spicy. Huo Grandma, head bowed in her meal, was thoroughly amused. You little rascal. Let us see you show off. After lunch, it was time to return home. As Jiang Qiao accompanied Huo Grandma to the car that Huo Hanting had parked by the door, she hesitated. The weather was somewhat stifling, and having just eaten, she might feel carsick. She was about to suggest that Huo Grandma and Huo Hanting take the car back while she walked home alone. Huo Hanting spoke first. Grandma, you take a taxi. Jiang Qiao and I will walk back. Jiang Qiao felt her cheeks flush and quickly replied, no need. You and Grandma can take a taxi. I can walk back alone. Although they were a couple, it seemed inappropriate to leave Huo Grandma by herself. Huo Grandma glanced at her grandson's rather unsightly expression and smiled. If you wish to walk, then go ahead. I won't interfere. But, Jiang Qiao, you must take care. Huo Hanting, be mindful of her. This sounded rather peculiar. Before Jiang Qiao could persuade her otherwise, Huo Grandma swiftly hailed a taxi by the roadside and departed in a flash. At her age, you should accompany her home. Jiang Qiao softly urged. She has more energy than you. Isn't that a bit condescending? Yet, Jiang Qiao had to concede that Huo Hanting was speaking the truth. At least during their shopping excursion, nearly 80-year-old Huo Grandma had been full of life, while she herself had succumbed to fatigue, a clear consequence of her lack of exercise. Let us go. Huo Hanting took long strides forward. Jiang Qiao, standing at a height of 1.66 meters, cannot be considered short. However, in comparison to Huo Hanting's long legs, she clearly falls short. Huo Hanting strides forward with an air of confidence, requiring her to quicken her pace just to keep up. Huo Hanting, could you slow down a bit? I'm too full to run. It makes my stomach ache. Suddenly, Huo Hanting halted, turning back with a piercing gaze fixed upon her. What did you just call me? Huo Hanting, is there something wrong? Previously, Jiang Qiao had always referred to him as Mr. Huo, but in her moment of urgency, she inadvertently echoed his grandmother's way of addressing him. She assumed he would not appreciate such familiarity and quickly corrected herself. Mr. Huo, please walk slower. Huo Hanting's expression darkened. Jiang Qiao, bewildered by his sudden displeasure, inquired, what is the matter? Did I say something wrong? Huo Hanting rubbed his temples, aware that his emotions were out of sorts. He regained his usual composure, stating softly, it's nothing, I just have a slight headache. He did not favor being addressed as Mr. Huo. While he had been indifferent to Jiang Qiao as previous usage of the title, it had recently begun to grate on his ears. Yet, he could not articulate this inexplicable discomfort to Jiang Qiao. Concerned, Jiang Qiao asked, did you not rest well? Perhaps we should head back for a nap. Noticing shared bicycles by the roadside, she suggested, Let us ride back. Feeling a bit awkward about lingering too long on the street while leaving his grandmother alone at home, she thought it impolite to do so. As she opened her phone to scan the code, she noticed Huo Hanting standing still behind her. What's wrong? Don't you have the app? It downloads quickly. Would you like to get it? Huo Hanting pursed his lips. He would never admit to not knowing how to ride a bike. I don't feel like riding today. I prefer to walk. Jiang Qiao did not press the issue, smiling as she replied, then let us walk back. It'll help settle our meal. This marked the second occasion Huo Hanting and Jiang Qiao traversed this path together. The contrast between daytime and midnight, as well as between being in a car and walking, was stark. The scenery appeared entirely different. Situated in an urban village, the thoroughfare bustled with ordinary people, all preoccupied with their livelihoods, their hurried steps betraying their weariness. Occasionally, a few elderly individuals could be seen cycling on electric bikes or bicycles, their front baskets laden with fresh vegetables, while grandchildren who had just finished school sat on the back seat. Beneath the old banyan tree at the intersection, several elderly gentlemen gathered, engrossed in a game of chess. As they passed by the community housing, the aroma of home-cooked meals wafted through the air, mingling with the faint sounds of arguments between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. To Jiang Qiao, these mundane scenes were commonplace. However, to Huo Hanting, they were entirely unfamiliar. Despite having been sent by his grandfather to endure various hardships for training, he had never experienced living among residents in such a community until now. He is not averse to such an environment. Indeed, he harbors no expectations. For him, everything he observes and hears here is veiled, starkly contrasting with his own world. In this household, there's a little girl of striking beauty, exceptionally intelligent, and remarkably adept at mathematics. Unfortunately, her parents have divorced, and neither is willing to care for her. Thus, she lives with her grandmother. Recently, she was selected for the Olympiad class at school, and a benevolent entrepreneur has offered to sponsor her, prompting her to work even harder than before. As Jiang Qiao passes by various homes, she shares snippets of domestic anecdotes, merely expressing her sentiments without passing judgment. These fragmented pieces of information are gleaned from the conversations of restaurant patrons, which she inadvertently overhears. Huo Hanting listens quietly. Am I being a bit too talkative? Jiang Qiao muses. Typically, she is not so loquacious. However, feeling particularly relaxed today, she feels compelled to initiate conversation as they walk together. Not at all. I enjoy listening to you, he replies. Regardless of the content of her words, he is eager to hear them, even if they are inconsequential and bear no relation to him. I could listen to you endlessly. It seems that within her unhurried voice, he discovers a flicker of the warmth of life that he has been missing. Upon returning home, they find Grandma who was seated on the sofa, engrossed in television. Spotting the pair entering side by side, she beams at them. So, why did you two arrange for me to meet that old man Ren today? Jiang Qiao hesitates for a moment, but ultimately decides to be forthright. I sense you harbored some regrets, so I inquired with Hua. Realizing she should not address him as Mr. Hua in front of Grandma, she quickly corrects herself. I asked Hanting, and he mentioned that you and Mr. Ren were childhood friends. At the mention of Hanting's name, someone perks up. Hua Hanting, you actually have your moments of confusion. Grandma Hua laughs heartily, mercilessly teasing him. Are the Hua family members not very bright? When did I ever have a childhood friendship with that old man Ren? We were arch rivals back then. Hua Hanting responds. This was not something he discovered. It was the old gentleman who told him. Ah, so Grandpa Hua has been nursing a grudge for half his life. No wonder you lack intelligence. It must be hereditary. Grandma Hua affectionately takes Jiang Qiao's hand, her eyes shining with eager anticipation. Jiang Qiao, you've suffered. But when you have a second child, make sure their intelligence follows you. For the first time, the prodigious Huo Hanting feels the sting of being belittled in terms of his intellect. He realizes he has made a blunder, inadvertently leading Jiang Qiao astray. All thanks to his grandfather's meddling. After all, what can one do about their own grandfather? He must bear the brunt of it. Jiang Qiao stifles a laugh, attempting to defuse the situation. It's my fault, I overthought it. I assumed that your visit to Ping'an Primary School was a nostalgic return, and perhaps there were things you couldn't let go. I do have things I can't let go. Grandma Hua interjects, her eyes sparkling. When I was in primary school, my mother made the most delicious braised pork for me. Given Grandma Hua's age, it is improbable that her mother is still alive. Jiang Qiao volunteered. inquiring if there was a secret recipe for the braised pork her mother made, offering to prepare a portion for her. Cooking was indeed her forte. Granny Hua shook her head, lamenting that her mother was quite lazy, having only mastered that one dish, likely prepared in a haphazard manner. Jiang Qiao, being a woman of action, promptly ventured to the supermarket outside the community to procure several pieces of pork belly and set about stewing them upon her return. Granny Hua tasted a bite and praised it profusely, declaring it delicious and even better than her mother's, though it lacked the nostalgic flavor of her mother's cooking. Jiang Qiao persevered, attempting several times, each time receiving compliments from Granny Hua. Yet it was evident to Jiang Qiao that none of her attempts evoked the cherished memories of the dish from decades past. "You needn't continue. I shall hire a chef," Huo Hanting interjected, unable to bear watching Jiang Qiao exhaust herself over a dish that required several hours to prepare. Jiang Qiao had stood by the gas stove for an entire night. Claiming she was not tired would have been a falsehood. Not only Huo Hanting, but also Granny Hua had urged her multiple times to cease her efforts, asserting that her attempts were already sufficiently delectable. Yet, Jiang Qiao remained obstinate, determined to recreate the exact flavors of Granny Hua's mother's recipe. She refused to believe that, with her culinary skills, she could not produce an authentic rendition of braised pork. Though she often appeared carefree, Jiang Qiao possessed a stubborn tenacity, evident in her past defiance against Jiang Xiaoping's objections, as she resolutely brought Jiang Xiaoduo into the world. In the dead of night, with both Granny Hua and Jiang Xiaoduo sound asleep, Jiang Qiao stealthily crept into the kitchen. Her movements did not go unnoticed by Huo Hanting, who shared the same bed. "I could hire renowned chefs from the 8 major culinary schools to prepare it for you. Please, stop trying," he suggested, his voice husky from just waking, akin to a sonorous violin piece that stirred the senses. Jiang Qiao remained undeterred, continuing to chop the pork. Huo Hanting felt a pang of irritation, wishing to whisk this disobedient person back to bed, compelling her to rest. However, he refrained from such actions, instead letting out a resigned sigh. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" "Yes," Jiang Qiao replied without lifting her head. "Go back to bed and do not disturb me." He was neither skilled at chopping nor cooking, merely an impediment in the kitchen. She might have been the only person, aside from the Huo family, bold enough to openly express disdain for Huo Hanting. Surprisingly, rather than feeling anger, he found a subtle joy in her affectionate demeanor. "I can keep you company," he offered. Jiang Qiao cast him a puzzled glance, questioning the necessity of companionship while cooking, as if it were akin to playing a game. "Don't you have work tomorrow?" "Not particularly busy lately. My schedule is quite flexible. Regardless of whether I go to work or not, I have the final say," he replied. Jiang Qiao fell silent, recognizing that this man was not easily dismissed. She could hardly brandish a kitchen knife to chase him away. Fortunately, Huo Hanting was quiet, refraining from interrupting her train of thought, and even assisted by washing the ginger, garlic, and scallions in silence. The meticulous washing had stripped the scallions, ginger, and garlic of their skins. The braised pork required a slow simmer of at least an hour. Jiang Qiao set a timer and settled onto the sofa, patiently awaiting the outcome. As the night deepened, silence enveloped her surroundings. After a long evening of toil, her back ached, and she unknowingly drifted into slumber. Time passed unmeasured until she stirred awake, stretching languidly, only to find a light blanket draped over her. The air conditioning in the living room emitted a warm breeze, rendering the space comfortably cozy. Why hadn't the alarm gone off? Glancing at her phone, she was startled to discover it was already past 4 in the morning. Panic surged within her. Over 2 hours had slipped away, and the braised pork was on the verge of burning. In a frenzy, she dashed to the kitchen, where she found Huo Hanting meticulously slicing the pork belly. While most would cut meat horizontally and then vertically, Huo Hanting was different. Armed with a transparent ruler, he measured each piece with precision, carving the pork into uniform squares, his meticulousness akin to that of a sculptor. Jiang Qiao was taken aback. She had underestimated the ingenuity of someone who claimed to be inept in the kitchen. "I've finished cutting the pork belly," he said, discreetly sweeping the trimmings into the trash, while leaving only the neatly cut pieces on the cutting board. "Why didn't you wake me?" The alarm never rang. "You need to rest more," he replied, his tone leaving no room for objection. "I've already placed the pork in the fridge." On the top shelf of the refrigerator lay a plate of pork belly, covered with plastic wrap. Jiang Qiao felt as if a gentle breeze had brushed against her heart. leaving her with a tingling sensation, a profound sense of security in having someone to rely on. Throughout her years of running a restaurant in the urban village, Jiang Qiao had witnessed many loving couples turn into resentful partners. In essence, there were no fundamental issues at play. Rather, it was the trivialities of daily life that gradually eroded their passion and affection. From a moment she agreed to an arranged marriage, Jiang Qiao had never harbored any illusions about matrimony, nor did she expect Huo Hanting to be any different from other men. Yet, he consistently surprised her in the most unexpected ways. When she overslept, fearing that the braised pork would burn, he had taken the initiative to prepare it and store it in the fridge. Such a seemingly trivial act bestowed upon her an unparalleled sense of security, as if she had someone to lean on. Ultimately, no woman is born a hedgehog. It is through repeated disappointments that one becomes armored. If someone offers a shoulder to lean on, that feeling of being cared for can soften even the most defensive of hearts. Jiang Qiao chose not to correct his method of cutting the pork belly. Instead, she smiled and admired his work. It's more even than what I cut. Huo Hanting, it seemed, simply had never engaged in household chores and was unaware of the proper techniques. He stood in the kitchen all night, observing Jiang Qiao as she prepared plate after plate of braised pork. He had become quite familiar with the cooking process, yet he still felt somewhat clumsy when it came time to execute it himself. Without needing Jiang Qiao's prompting, he took the initiative to blanch the pork in the pot. "Allow me. You should rest," he said. Jiang Qiao, once a night owl herself, found that occasional late nights did not affect her much. But Huo Hanting was a creature of routine, and she did not wish for him to disrupt the schedule by staying up all night. "If you rest, then I will rest," Huo Hanting insisted. With a sigh of resignation, Jiang Qiao retrieved the pork belly and drained it. Just as she was about to place it into the pot, an idea struck her like a flash of inspiration. "What region is your grandmother's mother from?" she inquired. Huo Hanting pondered for a moment before replying. "She is from Sioux City. I have heard that there is a unique style of braised pork from Sioux City, which not only includes raw candy, but also hawthorn. Could that be the reason it tastes different from other braised pork?" Jiang Qiao had experimented with nearly all the major culinary traditions, but had only considered that Huo's grandmother was local to Jiang City, thus favoring its flavor profile. She had overlooked the possibility that Huo's grandmother's mother might hail from elsewhere and possess her own method. By the time Huo Hanting was born, his grandmother's mother had already passed away, and he had never tasted her braised pork, leaving him unaware of its flavor. Nevertheless, he was willing to accompany Jiang Qiao in this culinary exploration, undeterred by the prospect of error. "Do we have any hawthorn at home? Shall we give it a try?" Unfortunately, there was none to be found. Jiang Qiao pulled out her phone, intending to place an order online, but at this hour, the supermarkets were closed, and the earliest delivery would not commence until 7:30 a.m. At 7:30, she wondered if Huo's grandmother would be awake, but even if she were, no one would likely eat braised pork first thing in the morning. Logically, Jiang Qiao had no reason to rush. However, she had a tendency towards obsessive-compulsive behavior. She felt compelled to resolve matters immediately. There was a convenience store at the entrance of her neighborhood that was open 24 hours, and perhaps they would have hawthorn. Jiang Qiao prepared to change her clothes and head downstairs, but Huo Hanting stopped her. "I will go," he said. He returned to his room to change, and then left the house. The convenience store downstairs only stocked candied hawthorn snacks, not the dried hawthorn suitable for cooking. Huo Hanting was unfamiliar with this area and did not know where else he might find an open supermarket. After searching online, he discovered a supermarket 5 kilometers away that was still operating. To be prudent, he first called the store owner to inquire about the availability of hawthorn. Receiving a positive confirmation, Huo Hanting requested the owner to deliver the hawthorn as swiftly as possible. In the dead of night, the owner initially thought it might be a prank and was about to express his displeasure when a pleasant female voice chimed in at the cash register. 5,000 yuan has been credited to your account. The owner swore he had never before ridden his scooter at 5 in the morning, racing through the streets to deliver 2 pounds of hawthorn. Huo Hanting returned home, carrying 2 pounds of hawthorn. Having been gone for over half an hour, Jiang Qiao could easily deduce that the hawthorn had not come from the convenience store. Huo Hanting casually mentioned that he had visited a nearby supermarket, which fortuitously had what he needed. Often, it matters not whether tasks are accomplished, but rather the sincerity of one's attitude. Moreover, he had indeed managed to see it through. Jiang Qiao's opinion of Huo Hanting elevated once more. As dawn broke, the Sioux City braised pork with hawthorn was finally ready. Upon waking, Grandma Huo upon seeing the steaming plate of succulent pork, took Jiang Qiao's hand, gently chiding her. "Child, why are you so earnest? Staying up all night for a mere dish of braised pork, was that truly necessary? I am not on the brink of death, merely craving this dish." The elderly woman's words were refreshingly forthright. She then turned her gaze sharply upon Huo Hanting. "You could have stopped her. Staying up late is detrimental to health." Jiang Qiao had intended to defend him, but Huo Hanting readily accepted the blame. "Yes, it was my fault." Grandma was scolded him a bit more, but fearing the braised pork would cool and waste Jiang Qiao's efforts, she hastily sampled a piece. "This is the taste." Grandma Huo's hands trembled as she held her chopsticks, her eyes glistening with tears. "It has been 30 years since I last savored this flavor." Jiang Qiao felt a wave of relief, having finally fulfilled Grandma Huo's long-held wish. Grandma Huo wept as she indulged in the braised pork, unbothered by the morning's rich fare, consuming nearly half the dish alongside a bowl of congee. Had Jiang Qiao not intervened, fearing it would upset her stomach, there would have been little left, not even the sauce. "Grandma, if you wish to eat this again, feel free to come over any time. We are all in the same city. A cab ride is all it takes." With her heart's desires fulfilled, Grandma Huo noticed her ride waiting at the corner. After several days away, she must now return home. She regarded Jiang Qiao with newfound fondness, unwilling to let go of her hand, repeatedly offering her advice. Qiao, should this boy bully you, you must be the first to call me. I will not let him off easily." Jiang Qiao, as a granddaughter-in-law, did not take this sentiment to heart, responding with a smile. Grandma Huo then produced a card, insistently pressing it into Jiang Qiao's hand. "You spent quite a bit these past few days. Take this card as my heartfelt gesture." Jiang Qiao quickly declined. "Grandma, you are my elder. It is my duty to honor you. How could I possibly accept your money?" In her view, elderly individuals often lack a steady income, and saving money is no easy feat. She could not bring herself to accept such a gift. The card contained 500,000, a considerable sum for an ordinary person. Yet for Grandma Huo, it was the least she had ever given as a meeting gift to her juniors. It was merely a concession to maintain Huo Hanting's down-to-earth persona. As she handed over the card, the thought of its meager amount left her unable to lift her head, feeling quite embarrassed. Now, with Jiang Qiao adamantly refusing to accept it, the elderly woman felt even more uncomfortable, unable to muster any firm words. Originally, I had hoped that Huo Hanting would offer some persuasive words, but he merely stood silently by, prompting Huo Grandma to glare at him several times in frustration. Huo Hanting, feeling helpless, knew that even if he were to send a sum of over 100,000, it would have to go through the construction site at Shifu Garden, leaving him unable to assist Huo Grandma with her finances. Once Jiang Qiao discovered the amount in her card, she would likely rush to return overnight. In this regard, Huo Hanting was indeed preoccupied with his own affairs. "Grandma, let me escort you downstairs," Jiang Qiao offered, supporting Huo Grandma while discreetly placing the card into the elder's bag. She patiently reassured her, "You can give me my New Year's money later." Huo Grandma's face flushed with embarrassment. A mere 500,000 was not something her granddaughter-in-law found objectionable, and she even sought ways to alleviate her discomfort. The thought of Huo Hanting's theatrics dragging her into the fray, thereby preventing her from openly spoiling her granddaughter-in-law, only added to her vexation. Before getting into the car, Jiang Qiao stopped by a nearby supermarket to purchase fresh fruits for Huo Grandma to enjoy on the way. Huo Grandma shot a fierce glare at Huo Hanting, warning, "If you dare mistreat Qiao, I will break your legs." She was certainly capable of such a threat. Huo Hanting's gaze softened as he watched Jiang Qiao meticulously selecting fruits not far away. "I want tea," he murmured, unsure whether he was reassuring himself or Huo Grandma. With a disdainful snort, Huo Grandma turned away, unwilling to spare her troublesome grandson another glance. Once Jiang Qiao handed the fruits to Huo Grandma and watched her get into the car, she turned to head back. Huo Grandma was still thinking of Jiang Qiao, but unfortunately, she was still at kindergarten and had not yet been dismissed. However, the elder had secretly resolved to purchase a home near Luo Garden in a few days to personally teach her beloved great-granddaughter how to paint. When Jiang Qiao returned and did not see Huo Grandma, she felt disappointed, sulking on the sofa without a word. Jiang Qiao, well aware of the little girl's thoughts, gently comforted her. "Great-grandma was just talking about you when she left. If you miss her, I could take you to see her." Jiang Qiao mumbled softly. Great-grandma paints so beautifully. I want to learn painting from her. It was quite unexpected for the usually unmotivated Jiang Qiao to express such enthusiasm for learning, leaving Jiang Qiao somewhat taken aback. Huo Hanting felt a pang of jealousy. Ever since Huo Grandma's arrival, his daughter had not clung to him as she used to. The first thing she did upon returning from school was not to rush into his arms, but rather to wrap her arms around Huo Grandma's legs, calling her great-grandma on one side and mommy on the other, hardly acknowledging him at all. Now that Huo Grandma had left, he assumed that his daughter's attention would shift back to him. However, Huo Hanting's joy was short-lived. By evening, he encountered a pressing issue. With Huo Grandma gone, Jiang Qiao would be taking Jiang Qiao to bed again, and he found himself without a suitable reason to share a bed with her. The troubles of sleeping in separate rooms weighed heavily on him. That night, Huo Hanting lay in bed, eyes closed, yet sleep eluded him. Having been sent to endure various hardships since childhood by his grandfather, he did not possess high demands for the quality of life. Regardless of the bed upon which he lay, he could always find solace in sleep. Yet today, he found this particular bed to be unyielding and uncomfortable, its chill devoid of any warmth. It stood in stark contrast to Jiang Qiao's bed, which was soft and inviting, reminiscent of basking in the gentle embrace of spring. The comfort it offered was so profound that it tempted one to linger indefinitely. Huo Hanting turned over, pondering what Jiang Qiao might be doing at that moment. He surmised she was likely nestled under the covers, engrossed in her phone. In the adjacent room, Jiang Qiao had already succumbed to slumber. The previous night, she had toiled through the hours preparing braised pork, and by daybreak, her eyelids had grown heavy, leading her to drift into dreams the moment her head met the pillow. The absence of a companion beside her had not affected her in the slightest. In fact, it afforded her a greater sense of freedom. As dawn broke the following morning, Huo Hanting, donned in sunglasses, re-entered the office. A palpable tension gripped the air, particularly among the secretaries, including Assistant Qin, who exchanged glances laden with despair. Their esteemed president, who had tirelessly devoted 5 years to his duties without respite, had abruptly canceled all appointments 2 days prior, declaring a need for rest. They had anticipated his return would be marked by vitality and vigor, yet instead, he appeared with even darker circles beneath his eyes and an even more frigid demeanor. With trepidation, Assistant Qin presented the financial reports from the subsidiaries for Huo Hanting's review. A mathematical prodigy, Huo Hanting could effortlessly pinpoint discrepancies with a mere glance, incisively highlighting each issue. Assistant Qin meticulously recorded his observations, preparing to relay them to the heads of the subsidiaries. However, Huo Hanting halted him. Here it came again, the all-too-familiar hesitation and reticence etched upon the president's face. Taking the initiative, Assistant Qin ventured, "President, has something occurred with your friend?" Huo Hanting paused, casually adjusting his cuff. "A while ago, my friend shared a bed with his wife. Yesterday, they opted to sleep in separate rooms. My friend finds himself unable to sleep. Is that the origin of the dark circles?" Assistant Qin pondered, sensing he had stumbled upon a juicy piece of gossip. He cautiously inquired, "Does your friend wish to continue sharing a bed with his wife?" "Not at all," Huo Hanting denied without a second thought. "My friend does not love his wife." "Ah." The familiar stubbornness, Assistant Qin mused, recalling his own heartaches, resisting the urge to smile in front of the president. "Then what troubles your friend?" Huo Hanting shot him a chiding glare, clearly irritated by the rhetorical question. "My friend cannot sleep. If it is merely a matter of insomnia, perhaps he could explore some methods to aid his slumber, such as taking appropriate medication, listening to soothing music, or indulging in a warm bath to relax. His private physician would undoubtedly offer more specialized advice." Huo Hanting's expression darkened, and after a lengthy silence, he finally voiced the thoughts he had harbored within. "Although my friend does not harbor affections for his wife, he does not reject the notion of sharing a bed." Assistant Qin fell into silence. The matter of sharing a bed between couples is a conundrum that a single individual like him cannot possibly advise on. Moreover, it is a private affair between the president and his wife. He would not dare to speak freely. However, considering that the president has maintained his chastity and kept others at bay for so many years, it is entirely reasonable for him to entertain such thoughts now. Thus, Assistant Qin suggested, perhaps your friend should engage in a conversation with his wife. Typically, a normal couple would share a bed, wouldn't they? Huo Hanting's expression darkened further. After considerable contemplation, he suppressed his embarrassment to seek counsel, only to find that his chief assistant offered little in the way of useful advice and even subtly insinuated that his relationship with Jiang Qiao was abnormal. Unable to tolerate this any longer, he commanded, "This afternoon, you shall go to Siberia to assess the market." Assistant Sheen froze. What market in Siberia could possibly warrant investigation? The president was clearly infuriated, contemplating his exile. Desperate to survive, Assistant Sheen quickly conjured a clever idea. "President, what if you, or rather your friend, were to showcase his personal charm, to encourage his wife, to suggest sharing a bed?" Huo Hanting set down the coffee he had just lifted. How does one go about that? As the wealthiest individual in Jiangcheng, Huo Hanting surrounded himself with the elite. Assistant Sheen, as the chief aide, boasted an impressive academic and professional background, a graduate of the nation's finest university. He also obtained a doctorate from MIT and spent several years at a leading investment bank abroad before being discovered by Huo Hanting, who was studying at Harvard at the time, and brought back home. Throughout his years of diligent service by Huo Hanting's side, he prided himself on his meticulousness and had never made any professional missteps, even when often overshadowed by his boss's extraordinary intellect. He found solace in the fact that Huo Hanting was not just an ordinary individual, but a genius among geniuses. It was only natural to feel eclipsed. As a distinguished assistant in the capital circle, he was well respected, with everyone addressing him as Manager Sheen. Yet, he never anticipated that one day he would rely on his scant romantic experience to resolve the president's personal matters, or rather, the romantic dilemmas of the president's non-existent friend. It is often said that men are visual creatures, and indeed, women are not much different. Everyone is drawn to beauty. If your friend possesses physical advantages, he should leverage them. For instance, he could engage in fitness activities in front of his wife, deliberately create moments of physical contact, or watch a horror movie together, or participate in an escape room adventure. In essence, the strategy could be distilled into 2 words: seduction. However, mindful of the president's pride, Assistant Sheen refrained from being too explicit. Huo Hanting scoffed, "Vulgar." Assistant Sheen lowered his head, hesitant to speak, fully aware that such matters would be exceedingly difficult for a president with no romantic experience to accept. The president, a figure of such elevated status, could hardly lower himself to engage in such trivial matters. Fortunately, Huo Hanting did not further complicate things for him and allowed him to return to his work. Assistant Sheen wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief, as if he had escaped from a perilous situation. Little did he know that no sooner had he stepped out of the office than Huo Hanting began searching online for fitness videos, horror movie rankings, and the most popular escape rooms in Jiangcheng. Huo Hanting had a regular fitness regimen. To him, exercising was as commonplace as drinking water. However, the challenge lay in how to exude masculinity during his workouts, a conundrum he found perplexing. If Assistant Sheen was indeed correct in asserting that women were drawn to visuals, it was a matter he had to contemplate seriously. At Huo Hanting's level, physical beauty was the least remarkable trait. Attractive men and women were easily within reach. Yet, as someone who had been lauded for his good looks from a young age, Huo Hanting was not oblivious to his own charm. He simply did not place much importance on it. If this could attract Jiang Qiao, encouraging her to invite him to share a bed, he would not hesitate to leverage his appearance. After all, such a pursuit was merely to ensure a restful night's sleep, which would keep his mind sharp and enhance his work efficiency. Everything, ultimately, was for the long-term development of the Huo Corporation. That evening, Huo Hanting returned home early and, upon entering the living room, discovered Jiang Qiao emerging from his room. His heart raced. Was she reminiscing about the comfort of sleeping beside him? Had she seized the opportunity to slip into his room and savor his presence in his absence? What could he say to alleviate her potential awkwardness? Should he pretend he hadn't seen her? "I took advantage of the beautiful morning sun to air out your comforter." He could say. Jiang Qiao, oblivious to Huo Hanting's thoughts, explained with ease, "I also replaced your bed linens while I was at it." As he entered his room, it was evident that the sheets and duvet cover had indeed been changed, still imbued with the scent of sunlight. Was that all there was to it? Huo Hanting's heartbeat slowed once more. Contemplating Assistant Sheen's words, his gaze flickered momentarily. When Jiang Qiao emerged after soothing Jiang Xiao to sleep, she found Huo Hanting performing push-ups in the living room. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his tall frame was taut. his arms supporting him on a yoga mat as his body formed a perfect line. Engaging in such an energetically demanding exercise, he appeared effortlessly at ease, exuding vitality that Jiang Qiao genuinely envied. She proposed to Huo Hanting, "Why don't we buy a treadmill to place in the living room? It would make your workouts more convenient." Huo Hanting, however, was far from pleased. After exerting himself so diligently, was her attention solely fixated on his fitness? This could not entirely be blamed on Jiang Qiao. It was unrealistic to expect her not to appreciate Huo Hanting's exquisite physique. When she had first moved in, seeing him bare-chested had left her blushing fiercely. As their interactions gradually increased, Huo Hanting's erroneous perception of her became more entrenched in her heart. Thus, even when confronted with such a vivid and vibrant scene, her inner self remained utterly unmoved, devoid of any fanciful thoughts. After a less than auspicious start, Huo Hanting contemplated his second strategy. Were there any captivating horror films recently? Jiang Qiao shook her head, stating, "I have never watched horror films." Thus, President Huo endured another sleepless night. The following day, after sleeping in separate rooms, his restlessness intensified. Just as dawn broke, Jiang Qiao awoke from a nightmarish slumber, perhaps influenced by the brief horror film commentary she had watched before bed, leading to a bizarre dream. It had been a long time since she had risen so early. Feeling parched, she donned her pajamas and ventured to the living room for water, only to encounter Huo Hanting as he prepared to leave. Upon noticing the dark circles under his eyes, she was taken aback. Wasn't he perfectly fine just a couple of days ago? Did he not sleep well? Huo Hanting preempted her inquiry. "I had a nightmare and woke up startled," she confessed. "What was the nightmare about?" He pressed further. Jiang Qiao scratched her head, struggling to recall the details. "There seemed to be a female ghost chasing me. I kept running until I was caught and woke up in fright." Huo Hanting replied in a hushed tone, "I apologize. I should not have mentioned horror films at night. What does that have to do with you?" Jiang Qiao was astonished by his line of reasoning. Did he genuinely wish to shoulder the blame? "I am timid and do not dare to watch horror films. Yet my curiosity persists. The big data algorithm suggested several horror film commentaries to me, and since the terrifying scenes were blurred, I ended up watching a few." Jiang Qiao chuckled. "Previously, it was just Jiang Xiaoduo and me. I wouldn't even dare to view such commentaries. Now that you are here, I feel emboldened." Having a grown man in the house provides a distinct sense of physical security. Though her comment was merely a jest, Huo Hanting seemed to glimpse the hardships of the 5 years they had endured together, her and her daughter relying solely on one another. Jiang Qiao, being so timid and raising her daughter alone, must have experienced countless sleepless nights. Yet in truth, Huo Hanting was overthinking. Although Jiang Qiao was somewhat timid, raising her daughter was not as daunting as it may seem. Aside from the year Jiang Xiaoduo was born, when she had scarcely slept a full night, the following 3 years had been manageable. She was not one to revolve entirely around her child, pouring all her energy into motherhood. Besides her role as a mother, she also embraced her own life and interests. Often, she found that as long as she managed to care for her child adequately, she was content, without chasing after perfection. Jiang Qiao noticed the look of guilt in Huo Hanting's eyes and assumed he was still feeling remorseful for bringing up horror films the previous night. She thought to herself that he carried too heavy a moral burden and wondered why he was so inclined to take on such blame. "And you? Why do you not sleep well?" The true reason, of course, was something that Huo Hanting would never disclose. He ambiguously remarked, "The bed is a bit hard. Why didn't you mention it earlier?" Jiang Qiao believed him, thinking he was accustomed to a softer bed. "You've been sleeping here for nearly 2 months. And you haven't rested well before, right? I'll go out and get you a mattress soon. There's a furniture store nearby, quite convenient." Huo Hanting was skeptical about whether Jiang Qiao, with her petite frame, could manage to move the mattress alone, and he had no intention of leaving her to do so. "We'll go together." Sure. After all, the mattress was intended for Huo Hanting. It was best if he chose the level of softness himself. Jiang Qiao entrusted her younger sister, Jiang Xiaoduo, who was about to start school, to Aunt Bai and set out with Huo Hanting. The two stopped at a breakfast shop at the community entrance for a bowl of beef noodles before heading to the furniture store. Jiang Qiao was accustomed to online shopping, always thinking that physical stores had inflated prices, especially places like furniture stores. However, mattresses were indeed inconvenient to purchase online, and given Huo Hanting's pronounced dark circles, it was undoubtedly best to procure a mattress as soon as possible. The furniture store was nearly empty in the morning, and the sales staff greeted them warmly. "Good morning. Are you a couple looking to buy a mattress?" Jiang Qiao smiled and asked, "Do you have any softer mattresses?" The salesperson led them to an area where all the mattresses could be described as soft, with prices ranging from over 1,000 to several hundred thousand. Jiang Qiao glanced at Huo Hanting. "Aren't you going to try one?" Huo Hanting never shopped in stores. If he needed something, he simply informed the housekeeper or his personal assistant, who would handle it efficiently. He also didn't want to waste time and pressed a nearby mattress, declaring, "This one will do." The salesperson smiled. "Sir, aren't you going to let your wife try it? It's important for both partners to be satisfied, you know?" Having seen many couples or partners buying mattresses, the salesperson instinctively assumed that the decision-maker would be Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao chose not to clarify. The matter of sharing a bed with Huo Hanting was not something she felt the need to explain to anyone. Huo Hanting was pleased by the salesperson's comment. His gaze intensely fixed on Jiang Qiao. "You decide." Jiang Qiao thought Huo Hanting was merely trying to maintain her dignity in front of others. She sat on the mattress for a moment and found it still lacking in softness. After a brief inspection, she settled on a white mattress with subtle patterns, perfectly balanced in softness and firmness. Sitting on it made her instinctively want to lie down, which should enhance her sleep quality. Moreover, it was reasonably priced at just over 2,300 yuan. "I think this one feels very comfortable. What do you think?" "Good." Huo Hanting had been silently observing her choices, accepting her opinions without question. "You should try it as well." Jiang Qiao tugged at Huo Hanting's sleeve, urging him to sit down. After all, this was the mattress he would be using every night, and its suitability should ultimately be determined by him. The salesperson chuckled. "You two must be newlyweds. You seem quite affectionate." Jiang Qiao replied with a straight face. "You must be mistaken. We've been together for 7 years now." The serious demeanor was quite imposing. The corners of Huo Hanting's lips curled slightly as he produced a bank card, ready to settle the bill. The total amounted to 88,888 yuan. Jiang Qiao was taken aback. Hadn't she just seen a price of over 2,000? Upon closer inspection, she realized that the 2,000 was for the mattress beside it. The price tag for this item was inconspicuously placed on the back, easily mistaken. As she watched Huo Hanting stride towards the cashier, she softly suggested, "Perhaps you should reconsider. Over 80,000 is rather steep." Steep was an understatement for Jiang Qiao. This mattress was akin to a financial assassin, threatening her very existence. "But you like it, don't you? Like or not, this price is something you appreciate." Huo Hanting placed the card on the machine and swiftly completed the transaction. Jiang Qiao felt a pang of genuine anguish. Who spends tens of thousands on a mattress? Especially one that she wouldn't even use. Thankfully, the furniture store provided full-service delivery, which alleviated her heartache, if only by a fraction. Once outside the store, Huo Hanting earnestly explained, "Your happiness is paramount to me." Jiang Qiao nodded perfunctorily. The purchase was made, and it wasn't her money being spent. What more could she say? She dared not dwell on it, as the mere thought brought an ache to her heart. With such an extravagant mattress, her own bedding set, which she had bought for a mere 100 on an online marketplace, felt utterly unworthy. That extravagant man. Huo Hanting silently reveled in the myriad expressions flitting across her face. Over time, he had come to realize that Jiang Qiao's thoughts were not as inscrutable as he once believed. Perhaps it was because he had increasingly focused his attention on her. Often, what she was pondering was evident from her countenance. However, what occupied his mind was something Jiang Qiao must never discover. For instance, while paying, he mused about when they might choose a mattress truly belonging to both of them. One where she could simply lie beside him in tranquility, ensuring him a restful night. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Zhao Wanqing calling. It was quite unusual for someone who typically stayed up all night to be calling so early. Qiao, come to my house quickly. I have an urgent matter." Zhao Wanqing's voice, laced with distress, came through the line. Jiang Qiao's heart tightened, and she quickly inquired, "What's wrong, Wanqing? What happened? You must come now." Zhao Wanqing was flustered, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. Jiang Qiao felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Without further questioning, she hung up and stood by the roadside, hailing a taxi. Noticing her troubled expression, Huo Hanting asked with concern, "What's the matter?" "It seems something has happened to Wanqing." Jiang Qiao was uncertain of specifics, but Zhao Wanqing's reaction indicated it was serious. "I'll drive you." Huo Hanting's car was conveniently parked near the entrance of the community, just a short walk away. However, Jiang Qiao could not wait even a second. She hurriedly uttered that it was unnecessary and flagged down an empty taxi by the roadside to depart. Huo Hanting stood in place for a moment before calling for his driver to pick him up. While seated in the car, he sent a message to Assistant Qin, requesting an investigation into Zhao Wanqing's family. The Zhao family's modest company was virtually transparent in the face of the Huo group. Assistant Qin quickly responded, stating that the Zhao family business was operating normally, but Zhao Wanqing's father and stepmother were embroiled in a divorce. This was perhaps a fortunate turn of events for Zhao Wanqing. But what had truly transpired? After exiting the taxi, Jiang Qiao nearly sprinted to Zhao Wanqing's home, her heart aching from the exertion. "Wanqing, I'm here. Are you all right?" Zhao Wanqing emerged from the bedroom, pale and tearful. Qiao, what should I do? I'm pregnant." Jiang Qiao was taken aback. The child belonged to Hui Yunjin. In an instant, myriad thoughts flooded Jiang Qiao's mind. She recalled her own panic when she had been pregnant, mirroring Zhao Wanqing's state of distress. Upon learning of it, Jiang Xiaoping had insisted on taking her to the hospital for an abortion. She had even scheduled the procedure. But just before entering the operating room, she had found herself unable to go through with it. That child, merely an embryo without a heartbeat or movement, had stirred an impulsive desire within her to bring it into the world. Perhaps the solitude she had endured over the years had made the prospect of having a child, one connected by blood, seem like a beacon of hope for the future. Jiang Qiao compelled herself to remain calm, now that Zhao Wanqing was in disarray. She could not afford to lose her clarity. "Are you certain you are pregnant? It has only been less than a month since that incident. My menstrual cycle is usually very regular, but this month it is a week late, so I took a pregnancy test." Perhaps Jiang Qiao's presence had emboldened Zhao Wanqing, as she no longer appeared as frantic as during their phone conversation. She produced the pregnancy test, which revealed 2 lines. "There is a possibility of a false positive with pregnancy tests. I will purchase a few more brands and test again." Jiang Qiao ordered 7 or 8 different brands of pregnancy tests through a delivery service, marking the order as urgent and offering an additional 50 yuan for the courier. "You should drink plenty of water," Jiang Qiao advised, drawing on her experience in such matters. When Zhao Wanqing went to the refrigerator for a bottle of mineral water, Jiang Qiao swiftly stopped her, cautioning against drinking cold water. If she were indeed pregnant, it would be best to avoid cold beverages in the early stages. She boiled a kettle of water and, allowing it to cool, served it to Zhao Wanqing. As they awaited the delivery, both women felt the weight of anxiety. Zhao Wanqing sipped the warm water quietly, her voice barely audible. "What if I truly am pregnant?" Jiang Qiao grasped her hand, gazing into her eyes. "No matter what decision you make, I will stand by you." With the added incentive for the courier, the delivery arrived in under half an hour, bringing the pregnancy test to their door. Zhao Wanqing entered the bathroom with the test, emerging a few minutes later. Among the stack of pregnancy test sticks, 7 displayed 2 lines, while only 1 showed a single line. Given such overwhelming odds, Jiang Qiao realized that Zhao Wanqing's hope was futile, and she decisively declared, "We must go to the hospital." Although Zhao Wanqing had her own vehicle, her frayed nerves rendered her unfit to drive. Jiang Qiao summoned a cab, accompanying Zhao Wanqing to the most reputable maternal and child hospital in Jiangxing for an examination. The hospital was teeming with people, and the 2 women waited over 2 hours before undergoing the tests, followed by yet another prolonged wait. In the afternoon, Jiang Qiao received the results, confirming that Zhao Wanqing was indeed pregnant. Despite the weight of the revelation, Jiang Qiao maintained a semblance of calm. "What are you planning to do?" she inquired. Finding Zhao Wanqing seated in the waiting area, her head bowed. "I don't know. My emotions are in turmoil," Zhao Wanqing replied. Jiang Qiao wrapped her arm around her shoulder, providing silent support as they sat together in the corner, engulfed in the bustling atmosphere of the hospital. Jiang Qiao felt perplexed. Zhao Wanqing had been on contraception, so how had this happened? After a brief silence, Zhao Wanqing managed a bitter smile. "Perhaps I was too flustered to notice that what I picked up from the pharmacy was not the contraceptive pill, but rather vitamins." She had, in her desire to avoid the truth, neglected to confirm her situation. Jiang Qiao sighed. While she could have a child without hesitation, Zhao Wanqing faced a far more complex reality. She had to convince her mother, Jiang Xiaoping, and unlike Jiang Qiao, she could not afford to disregard societal judgment. Zhao Wanqing hailed from a wealthy background, surrounded by affluent circles. The stigma of an unwed pregnancy would severely jeopardize her standing within her community. Furthermore, as a child of a blended family, her stepmother, by exen, would likely seize any opportunity to exploit this situation. Most painfully, this child was conceived under duress. The mere thought made Jiang Qiao's heart ache. Despite the harshness of the situation, as a loyal friend, she felt compelled to advise. You must contemplate this carefully and reach a decision promptly. If you choose to terminate the pregnancy, the sooner, the better. Delaying will only exacerbate the toll on your body. Zhao Wanqing was well aware of this. With a vacant gaze directed out the window, she finally whispered, Qiao Qiao, do you know? This child is Huo Hanting's. Jiang Qiao was taken aback, yet a small sigh of relief followed. At least the father was Huo Hanting, her former boyfriend, rather than a stranger. Initially, she had feared the worst. The intricacies of the elite circles remained largely a mystery to her, learned only through hearsay. She was uncertain whether Huo Hanting would value this child, as some signs of affluent families impose strict measures to prevent unwanted pregnancies, fearing the financial repercussions of child support and the potential impact on their future unions. However, there are those who remain indifferent, believing that having multiple children brings abundant blessings, and they would gladly welcome any number of children into their homes. It remains uncertain which perspective Huo Hanting embodies. As Zhao Wanqing's sole confidant, she unconditionally supports Zhao, prioritizing her interests above all. Yet, she cannot feign ignorance of the stark disparity in power between the Huo and Zhao families. One might contend that, given Huo Hanting's stature, once he becomes aware of the child's existence, the decision to acknowledge or dismiss the child will no longer rest solely with Zhao Wanqing. Though, it is a lamentable truth. It is the reality they face. Presently, their only choice is whether to inform Huo Hanting. Jiang Qiao understands Zhao Wanqing's concerns, but she truly dreads facing the situation. Days have passed since the incident, and Huo Hanting has yet to utter a single word of apology. Perhaps he is indifferent, or perhaps he simply refuses to engage. Regardless, his absence is so complete that it feels as if the incident never transpired. Jiang Qiao accompanied Zhao Wanqing back home and poured her a cup of warm milk. Zhao Wanqing sat on the sofa, cradling the milk without drinking, concerned that she might go hungry. Jiang Qiao ventured into the kitchen to prepare a pot of congee and sautéed a few appetizing dishes suitable for pregnant women. Zhao Wanqing had no appetite whatsoever, and it was only after Jiang Qiao's gentle persuasion that she reluctantly consumed half a bowl of congee. The two women sat in the living room, ostensibly watching a movie, though neither had the heart to focus on the unfolding story. As the film drew to a close, Zhao Wanqing made a resolute decision. Qiao Qiao, I must seek him out. He ought to know of this child's existence. I need a definitive closure between us. For days, a heavy weight had lingered in her heart. Huo Hanting's silence left her feeling breathless, as if suffocating under the pressure. She could not continue in this manner. Avoidance, when one is wounded, serves no purpose. It only festers the wound, preventing it from healing. She must act decisively, or she would forever be ensnared in this shadow. I will accompany you to find him. Jiang Qiao did not wish for Zhao Wanqing to face this alone. Should the outcome be unfavorable, it would be too cruel for her. Zhao Wanqing felt a warmth in her eyes as she grasped Jiang Qiao's hand, unable to articulate her gratitude. After years of friendship, unspoken words sufficed. Their bond transcended verbal expression. Huo Hanting's villa, situated in the most affluent area of Jiangcheng, sprawled over 3 acres. Possessing such a grand estate in the city center is not merely a matter of wealth. Upon arriving at the villa, Zhao Wanqing's hard-won courage evaporated at the sight of the ornate European-style gate. Jiang Qiao rang the doorbell. They were greeted by the villa's steward, who scrutinized them with a discerning gaze, inquiring whether they had an appointment. Without one, he coldly stated they would not be received. Jiang Qiao chose not to engage in further discourse with the steward. They stood at the outermost perimeter of the villa, separated from its interior by a sprawling garden. Even if they shouted at the top of their lungs, the occupants within would remain oblivious. The best course of action was to call Huo Hanting. She inquired with Zhao Wanqing for Huo Hanting's phone number, and upon dialing, it was unsurprising that the call was disconnected without being answered. She then sent a message to Huo Hanting, introducing herself as Jiang Qiao, a friend of Zhao Wanqing, and expressed her desire to discuss an important matter in person. Within the towering skyscraper, Huo Hanting was engaged in a meeting. Upon seeing the name Jiang Qiao in the message, His gaze flickered momentarily. This was the name of the third sister-in-law. What could she possibly want from him? After the meeting concluded, Huo Yunjin attempted to reach Huo Hanting by phone, but the call went unanswered. It was not due to any pressing commitments. He simply had no desire to engage. Huo Yunjin then messaged him on WeChat. Your wife is looking for me. In the next instant, Huo Yunjin's phone rang. And Huo Hanting's icy voice emerged. What does she want from you? Huo Yunjin adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, responding nonchalantly. Perhaps she was quite taken with me after our encounter at the last banquet. Now that she has finally acquired my number, she can hardly wait to reach out. Have you decided to forego the 100 billion deal? Huo Yunjin deftly shifted the topic. She mentioned wanting to meet. Should I agree to it? Yes. After receiving Zhao Wanqing's call that morning, Jiang Qiao had hurriedly departed. Now, her sudden intention to meet Huo Yunjin suggested something amiss. Huo Hanting inquired coldly, what is your relationship with Zhao Wanqing? Huo Yunjin remained silent for a moment before softly laughing. She is my ex-girlfriend, an unfeeling and heartless woman. Huo Hanting showed no interest in Huo Yunjin's romantic history. His concern lay solely with Jiang Qiao. My wife suffers from motion sickness. She has traveled a long distance to see you. Prepare some sour fruits and beverages for her. Huo Yunjin replied, I just confided in you about my failed relationship, and you offer no words of comfort? She enjoys fresh strawberries and mangoes. The mangoes should be cut well, and she doesn't drink tea. Just warm water will suffice. Huo Yunjin gritted his teeth. Did I mention wanting to meet your wife? If she needs assistance, help her if you can. If not, inform me, and I shall resolve it. So, she is merely a tool for displaying affection, and her thoughts are irrelevant. Is that it? Huo Yunjin had no desire to hear more and ended the call. Moments later, a message from Huo Hanting appeared on WeChat. Open a window for ventilation. She dislikes the smell of leather sofas. Were it not for a significant project in negotiation, Huo Yunjin would have considered blocking this individual. He replied to Jiang Qiao, providing the company address and courteously stating that a secretary would meet her at the entrance upon her arrival. Before exiting the messaging interface, his gaze fell upon Zhao Wanqing's name, eliciting a derisive chuckle. Upon receiving the message, Jiang Qiao felt a semblance of reassurance. In her eyes, Huo Yunjin was a stranger. Their meeting must relate to Zhao Wanqing. Evening Qing, shall we proceed to meet Huo Yunjin now? If you require more time to contemplate, we can certainly postpone for a few days. She could perceive that Zhao Wanqing had summoned considerable courage to come to the villa, and she did not wish to impose any pressure on her. Zhao Wanqing was not a timid individual. It was only in matters concerning Huo Yunjin that she had been plagued by uncertainty and indecision. Having come this far, she had no reason to retreat. Let us go at once and resolve this matter swiftly. Huo Yunjin's gaming company, SWT, is situated in the Jiangshan High-Tech Park and ranks among the top 3 publicly listed gaming companies in the country. The company boasts 2 imposing buildings, prominently adorned with the SWT logo. They were greeted by a young and attractive female secretary in her early 20s, clad in a stylish business suit and sporting exquisite makeup. In contrast, Jiang Qiao and Zhao Wanqing appeared barefaced and somewhat disheveled, making them look rather unkempt by comparison. The secretary introduced herself as Miss Zhao, wearing a flawless professional smile. This way, ladies. Mr. Huo is awaiting you in the reception room. Secretary Zhao swiped her card to access the president's exclusive elevator, which took them directly to the 30th floor. The entire floor was dedicated to the president's office, occupied solely by Huo Yunjin and a few of his secretaries. Thankfully, there were not too many people around. Jiang Qiao was not keen on being subjected to the scrutiny of a crowd the moment they exited the elevator. The reception room featured an entire wall made of transparent glass. Though it was one way, one could see outside, but those outside could not see in. Through the glass wall, Huo Yunjin caught sight of Zhao Wanqing. His gaze lingered on her for a few seconds before he averted his eyes and dialed a number. After hanging up, Secretary Zhao offered an apologetic smile. I sincerely apologize, but Mr. Huo has been called into an important meeting and cannot meet with you. Jiang Qiao inquired, adopting a conciliatory tone. Might I ask when Mr. Huo's meeting will conclude? We can wait a while. In truth, she was well aware that Secretary Zhao had received a call which resulted in this cancellation, undoubtedly at Huo Yunjin's behest. The mention of an important meeting was merely a pretext. However, having come this far, she was reluctant to give up easily. Secretary Zhao was taken aback by Jiang Qiao's insistence and hesitated before smiling. I fear Mr. Huo may not have time today. Could you please convey to Mr. Huo that we have something of great importance to discuss with him? Jiang Qiao did not wish to persist in a futile manner, but returning empty-handed was not an option. The next opportunity might not present itself. While it was possible to communicate about the pregnancy over the phone, there was often a need for a tangible sense of ceremony. A formal farewell should not take place in the virtual realm. She did not want Zhao Wanqing to harbor any regrets. I apologize, Miss Jiang, but Mr. Huo truly has no time. Qiao, let it go. Zhao Wanqing gently tugged at Jiang Qiao's hand. Let us return. Jiang Qiao was baffled by Huo Yunjin's sudden change of heart, as he had seemed agreeable in his text messages. However, she is a prominent figure, possessing the privilege of caprice. Secretary Zhao merely receives a salary, serving others. There is no need to place her in a predicament. Despite her reluctance, Jiang Qiao had no choice but to acquiesce. Fearing that Zhao Wanqing might be too distressed, she continued to support her once they entered the elevator. As Huo Yunjin observed the departing figures of the two women, his expression remained impassive as he lifted his coffee cup to take a sip. When the elevator descended to the ground floor and the doors opened, Jiang Qiao caught sight of a familiar face. It was the glamorous Hong Kong-style beauty, Chen Yi, who had been selecting diamond rings with Huo Yunjin during their last encounter at the mall. Chen Yi raised her eyebrows in surprise upon seeing Zhao Wanqing. What wind has blown our Ajing's ex-girlfriend here? She remarked, addressing him as Ajing. Zhao Wanqing felt a pang in her heart, as if pierced by a needle. She offered a polite smile, acknowledging the encounter, and prepared to leave. Yet, Chen Yi had no intention of letting them depart so easily. She flicked her long, dark, wavy hair, intentionally revealing the exquisite diamond ring on her middle finger. The large pink diamond, flawless and perfectly cut, refracted brilliant light. Miss Zhao, in this world, there is no remedy for regret. You once scorned Ajing for his lack of wealth and cast him aside. Now, what face do you have to return him? A good horse does not turn back to graze where it is fed. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Zhao? During a shopping excursion with Jiang Qiao, Zhao Wanqing had stumbled upon Huo Yunjin and Chen Yi selecting diamond rings together, and she had braced herself for the possibility that he might have moved on over the years. However, hearing Chen Yi casually recount their past, she felt a sharp sting in her heart. Those intimate moments shared solely between them had been transformed into a source of shame, recounted to a new love. Yet, she possessed her own pride and refused to be the subject of ridicule. Standing tall, Zhao Wanqing replied coolly, "You are right. People aspire to rise, while water flows downward. Is it so gratifying to pick up a man I no longer desire?" Chen Yi's expression darkened. Her intention had been to flaunt her superiority, to assert her claim, and to trample Zhao Wanqing, but she had not anticipated such sharp retorts. With this in mind, she resolved to be less courteous. Ajing has confided in me that his years with you were merely a diversion. Did you really think you mattered? Our Ajing was merely experiencing life, playing the role of a poor boy to amuse you, and it seems your true colors were revealed rather swiftly. Now, I suppose you are regretting your choices. You are left with nothing but bravado, Zhao Wanqing. If I were you, I would feel too ashamed to be here. Jiang Qiao scoffed. If what you claim is true, that President Huo was merely playing around, then why the frantic display of emotion now? A barking dog seldom bites. Those who truly disregard Wanqing, will they recklessly obstruct her path? It seems the petty have found their moment to flaunt. Jiang Qiao initially believed that Huo Yunjin was single, and that Chen Yi was merely his companion in social circles. Thus, she encouraged Zhao Wanqing to come along, hoping the two would resolve their issues amicably. To her astonishment, he had acquired a new girlfriend and displayed such behavior toward his ex, truly a scoundrel of the lowest order. No wonder he was unwilling to face them at the door. It turned out his new girlfriend was arriving, and he felt guilty. Jiang Qiao was already quite incensed, and upon hearing Chen Yi's sharp-tongued remarks, her anger only intensified. Chen Yi hailed from a modest background in a small city, yet ever since aligning herself with Huo Yunjin, she basked in the limelight wherever she went, reveling in her newfound status. She had long ceased to regard people like Zhao Wanqing and Jiang Qiao with any respect. Now, faced with Jiang Qiao daring to mock her as a dog, her fury ignited. What right do you, a pauper, have to speak to me? I am Huo Yunjin's fiancé. Do you comprehend the consequences of offending me? Jiang Qiao was acutely aware of the implications of antagonizing Hui Yunjin and his retainers. There was no advantage to be gained in such conflicts. However, now that they were bullying Zhao Wanqing, could she simply ignore it? Oh, how terrified I am. What should I do? I have never encountered someone of your stature before. Should I perform 3 prostrations and call you madam? Jiang Qiao was equally adept at sarcasm. Zhao Wanqing joined in the mockery. Look at you, draped in designer logos. You must have been quite impoverished before. Those who have recently risen from poverty often revel in their newfound wealth. Don't rejoice too soon. Wait until you truly become Mrs. Well, before trying to wield your influence. Chun-Yi detested having her past exposed, especially by someone like Zhao Wanqing, a rich heiress. Even after securing Hui Yunjin, the disdain in their eyes remained palpable. She had endured this for far too long. Old grievances surged to the forefront, and in a fit of rage, Chun-Yi lunged at Zhao Wanqing. The marble floor of the lobby was slick, and Zhao Wanqing was caught off guard as Chun-Yi struck her hard in the chest, causing her to stumble and nearly fall. Jiang Qiao's heart raced, and without a moment's thought, she rushed to embrace Zhao Wanqing, steadying her. She then forcefully pushed Chun-Yi away. With a crash, Chun-Yi was sent staggering back several steps, colliding with a glass cabinet behind her. The cabinet toppled, and a precious blue and white porcelain vase shattered upon impact, scattering shards across the floor. The 3 of them stood momentarily stunned. Chun-Yi, surveying the broken porcelain with glee, remarked, "Well, now I won't even need to lift a finger. You're finished." That was a Song Dynasty blue and white vase, personally acquired by Ah Zheng from France for over 7 million. Jiang Qiao was taken aback, unable to fathom how someone would place such a valuable antique in a bustling lobby. 7 million. She could toil her entire life without ever amassing such wealth. Do you doubt it? Thus, do not linger in silence. Take the shards and seek any reputable appraisal institution for evaluation. Oh, how remiss of me. The value of such blue and white porcelain has surged. It is likely worth not merely 7 million, but perhaps exceeding 10 million. Chun-Yi, filled with malice, relished the exhilaration of retribution. My hand, too, bore the marks of the shards, and, shortly, I must visit the hospital for an examination of my injuries. While awaiting the court's summons, Chun-Yi cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Qiao and departed with a hearty laugh. Jiang Qiao's mind momentarily blanked. She had caused a calamity. Jiang Qiao filed for divorce. Chun-Yi, with her head held high, entered the elevator. Upon reaching the 30th floor, she checked her reflection in the mirror-like elevator walls. Donning a gentle smile, as she approached the door, she was intercepted by Secretary Zhao. "Miss Chun, Mr. Hua is currently occupied." Chun-Yi widened her eyes slightly, appearing innocent and pure. "Then I shall wait for him in the reception area. Work is paramount." Hui Yunjin remained in the reception room, attentive to the sounds outside. "Come in." Chun-Yi smiled coyly, casting a triumphant glance at Secretary Zhao. Unfazed, Secretary Zhao opened the door to the reception area for her. Hui Yunjin lounged on the sofa, a cigarette held between his fingers, the ashtray beside him already littered with several butts. His voice slightly hoarse. "Cut through the haze. Did I not instruct you not to seek me out unless necessary?" Chun-Yi lowered her gaze, adopting the demeanor of a frightened little rabbit. "I simply missed you and wished to steal a glance." Hui Yunjin inhaled his cigarette, the smoke swirling around him, obscuring his expression. "Not required." Chun-Yi's countenance stiffened, feigning grievance. When I arrived, I encountered Zhao Wanqing and her companion in the elevator. Hui Yunjin's fingers paused momentarily around the cigarette. She mocked me, saying I came from a small town, unworthy of the limelight. "She mocked you?" A flicker of intrigue passed through Hui Yunjin's dark pupils. Chun-Yi, oblivious to his interest, pressed on, believing he was captivated by her tale. "She claimed I was merely riding on your coattails." I dare not retort, allowing her to berate me. Yet, her companion suddenly struck me, declaring I did not deserve to be here or to remain by your side. I felt so disheartened that I attempted to defend myself, but they both turned on me, striking my face and injuring my hand. Chun-Yi revealed her wounded hand. The back of her hand bore a thin line of injury, yet before arriving, she had rubbed the area around the wound until it appeared considerably worse. Hui Yunjin did not even glance at her injury, responding lightly. "In the future, avoid provoking her friends." Chun-Yi bit her lip on the verge of tears, but her friend pursued me relentlessly, and despite my attempts to evade her, she ultimately shattered that blue and white porcelain vase you so cherish. I had already informed her that the porcelain vase was quite expensive, yet she remained skeptical, insisting that it could be purchased online for merely a few dozen yuan. She cast a fearful glance at Huo Hanting and hesitantly remarked that the vase was too gaudy, questioning who would buy such a piece devoid of taste. Huo Hanting raised an eyebrow. Whether or not Sansa had uttered those words was inconsequential. He could not let this opportunity slip by without extorting Huo Hanting severely. He would not be a member of the Huo family otherwise. Jiang Qiao and Zhao Wanqing arrived at a café near their company. Zhao Wanqing reassured her, "It's all right, Qiao. It's merely over 7 million. Even if it were to exceed 10 million, I could bear the loss. Worst case, I could sell my house." That house was the only property registered under Zhao Wanqing's name. Although the Zhao family was affluent, wealth does not materialize from thin air. To suddenly procure such a substantial sum, even if Zhao Wanqing's father consented, her stepmother would not easily allow it. Furthermore, it was Jiang Qiao who had shattered the blue and white porcelain vase, not Zhao Wanqing. Burdened by such a significant debt, Jiang Qiao felt an overwhelming weight on her chest, nearly gasping for breath. Yet, she refrained from wallowing in self-pity and feigned nonchalance, saying, "It's fine. Consider it as me pre-purchasing a luxury apartment and merely paying off the mortgage. With only a few $100,000 in savings and no house or car to her name. Even if it escalated to court proceedings, they could only enforce repayment of her savings. What else could they do? Send her to prison? You're the one who suffered for my broken porcelain. It is my responsibility to compensate for it." Having just faced humiliation from Chen Yi, Zhao Wanqing felt disheartened herself but mustered the strength to comfort her. "It's merely a house. I, Zhao Wanqing, can certainly earn it back. You are pregnant now. Do not trouble yourself with these matters." Jiang Qiao had already resolved to bear the burden alone, unwilling to drag her down with her. The mess she had created was hers to clean up. She had endured hardship before. The forthcoming days may be tougher, but as long as one draws breath, one must grit their teeth and persevere. When Jiang Qiao returned home, she sat on the sofa, her posture rigid, lost in thought for an extended period. She found herself unable to think of anything at all. The alarm she had set for 4 o'clock to pick up Jiang Qiao from school rang out. Oblivious, she allowed the notification to sound repeatedly before regaining her senses. She had a daughter and could not afford to succumb to despair. She must find a way. Jiang Qiao called Aunt Bai, requesting her to take Jiang Qiao to a nearby mall for a while before returning home. She needed to have a word with Huo Hanting. At 8 o'clock that evening, Huo Hanting arrived home punctually. Upon switching on the lights, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Jiang Qiao on the sofa. Typically, when Jiang Qiao was home, the living room would resonate with Jiang Qiao's laughter and the table would be laden with steaming dishes. However, today, Jiang Qiao sat alone in the corner of the sofa, not even bothering to turn on the lights. Huo Hanting immediately sensed that something was amiss. He approached Jiang Qiao, crouched down, and gazed upon her face. She hung her head, her eyes half closed, her expression devoid of emotion, her spirit seemingly deflated. "What troubles you, Qiao?" This was the first time he addressed her in such a manner. Jiang Qiao's eyelids fluttered, her gaze vacant and unfocused. A surge of anxiety gripped Huo Hanting's heart. Disregarding his reservations, he awkwardly stroked her head and gently inquired, "What's wrong, Qiao? If you're feeling down, please share with me." Jiang Qiao turned her head away. Tears began to cascade down her cheeks. "Huo Hanting, let us divorce." Huo Hanting was taken aback, his entire being frozen in disbelief. Instinctively, he feared that Jiang Qiao had uncovered his true identity after meeting Huo Hanting. Qiao, have I done something wrong? I can mend my ways." Jiang Qiao shook her head, forcing herself to be resolute. "You have done nothing wrong. It is I who finds this marriage devoid of meaning, unnecessary to prolong. Let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow and obtain our divorce certificate." Without looking back, she entered the room, for had she lingered a moment longer, she would have succumbed to tears. It had been years since Jiang Qiao last cried. One reason was her inherent optimism. She believed in her health, that she was capable, and that no obstacle was insurmountable. Another reason was the brutal reality of adulthood, where vulnerability is often met with disdain rather than compassion. This time, however, she could not hold back her tears. Perhaps it was the illusion of reliance she had recently developed towards Huo Hanting that shattered her dreamlike state. Or perhaps it was the looming burden of debts amounting to millions, threatening to crush her. As an ordinary person, she knew she could never earn such a sum in her lifetime. Moreover, as a mother, the thought of providing her daughter with anything less than a carefree life was unbearable. She could not accept subjecting her child to hardship alongside her. This guilt and frustration gnawed at her like a relentless blade, rendering her unable to bear the weight. Outside the door, Huo Hanting listened to Jiang Qiao's muffled sobs, his heart aching. Jiang Qiao had not locked the door. He could have easily entered to comfort her and inquire about what had transpired. Yet he refrained. He understood that Jiang Qiao was a strong-willed individual who likely did not wish to reveal her vulnerabilities at such a moment. Huo Hanting sent a message to Zhao Wanqing, asking if she was available for a call, as he had matters to discuss. Jiang Qiao's recent odd behavior following her meeting with Zhao Wanqing suggested that her best friend might possess crucial insights. Almost immediately after sending the message, Zhao Wanqing replied with a voice message, indicating she had been seeking Huo Hanting for assistance regarding a property. She only knew one real estate agent, Huo Hanting, having purchased her home through him, and now she wished for his help to list it for sale. Huo Hanting's intuition suggested a connection between the recent odd behavior of Jiang Qiao and today's events. What transpired when you and Qiao stepped out today? Zhao Wanqing asked, momentarily taken aback. Did Qiao not mention anything to you? Huo Hanting, of course, refrained from revealing the truth, as doing so would lead Zhao Wanqing to deduce that Jiang Qiao preferred to remain silent. He vaguely replied, after returning home, Qiao seemed quite downcast. She shared a few words with me, and I advised her to rest first, suggesting we could talk again when her spirits lifted tomorrow. Zhao Wanqing, lacking the acumen of someone like Huo Hanting, accepted his words without suspicion and recounted the events in detail, omitting only her pregnancy, claiming her visit to find Huo Yunjin was merely to clarify past entanglements. Whether or not there was any genuine complication, Huo Hanting did not inquire. A fundamental social etiquette among adults dictates that one should not pry into personal matters the other party wishes to keep private. When Zhao Wanqing described the encounter in the company's lobby with Chen Yi, where Jiang Qiao had pushed Chen to protect her, resulting in the shattering of a porcelain vase, Huo Hanting's gaze instantly grew frigid. Who was this woman, emerging from nowhere? How dare she? No wonder Jiang Qiao returned home in silence, immediately declaring her desire for divorce. She must have wished to shield him from the burden of her staggering debt. Huo Hanting was not an oblivious heir. While he may not fully grasp the intricacies of ordinary life, he was acutely aware of the implications of a 10 million debt for an average individual. For most people, their lives are spent merely earning a meager salary. Jiang Qiao's sole source of income stemmed from that small restaurant. Unless fortune favored her and the establishment flourished into a major enterprise, that debt could irrevocably shatter her existence. An unremarkable woman, whose name ranked far below Jiang Qiao's in Huo Yunjin's life, easily manipulated her fate. Huo Hanting felt a surge of both compassion and fury. He had always prided himself on his calm demeanor, capable of rationally weighing gains and losses in any situation. The uncontrolled expression of anger was something he had always scorned. Yet this time, genuine anger coursed through him. He called Huo Yunjin, inquiring about his location. Upon learning he was at his villa in the city center, Huo Hanting drove directly to confront him, without waiting for a driver, using his inconspicuous vehicle. The butler barely recognized his car, and only when Huo Hanting rolled down the window to reveal his cold visage did the butler hurriedly grant him entry. Huo Yunjin lounged on the sofa, sipping champagne leisurely. Huo Hanting stormed in with a dark expression, without preamble, delivering a powerful punch to Huo Yunjin's chest. Years of fitness training had endowed him with explosive strength. The blow left Huo Yunjin momentarily incapacitated on the sofa, his heart nearly ceasing. Huo Hanting, have you lost your mind? Huo Yunjin gasped. Huo Hanting sneered, regarding him with the cold indifference one might reserve for the dead. Your woman has bullied my wife. How do you wish to meet your end? Huo Yunjin shivered involuntarily. He and Huo Hanting had been the closest of friends since childhood, and he was well aware of Huo Hanting's temperament. It was evident that he was genuinely enraged. The thought of exploiting Jiang Qiao's mishap with the blue and white porcelain vase to extort money from Huo Hanting had long since evaporated. In a frantic bid to quell Huo Hanting's wrath before he resorted to violence again, he hurriedly explained, That Chen is merely an actress I invited. I had no idea what transpired between her and sister-in-law. All I know is that sister-in-law shattered the vase and then departed. It would have been better to remain silent about the incident. But once mentioned, the murderous intent in Huo Hanting's gaze was palpable. Huo Yunjin, driven by his instinct for survival, quickly added, "As far as I'm concerned, this incident never happened. Sister-in-law merely smashed a vase for fun. It's nothing of great consequence. You wish for her to pay for it? Absolutely not. It is my honor for sister-in-law to visit me. What is a mere broken vase worth? If she desires, I shall procure several more for her to smash until she is thoroughly satisfied. You must immediately call her and inform her that you reviewed the surveillance footage in the lobby and have determined that she is not at fault for the vase's destruction. Moreover, that vase was a mere imitation, placed there to deceive, thus you do not intend to hold her accountable." The thought of Jiang Qiao possibly hiding away, weeping in despair, filled him with urgency. He could hardly bear to wait, longing to see her smile again, given that his third brother was in a foul mood. Huo Yunjin dared not delay. He promptly contacted Secretary Zhao, relaying Huo Hanting's message and emphasizing the need for a gentle tone, one that would neither frighten nor raise suspicion. "Brother, is there anything else I should do? I am ready to act." Huo Hanting scoffed. "What do I need you for in caring for my wife?" Huo Yunjin stared at him incredulously. "Brother, are you smitten?" "Absolutely not." Huo Hanting immediately denied, yet sensing the inadequacy of his rebuttal, he elaborated. "I merely think she is a decent person. It is not easy for her to raise a child, and I wish to compensate her." Countless questions and thoughts raced through Huo Yunjin's mind. Such reasoning could only deceive himself. After years of brotherhood, how could he remain unaware of Huo Hanting's true feelings? If he genuinely felt remorse or a desire to make amends, he would have long since transferred funds via bank transaction. The current careful coaxing, fraught with trepidation of revealing his identity and concern for her feelings, was uncharacteristic. For sister-in-law, he had even resorted to violence against his own brother. Such meticulous care suggested a heart that had indeed been touched. If he were to deny having feelings, then sister-in-law had saved his life countless times, certainly not fewer than 1,000. However, since she herself did not acknowledge it, what could he say? Perhaps it was for the best, sparing him, a single man plagued by romantic misfortunes, from daily doses of their affectionate displays. I share the same sentiment. After all, she is the mother of the third brother's child, which undoubtedly sets her apart from ordinary women. It is only fitting to invest additional time and thought into this matter. Huo Yunjin wore a sincere expression. As for matters of the heart, with so many options available, how could one easily succumb to emotion? Huo Hanting furrowed his brows. His own denial of being moved is one thing, but others' denial is quite another. It sounded rather harsh. "If you utter another word, I shall twist your head off." He acknowledged that he said this with a sense of amusement. Yet why was Huo Hanting so unpredictable? The imagined struggles within affluent families, a clash of wits, intricate schemes, and meticulous strategies. The reality of such conflicts, physical altercations devoid of verbal exchanges, initiating with a punch, followed by decapitation. Huo Hanting summoned Assistant Qin and issued instructions directly. A woman named Chen Yi shattered the young master Ho's antique porcelain vase, a unique piece from the Tang dynasty valued at 100 million. Bring in the finest lawyers from the country to handle this case. Regardless of how much Chen Yi compensates, the young master Ho shall take not a single cent. All funds will be donated to the legal team. Assistant Qin, accustomed to Huo Hanting's methods, did not question further, understood. Huo Hanting then turned to Huo Yunjin, casually inquiring, "The auction records for the young master Ho are still available, correct? Since it was Chen Yi who broke the vase, her fingerprints should surely be on the shards. With such a large company as the young master Ho's, there must be witnesses and evidence, right?" This blatant insinuation was undoubtedly understood by Huo Yunjin. He dared not contemplate the fate that awaited Chen Yi, nor did he care. To court death is to invite calamity. Relying on his name, she stirred trouble outside, only to encounter his elder brother, a formidable force. "Rest assured, brother, there will certainly be evidence. Within 2 days, I shall gather it and present it to you." Huo Hanting smiled faintly. "That is reassuring. I was concerned that the young master Ho might be too tender-hearted to part with her." Huo Yunjin shivered slightly and hastily distanced himself. "I'm truly not well acquainted with her. We have only met a few times. And each time I gave her 500,000. Who could have foreseen that she would so foolishly provoke the third sister-in-law? Brother, even if you doubt my character, you must trust my taste, no? Huo Hanting cast him a glance. I perceive no discernible taste in you. The troubles of unfulfilled generosity weighed heavily on Huo Yunjin, who, despite being adept in social circles, found himself silenced by his elder brother. It was not that he lacked words, but rather that Huo Hanting was akin to a walking powder keg, easily ignited. He did not wish to say anything further that might provoke him. However, pleasing those he valued could not possibly be a misstep. With a desire to redeem himself, Huo Yunjin tentatively suggested, I assent to the third sister-in-law running a restaurant. My company has several small studios, each with around 200 to 300 employees. I could arrange for them to order work meals from her. Are you implying that my company lacks such numbers? Huo Hanting's icy tone cut through the air. In terms of scale, the Huo Group dwarfs SWT gaming company by several folds, with branches established across the globe. Within the country alone, the workforce comprises over 100,000 employees. Observing the somber expression on Huo Hanting's face, Huo Yunjin immediately comprehended the situation. It was the frustration of wanting to give money but being unable to do so. After pondering for a moment, he devised a plan. Let us acquire those lottery tickets that have won but remain unclaimed, and you can take them home, claiming they were purchased by you. Perhaps take Sansaw along to redeem them, or escort her to the hotel and restaurant you control, where the staff could inform her that she is the 10,000th customer and has won a grand prize. She would be skeptical of such serendipity. Huo Hanting, too, was at a loss. Jiang Qiao, despite her evident love for money, was obstinately insistent on only accepting what she earned with her own hands. Previously, he had reluctantly masqueraded as an intermediary to assist Zhao Wanqing in purchasing a property, receiving an agency fee of 186,000, all of which he attempted to gift to Jiang Qiao. Yet, she resolutely refused, prompting him to pass it on to Jiang Xiaoduo instead. However, within a mere 2 days, he discovered the very bank card he had gifted lying in the drawer of his room, returned to him untouched by Jiang Qiao. The method Huo Yunjin suggested had already crossed Huo Hanting's mind, but none were foolproof enough to ensure Jiang Qiao would accept them without apprehension. He wished to shield her from the sorrow of knowing the truth, that all his efforts were merely gifts from others. She was already doing remarkably well. After receiving an order for 300 lunchboxes at a construction site, she immersed herself in the restaurant business for several consecutive days. Huo Yunjin abandoned any further impractical ideas. If a genius like his third brother could not conjure a solution, what could he possibly contribute? At home, upon receiving a call from Secretary Zhao, Jiang Qiao sighed in relief when informed that the blue and white porcelain vase was a counterfeit and required no compensation on her part, alleviating the heavy burden from her chest. She chastised herself for her naivety, having been swayed by Chun Yi's theatrics and the upscale environment of Huo Yunjin's company, leading her to mistakenly believe the vase was worth several million. Nevertheless, Huo Yunjin maintained some ethical boundaries in this regard, refusing to indulge Chun Yi's attempts at extortion. Otherwise, Jiang Qiao would have faced a lifetime of debt. Lightheartedly, Jiang Qiao messaged Zhao Wanqing to inform her that the vase incident had been resolved and there was no need for concern. No sooner had she sent the message than Zhao Wanqing's call came through. Qiao, please do not deceive me. After all these years as sisters, you know my temperament. This matter arose because of me, and thus I must take responsibility for the compensation. I have already reached out to your husband to assist in listing the house for sale. If it does not sell, I will mortgage it to the bank. In any case, I shall ensure this debt is repaid. Despite the false alarm, as joy enveloped the moment, Jiang Qiao felt her eyes moisten upon hearing Zhao Wanqing's words. She laughed and scolded. Zhao Wanqing, are you foolish? Who seeks to pay for something they didn't cause, fearing they might have too much money? Secretary Zhao indeed called me, informing me that no compensation was necessary. She also mentioned that their general manager, Mr. Hua, was aware of the situation concerning Chun Yi and was quite displeased, taking the opportunity to reprimand her thoroughly. Consequently, it was assured that Chun Yi would no longer trouble us. This led Jiang Qiao to ponder whether Huo Yunjin had intentionally declared the blue and white porcelain vase a counterfeit to absolve her of responsibility. However, upon further reflection, she deemed this highly improbable. If he harbored any lingering feelings for Zhao Wanqing, perhaps he might have shown leniency due to affection for her friend. Yet, with Chun Yi as his current girlfriend, engagement ring already purchased, he He did not appear to be a man clinging to past love. Besides, he was unaware of Zhao Wanqing's intention to offer compensation. Thus, there was no necessity to extend courtesy to the friend of an ex-girlfriend. Frankly speaking, her connection to Hui Yunjin was tenuous at best. Why would he concern himself with her? Are you truly not deceiving me just to put my mind at ease? Zhao Wanqing could hardly believe that Hui Yunjin would act so benevolently. I swear, I'm not lying to you. Jiang Qiao nearly raised her hand in a vow. Then please send me the call log with Secretary Zhao. Zhao Wanqing remained skeptical. Jiang Qiao promptly took a screenshot and sent it to her via WeChat. After Zhao Wanqing returned the call and received confirmation from Secretary Zhao, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was relatively easy for her close friend to stage a performance alone, but coordinating with Secretary Zhao would pose a significant challenge. You seem to be quite fortunate lately, always managing to turn adversity into advantage. With the looming sword of Damocles no longer hanging overhead, Zhao Wanqing felt lighthearted enough to jest. Once the baby is born, I shall have him acknowledge you as his godmother, so you may share in my good fortune. The moment those words left her lips, both paused in surprise. Jiang Qiao cautiously inquired, "Are you considering keeping this child?" Zhao Wanqing had not truly contemplated this question. Her previous remark had simply been a spontaneous utterance in the flow of conversation. Jiang Qiao urged her, "You should think carefully about the matter of the child. Raising a child alone is a daunting task." She could now empathize with the sentiments of Jiang Xiaoping, who had once insisted on going to the hospital to terminate her pregnancy. Although Jiang Xiao's daily growth brought her immense joy that had long since overshadowed the hardships of her infancy, every child is unique. Jiang Xiaoduo, being an easy child to manage, went to bed early and rose early. She had joined several groups for mothers, where some mothers shared that even 3 or 4 years after childbirth, they were unable to attend a movie, as their children frequently remained restless at night, demanding their mother's attention. After enduring the arduous task of lulling them to sleep, the moment the adult stepped away, the child would awaken again, leading to yet another round of soothing. Some may dismiss the challenges of child-rearing as trivial, but those who have truly nurtured a child understand that a young child requires constant attention, 24 hours a day, which is far more exhausting than any job. After a tiring day at work, one can steal a moment of rest, but caring for a child offers no respite, demanding unwavering focus and often resulting in physical and mental fatigue from the myriad of minor concerns. As someone who has traversed similar paths, Jiang Qiao earnestly hopes that Zhao Wanqing will take all these factors into consideration before making a decision. From a pragmatic perspective, Zhao Wanqing is undoubtedly a wealthy and beautiful woman. Without children, finding a suitable partner from an equally affluent background should not pose a challenge. However, the situation changes dramatically with the presence of a child. While it may be manageable for ordinary individuals, affluent families place immense importance on bloodlines. As it pertains to matters of inheritance, the reality is that Zhao Wanqing, with a child in tow, would find it exceedingly difficult to enter a prestigious family. It is precisely because they are close friends that Jiang Qiao feels compelled to lay out the pros and cons candidly, rather than merely offering platitudes and false reassurances, especially since any fallout would not concern her. Jiang Qiao's apprehensions are understood by Zhao Wanqing, who remained silent for an extended moment before responding. "I will think it over." After ending the call, it is already past 1 in the morning. Jiang Qiao sits on her bed in a daze, gradually coming to terms with the reality of the day's emotional roller coaster, which has left her feeling unsettled. The thought of her earlier conversation with Huo Hanting about divorce fills her with uncertainty about how to face him now. She cannot simply approach him and say that everything has been resolved and they should not divorce after all. Marriage is no trivial matter, especially considering they are newlyweds. Perhaps an apology is in order. After all, she is indeed the one at fault. As Jiang Qiao steps out of her room, she notices Huo Hanting at the door, changing his shoes, suggesting he has just returned from an outing. Although she has prepared a plethora of apologetic words, she finds herself at a loss when confronted with him. Huo Hanting glances at her with a detached expression before entering the kitchen. This is it. He is likely upset. It is understandable, as how could he not be? Lacking experience in dealing with adult men, Jiang Qiao stands frozen, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, a cold object presses against her eyes, startling her into instinctively stepping back. Yet, a hand grasps the back of her head, preventing her retreat. "How long have you been crying?" Huo Hanting frowns, his voice icy, though his touch remains gentle. It dawns on Jiang Qiao that he has retrieved a chilled towel from the refrigerator to soothe her swollen eyes. I haven't cried for long, she murmurs as she moves to sit on the sofa. All right, she concedes, taking her place as Huo Hanting stands before her, bending slightly to apply the towel to her eyes. His fingers, long and cool to the touch, convey an aura of calm, whether from his naturally lower body temperature or the coldness of the towel. After a short while, he returns to the kitchen and moments later emerges with a steaming towel, pressing it gently against her eyelids. The alternating sensations of cold and warmth create a slight sting around her eyes, nearly coaxing physiological tears to escape. Still crying? Huo Hanting's demeanor is decidedly grim. Jiang Qiao hastily clarifies, it's just from the hot towel. I'm not crying. Huo Hanting's lips press into a sharp line, and his brows remain furrowed, revealing his displeasure. However, for reasons unknown, Jiang Qiao remained unafraid of him. Last night, when she broached the subject of divorce, she regretted her hasty words. I apologize. I did not contemplate my actions thoroughly and acted impulsively. At that moment, I encountered a situation that led me to believe I would incur debts amounting to 7 or 8 million. I didn't want to burden you, which is why I mentioned divorce. She had not intended to conceal the truth from him. The magnitude of the situation rendered her speechless, and she preferred to bear it alone. The man before her remained silent. A flicker of unease coursed through Jiang Qiao as she lifted her gaze to observe him. His expression remained stern, and his hands continued their task, indicating his unwillingness to engage with her. It is not that I wish to withhold the truth from you. Rather, I have never faced such a significant ordeal and was momentarily flustered, unsure of how to proceed. Just seeing you makes me want to cry. At this juncture, Jiang Qiao fell silent, pondering why the mere sight of Huo Hanting evoked tears. Why had she never felt this way before? When she returned home, she had no intention of crying. Yet, upon his concerned inquiries, she found herself unable to contain her emotions. Was it akin to a child who chooses to cry only in the presence of adults? Huo Hanting's gaze darkened. He was indeed furious, angry at her lack of transparency, at the fact that, instead of seeking his counsel during difficult times, she had so readily suggested divorce. Initially, he had intended to confront her upon returning, hoping to instill a sense of consequence for so nonchalantly mentioning divorce. Yet upon finding her with swollen eyes, standing alone in the living room, his anger dissipated. All he could do was maintain a stern facade, allowing her to sense his displeasure. From now on, you are not to mention divorce, Huo Hanting declared with a commanding tone. As for what the future held, who could say? One could never predict when mutual disdain might arise, leading to divergent paths. Yet, Jiang Qiao had no intention of dampening the moment with such thoughts. That would be sheer folly. She responded with an obedient expression. All right. In the future, you must not keep anything from me. If you encounter difficulties, you must tell me first. Agreed. You must not seclude yourself and weep in silence. Understood. If you have any grievances, you must express them directly. Do not harbor them in your heart. His numerous stipulations reminded Jiang Qiao of the trepidation she felt during her school days under the strict rules of a formidable teacher. All right. Are you hungry? Very well. Huo Hanting narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating whether this woman was truly paying attention to his words. Jiang Qiao regretted her impulsive responses and quickly added, That's wonderful. I'm glad you asked. Otherwise, I would surely go hungry tonight. Huo Hanting, fully aware of her blatant untruth, found it impossible to remain angry with her. He produced the Sichuan cuisine he had purchased on the way, the restaurant having thoughtfully provided insulated containers, keeping the food warm. Jiang Qiao was taken aback that, despite his grim demeanor, he still considered her needs, and her heart was touched. Preparing to reciprocate kindness. Do you enjoy pears? I bought some fresh snow pears yesterday. Would you like me to peel one for you? A flicker of annoyance crossed Huo Hanting's brow. Do not provoke my ire. It is far better than anything else. Jiang Qiao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. While bringing up divorce was indeed her misstep, she had always prided herself on her understanding nature. How could she have upset him? Considering the warmth of the meal before them, she refrained from retorting. Upon opening the lunchbox, she discovered a delightful array of 4 dishes and a soup. The offerings included tofu fish, mapo tofu, shadow beef, and stir-fried meat, accompanied by a tangy radish and old duck soup. These were all her favorite home-style dishes, Though the tofu fish and shadow beef required intricate preparation, which she seldom attempted at home due to the effort involved, dining out was simply easier. To her astonishment, Huo Hanting seemed to be aware of her culinary preferences. She had noticed it before when Grandma Huo was still around. He seemed to have an uncanny understanding of what she enjoyed. Yet, she had hardly prepared these dishes herself. How had he discerned this? Meeting Jiang Qiao's perplexed gaze, Huo Hanting calmly explained, "Your expressions change when you savor these dishes. What'll be different?" Did she appear particularly indulgent? Jiang Qiao was no food blogger. Surely she had not worn any exaggerated expression. Perhaps there were subtle differences in her demeanor? Was this an innate skill of a real estate agent, adept at reading others? Soon, Jiang Qiao's musings were eclipsed by the sheer deliciousness of the meal. Despite being common home-style fare, the flavors were remarkably distinct, surpassing even those from her favorite restaurant. With her modest appetite, she found herself unexpectedly serving an additional bowl of rice and savoring 2 bowls of soup, her stomach pleasantly distended. As she prepared to pour another bowl of soup, Huo Hanting interjected, "Eating too much at night will upset your stomach." Regretfully, Jiang Qiao set down her utensils and eagerly inquired, "From which restaurant did you order these dishes? I wish to indulge in their takeout next time. I shall order during lunch today while you are away." She recalled passing a Sichuan restaurant and entering, but had forgotten its name. "Are there any keywords?" Jiang Qiao pressed on, unwilling to give up. "Think carefully, you might remember something." Huo Hanting shook his head, "I cannot recall." Jiang Qiao felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She had never realized how poor his memory was. Of course, Huo Hanting had not truly forgotten. He simply could not reveal the information to Jiang Qiao. She rummaged through the trash and retrieved the bag that held the thermal container. It was a sturdy, elegant black bag adorned with golden patterns, lacking any logo. The thermal container itself was a plain silver, completely devoid of any design. Jiang Qiao lamented, "How could this establishment be so understated, with no advertisements even on the packaging? Do you remember the general location? I might find it on the map," she asked, hopeful. "I do not recall," he replied. Jiang Qiao felt disheartened. She had never noticed Huo Hanting's poor memory before. He went to the restaurant specializing in Sichuan cuisine, a place he had asked Assistant Qin to inquire about, renowned as the most upscale private Sichuan dining establishment in the industry. It does not cater to the public, serving only private clients, and certainly does not offer takeout. The dishes he purchased, though composed of common ingredients, were crafted from the finest selections, sourced meticulously to ensure only the most exquisite parts were combined. Even the water used for washing the vegetables was drawn from mountain springs. The 4 dishes and a soup cost over 20,000 yuan. If Jiang Qiao were to discover this, she would undoubtedly feel a pang of regret over the expense. He could only pretend to have forgotten everything. Sated and weary, Jiang Qiao languidly reclined on the sofa, planning to rest before tidying up. Huo Hanting disposed of the leftover food and the thermos into the trash, wiping the table clean with a damp cloth. "You're becoming increasingly adept at household chores," she remarked casually. Huo Hanting remained non-committal, yet his peripheral vision darted several times towards the languorous figure sprawled on the sofa. He relished this lazy demeanor of hers. So comfortable and at ease, it stirred a delightful sensation within him. Jiang Qiao indulged in her leisure for a moment, suddenly struck by an unsettling thought. Had she forgotten something? After an evening of strolling through the streets with Aunt Bai, the last stop being Aunt Bai's new home, Jiang Xiaoduo sneezed in her sleep. At 3 in the morning, Jiang Qiao finally remembered she had left her biological daughter unaccompanied. She had no idea where she might be at that hour. Aunt Bai was likely already asleep, making it inconvenient to call and check on her. Huo Hanting glanced at her, understanding her concern. "I've already spoken with Aunt Bai. She will keep Xiaoduo at her home for the night. Aunt Bai's place is quite comfortable. You need not worry." Jiang Qiao was not particularly concerned about Aunt Bai. Although their acquaintance was brief, it was evident that Aunt Bai was a person who valued cleanliness, and her environment would surely reflect that. She simply felt that Huo Hanting seemed to possess an uncanny ability to read her thoughts, as if he were a worm in her belly, effortlessly discerning what she contemplated. Upon returning to her bedroom, Jiang Qiao scrutinized her reflection in the mirror, finding no apparent issues. After all, having run a restaurant for several years, she believed she was reasonably adept at social interactions and did not think her thoughts would be so transparent. It must be that Huo Hanting's observations were exceedingly astute. Truly, it would be a waste of his talents not to pursue a career in micro-expression research. Huo Hanting was unaware of the multitude of thoughts swirling in Jiang Qiao's mind. He was not omniscient, unable to fully grasp her sentiments. He merely paid special attention to her every move, possessing sufficient understanding to make reasonable inferences. The mattress he had purchased for over 80,000 yuan was now laid out, and indeed, as Jiang Qiao had described, it was incredibly soft, enveloping one in a sensation akin to being cradled by clouds, ideal for inducing sleep. Yet, Huo Hanting still found himself lacking in drowsiness. He lay on the bed, his mind consumed by the image of Jiang Qiao, comfortably perched on this very mattress. Her eyes gently closed as she smiled and remarked how delightful the mattress was. Truly, he was utterly captivated. He deliberately shifted to the spot where Jiang Qiao had once sat, the warmth of her presence seemingly lingering, both intense and soothing. This particular area felt markedly softer than the rest. Lying there, Huo Hanting experienced his first restful slumber in days. In the morning, Aunt Bai returned with Jiang Qiao duo. Contrary to expectations, there was no excited reunion with her mother after the brief separation. Instead, Jiang Xiaoduo immediately demanded compensation. "I want fried chicken, burgers, and 2 ice creams." At such a tender age, she was already adept at negotiation. After yesterday's false alarm, Jiang Qiao was in high spirits. Today, being Saturday, she decided to treat Jiang Xiaoduo to a meal at a fast food restaurant in the city center. There, the variety of fried chicken was greater, and they offered shiny stickers that Jiang Xiaoduo could collect and affix to her homework. The mother and daughter rode the subway for over 40 minutes, finally arriving at the bustling commercial plaza. Being the weekend, the fast food restaurant was packed, primarily filled with parents and their children, much like herself. After a delightful meal, Jiang Xiaoduo tilted her head back, proudly declaring, "Humph, I forgive you." Jiang Qiao remained silent. "I never intended to apologize to you. Bringing me to a fast food restaurant is your way of apologizing," Jiang Xiaoduo insisted. "I don't need your apology," she retorted stubbornly. Just who did she take after with such defiance? Jiang Qiao offered her a stack of napkins. "Your mouth is all greasy. Wipe it." The proud Jiang Xiaoduo's cheeks flushed red as she glared at her mother. "Mommy, you're not cute at all. Then I'll get you a different one. I'll tell Daddy that Mommy is bullying me. Then I'll find you another daddy." Jiang Xiaoduo's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had heard the most absurd tale. "I don't want to change daddies." Of course, Jiang Qiao was merely jesting, but once the words slipped out, she couldn't retract them. After leaving the fast food restaurant, Jiang Xiaoduo kept repeating, "I don't want to change daddies," for her father treated her well. No other father was as handsome as this one. She was indeed her father's #1 fan. Jiang Qiao couldn't help but acknowledge that the little girl possessed a certain aesthetic sensibility. The streets bustled with traffic and throngs of people. Jiang Qiao led Jiang Xiaoduo to a quieter area behind the plaza, intending to take a leisurely stroll. As they walked, they found themselves in a villa district, shaded by lush trees with blooming flowers lining the paths. The undulating terrain created several turns where the foliage rose taller than the people, forming an impenetrable wall of blossoms. Jiang Qiao recalled that Hui Yunjin's villa was somewhere in this vicinity. It would be rather awkward to encounter him here, awkward for her alone. As Jiang Qiao was about to slip away, she suddenly heard a woman's voice emanating from behind the flowers. "Mr. Huo, I implore you. Considering how long I have followed you, grant me a chance for redemption." Jiang Qiao was momentarily taken aback. Her inquisitive instincts compelled her to halt. "Mr. Huo, I beseech you, I will comply with any request. Just do not let me incur a loss." Why did that voice sound so familiar? In a flash of realization, Jiang Qiao recognized it as Chun Yi's voice. If this woman was indeed Chun Yi, then the Mr. Huo she referred to must be Hui Yunjin. Jiang Qiao's curiosity piqued instantly. If it were another influential figure, she might not have dared to eavesdrop. However, given her enmity with Chun Yi and the fact that Hui Yunjin was Zhao Wanqing's ex-boyfriend, she was resolute in her decision to listen in. "Do not speak," she whispered, placing a finger to her lips, urging Jiang Xiaoduo to remain silent. Jiang Xiaoduo, even more curious, parted the floral wall just enough to peep through. Hui Yunjin sat in a silver sports car, a brand Jiang Qiao did not recognize at first. After a quick search online, she discovered it was an Aston Martin, priced at 12 million. In comparison to Hui Yunjin's wealth, this was hardly extravagant. It appeared that Chun Yi had been lying in wait, and upon spotting Hui Yunjin's car, she dashed out to block its path. "Mr. Huo, you're aware of my family's circumstances. I truly cannot afford to pay 100 million. If I have erred in any way, I apologize and beg you not to be angry. Chun-Yi wept, her tears flowing abundantly, her breath hitching. This woman possessed a certain theatrical flair. Her tears did not seem at all ungraceful, evoking a tinge of sympathy. Faced with such a charming and sorrowful figure, who could find the heart to reprimand her? Alas, Huo Hanting was no ordinary man. Chun-Yi, if you leave now, you will only owe 100 million. For each additional word you utter, it will increase by 1 million. The sound of her sobs abruptly ceased. Chun-Yi stared incredulously at Huo Hanting. Mr. Huo, what exactly have I done wrong? 1 million. Chun-Yi swallowed her next words, her foundation-covered face flushing a deep crimson. While it was quite satisfying to witness, Jiang Qiao found herself echoing Chun-Yi's question. What had she done to deserve such a staggering compensation? Surely it could not be akin to her own misfortune of damaging an antique worth 100 million? Through the partially open window of the sports car, Huo Hanting's expression remained inscrutable. Step aside. Mr. Huo, please don't leave. Chun-Yi, in a panic, suddenly knelt down. I beg you to spare me. I am willing to do anything to atone for my mistakes. Please. As she spoke, she knocked her head against the ground, causing her forehead to swell and bleed. Yet, Huo Hanting showed no sign of compassion, especially after he reviewed the surveillance footage from the hall and discovered Chun-Yi's aggressive behavior towards Zhao Wanqing, nearly pushing her over. Huo Hanting sped away in his sports car, deftly avoiding Chun-Yi and vanishing around the corner. Jiang Qiao felt a pang of melancholy. She bore no sympathy for Chun-Yi. Rather, she believed that those within affluent circles rarely possessed genuine emotions. Huo Hanting's previous affection for Chun-Yi might have merely been a fleeting amusement, akin to treating a pet. Reflecting on Chun-Yi's earlier words about Huo Hanting's casual dalliance with Zhao Wanqing abroad only served to amplify the irony of the situation. Indeed, one must recognize their own position. Who could sustain a life of perpetual triumph? Jiang Qiao departed with Jiang Xiaoduo, who, with an innocent understanding, remarked, "That Annie seems so pitiful." Jiang Qiao was about to enlighten her on the importance of discerning character beyond appearances when she heard Jiang Xiaoduo's infatuated voice. But that uncle is even more handsome. I want to stand with the uncle. Well then, the allure of aesthetics remained an unwavering truth. Jiang Qiao, what are you doing here? Chun-Yi stumbled towards them, colliding with Jiang Qiao and her daughter. Given her dire situation, Jiang Qiao had no intention of exacerbating her plight. Calmly, she replied, I am merely taking a stroll and just happened to pass by, implying her ignorance of the events that had transpired. Miss Jiang, I beseech you, have mercy and spare me. Chun-Yi pleaded, sinking to her knees once more. Jiang Qiao was taken aback. What did this have to do with her? In her lifetime, it was the first occasion someone had shown her such deference, particularly from a woman who had, only yesterday, flaunted her status as Huo Hanting's girlfriend while mocking Jiang Qiao. Instead of reveling in a sense of vindication, Jiang Qiao felt a surge of concern that Chun-Yi's sudden capitulation might frighten Jiang Xiaoduo. Furthermore, individuals who so readily discarded their dignity could easily resort to extreme behavior. She feared that in a moment of impulse, Chun-Yi might act inappropriately, especially in the presence of her child. Thus, rather than taking advantage of the situation, Jiang Qiao calmly assisted her in rising. I did not quite grasp your words. You are aware of my position, and I am incapable of causing you harm, Jiang Qiao stated sincerely. I am unaware of the events that have transpired, but yesterday's incident has been resolved in my mind. Chun-Yi remained skeptical. She believed that Jiang Qiao was undoubtedly intertwined with her misfortune. Why else would the compensation that rightfully belonged to Jiang Qiao now rest upon her shoulders, escalating to a staggering sum of 1 billion? Perhaps Jiang Qiao had influential allies who were avenging her, consumed by resentment towards Jiang Qiao, yet wary of the powerful figure behind her. Chun-Yi was compelled to abandon her pride and plead pitifully, the events of yesterday were entirely my fault. I should not have falsely accused you of deliberately shattering the porcelain vase, nor should I have uttered harsh words against you. You may strike me or scold me. It would be entirely justified. We all come from ordinary families, and you should understand what 100 million means to me. It is a sum I could never repay in 10 lifetimes. Jiang Qiao felt even more perplexed. What relevance did 100 million have to her? Did she appear to be someone who could be involved with such astronomical figures? Miss Chun, I truly am unaware of what transpired between you and Mr. Hua. I have no knowledge of how this 100 million came to be associated with me. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding on your part, but I assure you, this matter has nothing to do with me. Chun Yi was unconvinced. You accidentally shattered the blue and white porcelain vase, yet Mr. Hua placed the blame on me, insisting I was responsible, even assembling a team of lawyers to sue me for compensation of 100 million. Miss Jiang, I must admit I underestimated you. I implore you to speak to Mr. Hua and ask him to spare me. Jiang Qiao was taken aback. Chun Yi had previously stated that the vase was purchased by Hui Yunjin for 7 million at an auction. How had it now escalated to 100 million? Furthermore, last night, Secretary Zhao had contacted her to say that she would not be held accountable. What was truly happening? Jiang Qiao had no insight into Hui Yunjin's intentions. But regardless of his thoughts, the depths of this situation were far beyond her capacity to navigate. I'm not acquainted with Mr. Hua. The matter concerning the vase is resolved on my end, and I do not understand how this compensation of 100 million has fallen upon you. She chose not to elaborate on Secretary Zhao's phone call. It was unnecessary. Her continued civility in the conversation was merely a strategy to placate Chun Yi, ensuring that the barefooted would not fear the shot and that they would not suddenly resort to violence, jeopardizing the safety of both mother and daughter. Having said what needed to be said, Jiang Qiao cared little for whether Chun Yi believed her. She swiftly took hold of Jiang Xiaoduo and departed. If Chun Yi wished to harbor resentment, so be it. She had no intention of embroiling herself in trouble. Hui Yunjin was not someone she could afford to offend. Jiang Qiao, come back. Chun Yi was relentless, pursuing her. Just a few steps into her chase, her high heel broke. Yet she refused to relent, limping after her. A sense of urgency surged within Jiang Qiao. Just then, a taxi passed by, and she quickly hailed it. Instead of heading home immediately, she instructed the driver to take her to a bustling area to prevent Chun Yi from following her home, which would certainly complicate matters. Fortunately, Chun Yi did not manage to catch a cab and was unable to pursue her. After alighting from the vehicle, Jiang Qiao waited in the shopping mall for a considerable time, ensuring no one was tailing her before she felt reassured enough to continue shopping with Jiang Xiaoduo. Mom, don't be afraid. If that wicked woman dares to bully you, Xiaoduo will make her regret it. Even Jiang Xiaoduo sensed her mother's tension. In truth, prior to giving birth, she had not been so timid. During her university days, she had been a person of considerable pride and solitary courage, unafraid of the bruises she might endure along the way. With the arrival of a daughter, one acquires a vulnerability that necessitates constant protection, shielding her from any potential dangers that may arise from the outside world. At all times, as long as Jiang Xiaoduo is present, she approaches others with kindness, striving to avoid conflict. Wasn't there a desire for strawberry ice cream? With a delectable treat in hand, Jiang Xiaoduo remains unconcerned about any wicked women, joyfully indulging in her ice cream. Jiang Qiao, is that you? A woman clad in an orange-yellow coat, her hair tinged with gray, and appearing to be in her 50s, gazes at her with surprise. Jiang Qiao turns to face the woman, recognizing her face somewhat, yet unable to place her. I am your elementary school homeroom teacher, Teacher Yang. Teacher Yang adjusts her glasses, her eyes sparkling with the joy of a reunion after a long separation. It is indeed Teacher Yang. Jiang Qiao smiles bashfully. It has been many years, you haven't changed a bit. Just recently, she had spoken with Teacher Yang over the phone to inquire about Yang, the student who had bullied her in elementary school. She had mentioned this individual to Huo Hanting, suddenly wondering if Yang had suffered a similar fate as those who had tormented her, prompting her to seek out Teacher Yang for information. Teacher Yang had warmly informed her that Yang had established a small company in a neighboring city and was doing quite well financially. Who would have thought she would encounter her here today? Jiang Qiao's recollection of her classmates from elementary school is rather faint, which explains her initial failure to recognize Teacher Yang. Teacher Yang had always held a fondness for Jiang Qiao, the obedient and academically diligent student. She surveys Jiang Qiao with satisfaction, remarking, "You've blossomed into such a fine young lady." Her gaze then falls upon Jiang Xiaoduo. Is this your daughter? Hello, Grandma Yang. Jiang Xiaoduo, ever the charming child in the presence of others, greets her warmly. Hello, hello. Teacher Yang, as an elementary school teacher, naturally possesses an affectionate demeanor towards children. Teacher Yang, are you free for dinner this evening? I would love to treat you. My son has prepared dinner at home and is waiting for my return. So let's arrange for another time. Teacher Yang had ventured out today for a leisurely stroll, and encountering Jiang Qiao was a delightful surprise. She retains her impression of Jiang Qiao from years ago, during her family's period of financial hardship, and does not wish to impose any expenses upon her. Shall we go to the nearby café for a cup of coffee? Jiang Qiao does not press the matter further. In Jiangcheng, it is customary to share a coffee whenever one meets an acquaintance, regardless of the occasion. The two find a seat by the window, and after ordering coffee, Jiang Qiao shares an overview of her current circumstances with Teacher Yang. I always believed you would gain admission to a prestigious university during your elementary years. Among all the students in our class, you were the most dedicated to your studies. Teacher Yang reminisces about the past, offering comfort in life. As long as you find contentment, the opinions of others hold no significance. She is the first familiar face to learn of Jiang Qiao's restaurant in the urban village without expressing regret. You had inquired about Yang Yi's contact information before, right? I heard from his grandparents that he has encountered some trouble. Jiang Qiao was taken aback. What had transpired? It seemed that the small company he had established was facing severe product quality issues, leading to a lawsuit from a partner company and resulting in a significant financial loss. His company lacked sufficient cash flow, and rather than selling his property, he resorted to high-interest loans. Initially, he believed that profits from a new project would enable him to repay the debts. Yet unexpectedly, the new venture also failed, incurring further losses. Reluctant to settle his debts, he attempted to evade responsibility and was subsequently taken to court. Now, his company faced compulsory enforcement, and his newly purchased home had become subject to auction. He had become a notorious defaulter, too ashamed to return home, and had not been in contact with his grandparents for several days. Teacher Yang expressed her regret, reminiscing about how he had been mischievous and bullied classmates in elementary school, hoping that adulthood and entrepreneurship would lead him down a righteous path, only to find he had remained unchanged. Jiang Qiao was astonished. She had not anticipated that Yang Yi would truly suffer misfortune. When had this occurred? It had happened earlier this month, just a few days prior. Teacher Yang spoke earnestly, emphasizing the importance of being law-abiding and not engaging in risky, illicit activities. After bidding farewell to Teacher Yang and returning home, Jiang Qiao continued to ponder the matter. Previously, she had sensed that since marrying Huo Hanting, those who had wronged her seemed to be experiencing misfortunes. She had initially thought Yang Yi would be an exception. It turned out he was merely delayed. It raised a question. Were these events mere coincidences? Could someone be orchestrating her revenge? Besides Huo Hanting, she could not conceive of anyone else. But how could Huo Hanting have such influence? As an ordinary real estate agent, did he truly possess such power? 2 months into their marriage, Jiang Qiao had yet to meet any of Huo Hanting's family members aside from his grandmother. Observing his grandmother's demeanor, it did not appear that they came from a disadvantaged background. Furthermore, Huo Hanting's maternal grandmother had previously employed a maid named Aunt Bai. Taken together, it seemed that both his paternal and maternal families were relatively well off. Given these familial connections, why had he chosen to be a real estate agent? Jiang Qiao held no prejudices against the profession. However, being a real estate agent necessitated a great deal of mobility, braving the elements, and earning a living through hard work with unstable income. Under comparable financial circumstances, most would likely prefer the comfort of an office job, with better benefits and protection from the elements. Was Huo Hanting truly just a real estate agent? For the first time, Jiang Qiao began to harbor doubts about his identity. Just then, Zhao Wanqing sent her a message, prompting Jiang Qiao to swiftly respond with a voice message, eager to hear her perspective. Upon hearing Jiang Qiao's speculations, Zhao Wanqing, who had been in a foul mood, burst into laughter. Qiao, I never realized you had such an imaginative mind. Let us momentarily set aside the question of whether Huo Hanting's grandmother and maternal family are indeed wealthy, even if they once possessed great riches. The adage that wealth seldom endures beyond 3 generations holds true. Thus, a decline in fortune is entirely plausible. Would you not agree? Suppose Huo Hanting truly hails from an affluent lineage, possessing the capability to exact retribution upon all those who have wronged you. What could possibly motivate such an extraordinary individual to engage in an arranged relationship, accompanying you through mundane days? Is it that a life overflowing with affluence has become insipid, prompting him to seek the authenticity of existence? Or might he be captivated by you at first sight, lurking in the shadows to silently protect you, seeking no reward, merely wishing to embody the role of a devoted prince? Let us not even mention Zhao Wanqing. Even Jiang Qiao herself grapples with disbelief. In this age, where can one find a true prince? Instead, we are often met with meticulously crafted traps. Perhaps she is simply overthinking the matter. The individuals who have bullied her were hardly paragons of virtue. If they could torment her, they would surely do the same to others. It is conceivable that they have provoked forces far beyond their comprehension, or perhaps their misdeeds are catching up with them. Yet, a lingering doubt resides in Jiang Qiao's heart. She resolves to execute a surprise investigation to ascertain whether Huo Hanting is indeed a real estate agent. The following afternoon, Jiang Qiao prepared several dishes and messaged Huo Hanting, expressing her desire to bring him lunch. At the moment he received her message, he was engaged in a meeting with senior executives, and he promptly called for the meeting to be adjourned. He instructed Assistant Qin to arrange for the real estate office. I will be working there. Assistant Qin was taken aback, momentarily unable to process the information. Mr. Huo, you wish to take on a part-time role? Huo Hanting, surprised by his assistant's sluggish response, frowned. My wife is coming to deliver lunch. Assistant Qin quickly grasped the situation. I will make the necessary arrangements immediately. Once everything was set, Huo Hanting texted Jiang Qiao back. I haven't eaten yet. I'll be waiting for you. On his way to the agency, Huo Hanting inquired of Assistant Qin, why does my wife wish to bring me lunch? The intricacies of a woman's heart were beyond Assistant Qin's understanding. He could only offer a pleasing interpretation. Today is the weekend. Perhaps your wife thinks you are working hard and has come to deliver lunch. Or she may simply be bored at home and wish to get out for a while. Though he spoke these words with a smile that never faltered, Assistant Qin had grown accustomed to such scenarios. At least today, the esteemed CEO was not without purpose. The company address provided by Huo Hanting was quite distant, spanning 2 districts. Jiang Qiao transferred through several subway lines, taking over an hour to arrive. The company, named Sunju, is a large nationwide real estate agency, and this location is merely one of its many branches, situated at a bustling intersection. Upon entering, she found all the employees either engrossed in phone calls or diligently searching for property listings, each absorbed in their tasks. Qiao, you've arrived. Huo Hanting emerged from a small office. He felt a twinge of guilt. It was never his intention to choose a location so far away, causing Jiang Qiao such inconvenience. However, selecting a site too close would have jeopardized the scheduling. Jiang Qiao was still getting accustomed to the overly affectionate nickname Qiao. Xiao Hua, is this your wife? The store manager greeted Jiang Qiao warmly. I've heard for ages that Xiao Hua got married, but I never had the chance to meet you until now. Hello. I hope my sudden visit isn't disturbing you. It's lunchtime, so you're not bothering us. You two enjoy your conversation. I want to intrude. The store manager replied with a smile before departing. Jiang Qiao glanced at the photo of the store manager on the wall, noting his name beneath it, committing it to memory. In front of Jiang Qiao, Huo Hanting was addressed as Mr. Hua. The office was modest, barely 15 square meters, furnished with a desk and a bookshelf. A computer rested on the desk, its screen displaying listings of various properties in Jiangxing. The bookshelf held an array of documents and contracts, meticulously organized by date, devoid of any disorder. Jiang Qiao pretended to casually flip through the contracts, all of which bore Huo Hanting's signature. Huo Hanting remained composed. He had already discerned that Jiang Qiao's visit was not solely to deliver lunch. From the moment she entered the store, she had been quietly observing and assessing everyone present. It was likely that her true intent was to evaluate his working environment and ascertain whether he genuinely was a real estate agent here. Fortunately, Assistant Qin was thorough in his preparations, having considered all aspects. Regarding Huo Hanting's identity, the narrative provided to the manager and staff was that he was merely a distant relative of a senior leader, temporarily placed here for a social experiment. With the promise of triple wages for their cooperation in the charade, the employees remained oblivious to Huo Hanting's actual identity, treating him as a peer, thus facilitating the ruse seamlessly. Everything appeared natural. Feigning ignorance of Jiang Qiao's intentions, Huo Hanting opened the lunchbox. Inside were spicy diced chicken, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and stir-fried shrimp, simple yet delightful home-cooked dishes. Huo Hanting savored every bite, leaving nothing behind, even mixing the sauce with his rice. Jiang Qiao sat beside him, observing him eat while discreetly searching for the store manager's name online. Given its commonality, she found little information. Adding the name of the real estate company after it, She discovered a report on the official public account lauding him as an outstanding employee last year, complete with a matching photograph. It seemed she had been overly suspicious. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Jiang Qiao chastised herself for her heavy skepticism, complicating simple matters with unnecessary thoughts. "You're busy even on weekends?" She initiated conversation. Huo Hanting, now somewhat acquainted with the real estate profession, replied naturally, "Many clients are only available on weekends, so our holidays tend to be the busiest." "That makes sense," she responded. At Jiang Qiao's quaint little restaurant, the weekend crowd was quite substantial. "You seem busy, so I won't disturb you," she remarked. In a professional setting, it felt inappropriate for her to linger there as a mere companion. Huo Hanting's gaze shifted subtly. He wished to spend more time with Jiang Qiao in a place other than home, since there's nothing pressing at the moment. "Why don't I take you for a stroll nearby?" he suggested. Jiang Qiao shook her head. "Having taken the subway for over an hour, I feel a bit fatigued and would prefer to return for a nap. To be precise, an afternoon nap." "I shall escort you back," Huo Hanting insisted, producing his car keys with an air of finality, leading Jiang Qiao outside. Riding in a car, devoid of the need to transfer to the subway or walk, would indeed be far more convenient, provided she did not suffer from motion sickness. "My vehicle has already undergone odor treatment, and the chassis has been elevated. So you should be fine," he assured, noting her hesitance. "I have tested it with various individuals across different age groups, and their feedback was overwhelmingly positive," he elaborated patiently. Jiang Qiao was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Huo Hanting would be so considerate regarding her motion sickness. While most people, aware of her condition, would kindly suggest that she ride more often to acclimatize, she herself held a similar belief. After all, her motion sickness was not severe, occurring only occasionally. Yet, she was surprised that Huo Hanting had taken such care, doing so much on her behalf without her knowledge. A wave of emotions swept over her, akin to a winter night blanketed in snow, with the howling northern winds outside while she lay comfortably in her bed, listening to her favorite songs and reminiscing with her mother about childhood tales, discussing what delightful meals they would prepare the following morning. That profound sense of security radiated from within, melting her heart and spirit alike. Jiang Qiao blinked, feeling a sense of unease about her suspicions towards Huo Hanting. She resolved quietly that, regardless of what transpired, she would no longer doubt him. He had not harmed her, even if he concealed certain matters. What of it? In the realm of adulthood, who does not harbor their own little secrets? "Let us head home. A new supermarket has opened nearby, and we can explore it." Jiang Qiao's tone softened, akin to the gentle caress of a feather brushing against Huo Hanting's heart. A faint smile unconsciously graced his features. The two exited the establishment together when a sharply dressed individual stationed at the entrance saw Huo Hanting and instinctively exclaimed, "Mr. Huo." Jiang Qiao halted in her tracks. Huo Hanting's jaw tightened, and his gaze turned icy, prompting those present at the entrance to lower their heads in deference. Jiang Qiao, however, remained oblivious to the underlying tensions. She merely found the situation amusing. She had previously heard that Huo Hanting was a minor leader at a real estate agency, yet she was taken aback to hear the employees refer to him as Mr. Huo. Indeed, it seemed that titles in the market were as common as wholesale goods, lacking true value. The thought of Hui Yunjin, also known as President Hua, being addressed in the same manner as someone entirely unrelated to him brought a faint smile to Jiang Qiao's lips. The one calling out to President Hua was merely one of Huo Hanting's several drivers, his ingrained fear of Hua evident in his demeanor. Upon seeing him in person, he forgot all the acting details taught by Assistant Qin. Beside him stood Captain Qian, responsible for Huo Hanting's security, who, with keen insight, swiftly slapped the driver on the back of his head. "What are you shouting about? Such informal terms should not be brought to the forefront." He then turned to Jiang Qiao with an apologetic smile. "This fellow speaks without a filter. I hope you won't take offense." Intrigued, Jiang Qiao asked, "Why do you call him that in private?" Captain Qian, a man of experience, replied without flinching, "Because the richest man in Jiangsheng also shares the surname Hua." Jiang Qiao chuckled softly, teasing Huo Hanting, "President Hua, then I must trouble you to take me home." Her eyes sparkled with innocence, devoid of any doubt. Huo Hanting's expression softened slightly. A collective sigh of relief swept through everyone present. Assistant Qin had prepared numerous contingency plans, and the thought of failure at that moment was simply unthinkable. Jiang Qiao entered Huo Hanting's car. Indeed, there was no scent within. The moment she sat down, Huo Hanting rolled down the front window to ensure ventilation. He even produced a bag of fresh oranges from seemingly nowhere, asking, "Would you like to smell one?" The scent of orange peels can help alleviate motion sickness. A warmth spread through Jiang Qiao. She replied, "There's no need for that. I've eaten lightly today and don't feel nauseous. It's no trouble at all. Your needs are never a burden." He responded earnestly, each word laced with a hint of gravity. "But don't be too pleased just yet. The troublesome matters are still ahead." Jiang Qiao joked obliviously, "I am, after all, trouble incarnate." Huo Hanting cast her a sidelong glance. The car halted in front of a supermarket. Before they could step inside, Jiang Qiao received a call from Zhao Wanqing. "Qiao, I decided to keep this child." Jiang Qiao fell silent for a considerable time. "Have you made up your mind?" "I have." Jiang Qiao sighed. "Wait for me at home." She turned back, intending to apologize to Huo Hanting, but he had already opened the passenger door with understanding. "I'll take you there." Jiang Qiao settled back into the car, her emotions a tangled web. Though she herself was unmarried and pregnant, as someone who had experienced similar circumstances, she subconsciously did not wish for Zhao Wanqing to keep the child. What had prompted such an abrupt decision? "Is something wrong?" Huo Hanting inquired softly. Jiang Qiao instinctively shook her head, but recalled the lesson from yesterday. She knew she had to share any concerns with him. "A matter has arisen concerning Wanqing, one of a rather personal nature. Unless she grants permission, I am unable to divulge any details." "I apologize for this." "There is no need for apologies. As long as you are well, that is sufficient." Huo Hanting adopts an indifferent demeanor toward matters beyond work, but recently, he has begun to care for one individual, Jiang Qiao. He exhibits little interest in affairs that do not pertain to her, as long as they do not affect Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao hurriedly arrived at Zhao Wanqing's home, where Zhao Wanqing sat upon the sofa, indulging in strawberries. Upon her entrance, she inquired with genuine curiosity, "Would you like some? Why must you keep the child?" Jiang Qiao responded with difficulty, "Wanqing, you must understand that raising a child is no trivial undertaking." Zhao Wanqing set down her strawberries. "I know, Qiao, I understand completely. However, I long for a child, one who shares my bloodline, the closest person to me in this world." She gently caressed her abdomen, speaking softly, "You are aware of my family circumstances. My mother passed away early, and not long after, my father married by accident, forming a new family, while I remained an outsider. To my father, I was merely a choice made when he could no longer have a son. If given the option, he would undoubtedly have preferred another son rather than waste time on a daughter who cannot carry on the family name. I yearned for a home of my own." She had contemplated this for a long time, a home that belonged solely to her. "Father, you must be replaced." Jiang Qiao sighed deeply. "If you keep this child, your father will surely erupt in fury, and your stepmother will seize the opportunity to exploit the situation. In the realm of the affluent, your reputation may become tarnished, and whispers will follow you wherever you go, leading to judgmental stares. The pool of potential marriage partners will dwindle, and most will be of questionable quality. You may find yourself introduced to men who have previously been married, and considering the child, you will no longer have the freedom to pursue love at your leisure. When you give birth, myriad complications may arise, potentially leading you to the operating table from which you may never return. In the first 6 months following childbirth, you will need to feed the baby every 2 hours, deprived of a single uninterrupted night as sleep, unable to indulge in your favorite foods. You will gain weight and develop stretch marks. Your body will take a considerable time to recover, and your energy will be far less than it was prior to childbirth. Your memory may falter. Your ability to concentrate will wane, and you will struggle to fully engage in your work. When the child falls ill, you will find yourself alone in the middle of the night, rushing them to the hospital. Whenever the child cries, you must rise to ascertain the cause. You will need to be by their side 24 hours a day. A moment's inattention could lead to danger right beneath your nose. You will no longer have the luxury of a nocturnal existence, sleeping and eating at your whim. The organization of your time will be constrained, and even a single film may go unwatched. Even so, will you still choose to keep him? Zhao Wanqing remained silent for an extended period. "I must keep him. I want this child." The two of them, as close friends, both possessed a certain stubbornness. "Regardless, when the time comes, you mustn't lament to me. Do not utter ill omens, for perhaps my child will be an angelic blessing, easier to manage than Xiao Duo." "Easier to manage, you say?" When she was 1 or 2, she danced about incessantly, and I could hardly keep her in check, ending up covered in scratches. Have you considered that perhaps your stamina is lacking? Jiang Qiao scoffed. Ultimately, you are choosing your own hardships. You must walk this path to the end, even on your knees. Zhao Wanqing smiled. That works well. Our children will have each other as companions. If I have a son, how about we arrange a childhood betrothal? Jiang Qiao shot her a glance. You have lofty dreams. Our Xiao duo is quite particular about appearances. Who knows if your son will be handsome? With my looks, how can my son be ugly? Her voice trailed off. Come, let us eat strawberries. Zhao Wanqing, attempting to conceal her emotions, pushed the strawberries towards Jiang Qiao. Are you planning to inform Huo Yunjin about this child? Zhao Wanqing shook her head, her voice light and airy. No, it's best that I keep it to myself. Jiang Qiao had no objections. Since their last encounter, where they were denied a meeting at the company's entrance, it seemed Huo Yunjin was not particularly concerned about them. Moreover, he was still entangled with that Chenyi. With financial entanglements amounting to billions, who could withstand that? Let Zhao Wanqing lead a peaceful life with her child. There is nothing wrong with that. And I shall be the godmother, so fear not. Zhao Wanqing tilted her head, leaning against Jiang Qiao, and neither spoke a word. In the Luo garden, Jiang Xiao duo was painting alongside Aunt Bai, following a video from the internet. When Huo Hanting entered, Jiang Xiao duo joyfully ran into his embrace. Daddy, you're back. What did my precious one do at home today? Huo Hanting spun Jiang Xiao duo around his arms. She chattered endlessly and finally, in a conspiratorial whisper, leaned into Huo Hanting's ear. Daddy, Xiao duo has a secret to tell you. What secret? Mommy said she wants to change Xiao duo's daddy. Huo Hanting's mind bust. What does it mean to change a daddy? It means to get a new one. Jiang Xiao duo said earnestly. But Xiao duo thinks daddy is the best. We shouldn't change daddies. So, is he being rejected? Huo Hanting's sense of crisis heightened. Sitting before his computer, he found himself unable to focus on the English emails on the screen. He had never felt so restless. It is said that children speak without restraint, and their words often hold the most profound truths. Jiang Qiao, just as Jiang Xiao duo claimed, truly harbored thoughts of replacing her daughter's father? That absolutely cannot be allowed. The mere thought of another man embracing Jiang Qiao and calling her wife filled him with an urge to obliterate the world. As a person who always seeks to maintain control, he cannot afford to remain passive. Huo Hanting had never been in love nor pursued a woman, leaving him utterly ignorant of how to win a lady's affection. His most rudimentary understanding was that he must cater to her preferences. It is well known that Jiang Qiao's greatest passion is money. Upon returning home, she found Huo Hanting waiting for her in the living room. This is my salary card. Gazing at the bank card he offered, Jiang Qiao felt momentarily perplexed. What does this mean? The password is a combination of the first 3 and last 3 digits of the card. Jiang Qiao was left with a myriad of questions. They had parted amicably at the supermarket, yet after spending a few hours at Zhao Wanqing's house, he returned to present her with his salary card. A husband suddenly showering his wife with attentiveness must surely have ulterior motives. Jiang Qiao considered all the potential adverse outcomes. Do you intend to bring your parents to live with us? The most common concern would be infidelity, but since he was lacking in that regard, it could be ruled out. This time, it was Huo Hanting who was bewildered. He could not fathom how Jiang Qiao had jumped to the conclusion about his parents. His parents, who had been wandering the world without a care, had not been in contact for years and were still unaware of their son's marriage. My parents prefer living alone. That's good. Jiang Qiao exhaled in relief and then inquired. Do you have any relatives or friends who need to borrow money? Or perhaps a relative who wishes to utilize our school district's housing quota? Surely, it isn't a cousin wanting to borrow this house for their wedding, or a distant niece planning to stay with us for a year or so. Huo Hanting fell silent. In Jiang Qiao's eyes, he seemed to have an abundance of unreliable, troublesome relatives. He admitted that some of his cousins had a penchant for causing trouble and had often taken advantage of him. Yet he was the one who had caused the most trouble. Qiao, my relatives are all normal people. When they weren't causing him grief, they appeared quite amiable. Jiang Qiao's heart began to race. If these were not the issues at hand, then what grand scheme was Huo Hanting concocting to ensnare her? Huo Hanting, you haven't really cheated, have you? Even emotional infidelity counts. Cracks began to appear on Huo Hanting's calm facade. Jiang Qiao, what on earth are you thinking? There are no mother-in-law issues, no eccentric relatives, and certainly no infidelity. He gritted his teeth and declared, I merely want you to manage the finances. Jiang Qiao, skeptical, responded. Why on earth would you want me to handle the money? You haven't lost millions in investments and are trying to trick me into transforming it into marital debt. Have you? You could at least think well of me. Huo Hanting wished he could pry open her mind to see just how much confusion resided within. Don't you love money? Communicating with Jiang Qiao requires straightforwardness. Otherwise, her thoughts might drift to unknown realms. But one cannot entirely blame Jiang Qiao for her suspicions. In the realm of ordinary marriages, beyond the fleeting moments of happiness, what remains are the trivialities of daily life. I have no concern for finances. Jiang Qiao pushed the card back, stating that she was not adept at managing money and that it would be wiser for him to retain his funds. With his salary card in her possession, she would be responsible for all household expenses and social obligations, a burden she preferred to avoid. Primarily, she wished to steer clear of his relatives. The mere thought of her own troublesome kin stirred a surge of frustration within her, compelling her to sever ties. Even multiplying her woes, Huo Hanting remained oblivious to her true apprehensions. From his perspective, he could only see that Jiang Qiao, despite her evident love for money, was reluctant to manage his finances. Reluctantly, he accepted the return of his bank card, his brow furrowing in thought. The path of monetary support was evidently blocked. The following afternoon, Huo Hanting canceled all his appointments and returned home early, intending to invite Jiang Qiao to a movie. He dedicated an hour to meticulously sifting through the popular film list provided by Assistant Sheen, having heard that private cinemas were excellent venues for nurturing affection. Filled with anticipation, he returned home only to find Jiang Qiao absent. A message inquiring her whereabouts went unanswered, igniting a profound sense of crisis within him. This seemed to be a sign that he was to be replaced. Jiang Qiao, meanwhile, was accompanying Zhao Wanqing on a shopping excursion. Since Zhao Wanqing had resolutely decided to have the child, Jiang Qiao ceased her protests and joyfully assisted her in preparing for the impending arrival. A multitude of baby supplies needed to be gathered, along with the nutritional products required during pregnancy, resulting in a hefty shopping list. Zhao Wanqing was indiscriminate in her purchases, prioritizing expense over suitability. Numerous maternity and baby product stores capitalized on the belief that parents inherently desired the best for their children, often overcharging for items that bore labels promising developmental benefits, sometimes at several times the market rate. As a seasoned individual in this realm, Jiang Qiao was well-versed in the ins and outs of maternity products. She diligently scrutinized instruction manuals to prevent her friend from falling victim to the exaggerated claims of overly enthusiastic salespeople. This toy is so shiny and beautiful. The baby will surely adore it. Yet with so many small parts, a child could easily swallow them. This music box sings lullabies and soothes babies to sleep. It's highly intelligent. However, the baby may not fall asleep, but instead cry even louder. Jiang Qiao, like a pragmatic realist dispelling fanciful illusions, repeatedly curtailed Zhao Wanqing's impulsive spending. With the baby's gender still unknown, there was no need to amass an excessive amount of clothing and toys. It will be prudent to wait until after the birth to make additional purchases. I once bought diapers for Xiao Duo from an online store. The quality was quite satisfactory. As Jiang Qiao pulled out her phone to show Zhao Wanqing the diaper brand, she noticed a message from Huo Hanting and quickly replied, mentioning that she was shopping with Zhao Wanqing. Unbeknownst to her, her succinct response successfully assuaged the anxieties of certain someone who was lost in restless thoughts. President Huo has once again regained his composure in handling work matters. The senior executives, who had faced the storm of the president during the video conference, collectively let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Qiao showed Zhao Wanqing a diaper, and upon noticing that Huo Hanting had not sent any further messages, she tucked her phone away and continued her reminders. The most crucial aspect was to find a reputable confinement center and a capable postpartum caregiver in advance. There's a saying in Jiang City, while one may compete for a man, competing for a postpartum caregiver is out of the question. A reliable caregiver can alleviate many burdens, and they are notoriously difficult to find. The best ones have already been recommended by new mothers to their friends and family. Zhao Wanqing, with a cheerful smile, linked arms with Jiang Qiao, saying, "As long as you think it's good, I trust your judgment. You just don't want to worry about it, leaving it all to me." Jiang Qiao playfully nudged her, "With someone as carefree as you, I must be quite unfortunate." The two exchanged light-hearted banter when a hesitant voice called out, "Jiang Qiao?" Jiang Qiao looked up in surprise. Standing before her was a young man in a well-tailored dark suit and silver-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement and gentleness. It was Zhou Yin, the senior she had secretly admired during her university days. "It's really you," Zhou Yin said, gazing at Jiang Qiao with a gentle smile. "I didn't expect to see you here." Jiang Qiao was equally astonished. After all these years, their reunion occurred in a maternity store. Concerned that Zhou Yin might associate Zhao Wanxing with her, Jiang Qiao took the initiative to explain, "We're here to buy some gifts for my daughter. The store also has products for children around 4 or 5 years old." The news of Jiang Qiao having a daughter had already spread throughout her university circle. Zhou Yin, evidently aware, responded without surprise, "It's a pity I didn't get to meet your daughter today." Jiang Qiao smiled politely. "She's at kindergarten and couldn't join us. Have you just returned to the country? I came back last week. I wonder if I might have the opportunity to invite you both to dinner today?" Although Zhou Yin was addressing both of them, his gaze lingered subtly on Jiang Qiao. Zhao Wanqing, fully aware of Jiang Qiao's feelings for Zhou Yin during their university years, intentionally answered a phone call, apologizing, "Senior, I'm sorry, but I have an urgent matter and must leave first. You and Qiao go ahead for dinner." With that, she slipped away, leaving Jiang Qiao standing there. Jiang Qiao no longer harbored the infatuation she once had for Zhou Yin. However, given his past kindness towards her during their university days, she felt it would be impolite to dismiss him entirely. "I have to pick up my child shortly, so time is tight. How about we grab a coffee instead?" she suggested, gracefully declining the dinner invitation. "That sounds good." Zhou Yin showed no signs of displeasure and gentlemanly held the door open for her. The two walked side by side into the café within a mall. Not far away, Assistant Qin, who was accompanying the president to assess the mall's environment, looked on in astonishment. "President Huo, I saw Madam in the mall." Huo Hanting's response came back quicker than his directives on work matters. "What did she buy?" This presents yet another opportunity to understand Jiang Qiao's preferences. The lady, empty-handed, entered the cafe accompanied by a young man. At the other end of the line, Huo Hanting paused momentarily. Jiang Qiao had responded to a WeChat message half an hour prior, stating that she was shopping with Zhao Wanqing. Huo Hanting placed his trust in Jiang Qiao, convinced that something must have transpired to compel her to share coffee with another. It was merely coffee, after all. He instructed Assistant Qin firmly, "Do not follow her. Jiang Qiao deserves her personal space." Whether it was the poor network at the shopping mall or an issue with Assistant Qin's phone, he received the message with a few minutes delay. Prior to that, he had already captured an image of Jiang Qiao sharing coffee with Zhou Yin. "President Huo, I have looked into it. This man is named Zhou Yin, a university peer of the lady, 2 years her senior. After graduating, he studied abroad in Europe and just returned last Friday." Without needing further details, Huo Hanting's instincts had already unveiled Zhou Yin's identity. He was indeed the senior Jiang Qiao had mentioned that evening, the one she had secretly admired during her university days. Huo Hanting opened the photo Assistant Qin had sent. The image was taken outside the cafe, through the large transparent windows. Jiang Qiao, holding a cup of coffee, smiled charmingly, while the young man across from her gazed at her tenderly. As a man himself, Huo Hanting was all too aware of what such a gaze implied. Yet, he coldly warned Assistant Qin, "Do not take any more photos." Even if Jiang Qiao were concealing something from him, it was her prerogative to disclose it to him personally. She was his wife, and he did not require information about her from anyone else. Unbeknownst to Jiang Qiao, Zhou Yin had long been in a relationship, possibly with children, just like her. However, as a modern young woman, she would never inquire about another's marital status. Should their marriage be blissful, well and good. But if there were issues, why press the matter? In her visits back to her hometown during the new year, she detested when relatives pried into when she would find a stepfather for Jiang Xiaoduo. The same tiresome questions were repeated ad nauseum, leading her to dread returning home for the festivities. Adhering to the social niceties of a long-unseen junior from elementary school, she engaged in light conversation about Zhou Yan's life abroad, shared amusing anecdotes from her restaurant experiences, refrained from probing deeply, and withheld any opinions. Zhou Yin sensed her aloofness, and his gaze dimmed. "Have you been well these past years?" "Quite well," Jiang Qiao replied sincerely, not out of mere politeness. Initially, raising a child was somewhat arduous, but she had come to realize that having a child nearby brought immense joy. "I don't know. Zhou Yan's voice bore a hint of bitterness. It wasn't until I returned that I understood. His words were vague, leaving Jiang Qiao perplexed. Zhou Yan offered no explanation, instead reverting to his warm smile. I truly wish to meet your daughter. I wonder if she resembles you. Everyone says she looks like me, Jiang Qiao replied, maintaining her defense of Jiang Xiaoduo in the presence of others. The little girl is quite lively and unreserved. Next time, I shall bring her to see you. This, of course, was a mere polite remark, for who could foresee when they would next encounter Zhou Yan? Adults, as they say, understand the unspoken. Yet Zhou Yan responded earnestly. I am free tomorrow. How about 6 in the evening? Jiang Qiao did have the time, but it had been several years since she and Zhou Yan had met. Their lives had diverged, and they shared little common ground for conversation, which might render the meeting somewhat awkward. Naturally, she sought an excuse. You have no idea how driven today as children are. They attend classes during the day and then go to extracurricular activities in the evening. I enrolled my daughter in a piano class, and she is currently engrossed in learning with her teacher. Zhou Yan chuckled lightly. Then let us meet another day. After leaving the café, Jiang Qiao returned home. Aunt Bai had prepared dinner, and Huo Hanting awaited her. Did you buy many things today? He asked, noticing Jiang Qiao appeared somewhat fatigued after a day of errands. I purchased a lot of daily necessities, but I left them at the store, she replied, stretching lazily. I even ran into an upperclassman from my university days and shared a cup of coffee with him. Huo Hanting froze, gazing at Jiang Qiao. Her demeanor was calm, and she spoke of this encounter with a nonchalance that suggested it was but a trivial matter. Huo Hanting's tone softened. As it happens, I have some free time these days. I shall accompany you on your next shopping trip.